In truth, the individual who poses the greatest headache for the warring states during the war at its zenith. Neither those criminals who escaped from the advancing city nor the ones who fled from the royal confines. The escaped criminal is not merely a formidable opponent who can easily knock down a general with a single blow, but rather possesses the extraordinary power of the most formidable fruit. Rather, it is you, the reincarnated one, Uchiha Sasuke, hailing from the world of Naruto. It is merely because you have just traversed into the world of Naruto, becoming a member of the Uchiha clan. Relying solely on the memories of a past life. Became good friends with the previous generation of Watergate and mastered the Flying Thunder God technique. Subsequently, under the guise of a mission, one feigns death and lurks in the shadows, allowing oneself to develop in a discreet and unseemly manner. Utilizing the memories of the Blue Star, I engaged in gathering intelligence to collaborate with Orochimaru. With the assistance of Orochimaru, you have successfully merged with the Uchiha cells, awakening your own unique iteration of the rebirth. Unexpectedly, Orochimaru appears before you, immersed in the euphoria of awakening your ocular powers. Thus, you find yourself exhausting your visual strength, utilizing spatial abilities with which you are not yet adept. Thus, inadvertently losing control, I traversed into the world of pirates. When you regain consciousness, you find yourself on a small island, and your body has reverted to the age of 6. Fortunately, the coveted cells and the power of the Rinnegan that you have painstakingly acquired are merely a result of bodily degeneration and the exhaustion of ocular prowess. The strength that can be summoned is rather limited. After a day of exploration, you have discovered a village named Kakaya. Although your eyes instill fear in them, the villagers in the hamlet are simple and warm-hearted. You are welcomed by Grandma Lisa from the butcher shop. A decade later, you will have reached the age of 16. Approaching maturity. Although the overextension of that time has hindered the development of my unique ocular abilities, the peculiarities of the pirate world, particularly regarding sustenance, seem to have fostered a more robust physique than before. The integration of cellular structures with the body has achieved a remarkable harmony. Truly a world where individuals are nearly as resilient as cattle. You clench your fist, once more sensing the surging power within you, as your heart swells with fervor. It is time to venture out to sea and explore this world of pirates, where perhaps one might once again transcend and become a true sage of the 6 paths. In this lifetime, you are poised to temporarily enlist in the Navy. In the world of pirates, aside from a select few crews, the majority are notorious for their ruthless acts of arson, murder, and plunder, embodying a life of unbridled villainy. On the other hand, it involves immersing oneself in the intricate power dynamics of the world, gaining greater opportunities to engage with the distinctive elements of the pirate realm, particularly the enigmatic devil fruits. You have no intention of consuming the devil fruit. As one who possesses the Rinnegan, you inherently command 6 distinct chakra natures. The transformation of the floral essence holds no significance for you within the realm of nature. During the era of the Sharingan, the ninjutsu you replicated from the Sage of 6 Paths was not particularly reliant on the so-called superhuman abilities. As for the animal techniques, they too hold little significance for you, who has already attained the sage body through the power of Hashirama's cells. Therefore, why burden oneself with an additional flaw akin to that of a novice? Yet, a notion lingers: one seeks to ascertain whether the power of the hungry ghost path, as perceived through the lens of the Rinnegan, can influence the abilities or wielders of the devil fruits. Furthermore, one ponders if it is possible to harness the strength of the devil fruits to facilitate the further evolution of one's Rinnegan. Repressing your thoughts, you resolve to venture out to sea one last time for fishing. This time, you aim to catch more, for after your departure, your mother-in-law may find her supply dwindling. Lightning release, new energy fishing nets. A concentrated surge of electricity emanates from your palm, enveloping the entire fishing net in an instant. The fish and shrimp within the net were instantly captivated by the charms of the new energy fishing net, becoming remarkably docile at once. The harvest has been quite rewarding. As you prepare to take your leave with a sense of satisfaction, suddenly, the surface of the sea erupts with a colossal wave. A gigantic eel's head emerges from the depths, followed by half of its elongated body surging forth, measuring an astonishing 10 meters in length. Its blood-red eyes fixate intently upon you and the prey in your grasp. Is it a creature of the ocean's depths? Surely, it cannot be the only one in these waters. You gaze expressionlessly at the colossal being before you, pondering in silence. Very well. I shall take this opportunity to test the power of your gaze, though it may be somewhat excessive for the occasion. You lift your head to behold the majesty of the sea creatures. The majestic sea creature gazes down upon the diminutive humans beneath it, contemplating the bounty of prey it holds in its grasp, poised for a sumptuous feast. Then, it catches sight of a pair of violet, cyclical eyes rising to meet its own. An instinctive sense of dread enveloped the room, a primal fear that arose unbidden. Subconsciously, it sought to flee, yet alas, it was too late. Rinnegan, illusion techniques. An intangible wave spread forth. The sea monarch suddenly stirred. Its eyes transformed into the pattern of your eternal cycle. Life itself began to swiftly fade away. Rinnegan illusion. As depicted in the original Naruto series, Sasuke once possessed the ability to control several tailed beasts with his ocular power. Utilizing this skill against a mere 10-meter sea creature is evidently an exercise in dimensional reduction. This is far more effective than the might of the conqueror's haki. However, such a substantial mass of flesh must not be squandered. Behold the descending sea monarch, as I raise my hand once more, a swirling vortex of darkness materializing within my palm. Fong Xiang Tianyin. A colossal force of attraction emanates from your palm, drawing forth a massive sea creature from dozens of meters away. You turned your gaze towards the departing isle, calculating the distance with a rough estimation. Subsequently, your eyes, imbued with a sense of cyclical awareness, opened slightly wider. The celestial force of Shinra's heavenly reprisal manifests as an overwhelming repulsion, radiating outward from your core. The remains of the Sea King are instantaneously cast away by this formidable repulsive energy, vanishing without a trace. It is worth mentioning that your Rinnegan belongs to the fundamental abilities of the six paths. For instance, Shinra Tensei lacks any frustrating cooldowns. Moreover, in the world of One Piece, individuals possess extraordinary stamina. Having traversed this realm, your physique has been significantly enhanced compared to your previous life, with strength increasing exponentially alongside the growth of your chakra and vitality. At this moment, you navigate your small vessel in the direction indicated by the Sea King. Upon reaching the shore, you find a crowd gathered around the corpse, chattering animatedly about the sudden emergence of this sea monarch. Is this a Sea King? How could it possibly appear here? I am uncertain. Could it be a gift from nature? The magnificent gifts of nature are indeed remarkable. Given such a large size, it would be impossible to push it ashore, even if it were to come. What has become of that lad, Chika? Hasten to the sea and search for him. The situation is perilous now. Indeed, let the vigorous youth accompany me on my outings, lest any misfortune befalls us. Amidst the crowd, a figure with pink hair belly accompanied by the 10-year-old Nami and the 12-year-old Nochi, stood with their arms crossed, silently observing the majestic sea creature before them. The lively Nami pointed at the Sea King, exclaiming to Belmere, "Look, what a colossal fish! This is the first time I have ever seen such an enormous creature. I wonder how Sen is faring. He must be out at sea fishing today, I presume." Beside her, the more tranquil-natured Uchiha expressed concern for you. Bayermeyer gently patted the heads of the two, remaining silent as a flicker of worry passed through her eyes as well. Having once served in the Navy, she observed the condition of the marine creature and deduced that its demise was the result of human intervention. When did such formidable beings emerge in the East Sea? Are they part of the Navy? If they belong to the pirates, then we may be in dire straits. As for myself, it matters not. However, Nami and Nojiko are another matter entirely. Belmel clenched his fist. Regardless of who it may be. If he seeks to harm either of them, I shall protect them with my very life. No matter the cost. At this moment, you have already arrived ashore, standing beside the household. The surrounding villagers swiftly gathered around. It's you! You finally returned. Grandma Lisa has been terribly worried. Indeed, indeed. It is advisable to refrain from venturing out to sea lately, as the Sea Kings have made their appearance. Your small vessel would be easily capsized upon encountering them. Chen-ha. Two little ones emerged from the crowd, clinging tightly to your calf. It is none other than Nami and Nojiko. Are you all right? These two little ones are quite worried about you. Belmare has also squeezed her way in. Naka's face flushed slightly as she tightly clung to your leg in silence. Nami, resembling a lit match, abruptly sprang away from your leg, exclaiming that she did not possess any fish, but rather wished for someone to catch fish for her in the future. You can sense the warmth emanating from the people around you, a comforting embrace that is truly invaluable for one who has navigated the perils of the shinobi world for several years. You shook your head gently, smiling as you addressed the people around you.
I am perfectly fine. Thank you all for your concern.
As for the danger, there is no need for anyone to worry. This marine creature is my quarry. Once you finished speaking, you noticed a sudden silence enveloping the surroundings. People stared at you in a daze. After a considerable pause, Nokigao suddenly leapt, extending her hand. You gazed at her in bewilderment, realizing the implications of her actions.
Nokigao, blushing, appeared anxious. Shinha, are you utterly astonished or perhaps suffering from a fever?
Beside her, Nami wore a similar expression, as if to convey, I feel the same. As soon as the words were spoken, the villagers erupted into a chorus of laughter.
Ha ha! You rascal! Even children perceive that you are no longer quite normal. You usually appear rather aloof, yet I never anticipated that you possessed the talent for delivering witty jokes. Laughter erupted in a delightful chorus. Belmel did not smile. She gazed at the youth before her. Her intuition whispered to her that he was not merely jesting. She understood he was no ordinary individual. For the oppressive aura emanating from his eyes was overwhelmingly intense. Only a fool would believe that such uniqueness was merely superficial. The villagers around would subconsciously avoid his gaze during their daily interactions, or over time, they might come to realize that he is a good person, thus overlooking the peculiarities that set him apart from others. You are not angry either. He said nothing, merely raised his hand towards the majestic Sea King and softly uttered 4 words. Shinra's heavenly judgment. The corpse of the Sea King was once again propelled several hundred meters away amidst the astonished expressions of the onlookers. Are you a fairy? No. Shinha. Would you ever desire to consume me? It's quite torturous. Could you possibly teach me that move from earlier? Once I master it, I shall no longer fear the admonitions of Belmir. On the journey home, Nami clung to you, chattering incessantly, while Noki gazed on helplessly, shaking his head, continuously tugging at Nami, who was pressing against your leg. When you grow a little older, perhaps like a refined lady, I might just impart some knowledge to you. You gave Nami a gentle tap, accompanied by a crisp sound. You rubbed your hands together, feeling quite pleased with the sensation from earlier. Nami clasped her hands over her head, glaring at him with an indignant expression. She pouted and murmured discontentedly, her lips pressed tightly together. The miser. I see that you only have a fondness for Maki. Woe is me. I no longer cherish you. Nami's prized possession caused a flush of embarrassment on Maki's face nearby. In annoyance, she playfully tapped Nami's little head, and with a shyness that lingered, she stole a glance. However, her little gestures, of course, could not escape your keen gaze. After all, he belongs to the illustrious Uchiha clan, possessing exceptional genes. Coupled with his somewhat aloof demeanor, he exerts an immense allure over these precociously mature young girls. Moreover, his enigmatic eyes harbor a perilous yet captivating charm. Hello? These cursed genes. And this damned excellence. You appear outwardly as steadfast as an old dog. Yet within, you are shamelessly consumed by narcissism. Belmel has silently followed behind them, her gaze fixed intently upon your silhouette. What is that power? Is it the power of the devil fruit? Yet she has witnessed you plunge into the sea. Are not those who possess the abilities of the devil fruit merely landlubbers? Numerous questions cloud the young girl before me, as if she has transformed into a vessel of inquiry. She is fervently eager to unravel them. Upon entering the village, they arrived at a fork in the road. It seemed that Belmel had made a resolute decision. She instructed Noki and Nami to return home, as she had matters to attend to. Although Nami and Noki were somewhat perplexed, they obediently complied and made their way home. After the two departed, only Belmel remained at the intersection with you. You gazed at Belmel before you, aware that she had some inquiries she wished to make. You spoke up. Sister Belmir, is there something you wish to discuss? Belmel inhaled deeply and spoke with great caution. Shinha. I hope my inquiry does not come across as presumptuous. For I harbor no ill intentions. Might I ask who you truly are? After all, it is quite perplexing to fathom that someone endowed with such remarkable abilities would choose to reside in this seemingly insignificant place by the East Sea for a decade. Your eyes, too, are not merely peculiar in appearance. However, if this question causes you any discomfort, please feel free to refrain from answering. Do not take it to heart.
Belmel unleashed a torrent of inquiries, her 10 fingers entwined, anxiously awaiting your response.
You gazed deeply into her eyes, then broke into a smile.
As for Belmel, those familiar with the anime hold her in high esteem. Although her strength was not formidable, she faced the specter of death with a smile in order to protect Nami. The scene at that moment deeply moved him. He recognized her innate goodness. Thus, he harbored no ill feelings regarding her inquiries.
After a moment of contemplation, you spoke in a low voice.
It is of no consequence. You merely need to understand that I am not what I seem.
As for these eyes, they may be perceived as an ancestral gift of my lineage.
They are known as the Eye of Rebirth, a divine sight bestowed upon the sages. The technique I just employed was unleashed through them, representing a facet of my abilities. Regarding my lineage, one could say I hail from the realm of the sages.
Uchiha, a manifestation of extraordinary abilities.
Upon hearing this, Belmir was profoundly shaken. Although she had never heard of the Uchiha clan, your demeanor suggests that it must indeed be an exceptionally powerful lineage. You see Belmel standing there, utterly bewildered, with no response whatsoever, and thus continued speaking.
Something transpired. My memory is somewhat fragmented. Yet I still recall that I am the last of my kin in this world.
As for why I have remained on this
island for so long, have you ever pondered that when I arrived in the village, I was merely 6 years old? Where else could I have gone at that tender age? It seems to be the case. Belmel awkwardly scratched his head. So, what are your plans moving forward? With such abilities, you surely won't remain here for a lifetime, will you? I am preparing to enlist in the Navy.
Upon returning home, you first reported your safety to Grandma Lisa. Subsequently, you handed over the 80 million belly that had been saved in your room to her. The wealth you have amassed over the past few years through your ventures at sea has been garnered from dealing with minor pirate factions, earning bounties along the way. Given the lack of formidable pirate crews in your vicinity, you have managed to accumulate only a modest sum during these years. Nevertheless, for a grandmother in her 70s, this fortune is sufficient to ensure a comfortable life for the remainder of her days. The mother-in-law gazed in astonishment at the sum, yet she did not accept it.
You busily elucidated.
Rest assured, I assure you that this money has been acquired through legitimate means. I am preparing to enlist in the Navy, and I cannot bear the thought of leaving you alone at home.
Please, take this money and use it as you see fit. Only then did the mother-in-law feel at ease.
She recognized that you are a child with a cold exterior yet a warm heart. Throughout the years, you have been honest and straightforward, never deceiving her. She carefully stored the money away in the box behind her. Turning her gaze to the child before her, who had shared a decade of life together, Grandma Lisa, devoid of any offspring, had long regarded him as her own beloved grandson. Now, as he prepares to depart, her heart is inevitably filled with sorrow. However, she is also aware that the youth must venture out into the world, especially someone like you.
He is truly exceptional in every way.
She reached out and gently patted your waist, displaying a kind smile as she spoke.
Go ahead, dear child.
Grandmother believes you will surely achieve great things. You need not worry here, the villagers are all kind-hearted.
With their presence, grandmother will not encounter any troubles.
So venture forth with confidence. You also harbor a sense of melancholy. He stepped forward and embraced her.
I shall not disappoint you. Before long, I will make this vast ocean aware of my name. I shall also return to visit you often.
After concluding your conversation with Granny Lisa, you tidied up briefly before visiting Belmir. Whether it is Belmir or Nami, both have been individuals with whom you have cultivated a close relationship over the past few years.
Arriving at the doorstep of the Belmel family, you rapped gently upon the door. Before long, it swung open to reveal a small blue head peering out. It was Nokigo. Upon seeing you approach, Uchiha was filled with joy.
However, when her gaze fell upon the small bundle of belongings you held, a flicker of realization crossed her face, dimming her expression slightly. Yet, she still managed to present her brightest smile, cheerfully calling out to you.
Qianha brother.
You smiled as you gently patted her head, offering a brief response that conveyed your intentions. Although she had sensed it long ago, upon truly hearing the news, Uchiha could not help but force a smile, despite the heaviness in her heart.
I will inform Bayerm. We shall accompany you for a while. No need for that. I am about to leave. Please inform them in return. That will suffice. I shall not be entering either. Suddenly, how can this be acceptable? You have lived in the village for a decade, how can you depart so casually? Only then did Belmel emerge from the house, accompanied by Nami, feigning anger as she spoke. Let us accompany you on your journey. Nokigao turned his head, eagerly anticipating, gazing at you. What a troublesome bond it is. Your words betray the burden you bear. Yet the corners of your mouth cannot help but rise. The Tsundere has already perceived through Nami's insight, which transcends even the power of the Rinnegan. With a glare directed at Nami, you stepped forward and embraced the visibly distressed Nochi, whose eyes were clouded with melancholy. It was evident that Nochi was struggling, exhibiting signs of discomfort. What is the matter? I am about to leave. May I have a moment for an embrace? You replied with a stern expression. Certainly. Nokigao immediately fell silent. Yet her clenched fists betrayed her anxiety. The biased man. During such moments, how could we possibly overlook the presence of Nami, the little master of sarcasm? This time, you chose to disregard her. You are ready to embark on your journey. Let us proceed. Arriving at the shore, you addressed the assembly. All right, this shall be the end. Thank you, everyone. Let us bid farewell here. Belmel gazed at the desolate surroundings, casting a suspicious glance in your direction. Indeed, shortly thereafter, your body began to levitate amidst the incredulous gazes of the crowd. So, are you truly human? After a long pause, Belmir took a deep breath and asked earnestly. Beside her, Nami nodded in agreement. Your body has undeniably begun to evolve towards the Otsutsuki clan. To assert that he is no longer human would not be entirely unfounded. After a moment of contemplation, you retrieved a uniquely shaped kunai from your bosom and entrusted it to Nokigao, advising him earnestly, should any peril arise in the village during my absence, grasp this tightly and call out my name in your heart. Do you understand? Noki solemnly cherished the kunai, nodding earnestly in acknowledgement of his own resolve. You gently caressed her head with a smile. The kunai, of course, is the flying thunder god kunai from the 4th Hokage. With your immense chakra and the power of the Rinnegan, you are able to arrive at the kunai's location instantaneously, regardless of the distance, as long as you are aware of it. At Grandma Lisa's, he similarly left behind a shuriken. However, to be on the safe side, he took additional precautions, for the threat of the fishman pirates loomed ahead in the coming years. Release your worries, as your body begins to ascend effortlessly. Farewell, everyone. Nokigao, Nami, may you both cherish your companionship. Enjoy your meals, and let us not meet again as mere children. Indeed, I have committed it to memory. Xianhe, you must remember to return. Nokichi's face is already brimming with tears, as he shouts loudly towards you in the sky. I shall not heed your words. Be on your way. Regardless of what I may become. You shall remain indifferent, will you not? You biased soul. Nami secretly wiped away her tears and spoke resolutely with a defiant tone. Keep striving. I eagerly anticipate the day you become a naval admiral. A marshal. Belmare shouted towards the sky. At last, you cast a final glance at the people below and the village of Kikishia. Your gaze was resolute. Then, with a surge of strength, you vanished from the sight of the crowd. I have arrived. After flying over the sea for an entire day, you beheld a small island. Thus, you resolved to take a brief respite there. Gently descending, you surveyed the surrounding environment and discovered that the vegetation was quite lush. There ought to be some animals inhabiting this island. Let us first search for something to eat. You ventured across the island, ultimately succeeding in hunting a colossal tiger. Arriving at a clearing, you conjured a fire with your mastery of fire techniques, preparing to indulge in a lavish feast. As you gazed at the substantial chunk of meat in your hands, you remarked on the peculiarities of the creatures in the pirate world, exclaiming that their defining trait is their sheer size. The richness of the meat's nutrients is evident, and it is no wonder that the inhabitants here possess such extraordinary physiques. Finish the food in your hands. You rise, preparing to take a brief respite. Suddenly, a cannon's roar captures your attention. Visitors have arrived on the island. Could they be a pirate crew?
If it is indeed a pirate crew, I hope they are formidable. This way, my joining the navy will be considerably smoother. Upon this thought, you casually hurled the skewered meat in your hand, propelling it with great force towards the direction of the sound. The other side of the island. A colossal pirate ship rests at the shore, where the jubilant pirates are fervently engaged in the butchering of a formidable beast.
Ha, how truly feeble.
In comparison to the Grand Line, the creatures here are utterly commonplace, easily subdued by a mere cannonball. Indeed, the Navy has concentrated the majority of its forces on the Grand Line, rendering our brand pirates invincible here. At the prow of the pirate ship stands the formidable leader of the brand pirates.
Indeed, the crew bears his name, a testament to his hubris.
He is a wielder of the devil fruit, possessing the extraordinary powers of the Dordor fruit, classified within the Paramecia category. The fruit was ultimately consumed by Bruno of CP9, indicating that this individual too could not evade the fate of demise. However, with this fruit in hand, he exerted his influence in his hometown, believing himself to be invincible. Soon, he established his own pirate crew and set sail for the Grand Line.
Result:
in the Grand Line, individuals endowed with abilities like his are not merely numerous, they are indeed plentiful. Before long, he became acutely aware of his own insignificance and the fragility of his existence. During a maritime conflict with peers, he nearly faced complete annihilation. Had it not been for his remarkable aptitude for evasion, he might well have met his demise beneath the waves. With a sigh, Brandt composed himself. After all, he had returned from the grand route, albeit in a rather disheveled manner. Nonetheless, he possessed this unique experience, reminiscent of those from Blue Star who have ventured into grand cities, returning with an undeniable sense of superiority.
He shouted at the minions below. "All right, my little ones. Lift the prey to the open ground. Tonight we shall commence our banquet. Tomorrow, we shall pay a visit to the nations of this maritime realm and their villages. I am confident they will receive me warmly. Ha ha ha."
The pirates below were filled with exhilaration, fervently lifting their catch as they prepared to venture deeper into the island.
At that moment, an incongruous voice emerged.
They were indeed a pitiful band of failures. I hope the bounty on your captain is not set too low, nor shall it be. The pirates, upon hearing this, were instantly filled with rage and began to look around in all directions, intent on locating the individual responsible. Dismember him into 1,000 pieces.
Yet, after a prolonged search, they could not locate him. Stop your futile efforts, you bunch of fools. He is in the sky. Brand,
who had navigated the Grand Line, recognized the voice and spotted Chika, who was floating with his arms crossed.
Can he fly? Is he also a devil fruit user? How troublesome it is to contend with such an ability. Observing Chika in the air, Brand pondered, a bounty? Are you a bounty hunter?
Brand inquired, addressing Chika in the heavens.
A bounty hunter? Chika shook his head. You are mistaken.
I merely require your heads as a token for my enlistment in the Navy.
What?
You wretched little brat, do not presume that your ability to fly makes you invincible.
Do you dare descend and engage with us?
A brash underling shouted, his voice grating.
So loud. Chika raised his hand towards the most vociferous one. Why don't you come up and play? Universal attraction.
Buzz. The brash underling, in an instant, found his body uncontrollably drawn upwards by an inexplicable force, soon floating alongside Chika.
Now that I stand before you, what do you wish to do? Gulp.
The underling swallowed hard, about to speak, but Chika, growing impatient, interjected, never mind. You may as well return, your appearance is simply too repugnant. With that, Chika released the power he had exerted on him. And the underling plummeted from a height of 100 meters.
Thud.
A resounding noise echoed as a splatter of flesh was left upon the ground. Chapter 7, The initial encounter with the hungry ghost path. In the blink of an eye, our side had inexplicably lost a comrade, causing the remaining pirates to become unsettled.
Damn it! Not only can he fly, but he can also make others fly? How are we supposed to fight this? We can't even touch him.
Why are we so unfortunate to encounter such a formidable foe in the East Sea? The pirates were clearly flustered.
with some even beginning to stealthily retreat towards their own crew. Bang!
A minor captain among the pirates fired a shot into the air, momentarily silencing the agitated crowd. The pirates turned their gazes toward him.
Everyone, pull yourselves together.
We have encountered countless abilities in the Grand Line.
Let us not forget that our captain is also an ability user.
Flying is not an insurmountable challenge. Seeing the morale of the crew beginning to falter before the battle had even commenced, another captain hurriedly spoke up to steady their spirits.
Upon hearing this,
the pirates' emotions stabilized somewhat, offering each other words of reassurance. Indeed, our captain has made his name in the Grand Line, the notorious brand. With a bounty of 100 million berries.
He must have a way to deal with this flying imp. Exactly. Damn flying imp, you better not run. Our captain will soon show you the terror of pirates. Suddenly, a thought struck them. Wait. Where is our captain?
The pirates froze, quickly turning to look in the direction of their ship, only to find that Brand, who had been standing at the bow, had vanished without a trace. Could it be that the captain had fled? Despair crept into the hearts of the pirates. At that moment, Chika remained suspended in the air,
refraining from making a move.
He had observed the captain named Brand open a door in midair and leap inside as the chaos erupted among the pirates.
Abruptly, Chika turned to an empty space and spoke, "Come out.
If you are planning to launch a sneak attack, I advise you to abandon that thought."
However,
there was no response, as if Chika were merely conversing with himself.
"It seems you want me to draw you out," he thought.
Chika focused his gaze intently on a particular spot, his expression sharpening. Reincarnation I, Yomi Hirasaka, a spatial ability once exhibited by Kaguya in Naruto, remarkably adept at traversing dimensions.
However,
the portal could not be opened instantaneously, rendering it somewhat mediocre in battles against powerful foes.
Its strength lay in its remarkable functionality,
making it particularly effective against a spatial ability user in the current context. Before long, a black hole appeared in the space Chika was observing, and Brand emerged from it. At that moment, Brand's complexion was ashen. Ever since acquiring the Dordor fruit, he had escaped from numerous seemingly insurmountable adversaries using the extraordinary capabilities of his fruit. Just moments ago, within the confines of the Dordor space, he had heard Chika's voice and felt his gaze penetrating through the fabric of space,
igniting a flicker of unease within him.
Yet, bolstered by his confidence in his fruit's abilities, he temporarily suppressed his anxiety. Steadying himself to await the opportune moment when Chika would lower his guard, ready to strike decisively. As a result, Shenha unexpectedly opened his door space, exposing him completely.
He felt akin to a young maiden, unceremoniously dragged from her boudoir for all to see. This was indeed a disaster, witnessing his once proud abilities rendered inconsequential before Shenha. Brand had begun to entertain thoughts of retreat. He realized that with Shenha's formidable skill, escaping was now an impossibility. "Could you spare my life? I will relinquish all my treasures to you, which are undoubtedly worth more than my bounty."
At this point, his pride was of no consequence.
Brand's sole desire was to preserve his life.
Shenha tilted his head, responding, "But if I kill you, all of this becomes mine."
"No. It's different. If I perish, you will never find them," Brand hurriedly retorted.
The treasures were securely housed within his door space. Upon his death, this space would vanish. And even if the next possessor were to unlock it, it would not reveal the same treasure. This was his last resort for survival.
However,
the next scene plunged him into despair.
Shenhai employed the same technique once more, extracting countless chests from a dark void,
which contained the wealth Brand had accumulated over the years.
"Damn it, I'll fight you to the end." With his last card gone, Brand unleashed a desperate assault.
His right hand was enveloped in a layer of dark material as he struck fiercely towards Shenha's face.
With a resounding clap, Brand could hardly believe his eyes as his full-force attack was effortlessly grasped within Shenha's palm. "This is the power of armament hockey, is it not?"
"It seems you've learned a thing or two during your time in the Grand Line," Shenha remarked, acknowledging Brand's darkened fist with a hint of approval before shaking his head.
"Unfortunately, it is far too weak." Without granting Brand another opportunity to speak,
Shenha transformed his hand into a claw, seizing Brand by the throat.
"Reincarnation I, Hungry Ghost Path, activate."
Bran's eyes widened in shock as he felt his life force rapidly drain away. He attempted to struggle, but his body was clearly no longer under his control. In that moment, he was left with nothing but boundless despair. Chapter 8, The Cycle of the Magatama, Youth Edition. Suddenly, as he was activating his powers, Chika halted the consumption of the Hungry Ghost Path, for he realized that its application did not yield the anticipated results. Indeed, Chika had envisioned the Hungry Ghost Path of the Rinnegan in the Naruto universe as a means to absorb chakra, which is essentially energy. In the world of One Piece, this translates to haki and the energy within one's body. However, Chika felt that the abilities granted by the devil fruit also demanded physical stamina. Why, then? Did he not sense such a unique force during his earlier absorption? Could it be that the source of the devil fruit's powers resided not within the body? But if not the body, then where else could it be? Eureka! A thought struck Chika. Could it be the soul? Indeed, apart from the physical form, what remains of a person but the soul? Acting on this revelation, Chika focused on the soul, naturally invoking the human path ability of the Rinnegan. He seized the defenseless Brand and placed one hand upon his head, as if grasping an intangible entity. Brand, with only his eyes able to move, gazed in horror as a humanoid purple spirit was extracted from his head by Chika, his body instinctively trembling in dread. As anticipated, through the Rinnegan, Chika discerned a pulsating mass of black energy situated at the heart of Brand's spiritual form. Activating the Hungry Ghost Path, Chika observed the black entity struggle as if attempting to flee, yet it was clearly powerless against the overwhelming suction of the Hungry Ghost Path, being drawn directly into Chika's being. Upon the energy's entry, Chika immediately felt an unusual force surging within him, rapidly coursing toward his eyes, ultimately manifesting as a black magatama etched upon the pattern of his right eye. Noticing the peculiar alteration in his eye, Chika conjured a small water screen in the air using water release, through which he beheld the newly formed magatama in his right eye. Was this not the magatama Rinnegan of Sasuke? Although it was merely one magatama, Chika was overjoyed, astonished that by absorbing the power of the devil fruit, his Rinnegan could evolve anew, and so effortlessly. Considering Sasuke's eye as a reference, he realized that a Rinnegan could accommodate 6 magatama. Therefore, possessing a pair of Rinnegan meant he could hold 12 magatama, equivalent to absorbing 12 devil fruits. Chika was genuinely elated. For discovering the method to evolve his Rinnegan brought him one step closer to the level of the Sage of 6 Paths. With a flick of his hand, a portal materialized before him. Chika gazed at the spatial gateway with satisfaction, contemplating the unexpected smoothness of his progress. With this, he could replicate Blackbeard's techniques and perhaps even surpass them. This battle had yielded substantial rewards, and with renewed resolve, he turned his attention back to Brand. With the soul extracted, Brand's eyes had turned white, and he had succumbed to death, lifeless beyond recovery. Disposing of Brand's corpse as one would discard trash, he met the same fate as the previous minion. Clap. On the ground lay a fresh mound of humanoid flesh. And as for why it hadn't turned into mere meat paste, one might jest, isn't it reasonable for a pirate captain returning from the Grand Line to possess a sturdier physique? The transformation from Brand to this grotesque form transpired in less than 5 minutes, leaving the bewildered pirates unable to comprehend the sudden change in their captain. Silence enveloped the scene, gradually giving way to trembling voices among the crew. Run, flee! A demon! He is a demon! How can he wield the captain's powers? Why worry about that? If you seek revenge, go ahead. I'm escaping first. The pirates collapsed into utter chaos, scattering like headless flies. TSK, how unsightly. Chika mused as he observed the panicked mob below, feeling his mood dampened. He contemplated what ability to employ for a swift cleanup. This technique would suffice. With a glimmer of inspiration, Chika clasped his hands together, raising his index fingers. He inhaled deeply and then exhaled slowly, fire release, great fire annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from his lips, swiftly morphing into a fiery sea that engulfed the entire pirate crew, surging toward the fleeing bandits, instantly consuming them whole. It's fire! Fire! Help me, it's so hot! Am I dreaming? Can someone wake me up quickly? Please, spare my life. I will be your most loyal subordinate. No, your most faithful dog.
I beg you, grant me mercy. It's over, it's over. Who would have thought that the brand pirates would survive the Grand Line only to perish in the weakest East Blue? Ha ha ha. Desperate pleas for mercy, anguished screams, and deranged laughter echoed intermittently through the inferno.
Chika furrowed his brow, feeling he had been too lenient, and thus intensified his efforts.
Soon, the air fell silent.
As the flames receded, only piles of charred humanoid remains were left behind.
I must remove this evidence, such accomplishments cannot be disregarded.
Sensing the need to manage the aftermath,
Chika clenched his hand, drawing the charred remains together and compressing them into a black sphere.
He thoughtfully separated the still recognizable body of Brand.
With satisfaction,
he surveyed his creation before casting the spoils into his spatial realm. He then casually ripped down the pirate flag of the Brand pirates and set their ship ablaze.
Now, everything was prepared. Chika pondered whether this would capture the attention of the headquarters.
Regardless, he resolved to move forward.
With determination,
he departed from the small island where he had rested for less than a day.
Chapter 9: The Branch in the East Sea.
At the Navy Recruitment Office of Sakura Island's Marine Unit 155, a young sailor was languidly stifling yawns. It was not yet the season for large-scale enlistment, and the number of individuals aspiring to join the Navy in the East Sea was quite limited.
As he absent-mindedly tapped on the desk, the sailor's impatience grew, prompting him to glance up, ready to voice his thoughts.
However, upon encountering a pair of violet eyes adorned with peculiar patterns, an inexplicable dread welled within him, silencing his words.
The visitor was, of course, Uchiha Chika. Noticing the sailor's hesitance to speak, he took the initiative to inquire, "Hello, is this the Marine Recruitment Office? I am here for an interview." "Ah, yes, yes."
The sailor, snapping back to reality, wiped the cold sweat from his brow and hurriedly responded,
before proceeding to ask Chika for his details. Name? Uchiha Chika. Age? 16.
The sailor raised an eyebrow in surprise, contemplating the youth of the applicant.
What motivates you to join the Navy? Purely out of interest, I suppose. Quite honest. Do you possess any special abilities?
Well, I can fly, breathe fire, summon thunder, manipulate gravitational forces, and open spatial portals, quite a few, I guess. Upon hearing this impressive array of abilities, the sailor gazed at Chika with skepticism. If it were anyone else, he would have shown his displeasure, but the impact of Chika's eyes had left him momentarily speechless. Realizing that the sailor might think him fanciful,
Chika decided to demonstrate a few ninjutsu techniques.
He proceeded to levitate the entire recruitment building into the sky before gently returning it to its original position.
Now, may I join the Navy?
Chika turned to the sailor, only to find him completely frozen in place, his tongue outstretched like a comical statue.
However, chaos erupted within the Navy base as alarms blared. Enemy attack. There is an enemy attack.
The opponent possesses formidable abilities. We must assess the situation.
This is bad. We are ill-equipped to handle such a foe. For justice. We cannot retreat. Let us boldly confront the threat.
A cacophony of hurried footsteps echoed as every sailor rushed to the base entrance, anxiously scanning their surroundings for the intruder.
At this moment,
the officer in charge of recruitment had regained his composure. Realizing the commotion was a result of Chika's demonstration, he suppressed his astonishment and stepped forward, saluting a burly officer.
Report, Colonel Rod. There is no enemy attack. The previous disturbance was caused by the recruit, Uchiha Chika. As his words settled, a wave of astonishment swept through the sailors. What? The disturbance was caused by a recruit? Are the newcomers this terrifying? I'm utterly terrified. Thank goodness they are not pirates.
I thought we might have to sacrifice ourselves for justice this time. Colonel Rod gazed at Uchiha Chika, who stood quietly before him, his face twitching slightly as he spoke.
I understand. You may proceed.
He then approached Uchiha Chika, regaining his composure, and inquired, "Greetings, I am Colonel Rod, the highest-ranking officer here."
You are Uchiha Chika? The one who has come to enlist in the Navy?
His tone carried an air of caution. After all,
Chika's recent display of effortlessly handling the entire structure had genuinely unsettled him. He was acutely aware that with such power, no one in the East Blue could possibly contend. "Yes, I am Uchiha Chika, and I have come here to join the Navy," Chika replied with a smile. Rod's heart, which had been in turmoil, began to settle upon receiving confirmation, and soon it swelled with elation. He recognized that a talent of such caliber would not remain with him for long. Chika was destined for greatness on the Grand Line, far beyond the capabilities of his East Blue Naval Branch. Yet, he could recommend him to the Naval Headquarters. The merit of endorsing such a prodigy could elevate Rod's own rank by several levels. Looking once more at Uchiha Chika, Rod's eyes gleamed with fervor. Feeling somewhat uncomfortable under Rod's intense gaze, Chika raised his hand and opened a spatial door, discarding Brand's corpse, the pirate flag, and a large black sphere onto the ground. "What is this?" Rod asked, puzzled as he looked at Uchiha Chika. "This black sphere contains the remains of the Brand pirate crew. The one that still resembles a human is the captain, whom I dealt with on my way here," Chika explained. Rod gasped sharply. He recognized the Brand pirate crew as a notorious band that had recently returned from the Grand Line. Just days prior, the headquarters had issued warnings and planned to reinforce their presence, as the destruction that Brand could wreak upon the East Blue was substantial. Yet now, the formidable Brand had been reduced to a charred husk before him, while his subordinates had lost all semblance of humanity. This was truly terrifying. Rod's perception of Uchiha Chika's strength underwent a profound transformation. "Please, enter the base. We can discuss matters further inside. To be frank, with your abilities, you likely won't remain here for long," he continued, his tone now tinged with flattery. He understood that someone with such prowess as Uchiha Chika would undoubtedly be admitted to the elite training camp at headquarters, and upon graduating, would become an officer with a rank surpassing his own, one that Rod could never hope to achieve. Thus, he dared not show any hint of negligence, be it in strength or status. Chika nodded with a smile and stepped into the base first. As Rod watched Chika's youthful figure retreat, he couldn't help but reflect. Why is there such a vast disparity between people? Chapter 10, The Impatient Sengoku in the office of Admiral Sengoku at the Navy headquarters in Marineford. He rested his forehead in his hand, staring intently at the military deployment map on the desk, his brow furrowed in deep thought. Following the final words of the Pirate King, Gold Roger, a multitude of pirates began pouring into the Grand Line, leaving the Navy's forces stretched thin. Although the three admirals, each possessing formidable Logia-type powers, provided some level of defense, they were distinctly problematic. Kizaru, who clocked in for work merely to collect his salary, spent most of his time idly. Akainu, while somewhat diligent, often exhibited an excessively radical approach to justice, and Akiji, known for his laid-back demeanor, was far from reliable. Moreover, the four emperors of the New World loomed ominously, each possessing the power to obliterate a nation at will, not to mention the multitude of powerful pirates under their command. The Navy was in dire need of fresh blood, particularly individuals endowed with exceptional talent. Sengoku sighed once more, lamenting the rarity of such talents. A knock echoed through the room, and a soldier entered, saluting respectfully. He produced a den mushi and spoke with grave seriousness. "Admiral, Colonel Rod from the 155th branch of the East Blue has sent a message, claiming he has significant information to report to headquarters." The East Blue? Could it be regarding the recent disturbances caused by the Brand pirates? Those wretched sea scum! Sengoku's mood darkened further. Nodding for the soldier to exit, he connected the den mushi to Colonel Rod. "Hello, this is the Navy headquarters. I am Admiral Sengoku. Colonel Rod, what urgent information do you have to share?" Rod's den mushi immediately adopted an excited expression as he began. "Admiral Sengoku, this is Rod. Our recruitment office has just received an extraordinarily talented new recruit. His name is Uchiha Chika." "An exceptionally talented recruit?" Sengoku felt a surge of excitement. Such news was like a ray of hope in these trying times. However, recalling that this message came from the East Blue, he couldn't help but harbor doubts, as the weakest sea was not typically known for producing remarkable talents. Perhaps Rod had been in the East Blue too long, mistaking an average recruit for someone extraordinary. With this thought, Sengoku's earlier enthusiasm began to wane. "Understood. Can you elaborate on what makes this Uchiha Chika so exceptionally talented?" "The abilities of Uchiha Chika are numerous. Firstly, he possesses remarkable physical prowess.
And he seemingly has the capacity to manipulate gravitational forces.
He can fly and effortlessly lift the entire Navy branch building into the air, only to gently set it down again. Nani! Sengoku could no longer maintain his composure.
As the highest-ranking officer in the Navy and one of the few individuals at the pinnacle of combat prowess in this world, he recognized the significance of such abilities.
Flight and gravitational manipulation were immensely powerful capabilities. Could it be a Paramecia-type devil fruit? The fact that Uchiha Chika could so easily elevate an entire Navy branch building indicated that he had mastered his powers to an impressive degree. Had they truly stumbled upon a gem? Sengoku found it hard to believe. At this moment, Rod's voice resonated once more, declaring that he had single-handedly annihilated the Brand pirate crew. The captain had been reduced to a mere charred remains, while the other pirates were transformed into a singular dark mass. He proclaimed his capability to control flames. Moreover, Rod paused, revealing that he was only 16 years old. Silence enveloped the room. Warlord Sengoku?
Noticing the prolonged quiet, Rod cautiously inquired, fearing that Sengoku might consider his claims exaggerated.
I am here. Sengoku abruptly snapped back to attention,
his complexion flushing as he addressed the transponder snail with fervor. Colonel Rod, you have performed admirably. The headquarters will dispatch a warship immediately to escort you.
During this interval,
ensure that he experiences the sincerity of our Navy.
Understood, Warlord Sengoku. After disconnecting the transponder snail, Sengoku exhaled deeply, preparing to arrange the warship destined for the East Sea.
Suddenly, the door swung open with force.
Sengoku! I must return to the East Sea to see my grandson.
Entering was the legendary Vice Admiral of the Navy headquarters, Carp,
who barged in, disregarding decorum as he approached Sengoku's desk. Sengoku, weary of his friend's antics,
noted that Carp not only shirked serious matters but had also influenced Akiji to follow suit, often bothering him and pilfering his rice crackers. Just as Sengoku was about to reprimand this bothersome companion, a brilliant idea struck him. He could seize this opportunity to send Carp to fetch Rod. Despite Carp's frivolous demeanor, his esteemed reputation would certainly reflect the Navy's sincerity.
Truly, Sengoku was wise. A benevolent smile spread across Sengoku's face. Very well, I grant you permission. Ah! It has been ages since I last visited my grandson. This time you shall. Carp, ready to argue,
anticipated the usual course of events wherein he would vehemently refuse, only to relent after Sengoku's persistent coaxing and threats.
However, this time, the process was unexpectedly smooth. Sengoku's unusual demeanor left Carp momentarily bewildered. Recognizing his own strange behavior, Sengoku cleared his throat awkwardly and then spoke with gravity, "You may take leave.
But you must also assist me in retrieving someone from the East Sea Navy's 155th branch."
Retrieve someone? Who? A new Navy recruit named Uchiha Chika. Chapter 11, Carp. Half a month slipped by in the blink of an eye. In the office of Colonel Rod at the East Sea Navy Base 155. Chika sat quietly on the sofa, engrossed in a newspaper.
Meanwhile, Rod remained at his desk, anxiously staring at a den mushi, his demeanor tense.
Today marked the arrival of the legendary Vice Admiral Carp at the branch.
Rod held a deep respect for this storied figure, especially given Carp's past prowess in cornering the pirate King Roger, which was indeed impressive. Yet, Rod was still unfamiliar with Carp's character and feared inadvertently provoking the esteemed admiral.
Noticing Rod's constipated expression, Chika couldn't help but chuckle.
Since being summoned to the office that morning, Rod had maintained his rigid posture, anxiously awaiting the den mushi's call.
"You needn't be so nervous," Chika remarked, closing the newspaper.
"I know a bit about Vice Admiral Carp, he is quite affable.
Just act naturally." Rod's face darkened with incredulity.
How could this newcomer, still fresh to the ranks, claim to know more about naval leaders than someone who had served for decades? However, he dared not voice his dissatisfaction, recognizing that Chika was not someone to provoke. Seeing Rod's lack of response, Chika, feeling somewhat deflated, stood up to get some fresh air. Suddenly, the long-anticipated sound of the den mushi filled the room. Rod sprang into action like a camel discovering an oasis in the desert. Seizing the den mushi and exclaiming, "Moshi Moshi! This is Colonel Rod of the Navy Base 155.
Yes, this is the HQ-3 battleship, preparing to dock at your port. Please come out to greet us. Understood. Rod saluted crisply, rising to summon Chika as they hurried towards the docking point with urgency. Chika followed closely behind.
Upon reaching the docking area, they found rows of branch Navy personnel standing in formation, eagerly awaiting the ship's arrival.
Under the watchful eyes of the crowd,
several members of the headquarters Navy disembarked and quickly organized themselves.
Soon after, a tall figure wearing a dog mask appeared at the ship's entrance.
It was, of course, Carp.
He glanced at the assembled ranks and, disregarding the formalities, bellowed, "Where is Colonel Rod?" "Here. Vice Admiral Carp, I am here."
Rod sprinted forward to meet Carp, who scrutinized him before nodding in acknowledgement.
"Is Uchiha Chika present?"
"I've delayed here in my hometown for a while, and I want to linger. We shall depart for headquarters with him." "I'm here," Chika responded from the crowd before Rod could speak. Carp turned to see a slender youth with striking and peculiar eyes standing among the Navy, exuding an air of distinctiveness.
"Is this the talented prospect that Sengoku entrusted to me? He certainly appears youthful." Kapu pondered for a moment before gesturing to Chika, inviting him over. "Come here. It's time for us to board and return to the Navy headquarters." Chika nodded respectfully,
and the surrounding naval officers parted to create a path for him as he approached Kapu's side. Upon closer inspection of the young man, particularly his striking violet eyes,
Kapu sensed the extraordinary nature of Uchiha Chika. Intriguing, he thought.
I must thoroughly assess this young man's abilities upon our return to headquarters.
Resolute, Kapu acknowledged the officers below and, with Chika in tow, turned back toward the warship.
Standing at the bow of Kapu's vessel, Chika waved to the officers below, including Rod, expressing his gratitude for their care over the past few days.
The officers, Rod included, were touched.
It was rare for someone of such distinguished lineage to remember the ordinary individuals who had supported him as he prepared to take flight.
"Go for it, Chika. I look forward to hearing your name again here,"
Rod exclaimed with excitement, prompting Chika to give him a thumbs up from aboard the ship.
Observing Chika's behavior,
Kapu couldn't help but raise his opinion of him further. The young man's ability to connect with others and show respect was, in Kapu's eyes, sometimes a more valuable trait than sheer strength. It was partly this quality that had led Kapu to take Keibi under his wing in the anime's later developments.
Of course, Chika held little interest in Keibi himself. In a buoyant mood, Kapu waved his hand to signal the departure. The warship adjusted its course, setting sail toward the Grand Line. Chapter 12, Crane and Peach Rabbit. In the first half of the Grand Line, at Marine Ford, the naval warship had docked. Carp, accompanied by Chika and a group of naval soldiers, disembarked. Waving his hand to disperse the soldiers, Carp turned to Chika and said, "Follow me. I will take you to meet Sengoku. You are the one he specifically wishes to see." Chika responded affirmatively and followed Carp towards the marshal's office. Along the way, Chika couldn't help but feel a sense of amazement at the significant impact his performance at the East Blue Navy branch had made. The treatment he received was indeed beyond his expectations. Upon reaching the door of Sengoku's office, Carp did not knock but rather swung the door open with a loud bang, exclaiming, "Sengoku! I've brought you the person you wanted. Do you have any senbei? I'm starving." Chika observed Carp's unfiltered antics with a mix of amusement and exasperation,
thinking to himself that he truly resembled the one-dimensional characters from the comics of Blue Star.
However, Chika found Carp's straightforwardness endearing.
Such individuals were often the easiest to get along with, devoid of malice. He recalled his experiences with the higher-ups in Konoha during his time in Naruto, where everyone seemed to possess a multitude of ulterior motives. The constant scheming was exhausting, especially considering his status as a Uchiha, which often left him unappreciated by the upper echelons, leaving him in precarious situations. In contrast, Carp was the type of person who would not mistreat you if you were sincere with him. Furthermore, many of the high-ranking officers in the Navy were quite amiable. Regardless of how skewed their sense of justice might be, they still leaned towards the righteous side, which was a significant reason why Chika preferred the Navy over pirates. Inside the office, a frown creased Sengoku's forehead, as he had intended to present a wise and dignified image to Chika during their first meeting. But that notion had been thoroughly shattered.
Struggling to maintain his composure, Sengoku irritably directed Carp to sit down. However, Carp was undeterred.
He picked his nose and flicked a shiny black booger onto the face of Sengoku's small pet sheep, instantly adorning its pristine white face with an unsightly beauty mark.
Carp!
Sengoku, witnessing the cruel fate of his beloved pet, could no longer contain himself and was about to erupt in anger when a calm female voice interjected. "Alright, you two.
Aren't you both too old for this?
Please, let us not embarrass our friend Chika." Chika leaned forward to catch a glimpse and saw an elderly lady with graying hair seated on the sofa, accompanied by a tall, elegant woman. The latter had her long black hair casually tied up at the back, with captivating peach blossom eyes that shimmered with a hint of red. A delicate nose and a perfectly placed beauty mark on her cherry-like lips accentuated her allure to perfection. Quite beautiful, Chika silently rated her with 5 stars in his mind. Then realized that these two must be Vice Admiral Tsuru of the Navy and her adopted sister, the future candidate for Admiral, Peach Rabbit. Both were indeed significant figures within the Navy.
As Chika observed the two women, Tsuru and Peach Rabbit had also noticed him peeking out. With just one glance,
both were instantly captivated by Chika's eyes, which were reminiscent of swirling black ripples, punctuated by occasional flashes of purple light. The two individuals simultaneously unleashed their observation haki. And from their gazes, she sensed a formidable surge of energy, accompanied by an imposing pressure akin to Conqueror's haki.
The terrifying newcomers silently assessed Chika in their hearts. Notably, Momotori's gaze lingered on Chika's face for a moment before she subtly nodded and diverted her attention.
Chika, acutely aware of their scrutiny, remained unfazed. He stepped out from behind Carp and approached Sengoku's desk, reporting his presence, embodying the demeanor expected of a soldier. A value instilled in him during his time on Blue Star.
Excellent! Sengoku expressed his satisfaction. What defines a model navy?
You exemplify it: innate talent, formidable strength, courtesy, respect for superiors, and an understanding of how to eliminate pirates.
In contrast, that individual who was merely preoccupied with picking his nose?
I do not recognize such a disgrace. Now, as for the new recruit, Chika, given your inherent abilities, I intend to make an exception and enroll you in the Navy Headquarters Elite Training Camp, where you will undergo the most rigorous and elite education the Navy has to offer. At this juncture, Sengoku paused, locking eyes with Chika, and asked, word by word, "So,
are you prepared? Uchiha Chika."
Chika felt elated. His arrival here was fundamentally to engage with the power structure of the pirate world. And the elite training camp was undoubtedly conducive to achieving that goal. Furthermore, becoming an officer would be an enriching experience.
"Yes, I am ready, Admiral Sengoku,"
he replied without hesitation. "Very well, I shall arrange for someone to familiarize you with the headquarters." "I'll take care of it, Admiral Sengoku.
I have nothing pressing to attend to." To Sengoku's surprise, Momotori suddenly volunteered for this task.
Sengoku cast a surprised glance at her. Truth be told, Momotori held a significant position within the headquarters as Crane's sister. This arrangement to have Carp take Chika under the pretext of granting him leave was somewhat beyond the norm,
as Sengoku had initially planned to assign a mid-level officer familiar with the environment.
Crane observed her foster sister with a knowing glance, thinking to herself that the old girl could no longer contain her feelings. Carp remained indifferent, continuing to pick his nose, unconcerned about the situation. Disregarding the gazes in the office, Momotori spoke candidly, "I find this young man, Chika, quite intriguing and wish to get to know him better. Surely
there will be opportunities for collaboration in the future."
"Well, since you have taken the initiative, go ahead. It is not a matter of great consequence," Sengoku approved.
With elegance, Momotori stepped in high heels toward Chika, placing her hands on her hips, smiling teasingly as she introduced herself. "So, shall we proceed? It is a pleasure to meet you.
I am Gion, and I look forward to our future cooperation." Chika-kun. Chika couldn't help but internally critique her, thinking that she resembled a fairy.
Perhaps they should call her Pink Fox instead of Momotori.
Nevertheless, he maintained a polite smile. "Then I shall trouble you, Gion-san." Chapter 13, A Chance Encounter with the T-Pig. In the living area of the Navy headquarters, Chika gazed curiously at his surroundings while strolling alongside Gion. The streets were lined with various shops, predominantly selling daily necessities, resembling the commercial streets of Blue Star, albeit with a touch more modern flair.
Being a naval base, the signage predominantly featured blue and white hues.
You should come here sometime to explore and perhaps buy some fruits to treat yourself, it could help you grow taller.
Gion casually suggested. Uchiha was somewhat speechless. At the age of 16, he already stood nearly 6 feet tall, yet in her eyes, he was still not tall enough. However,
observing Gion's towering stature of over 6 feet, he found solace in the local idiosyncrasy.
Noticing Uchiha's silence, Gion assumed he was discontented with her height,
and quickly amended her statement. Actually, you don't need to be excessively tall, your current height suffices, especially considering you are only 16.
Well,
I'm not particularly concerned about that, Gion. Look over there, an older gentleman has been staring at you, Uchiha pointed out. Having noticed a lecherous man in a brown casual outfit loitering at the entrance of a tavern, his gaze fixated on them.
Ha!
Gion turned her head and immediately spotted the man Uchiha referred to. There was no mistaking the figure, he was so conspicuous, not due to handsomeness like Uchiha,
but rather for his outlandish ugliness.
With his hands shoved deep in his pockets, a cigarette dangling from his mouth, and his small eyes squinted, he resembled
the Pigsy from Blue Star.
Oh, I know that man, his name is Kaki, quite bothersome. You should keep your distance from him, Gion remarked.
Kaki?
The same T-Pig who would eventually share the rank of candidate general with Gion, Uchiha pondered, stroking his chin.
Just then, Kaki noticed Gion looking his way and ambled over with his lewd gait. Miss Gion, it has been a month since I last saw you.
You are as lovely as ever, please accept my 88th confession.
Kaki declared dramatically, producing a bouquet of flowers seemingly from thin air, his face a mask of earnest affection.
Yet Gion didn't even spare him a glance, she simply grasped Uchiha's hand and attempted to leave.
Wait, Miss Gion, don't go.
You haven't rejected me this time.
Kaki hurriedly pursued them, eager for yet another dismissal.
I'm tired of rejecting you, just give up already.
Gion replied, her expression one of disdain. Why not? Is it because I'm not handsome enough or not good enough?
Kaki questioned incredulously, revealing the insecurity buried deep within him.
Uchiha observed silently, contemplating the audacity of such a question given Kaki's appearance and behavior.
Noticing Gion's disinterest, Kaki's gaze fell, and he finally acknowledged Uchiha standing nearby.
Hey! Who is this young man?
Jiaji finally noticed this bystander, and Qianha ceased his idle observation, stepping forward to introduce himself.
Greetings.
I am a newcomer who has just joined the navy, my name is Uchiha Chika.
Oh, hello, I am Jiaji, he replied, offering a brief introduction.
Jiaji thought to himself. Where did this newcomer come from, being personally accompanied by Gion and looking so handsome?
Suddenly, a flash of realization struck him. Could it be that Gion has taken a liking to him?
Recalling the image of the two walking side by side down the street, Jiaji shivered, rooted in place. Noticing his sudden, thunderstruck demeanor, Qianha approached, only for Jiaji to suddenly look up, startling him. Jiaji gazed intently at Qianha's face for an extended moment, making Qianha wonder if he had experienced a romantic rejection and was now contemplating a duel. Then, scanning between Gion and Qianha, he took a deep breath and spoke with a tone as if he had discerned all truths. All right, I understand.
Wishing you happiness, Gion.
With that, he turned and walked away without a backward glance, displaying a hint of nonchalance.
Where did this water come from? Is it raining? Qianha looked in puzzled disbelief at the puddle forming on the ground where Jiaji had just departed.
Don't mind him, he has grasped the situation, he realized.
Gion had become immune to Jiaji's behavior, completely unperturbed. With a shrug, Qianha turned and followed Gion as they departed.
Upon arriving at a residential area,
Gion pointed to a small building and said to Qianha, that will be your temporary residence for the next few days. Once you graduate, you will be assigned a permanent dwelling.
He then gestured towards a nearby villa with a garden, adding, that is where I reside with Sister Tsuru. Feel free to find me if you need anything, I will be at the headquarters for the next few days.
Qianha nodded in acknowledgement.
Seeing that Qianha had no objections regarding his accommodation, Gion offered a few final reminders before taking his leave.
Qianha then entered his small building, preparing to gather his strength and await news from the training camp. Chapter 14, The Test of Strength. After spending 3 days in his small abode,
during which he shared a dinner with Shizuka, a serendipitous encounter occurred at the restaurant when he ran into Kaki.
This unfortunate soul
Upon witnessing his beloved in intimate company with another man, at least in his perception, abruptly left, abandoning his meal and exiting in a fit of tears. Of course, Chika had grown accustomed to such drama. Shizuka remained silent, rendering him indifferent to the spectacle. On the fourth morning, having just finished breakfast, Chika arrived to inform him that the date for his enrollment had come, urging him to accompany her immediately to the training camp for registration. Upon their arrival at the camp, they discovered a considerable number of new recruits gathered together. In the center of an open area stood a machine resembling a blue orb, the strength testing apparatus, akin to the one seen in One Piece, utilized to gauge one's prowess. The officer responsible for conducting the tests had yet to arrive, and the assembled trainees formed small clusters, discussing the impending evaluations with palpable anxiety. Each individual bore an expression of trepidation. After all, they had fought hard to gain entry to the Navy headquarters and secure a spot in the elite training camp. None wished to falter at the first hurdle of the strength assessment. However, the test was impartial, indifferent to connections. Reaching the passing mark would grant entry to the camp. Yet, it was also ruthless, as many present were seasoned veterans of such trials, unable to meet the standards regardless of their training efforts. For them, the threshold appeared as an insurmountable chasm. At that moment, Shizuka was explaining the particulars of the test to Chika. When your turn arrives, deliver a punch with all your might against the soft pad of that machine. A reading exceeding 300 indicates your success. Chika expressed his confidence in achieving the requisite score. But Shizuka shook her head gravely, her eyes locking onto his as she emphasized, the chief instructor of the camp is the former admiral, Black Arm Zephyr. The current 3 admirals and many of the rear admirals were once his students. Marshal Sengoku has already recommended you. So you must give it your all and not disappoint him. Moved by her words, Chika reflected on the considerable care Sengoku had shown him since arriving at the headquarters. He was not one to be ungrateful, and thus resolved to showcase his capabilities. Rest assured, Shizuka, just watch, he replied with a confident smile, pledging his commitment. Shizuka ceased her admonitions, slightly bending to adjust his attire, leaving Chika feeling a bit bashful as he waved her off. She chuckled softly, "Oh, so you can feel shy? You mustn't appear disheveled when you shine in front of so many onlookers." With an eye roll, Chika playfully pinched her hand resting on his clothing. Seizing the moment of her surprise, he executed a swift movement and vanished from sight. "You little rascal! If you dare touch, don't run away!" Shizuka called out, playfully shaking her fist at the empty air. "If you embarrass yourself, I will hold you accountable." Having escaped Shizuka's clutches, Chika blended into the crowd of eager recruits awaiting the commencement of the testing. Before long, the testing officer arrived at the testing grounds. He briefly outlined a few precautions before announcing the commencement of the assessment. He called out names for participants to step forward. The first candidate, somewhat anxious, recorded a power value of nearly 280. Fortunately, a second opportunity allowed him to recalibrate his mindset, resulting in a commendable score of 318, thereby passing smoothly. This initial success served as a morale booster for the subsequent candidates, leading to a series of additional successful attempts. Among the participants, a male named Bins and a female named An caught the attention of Chika. Both exhibited impressive abilities, achieving scores of 410 and 520 respectively. Compared to the majority who barely met the passing threshold, their accomplishments were indeed remarkable. However, their prowess was insufficient to etch their names in Chika's memory. What piqued his interest were their names, reminiscent of a film from the One Piece series, Z. This film primarily chronicles Zephyr's reckless actions after leaving the Navy, with Bins and Ein closely following him. Furthermore, they were among Zephyr's final cohort of students, indicating that the pivotal incident leading to Zephyr's disillusionment with the Navy, the massacre orchestrated by Whitebeard II, would transpire during this group's maritime training. Chika bore no fear of Whitebeard II. He was confident that once his training concluded, preventing such an occurrence would be a trivial matter. Nonetheless, it was prudent to be psychologically prepared. Gradually, all around him participated in the assessment, leaving Chika as the last contender. The testing officer glanced at Chika, who stood alone in the testing area. It is well known that the first and last individuals to present themselves tend to attract the most attention, often leading to heightened anxiety. However, observing Chika's composed demeanor, Devoid of any signs of nervousness, the officer silently nodded, acknowledging him as the individual the fleet admiral had designated for careful observation. Arranging for Uchiha Chika to be the final participant was the intention of Sengoku. Given the current scarcity of naval forces, it was imperative to nurture promising talents like Chika swiftly, thereby garnering greater attention and accumulating renown, which would facilitate future assignments and circumvent unnecessary formalities. One must admit that the prevailing extraordinary circumstances had rendered Sengoku somewhat impatient.
Uchiha Chika,
the testing officer proclaimed, enunciating the last name on his list.
Step forward. Chapter 15, The Sage Mode astonishes all once more. With a swift technique, Chika appeared before the testing device. This maneuver rendered everyone present at the testing venue utterly speechless.
His speed had firmly placed Chika in the spotlight, leaving the testing official with eyes wide in astonishment.
Such speed? Is that the shave technique? Where did he learn it?
The official was astounded, for Chika's instantaneous movement bore a remarkable resemblance to the shave from the Navy's 6 styles.
May I begin?
Ignoring the reactions around him,
Chika inquired of the testing official. Ah, yes, if you are ready, please proceed, Uchiha Chika. Upon receiving the signal to commence, Chika closed his eyes.
The value of his chakra was intrinsically linked to his physical prowess, and to maximize this strength, he intended to invoke the Sage Mode he had acquired from the world of Naruto.
Chika's Sage Mode was derived from the Dragon's Cave. During his time outside of Konoha,
he had spent considerable time with Orochimaru, who guided him to the Dragon's Cave where he mastered Sage Mode. Furthermore, he had transcended the traditional Sage Mode, beginning to evolve towards the essence of the dragon. In Sage Mode, Chika's physicality and sensory perception were significantly amplified. The potency of his ninjutsu, including the ocular techniques of the Rinnegan, was elevated multiple times over. As he reopened his eyes, a delicate lavender hue shadowed his visage,
enhancing the depth of his purple Rinnegan, transforming his entire aura as if he melded with the very surroundings.
Natural energy surged toward Chika's right hand. Assuming a stance of concentration, he murmured, "Sage Art, Dragon Fist." With no grandiose display, it appeared to be a simple, ordinary punch aimed at the testing device.
Boom!
A deafening sound erupted, and the entire arena was engulfed in a cloud of dust as the testing device was propelled from the haze.
With a resounding thud,
the device struck the ground, prompting the official to rush forward for inspection.
Constructed from sea stone, the testing device now bore a multitude of cracks, yet fortunately,
the display screen remained intact under Chika's focused protection. Gazing at the numbers on the display, the official stood frozen, and after a prolonged moment, he stammered the figures aloud.
7,200. Uchiha Chika's score is 7,200.
The subsequent exclamations were nearly shouted, igniting a fervor throughout the testing grounds.
7,200? What does that number signify?
Even some high-ranking officers could not achieve such a score.
Is the testing device malfunctioning? How could this be possible? Ridiculous. Did you not see the device's condition?
It is crafted from sea stone. The remaining students in the venue fervently debated Chika's recent performance.
Suddenly, Shizuka, hearing the commotion from outside,
assumed an emergency had arisen and swiftly utilized the shave to reach the interior. Upon finding the somewhat dazed official, she inquired about the situation.
The official, upon recognizing her as Major Shizuka, hastily recounted the events.
Upon hearing this, Shizuka wore an expression of disbelief, her gaze fixed in astonishment on Chika, who still stood resolutely in the center of the arena.
At this moment, Chika had exited his Sage Mode. Upon noticing Gion's arrival,
he approached her with a smile and remarked, "Sister Gion, I hope I have lived up to expectations. My results should be quite commendable."
Is that what you call commendable?
Spare me the modesty, Gion silently scoffed, harboring a newfound perception of her recently acquainted younger brother, a true master of false humility.
Gion cast a penetrating glance at Chika,
fully aware that the impressive results he had achieved would surely unsettle many at headquarters. Indeed, Chika's remarkable performance swiftly reached the ears of the higher-ups.
Sengoku was engrossed in a spirited tussle with his old friend Garp in the office when he received news from the training camp. Stunned, he remained seated,
oblivious to the metaphorical love tap he had just received. Garp, puzzled by his friend's sudden stupor, gazed at Sengoku with confusion. Suddenly, Sengoku turned sharply to face Garp, causing him to leap up from the sofa in alarm. Just as Garp braced himself for Sengoku's retribution for the earlier playful jab, Sengoku slowly spoke. Uchiha Chika has achieved a score of 7,200 in the Dao Power test. Nani? The astonishing score momentarily rendered even the usually carefree Garp speechless. Abandoning his playful demeanor, he looked at Sengoku with utmost seriousness and declared, "Sengoku, you have truly unearthed a monster for the Navy this time." Sengoku nodded in agreement, pondering how Zifa would react upon learning this news. Chapter 16, The Agreement. In the office of the chief instructor, Zephyr had been informed of Uchiha Chika's remarkable achievements. Upon glancing at the figures presented in the documents on his desk, he raised his gaze. Weariness evident on his face as he regarded the soldier who had delivered the files, his expression clearly one of disbelief. The soldier swallowed hard, reiterating his sincerity. Only then did Zephyr reluctantly accept the news. "I understand. You may leave," he gestured dismissively, allowing the soldier to exit. Rubbing his temples, Zephyr pondered the information contained within the documents. A new recruit in the Navy, merely 16 years of age, Uchiha Chika, who had not consumed any devil fruit, possessed a strikingly high combat power of 7,200. The amalgamation of such details left Zephyr momentarily bewildered. Is this the promising recruit Sengoku spoke of? Is this what you call talent? This is nothing short of monstrous. Zephyr suspected that Sengoku was playing a prank on him. Following the tragic loss of his wife and child to pirates, the quality of new recruits in recent years had been rather disheartening, leading Zephyr to entertain thoughts of retiring from the Navy altogether. Naturally, Sengoku, upon learning of this, had vigorously dissuaded him. Acknowledging the Navy's struggles over the past few years, Zephyr temporarily shelved his retirement intentions. What a mischievous fellow Sengoku is! Zephyr scorned him internally. In truth, Sengoku was unjustly accused. He had merely wished to introduce Zephyr to this individual, hoping he would mentor Chika at the training camp and not squander his innate gifts. Fearing his words might imply favoritism, he had chosen a more subtle approach, never anticipating Chika's extraordinary prowess. It was unexpected that after the graduation of Akainu and his peers, another recruit of such talent would emerge. It seemed the Navy's future held promise yet. Observing Chika's photograph in the documents, Zephyr resolved to prioritize his training in the camp. Ensuring that his potential was not wasted, particularly in terms of character, he could not afford to have another Borisolino on his hands. With this thought, Zephyr rose and made his way to the training camp, eager to meet the prodigious Uchiha Chika. Meanwhile, Chika had already secured first place in the entrance examination for the elite training camp, blissfully unaware that he had caught the attention of a certain purple-haired elder. At that moment, he was the subject of hushed discussions among a group of new recruits on the path. "Look over there. That's Uchiha Chika, the monster with a combat power of 7,200. One exclaimed. "What peculiar eyes! Is he from a rare lineage? So handsome. Stop drooling. Take a look at that beauty beside him and then at yourself. Do you really think he could be interested in you? Get lost." Various remarks reached Chika's ears, and he shook his head in resignation. Whether in the world of Naruto or that of pirates, there were always those who thrived on idle chatter and infatuation. What's wrong? With so many people admiring you, you should be feeling elated. You aloof and brooding lad. The speaker was Gion, who had accompanied Chika, ostensibly to escort him to his final destination, certainly not to prevent any lovesick girls from making advances on him. "Alright, stop teasing me. It's not my fault you set the stage for this attention. Now, look what has happened, I can't even keep a low profile anymore. Gold will inevitably shine. True talent cannot be concealed. No more complaints from you." As they spoke, the duo arrived at the training camp dormitory. Shigeyama paused, stating, "This is where I leave you. We won't see each other for a while, so don't miss me too much, little brother Chika." Alright, it's not a permanent farewell. Once I'm out, let us have a proper meal together, Chika replied. Suddenly, Shigeyama's expression shifted as she remarked fiercely, "Did you forget something?" "Ha?" Chika responded, bewildered.
You were quite forceful during the test, weren't you?
Chika felt a bit embarrassed. In the heat of the moment, he had indeed applied too much pressure.
Shigeyama chuckled softly,
covering her mouth as she observed his discomfort.
Look at how startled you are. I won't do anything to you, she teased, unexpectedly pinching Chika's cheek.
Caught off guard, Chika quickly sidestepped, prompting another round of laughter from Shigeyama.
You dodged quite swiftly. I thought you wouldn't mind such things. Shigeyama composed herself, smoothing Chika's attire just as she had during the test.
This time, Chika remained silent, understanding that Shigeyama wished to face their impending separation with a joyful demeanor. When you graduate from the training camp, if you manage to become a brigadier general, I'll grant you one condition.
What do you think? Shigeyama suddenly declared. Chika gazed at her silently, their unspoken understanding lingering in the air. That's nearly impossible, isn't it, Chika? Shigeyama mused, almost to herself,
halting her adjustments to his clothing.
Chika stepped forward and embraced Shigeyama, whispering in her ear, is it really that simple? There is hardly any challenge in that. Shigeyama's cheeks flushed, and she quickly pushed him away, leaving with a playful retort about boasting. As Chika watched her retreating figure, a smile graced his lips. Let us see what unfolds, Shigeyama. Chapter 17, the Navy's sixth style. After Gion departed, Chika turned and made his way to his dormitory. Upon opening the door,
he found his 3 roommates already gathered. He was the last to arrive. Among them was a familiar-faced Benz, while the other 2 had not appeared in the original narrative. The trio was taken aback upon seeing Chika enter, realizing that their roommate was none other than the top scorer of the entrance examination, a veritable celebrity. They all rose to greet him, and Chika reciprocated their gestures. Subsequently, the 4 began their self-introductions. The first to speak was a chubby young man with short yellow hair.
Hello everyone, my name is Bridge.
I hail from the West Sea and possess the powers of the devil fruit, the hook fruit.
It is a pleasure to meet you all. Chika couldn't help but think of a character from a game on Blue Star. After Bridge's introduction,
a rugged-looking young man with a scruffy beard boldly introduced himself. I am Griefus, also from the West Sea, and I specialize in heavy firearms.
He then nonchalantly plopped back onto his bed. Goodness, am I caught in the world of a game?
Chika felt a wave of confusion wash over him.
Next was Benz,
who spoke in a somewhat wooden manner. I am Benz, from the North Sea, and I wield the powers of the devil fruit, the abundant fruit.
I look forward to your guidance.
Finally, a character that fits the narrative style, Chika thought with some relief. Before introducing himself, I am Uchiha Chika.
From the East Sea.
I possess a variety of abilities, with a particular fondness for manipulating repulsion and gravity.
I have not consumed a devil fruit.
The 3 of them couldn't help but wonder how he could control repulsion and gravity without having eaten a devil fruit.
However, everyone has their own secrets.
And since they were still strangers to one another, no one dared to inquire further. Once the introductions concluded, the 4 returned to their beds to rest, as the next day promised the opening ceremony and their first training session. The following day, the 4 set out together to the training grounds, joining the ranks of other students as they awaited the arrival of their instructor.
After 5 minutes, a figure with striking purple hair, Zifa, came into view.
He approached the platform with a serious demeanor, surveying the assembled students, lingering a moment longer on Chika's position.
With his peculiar eyes, he must be Uchiha Chika.
Zifa mused, having identified his primary subject of instruction.
Greetings, Zifa began. I am Zifa, the chief instructor of the elite training camp.
I trust you have heard my name before, so I will not dwell on introductions. I believe those who have arrived here are the cream of the crop.
At this, the students instinctively lifted their heads, pride evident in their gazes.
However, Zifa swiftly shifted his tone. But do not presume that your presence here guarantees an easy graduation. I must inform you in advance that this place has no room for those who wish to coast through life. You will undergo the most rigorous and demanding training.
Those who cannot endure will have their qualifications revoked. Do you understand?
Understood. The students responded in unison. Those who have arrived here are undoubtedly elite.
No words will intimidate them. Excellent.
Zephyr nodded with satisfaction. Now, we shall commence training, and today's focus will be on the 6 styles.
In an instant, Zephyr, who had been atop a high platform, appeared before the academy. Most of the unprepared students were taken aback, with only Chika and a handful maintaining their composure. What I just demonstrated was the sorrow, a technique that enhances your speed. Mastering it will enable you to approach your adversaries or evade attacks more effectively. Having spoken, Zephyr ascended into the air, standing upon the very atmosphere itself. He looked down at the students and explained. This is the moonwalk. Once you have adeptly grasped the sorrow, you may attempt to tread upon the air, granting you an ability akin to flight. The duration of your stay will depend on your physical endurance. Then, lifting one leg, Zephyr unleashed a swift azure wave that struck a distant boulder, cleaving it in two and leaving behind a smooth cross-section. This is the range, which necessitates considerable leg strength. Only through speed can you deliver a tangible strike. Zephyr then descended to the ground, extending a robust finger and swiftly directing it toward Chika's face, moving with such speed that the action was nearly imperceptible. Chika, unfazed, regarded the finger before looking up at Zephyr. Well done, you remain composed, Zephyr remarked, nodding in approval before continuing. This is the Shurgon. As the name suggests, its potency rivals that of a bullet. The key is to concentrate your power, delivering a strike that is swift, precise, and lethal. The students were mesmerized. As for many of them, encountering such techniques for the first time felt akin to witnessing the abilities of a devil fruit user. Zephyr then relaxed his stance, slightly bending his legs. Next, I shall introduce you to the defensive technique of the 6 styles Tekai. Here it comes, the only illusion in the 6 styles. Imposing an overwhelming sense of I can withstand this, akin to Sakura's most formidable illusion, Cherry Blossom of the Heavens, from Naruto. Chika, lost in his mischievous thoughts, was unexpectedly summoned by Zephyr's gaze to step forward. Complying, he secretly wondered if he had unwittingly revealed something in his expression. Now, observe the Tekai. Its function is straightforward, it hardens your body. However, the drawback is that it renders you cumbersome, making evasion impossible once activated. Uchiha Chika. You shall now launch an attack against me, demonstrating the efficacy of Tekai for everyone. Zephyr chose Chika as a sparring partner due to his superior physical prowess, as Chika's offensive would aptly highlight the defensive capabilities of Tekai, while also allowing Zephyr to gauge Chika's strength. Without further ado, Chika instantly entered Sage mode, unleashing the Sage art, Dragon Fist, striking Zephyr squarely in the chest. Bang! With a dull thud, Zephyr's body trembled slightly. He then composed himself, adjusting his suit, and remarked, Impressive force, I dare say even the senior students lack such strength. While he spoke, tumultuous waves surged within him. Goodness! This young man! This punch already possesses a level akin to that of a mid-ranking general, and he has yet to learn the vitality technique or undergo foundational training. Casting a deep gaze at Chihiro, Zephyr motioned for him to attack again, as he was about to demonstrate the final move of the 6 styles, paper drawing. Chihiro assumed his stance and launched a punch at Zephyr. Zephyr's body swayed like paper in the wind, effortlessly evading Chihiro's strike. This is paper drawing, relax your body to the utmost, allowing you to evade most physical attacks. Zephyr explained as he dodged. Chihiro's punch was not the Dragon Fist. As the Sage Mode Dragon Fist resembles Naruto's Frog Kata, even if the fist does not directly connect, the surrounding Sage Chakra can inflict damage, akin to the armed hockey in the pirate world. In this instance, to align with Zephyr, Chihiro chose not to exhibit such flair. Seeing that his probing punch had indeed failed, Chihiro created distance, then raised his right hand, revealing a black vortex in his palm. This was the Rinnegan's Devapath ability, Universal Pull. Chihiro thought to himself, having showcased the effects of paper drawing. It's time to get serious, Teacher Zephyr. You wish to relinquish all your strength? I shall simply use gravity to draw you in and see how you resist. Suddenly, Chihiro's application of Universal Pull caused Zephyr, in the state of paper drawing, to be drawn towards him like a mere scrap of paper. What? This was the first time Zephyr had witnessed Chihiro wielding the Devapath's power, and in a completely relaxed state, he was caught off guard. Just as he was about to be seized by Chihiro, he hastily shifted to the iron block state, disregarding the demonstration of paper drawing. However, Chihiro, noticing Zephyr's abrupt halt mid-course, understood he had switched states, promptly cancelled Universal Pull, and countered with a swift almighty push. Thus, Zephyr, maintaining his iron block posture,
was propelled away, crashing through the training camp's wall and vanishing amidst the dust.
Chapter 18, Zephyr of Gratitude. The surrounding students gazed in astonishment at the unfolding spectacle. Who am I? Where am I? Is that Uchiha Chika truly one of us, a mere student? Is this the ability to manipulate gravitational forces he spoke of? How magnificent! Among the crowd, one of Chika's roommates, the chubby blonde Bridge, exclaimed with uncontainable excitement. Even Grievous, with his tough demeanor, could not maintain his composure. He raised a hand to wipe the sweat from his brow, disregarding Bridge's shameless declaration of Chika as their leader. Binz pondered his own devil fruit powers, wondering if he had inadvertently consumed a fake fruit. This fellow, that kind of strength, are you truly a devil fruit user? Zephyr had returned to the arena, seemingly unharmed, save for a bit of dust on his attire. It was no surprise, being an admiral of the Navy. One must acknowledge that an ordinary pirate would be gravely injured, if not killed outright, by the simultaneous onslaught of both the attraction and repulsion techniques. Although Chika had only employed less than half of his strength earlier, Zephyr's state indicated a tangible gap between him and the admiral. After all, admirals are among the pinnacle of combat prowess in the pirate world. There remains a journey ahead for me. I must swiftly enhance my physical strength. Regardless of the abilities one possesses, physical prowess is always the foundation. Exiting Sage Mode, Chika briefly explained that his ability stemmed from a racial talent. For the Uchiha clan is indeed a lineage of sages. In terms of bloodline, I am not inferior to anyone. A racial talent, you say? There exists such a race upon the seas? Are your kin akin to you? Zephyr inquired eagerly. Not anymore, certain events transpired. And I am now the last of the Uchiha bloodline. What a pity. Zephyr felt a twinge of disappointment but soon contemplated the implications, should such a race proliferate. What price would one have to pay to win them over? Moreover, not everyone aspires to join the Navy like Chika. Should some individuals of his ilk choose the path of piracy, the situation would become even more perilous. At least now, with Chika as a budding talent, Zephyr believed that, given his gifts, he would be a prodigy even among his own kin. Otherwise, the world would have long been dominated by the Uchiha clan. Sengoku. You have executed this task splendidly. Zephyr mentally commended Sengoku, his satisfaction with Chika growing deeper. He resolved not to trouble these new recruits further today. Very well. I have demonstrated the 6 styles of the Navy. You shall reflect on them thoroughly upon your return. Tomorrow, you will partake in physical training, for without a robust physique, the 6 styles are merely ornamental. With that, he dismissed the group, returning to contemplate the delightful surprises Chika had bestowed upon him. The recruits, initially bracing themselves for a day of grueling training, were taken aback that their first day had passed so smoothly. They cast one last reverent glance at Chika in the arena before cheering and departing in small groups back to their dormitories. Chika, surrounded by his 3 roommates, left the training ground. On their way back, Bridge was unusually elated, proclaiming, Chika, our leader, truly lives up to his reputation. He even made that Zephyr teacher taste defeat. Qianha corrected, stating that teacher Zifa was completely unprepared, and even if he had been hit, it would not have mattered much. One cannot help but admire the former admiral of the Navy. On the other hand, Glephus remarked that it was indeed impressive. Yet he found himself more in awe of someone's audacity, akin to the walls of a fortress. Bridge, aware of Glephus's mockery, retorted with a sarcastic tone, indeed. The wall has grown over with grass. This was a jab at Glephus's beard. Bridge always believed that Glephus, in his early 20s, sported a full face of facial hair, which, paired with his haughty expression, resembled a pig's nose adorned with green onions and utter pretense. The two seemed inherently at odds. Having engaged in a subtle rivalry since their acquaintance, a dynamic so frequent that Qianha and Binzi had grown accustomed to it. Speaking of Binzi, this young man was like a quiet gourd, rarely speaking and favoring silent exchanges through glances. Binzi silently cast an admiring look at Qianha, who acknowledged it with appreciation. Reflecting on how extraordinary his 3 roommates were, it seemed the days ahead would not be dull at all. Chapter 19, The Resilient Young Maiden. The following day, the group arose early once more, only to discover upon their arrival at the training grounds that Zephyr had already been waiting for them. Not too bad. I wasn't kept waiting for long, he remarked, arms crossed, observing the trainees below as if they were a flock of docile sheep. Today,
I shall refrain from excessive words and commence the training directly.
Form up and run 50 laps around the field. This applies to both genders. A collective gasp arose.
The training camp's field resembled a vast plaza, with each lap exceeding a kilometer.
However, given Zephyr's command, none dared to voice their complaints, and one by one, they buried themselves in the run.
Chika was the first to dash out. He understood the significance of physical endurance. Most battles in the world of ninjas primarily revolved around physical prowess. Even when everyone eventually resorted to their formidable abilities, the conclusion often reverted to close-quarter combat.
1 lap. 10 laps, 20 laps.
Though the inhabitants of the pirate world possessed remarkable physiques, they were still human, and gradually, some began to fall behind, creating distance from the group. By the 30th lap, several had succumbed to exhaustion and fainted on the track, prompting a swift response from a team of medical personnel who rushed over to carry the fallen trainees away on stretchers. Panting heavily, Ain struggled to persist. As the sole female still holding on, her physical capabilities were inherently inferior to those of most trainees. Managing to endure until the 30th lap was already commendable.
Even Zephyr took note of this indomitable girl. That girl must be Ain.
Setting aside everything else, with such determination, she is bound to become an exceptional naval officer in the future. Zephyr silently admired her resolve and instructed the nearby medical personnel to remain vigilant,
ready to assist Ain should she falter.
No, I can't give up yet. I barely completed half the distance.
I must endure.
Ain was a fiercely competitive girl. She refused to allow her gender to justify running fewer laps than her peers. At last, her stamina reached its limit, and as she stumbled, on the verge of collapse,
a hand caught her.
Struggling to turn her head in gratitude, she was surprised to find the person supporting her was someone she recognized,
though he likely did not know her.
The one who steadied her was Uchiha Chika, who was merely 2 laps away from completing the 50.
Witnessing a girl,
clearly fatigued yet still striving, he felt a surge of admiration. There is no disrespect towards those who toil. Seeing her on the brink of collapse, he hurried to support her.
Are you all right?
Don't push yourself any further, your efforts have not gone unnoticed.
If you've reached your limit,
it would be wise to rest before exhausting yourself, Chika urged, his concerned words bringing warmth to Ain's heart.
Thank you, I understand. You must be Uchiha Chika, right?
You're truly impressive. Even after running for so long, you show no signs of fatigue.
Not at all. I'm utterly exhausted. But I can't afford to falter with the title of top scorer in the entrance exam on the line. I've been longing to faint and visit the infirmary to see the pretty nurse. Chika deliberately covered her mouth, resembling a mischievous little thief caught in the act.
A soft chuckle escaped Ain's lips, and the weariness that had enveloped her began to dissipate.
She recognized that Chika was employing his playful antics to console her.
And rather than feeling annoyed, she found it endearing. Thank you, Chika, Ain expressed sincerely, offering her gratitude before yielding to the need for rest.
Chika waved his hand dismissively and resumed his unfinished laps.
On the sidelines, Ain sat on the ground, her gaze fixated on Chika as he sprinted across the track.
Suddenly,
she felt a gentle tap on her shoulder. It was her roommate come to find her.
Stop staring, Ain.
He's quite the catch, and you might just miss your chance. Her roommate teased with a playful grin. Ain's cheeks flushed, and she playfully nudged her friend before rising to follow her out. Just before they departed, she stole another glance at Chika on the track. He seemed to sense her gaze and waved at her mid-run. Flustered, she quickly turned her head away and left with her roommate. As they walked back, thoughts of the day's events danced through Ain's mind, causing her lips to curve into an involuntary smile. Uchiha Chika, is it? Truly a wonderful person, she murmured softly.
Her roommate, noticing Ain's quiet musings but unable to catch her words, inquired, Ain, are you feeling unwell? Perhaps you overexerted yourself during training?
Ain waved her hand dismissively, assuring her friend she was fine, and with a playful grin, she took her roommate's hand, quickening their pace. Her roommate, bewildered by her sudden enthusiasm, exclaimed, Hey, hey! What is with you, girl?
Have you gone a bit mad?
You really must have run yourself silly. Chapter 20, The Cafeteria Conflict. The days passed swiftly, and in the blink of an eye, Chika Uchiha had spent 2 months in the training camp. During this period, the name of Uchiha Chika had spread throughout the camp. Regardless of the training, Chika consistently excelled, shattering numerous records, especially during his inaugural encounter with Zephyr, which further amplified his reputation within the camp. Not only did his fellow junior students take notice, but even the senior students became aware of this remarkably gifted junior. One day, in the bustling cafeteria, a group of senior students was engaged in a discussion about Uchiha Chika. "Have you heard? That Uchiha Chika has once again broken a record. He mastered the Sara technique in less than a day," exclaimed one. "What? Good heavens! I barely managed to grasp it after an entire year," another responded in disbelief. "Your information is outdated. I hear he has even improved the technique, achieving greater speed and longer distances," lamented a third, expressing despair at such prodigious talent. "At this rate, we seniors might not stand a chance against him." Upon hearing this, one individual grew displeased. "That's you, a newcomer who has barely been here for half a year. How strong can you truly be? Are you so deluded that you believe your own exaggerations?" He then turned his attention to a white-haired youth, seeking his favor. "And if we are discussing talent, who can compare to Smoker? He is the only user of a Logia-type devil fruit in the entire camp." Smoker remained silent, focusing on his meal, ignoring the sycophancy of the individual. Noticing Smoker's indifference, the flatterer fell silent, and the table descended into an uneasy quiet. "Look, here comes Uchiha Chika!" someone exclaimed, breaking the silence. The diners turned their attention toward the entrance, where Chika entered the cafeteria, flanked by his three roommates, chatting and laughing as they approached the serving area. Unbeknownst to Chika, he had become the focal point of the earlier debate. He was presently listening to Bridge, who was excitedly recounting Chika's impressive performance on the training ground. "Let me tell you, Chika's speed with Sara was astonishing. Even teacher Zephyr was full of praise. From now on, you are my idol, Chika. Whatever you need, just say the word, and I shall not hesitate." On the other side, Greyfoss looked upon Bridge's behavior with disdain, scoffing, "It's Chika who is impressive. Why do I feel like it was you using Sara just now? Of course, I'm thrilled that Chika is remarkable. He is my acknowledged leader," Bridge declared. "I tell you, Chika's strength is already at a level where he could graduate. Wasting time here with fools like you is beneath him." "What did you say?" Before Greyfoss could respond, the earlier boastful individual, known as Barton, could no longer contain himself. "A mere freshman, so arrogant? I heard that Chika hails from the East Blue, right? The people from small towns have indeed not seen much of the world. How amusing." Such words were a bit excessive, prompting Smog, who was dining nearby, to furrow his brow. "What did you just say? Just because you have served a year or two in the military, you think you're impressive? How could a genius like Master Chika Uchiha associate with a useless person like you?" Naturally, Bridge could not let this insult go unanswered. "I see you are in dire need of a lesson. A rookie should behave like a rookie. And what about that Uchiha Chika? Does he not know how to manage his dog? Hurry up and apologize to your senior." At that moment, in a corner of the cafeteria, a table was occupied by a group of onlookers. "Hey, isn't that Uchiha Chika, the one who helped you last time? He seems to be in trouble." "Yes. That upperclassman is too arrogant. What's wrong with freshmen? Didn't they all start as newcomers? I know Uchiha Chika, his talent is unparalleled in this cohort. However, he is gentle, easy to talk to, and quite handsome. I think they are just jealous. Regardless, Uchiha Chika is in a predicament this time, after all. Upperclassmen are generally stronger than those of us just starting out." Ina's roommates chattered amongst themselves, some cautioning her while others defended Chika. Ine, however, refrained from participating in their discussions. She merely gazed worriedly in Chika's direction, contemplating how she must step in to assist him should a conflict erupt. Even if he were not a match for the upperclassmen, she felt compelled to lend her support. After all, it was a means to repay Chika for his kindness on the playground. As Barton grew increasingly arrogant, his nostrils flared as he pointed towards Chika, drawing the attention of everyone in the cafeteria. Once he finished speaking, he suddenly noticed an eerie silence enveloping the area, with his companions staring fixedly at him. Feeling something amiss, he abruptly turned around, only to find Uchiha Chika, who had just been standing at the entrance, now standing directly before him.
When had he gotten there? Both he and Smog at the table shared the same thought. You were quite arrogant just now, Chika remarked before raising his hand and delivering a resounding slap.
The sound of palm meeting cheek echoed throughout the spacious cafeteria.
You bastard! How dare you strike an upperclassman? Barton exclaimed in disbelief, cupping his face.
His companions could no longer remain passive. After all, one of their own had been struck, and Chika's actions made them uncomfortable.
Witnessing the scene, Chika's roommates rushed over,
fearlessly confronting the situation. Several classmates, including Aine and other girls, also gathered around, having witnessed the earlier events where the upperclassman had shown utter disregard and provoked Chika. Chika held a high reputation among his peers, as he was amiable and had extended help to many during their training sessions. Seeing him surrounded, they felt compelled to intervene.
Oh? Is every upperclassman as repulsive as you?
Such abhorrent individuals deserve to be dealt with.
Chika surveyed the standing upperclassman with a calm demeanor and spoke plainly. Bastard! I swear I will kill you. Enraged by the blow, Barton sprang to his feet and, creating distance, unleashed a fierce kick known as the Gale Foot.
A pale blue arc sliced through the air, cleaving countless tables and chairs as it surged toward Qianhe, causing the onlookers to change color in alarm.
This was bad. It was the Gale Foot. Damn it, we are all students, such a move is excessive. A disaster is imminent. The lethal force of the Gale Foot guarantees either death or severe injury. However, Qianhe's expression remained unchanged as he faced the incoming attack.
Raising his left hand, he guarded his chest. With a sharp sound that could make one's teeth ache, he clenched the Gale Foot in his palm, halting its advance.
Within moments,
the force dissipated in Qianhe's grasp.
How could this be?
Barton's eyes nearly bulged from his head in disbelief. Before he could comprehend the situation,
Qianhe executed a swift arc with a single leg. A resonant hum echoed as a wider and longer deep blue arc was unleashed, Qianhe's own Gale Foot. It was over.
He knew he could not withstand such power, and in despair, Barton shut his eyes.
After a brief interval,
he discovered that he seemed to be unharmed and quickly opened his eyes, only to find Qianhe's Gale Foot blocked by a figure with white hair. The figure was Smoker, who, witnessing the situation spiraling out of control, finally decided to intervene and put an end to the farce. However, blocking Qianhe's Gale Foot was no simple feat for Smoker.
Unlike Barton's earlier feeble attempt, Qianhe's attack did not dissipate after mere seconds.
Thus, an extraordinary scene unfolded in the center of the vast cafeteria. A sweat-drenched Smoker,
arms straining against the deep blue arc, was slowly being forced back.
Struggling to maintain his stance, Smoker turned his head and shouted at the still-dazed Barton.
Get the hell out of the way!
Regaining his senses, Barton hurriedly scrambled to escape. With a sudden burst, Smoker's body was cleaved in two as Qianhe's assault pierced through him, crashing into the wall at the far end of the cafeteria, creating a new door before vanishing completely. Such power, it truly lives up to its reputation.
Witnessing the destruction wrought by the Gale Foot, Smoker felt a deep-seated apprehension.
As a user of the Smokesmile fruit, he had not been genuinely severed, he had entered an elemental state to evade the attack.
The elemental transformation of the natural type?
It bears a striking resemblance to the water transformation technique of the ghostly Gade Suigetsu. Qianhe pondered as he observed the wisps of smoke emanating from Smoker's body.
Gradually,
the smoke coalesced, and Smoker regained his complete form.
Looking at Qianhe, he spoke, "This ends here. He was in the wrong and has paid the price. We are all students, so let us cease this commotion."
Qianhe responded with a light chuckle, a mocking smile gracing his features as he regarded Smoker.
Do you overestimate yourself? If you truly intended to intervene, where were you just now? Now you appear to play the role of a good Samaritan? Do you even deserve that?
Smoker's expression darkened.
He realized that today's events would prove to be rather troublesome. Chapter 21, Chika vs. Smoker. Is it truly necessary?
Smoker's expression was grave. He had no desire to engage in battle over such an undignified and somewhat absurd cause.
He regretted not intervening sooner to prevent Barton's foolish actions that had provoked Uchiha Chika. To think he would attempt to conclude matters without so much as an apology, what audacity! Was it the confidence bestowed upon him by the so-called Logia-type smoke fruit?
Chika, however, had no intention of letting this matter slide. Today, he was determined to confront Smoker, the most formidable senior, thereby averting numerous future complications.
Smoker, too, possessed his own pride. Being repeatedly mocked by Chika in front of an audience had incited his ire. Very well, then. Let us engage in combat, Uchiha Chika.
Smoker could no longer contain himself and issued a challenge.
Had you said so earlier, we could have avoided this? Chika remarked, stretching his body and beckoning Smoker to commence. Arrogant fool. White smoke launcher. Smoker erupted, transforming his lower half into a thick plume of white smoke that surged toward Chika. White fist.
As he advanced, Smoker enveloped his arms in smoke, elongating his fists with the properties of the mist, sending forth powerful punches aimed directly at Chika.
Chika swayed slightly, effortlessly evading the onslaught. Not over yet. Unperturbed, Smoker's fists,
having missed their target, swiftly reversed course and hurtled back toward Chika's rear.
Chika! Watch out behind you! A cry emerged from the crowd as Zoan, witnessing the peculiar nature of Smoker's attack, urgently warned him.
Ain's companion gently tugged at her sleeve, imploring her to reconsider, for both combatants were formidable opponents, and it would be wise not to involve herself.
Chika remained rooted, his Rinnegan eyes whitening slightly. Shinra Tensei! Boom! Before Smoker's fists could make contact,
they were met with a sudden shockwave that scattered the smoke into the air. Moments later, the wisps of smoke gradually coalesced around Smoker's wrist,
solidifying into the shape of his fists once more.
A Paramecia-type devil fruit user? Smoker pondered, finding Uchiha Chika increasingly troublesome. That shockwave had evidently countered his smoke abilities.
You think so, do you?
Chika, uninterested in elaborating, summoned a black vortex in his palm and unleashed Bansho Tenin upon Smoker.
Smoker jolted as he was abruptly drawn toward Chika. What the hell is this? This time, however,
Smoker did not share the fate of those previously drawn in by Chika, for he evaded capture by transforming into smoke, separating his head from his body in a remarkable display. Anticipating Smoker's elementization, Chika remained composed and swiftly formed several hand seals.
Wind release, great breakthrough. Chika unleashed a ferocious gale that sent the cafeteria's furnishings tumbling and caused several onlookers to lose their footing.
Smoker, as a target of frontal assault, has dissipated into countless wisps of white smoke, scattering in all directions. After a considerable interval, the smoke coalesced into a humanoid form, revealing first Smoker's pallid visage. He fixed his gaze intently on Chika, questioning, is this yet another gust of wind? This force is undeniably different from the previous shockwave. Have you consumed more than one devil fruit? Smoker felt a profound uncertainty, gradually controlling the smoke to reform his body. The recent breakthrough had significantly affected him as a being of vapor. One might liken this to ninjutsu. Chika refrained from seizing the opportunity to strike, merely observing as Smoker completed his corporeal reconstruction. Ninjutsu? Are you a ninja from Wano? Smoker scoffed dismissively, Wano? Ha! What utter rubbish, how dare you call yourselves ninjas? Chika's demeanor shifted to one of danger. I have grown weary of this. Now, I shall pose a question. What is it? Does a Logia bleed? Upon hearing this, Smoker instinctively retreated frantically, yet Chika was swifter. Without warning, Chika materialized behind Smoker, lunging for him. Futile. Without haki, no matter how formidable your attack, it is in vain. Smoker, observing that Chika had made no overtly special move, relaxed slightly and taunted him. Is that so? Chika's hand made contact with Smoker's shoulder, and a transparent circular shield enveloped both of them. Rinnegan, Hungry Ghost Path, Sealing Technique Absorption. Smoker was horrified to discover that the powers of his smoke fruit had become inaccessible, akin to severed limbs devoid of neural connection. Release me! This irrational scenario sent Smoker into a panic, resorting to loud cries to alleviate his underlying dread. The Sealing Technique Absorption, as a variant of the Hungry Ghost Path, diverges from merely siphoning an opponent's physical strength or chakra. It can absorb their techniques and possesses a sealing effect. Chika's Hungry Ghost Path. Without the assistance of the human path to eliminate the user, could not directly extract abilities from the individual. However, through close contact, he could temporarily seal an opponent's powers via the sealing technique absorption. One hand pinned Smoker to the ground while the other produced a black rod. Chika thrust it sharply into Smoker's right shoulder. With a sickening sound, the black rod pierced through Smoker's shoulder, blood gushed forth. And the pain compelled him to frantically summon the powers of his smoke fruit. Yet, despair enveloped him, even though Chika had dispelled that accursed shield. He still could not utilize his abilities as before. Most of his body had become elemental, but his shoulder remained unresponsive, as if it belonged to someone else. When he attempted to use his other hand to pull it out, the mere touch of the black rod overwhelmed him with a sense of powerlessness, rendering the extraction impossible. The black rod, a creation of the Rinnegan wielder utilizing yin-yang release, served to obstruct or disrupt the flow of energy within the opponent's body. The wielder of the Rinnegan can even manipulate corpses, creating formidable puppets with the power of the six paths, much like Nagato. Let us be honest. The wounds from such struggles will only deepen. Shenhe observed the pitiful figure of Smoker on the ground and kindly offered a warning. What transpired here? A commanding voice erupted, belonging to Zephyr, who had arrived at the scene. Upon witnessing the devastated cafeteria, with Shenhe standing and Smoker lying on the floor, Zephyr felt a wave of frustration wash over him. Can someone explain what is happening? Aine stepped forward, shaking off her roommate's hand and raising her voice, Teacher Zephyr. It was the seniors who provoked us first, and it was that Barton who struck first, Shenhe merely retaliated. Zephyr nodded, casting a glance at the fallen Smoker. And what is the situation with Smoker? Teacher, I am fine. I merely engaged in a normal spar with Shenhe, and I sincerely apologize for the resulting destruction. Smoker managed to articulate, suppressing his pain. Shenhe looked at Smoker with surprise, his opinion of him shifting considerably. Retracting his black rod, he helped Smoker to his feet and turned to Zephyr to explain, Yes, Teacher Zephyr, it is my fault, I failed to control my strength and struck too hard. Zephyr sighed in relief. Truth be told, both were his most cherished disciples, and he was reluctant to take sides in this matter. You will personally escort Smoker to the infirmary. Furthermore, you both will bear the consequences of the damage caused. Understood. Shenhe and Smoker responded in unison. Barton. You instigated this trouble, so you are to run 100 laps around the playground. You shall not leave until you complete it today. Barton, who had long been hiding in the crowd, visibly deflated, dared not say another word as he dragged his exhausted body to commence his punishment. After casting a glare at Shenhe and Smoker, Zephyr dispersed the crowd and departed with a flick of his sleeve. Chapter 22, Smoker as the two departed. The cafeteria erupted in a frenzy. Uchiha Chika was nothing short of a monster. In his presence, Smoker appeared almost childlike. What exactly were his abilities? Was it a blend of wind and shockwaves? Did you notice those peculiar eyes of his? They were so strange that merely gazing into them left me feeling utterly powerless. Regardless, Uchiha Chika is undoubtedly destined to be the unrivaled champion of the training camp. Aine stood in a daze with her roommates, grappling with her thoughts. While she had entertained the notion of Chika's victory, she never anticipated it would come so effortlessly. He seemed to inhabit an entirely different realm from us. One of her roommates remarked, glancing at the silent Aine, who sighed inwardly. It is indeed a blessing to admire someone exceptional, yet when their brilliance surpasses all bounds, it becomes a different matter altogether. Aine bit her lip, refraining from calling her roommates, and turned to leave the cafeteria. Meanwhile, Chika supported Smoker, who kept his head bowed throughout their journey, revealing no discernible emotion. My earlier remarks may have been a bit excessive, however, your final words gave me the impression that you are quite a decent person. Chika attempted to alleviate the awkward atmosphere. No, you were not at fault, the blame lies primarily with me. Smoker finally lifted his gaze to the front. I failed to intervene with Barton in a timely manner, and I had no right to stop you from reprimanding him. Furthermore, I accept my defeat without complaint. Chika found Smoker increasingly intriguing and extended a hand towards him. Smoker regarded him with curiosity, and Chika smiled, saying, Let us be friends and get to know each other anew. I am Uchiha Chika, I look forward to your guidance in the future. Taken aback, Smoker quickly grasped Chika's outstretched hand. Smoker, I am unworthy of your guidance. In our next encounter, just be sure to take it easy on me. With that, The two exchanged smiles, dissipating the earlier tensions. Sometimes, the manner in which friendships are forged among men is both peculiar and straightforward. After ensuring Smoker was taken to the hospital, Chika returned to the dormitory where his two companions rushed to his side, enveloping him in a warm embrace. Even the normally aloof Grievous and the taciturn Bins approached him with eager expressions.
Chika!
You were absolutely magnificent today, truly deserving of recognition from Bridge.
Indeed.
I am genuinely impressed by you, you shall be my leader from now on.
Me too. I feel the same. Chika, both amused and nostalgic, looked at his exuberant roommates. Reminiscent of the camaraderie he had shared during his time in the Blue Star dormitory.
Just as the four were engaged in light-hearted banter,
an officer knocked on the door and entered.
After surveying the group, the officer's gaze settled upon Chika, unable to overlook those iconic violet Sharingan eyes.
The officer politely inquired, "May I confirm if you are student Chika? Commander Zephyr wishes to see you in his office." "Commander Zephyr is looking for me? Very well. I shall go at once."
He followed the officer out, leaving the remaining three in the dormitory with a sense of unease. Bridge was the first to speak.
"Could it be that Chief He is being punished?"
"No, this incident also has my share of responsibility, I must follow and see." It was possible that the damage caused during He's recent battle with Smoker was considerable, and now Teacher Zephyr might prepare to settle accounts.
This time, Grievous did not engage in a rebuttal with Bridge. That cannot be the case. If Teacher Zephyr intended to punish Chief he would have done so in the cafeteria.
The reason he called him over must be for something of greater importance. We should avoid causing him further trouble. Ben spoke up, and Bridge and Grievous looked at him in astonishment, surprised that this usually taciturn individual, who seldom offered suggestions,
had spoken out and made a seemingly valid point.
Feeling somewhat bashful under their gaze, Ben stood up to help he tidy his bed. Bridge and Grievous exchanged glances, sitting in silence on their respective beds, unsure of what to do next. After a long pause, Bridge shouted, "Benz!
How dare you take on my task?
Step aside.
There is an art to making a bed."
Grievous once again expressed his disdain for Bridge and, not knowing where he had pulled it from, produced a box of cigars.
Heading off to the restroom to smoke.
After Benz finished making the bed, Bridge's nose twitched, realizing that Grievous had likely gone off to smoke again. He felt a twinge of desire for a smoke himself. He had come to enjoy it, especially since he discovered that smoking with Grievous was far more invigorating. Secretly activating his hook fruit abilities, Bridge transformed his left hand into a yellow hook, which then detached at the wrist, connected by a robust iron chain.
The hook fruit,
classified under the Paramecia type, allowed him to turn any part of his body into a hook and extend the iron chain indefinitely. Objects he touched would bear an invisible mark, enabling him to track them with certainty upon activating his powers again. He had already taken the opportunity to mark Grievous' cigar box. As he caught a whiff of the scent, he chuckled softly, extending the hook from his left hand along the wall and slowly into the restroom. After a while, Grievous, satisfied, lifted one hand to adjust his trousers while reaching down with the other to grab the cigar box on the floor, only to find the cold surface beneath his fingers. Infuriated, with his trousers still unfastened, he shouted, "Mad! Where is my entire box of cigars?" Chapter 23, a special lesson for Chika as the scene shifts.
Chika finds himself standing before Zifa's office, raising his hand to knock on the door. "Knock, knock, knock. Come in." Zifa's tone remains steady, devoid of any anger.
Chika strides in, offering a brief military salute before plopping down on a sofa, waiting nonchalantly for Zifa to speak. Over the course of 2 months, under Zifa's attentive guidance,
Chika has become quite familiar with him.
Despite his somewhat impolite demeanor, Chika harbors a deep respect for Zifa, who, in turn, greatly appreciates his disciple. Zifa casts a bemused glance at him, inwardly amused, as if the ruckus in the cafeteria just moments ago had never occurred. Setting aside his current task,
Zifa rubs his temples and looks up at Chika, casually inquiring, "What insights have you gained from your battle with Smoker today?" Should any other cadets witness Zifa's relaxed demeanor? They would surely be astounded. Who would have anticipated that the typically stern and austere instructor could exhibit such a laid-back attitude? Moreover, Chika had engaged in a public brawl. A one-sided assault, no less. The fact that he was not being severely reprimanded, indeed,
being asked about his experience was nothing short of astonishing. One might say that those who are favored tend to act with impunity.
Chika, feigning deep thought, eventually replies. The most significant realization is that dealing with natural element users can indeed be quite troublesome.
Zifa nods, a hint of a smile gracing his lips. This was precisely the reason he had summoned Chika. He intended to provide him with special instruction. The curriculum at the Navy training camp is designed to be progressive. And although 2 months have elapsed, many cadets still struggle to master even one of the 6 forms.
Generally, instruction in hockey does not commence until the end of the 2nd academic year.
Zifa frequently checks on Chika's progress with the 6 forms and is well aware that Chika has already mastered them to an exceptional degree,
surpassing even some officers who graduated years ago.
To have him follow the standard course alongside ordinary cadets would be an utter waste of both his and the Navy's time. Thus, Zifa felt justified in offering him this special lesson, believing it to be the most prudent course of action, simply put, for the sake of justice.
Very well. Do you know what the most effective method for dealing with natural element users is? Zifa sets the stage. Yes, it's the Busashoku haki, isn't it? Smoker mentioned it during our fight. Chika promptly provides the correct answer. Ah, yes, excellent. The reason I summoned you today is to teach you how to cultivate haki. With Chika already aware of Busashoku haki, Zifa wastes no time and gets straight to the point. Follow me to the vacant lot behind, I will demonstrate haki for you.
After arriving at a spacious, desolate area behind the training camp, Zifa finds a relatively open spot and dramatically flings off his coat of justice.
Whoosh! The coat billows in the wind before landing atop a protruding boulder. What a show-off!
Qianha concealed a smirk, yet within him stirred a twinge of envy. Whether it was the 4th Hokage donning his ceremonial robes or the Marine admirals in their dignified cloaks of justice, both could be succinctly described with 2 words, strikingly flamboyant.
Once I graduate, I too shall procure a flamboyant garment to flaunt. Admittedly, Qianha was feeling a bit sour, though he would never confess it. Meanwhile,
Zifa remained blissfully unaware of Qianha's disdain, tugging at his collar as he extended a fist towards him.
Watch closely, haki comes in 3 forms. I am about to demonstrate the armament haki. With that proclamation, Zifa shrouded his fist in a layer of darkness and struck the ground with tremendous force.
A deafening roar erupted as the earth cracked under his might, fissures radiating from his position and stretching towards the distant coastline.
Qianha observed the devastation wrought by Zifa. His mouth agape in astonishment. This power seemed to surpass even Tsunade's monstrous strength by a considerable margin.
This was armament haki, an innate power possessed by every individual. Capable of both offense and defense, and most crucially, it could strike the corporeal forms of those with Logia-type abilities.
With his fist withdrawn, Zifa elucidated the essence and functions of armament haki to Qianha.
He then instructed Qianha to attack him, wishing to showcase the next form, observation haki.
Promptly, Qianha lunged forward,
employing various martial arts maneuvers in his assault.
Zifa deftly evaded and countered, effortlessly predicting Qianha's movements, rendering all his strikes futile. This was observation haki. A means to sense the enemy's position and foresee their actions. When mastered, it could even predict the future. Zifa gestured for Qianha to cease.
Before discussing the final form of haki, Conqueror's haki. This last form, Conqueror's haki, is beyond my ability to teach you. It is a unique power bestowed only upon those with the inherent qualities of a king.
As he spoke of Conqueror's haki, Zifa expressed a hint of regret.
To this day, he had yet to awaken it, seemingly destined never to do so. Qianha mused that Zifa's lack of Conqueror's haki might be linked to his unwavering commitment to justice without bloodshed, which could be perceived as excessive mercy,
far removed from the essence of dominance.
As for whether he would awaken Conqueror's haki in the future, Qianha was not overly concerned. He did not believe he would ever be overwhelmed by it. If that were the case,
he would simply find a way to return to the East Blue and cultivate orange trees.
Even if Conqueror's haki could later be entwined to enhance attacks, or even become a pivotal answer in certain scenarios, his Rinnegan existed as a unique anomaly, detached from such considerations. Currently, his Rinnegan had yet to reach full potential, however. It already granted him numerous formidable offensive techniques, rendering the notion of relying on Conqueror's haki unnecessary. Once his Rinnegan fully evolved, ultimately achieving the 6 paths mode,
A single truth-seeking orb would suffice to address myriad complexities. After demonstrating the two forms of haki, Zifa imparted specific training methods to Qianha,
cautioning him against rushing his progress lest he injure himself, before elegantly departing.
"Teacher Zifa, your cloak is quite dirty in the back," Qianha called out to Zifa,
who had already walked a considerable distance.
Zifa stumbled slightly, turned back to shoot Qianha a glare, then brushed off his clothes and vanished in an instant. "Ha ha ha.
Clearly of considerable age, yet you choose to act so superior.
You think you can bully me just because I lack a coat to flaunt?" Qianha felt a surge of joy and could not help but laugh heartily towards the heavens.
Once his laughter subsided, he reflected on the guidance and affection Zifa had bestowed upon him over the past few months, feeling a swell of emotion in his heart. He gazed in the direction where Zifa had departed, his eyes narrowing slightly. "Rest assured, Teacher Zifa, there are certain matters I shall ensure do not resurface in this world." Chapter 24, The Sublimation of Armament Haki in the Heart of Domination, reflecting on the teachings of Zephyr regarding the cultivation of haki.
Chika endeavored to summon the latent power residing within him.
Having spent 2.5 years honing his skills in the Dragoness Cave,
Chika was intimately familiar with the forces of both self and nature.
Gradually, a layer of darkness enveloped his hands up to the wrists. Gazing at his obsidian hands, Chika distinctly sensed a surge of power. In his current state, even without entering Sage Mode, he could unleash the strength characteristic of that state. Yet, Chika felt an insatiable yearning, for there remained uncharted territories to explore, namely, the fusion of chakra and natural energy.
What transformations might occur if I were to enter Sage Mode and augment Armament Haki with the synergy of natural energy and chakra? With this thought, Chika activated his Sage Mode, a violet hue flickering at the corners of his eyes. He attempted to infuse his hands, cloaked in Armament Haki, with Sage Chakra. However,
as the chakra flowed in, an excruciating pain coursed through his hands, as if they might fracture.
Beads of sweat cascaded down his face, and he found himself unable to endure, halting the infusion of Sage Chakra. Realizing that his eagerness was perhaps premature, he acknowledged the necessity of a gradual approach.
The dual enhancement of his hands proved a considerable challenge for one still grappling with the fundamentals of Armament Haki. After a brief respite, allowing the pain to subside slightly, Chika resumed the infusion, this time concentrating solely on his frequently utilized right hand.
Though discomfort persisted, the singular focus permitted a more precise and effective application. Gradually,
the inky haki enveloping his right hand began to coalesce toward the center of his palm. With his Rinnegan radiating with vibrant purple light, he intoned, "Armament Haki, sublime."
In an instant, the haki surrounding his right hand crystallized into a circular emblem, resembling a dark sun.
Observing the symbol upon the back of his hand, Chika murmured, "The sublimated Armament Haki resides here, it serves as an additional core of strength. I shall name it the Heart of Domination."
With a mere thought,
the circular emblem radiated 5 thick black tendrils toward the tips of his fingers, akin to veins pulsating with a destructive force, continuously infusing his entire right hand. With a fierce determination, Chika clenched his fist and struck at the air. At the moment of impact, the circular emblem pulsed as if it were a beating heart,
expanding and contracting in unison with the tendrils. A shockwave, shaped like a fist, surged forth toward a distant hillock. Boom! With a thunderous crash,
the several-meter-high hill was instantaneously flattened, debris scattering in all directions.
Chika reveled in the might of his recent strike, however.
Upon noticing the noticeably diminished Heart of Domination on his arm, he felt a twinge of dissatisfaction. He mused, the consumption of haki is rather severe. With the newly cultivated Armament Haki, I am yet unable to employ it for a standard attack.
After contemplating the attack form of this punch, Chika recalled Kagaya's technique, the 80 Gods Airstrike.
Although there was still a disparity in power, Chika boldly named his version the Divine Airstrike, akin to a youthful rendition of the original.
Naturally, it would eventually evolve into a flagship version.
With the preliminary success of his haki enhancement, Chika deactivated his Sage Mode, and the patterns on his hands vanished. The moment he returned to his normal state, an overwhelming fatigue washed over him.
Shaking his head, he utilized the powers of Tendo to levitate and gradually floated towards the dormitory. "Chika, you're back." Upon opening the dormitory door, Chika was met with the sight of Bridge,
whose face was marred with bruises.
Puzzled, he inquired, "Bridge, what happened to your face? Did the seniors rough you up? Ah ha ha.
I was just fooling around with Grievous and accidentally bumped into a table.
Alas, just my bad luck.
Grievous, cigar in hand, approached with a grin,
draping an arm around Bridge.
Leaning in close, he whispered, "You're just too careless, why not have a cigar?"
It eases the pain.
Bridge forced a smile that was more tragic than humorous, quickly waving his hands. No, I can't get used to cigars, and I won't start now."
"Don't be like that. Come on, let me light one for you, don't be shy. We're practically family, aren't we?"
"Really, no thank you, Grievous."
Are you refusing to honor our friendship? Just let me light it for you." Alright, just one then." "What are you stretching your neck for? Weren't you going to light it for me?"
"What I meant was, you should light it for me."
These two clowns.
Chika shook his head in exasperation as he walked over to his bed, noticing that his blankets had been neatly folded.
What considerate roommates. If this were on Blue Star,
Chika would undoubtedly be bestowed with the title of good son. Feeling gratified, he plopped down on his bed, closed his eyes, and succumbed to slumber.
Chapter 25, the upcoming year-end assessment. Chika, here is the bento I prepared for you. As Chika made his way from the dormitory to the training ground, he was intercepted.
With a smile, he accepted the bento from a fellow female student, who, upon seeing him take it, covered her face and dashed away without waiting for a word from him. After she departed, Chika opened his spatial storage and placed the bento inside. Gazing at the array of bentos and gifts occupying a significant portion of the space, he rubbed his temples,
pondering how much more food the trio of Bridge could possibly consume. Just as he was about to close the spatial storage, another female student approached, holding a bento. This time, it was a familiar face, Ain, whom Chika had met on the playground.
Ain glanced at the open spatial storage, a flicker of melancholy passing through her eyes. She placed the bento behind her and jested, "You certainly are popular, Chika."
"It seems I've arrived too late?" Upon recognizing Ain, Chika's smile faded,
and he feigned a look of grievance.
"I didn't intend for this to happen. Ever since my altercation with Smoker, I seem to have become quite the celebrity." With that, he extended his hand towards Ain.
Ain regarded him with curiosity, uncertain of his intentions.
"Your bento looks delightful, and I haven't eaten yet. Might you share it with me?" Chika had certainly noticed Ain's earlier expressions and actions. He admired her tenacity and wished to spare her any distress. Ain appeared flustered. "But you already have so many bentos."
"I don't know those people, so I hesitate to eat their food." "I prefer yours," she replied, her uncertainty evident. Seeing Ain still hesitating, Chika swiftly snatched the bento from her hands and dashed away, a distant voice calling back, "I'll take it." As Ain watched Chika's figure recede until it vanished from sight, a smile blossomed upon her face, akin to a white orchid unfurling its petals. Following the conclusion of today's training, Zephyr did not immediately dismiss the gathering but instead addressed all the students with an important announcement. "Your first year's training is nearing its end, and next month we shall conduct the year-end assessment.
This assessment will be a practical examination,
and the top 3 students will receive rewards, including devil fruits and fine swords." Upon hearing this, the students erupted with excitement. While the year-end assessment was anticipated, the prospect of rewards was truly enticing. The possibility of obtaining a devil fruit or a fine sword for the top 3 was astonishing.
What exactly is a devil fruit?
Consuming one is arguably the fastest way to elevate one's strength in this world. Moreover, a powerful devil fruit could potentially catapult an ordinary soldier to greatness. As for the fine sword, it represented an even more alluring reward for those specializing in swordsmanship.
What swordsman does not dream of wielding a magnificent blade?
The atmosphere was charged with fervent determination as everyone silently vowed to secure at least second or third place.
As for first place? Surely that was reserved for Uchiha Chika. It is widely assumed that achieving first place is a foregone conclusion for Chi, including by Zifa.
Zifa had anticipated the public's reaction, having witnessed similar rewards in previous years, though none quite so outrageous. It is important to recognize that even within the Navy, treasures of the caliber of devil fruits and exceptional blades are not commonplace.
After much contemplation, one possible explanation emerges. Sengoku, this cunning fellow, is seeking to reward Uchiha Chi in a novel manner. Over the past few months,
Chi's astonishing performances have undoubtedly agitated the old man Sengoku, who, coupled with the connections between Gion and Tsuru, has fully committed to nurturing Chi as the next admiral. Such an approach is commendable. Truly talented individuals deserve recognition and support throughout their developmental journey. Waiting until they have achieved greatness to offer assistance would merely serve as embellishment.
Zifa is undeniably a traditional and principled naval officer, yet this does not imply that he is inflexible. Following the tragic loss of his wife and child, Zifa's perspective has undergone a gradual transformation.
It is worth noting that when she joined the Navy, he had managed to consolidate all the pirates of the brand pirates into a singular, ominous entity, which starkly contradicted his aversion to killing. In the past, Zifa would have harbored some biases against Chi, but now, he experiences no emotional turmoil and even silently supports Chi's actions, willingly imparting his knowledge. Zifa firmly believes that Chi is destined to become an admiral, if not something greater.
Having stepped back into a secondary role,
he finds a long-lost sense of fulfillment in witnessing Chi's continuous growth, perceiving him now as a vessel of hope. At this moment, Chi is filled with excitement. While he currently has no need for an exceptional blade, a devil fruit would significantly enhance his abilities. Since absorbing the Dor fruit, Chi has yet to encounter any new powers to assimilate, and this forthcoming devil fruit reward is likely to be exceptional, potentially unlocking the second tomoe of his Rinnegan.
With each tomoe activated, the potency of his Rinnegan will increase. Chi senses that upon achieving 3 tomoe, his Rinnegan may manifest exclusive skills akin to those of Madara's Rinne Sharingan or Sasuke's heavenly hand power. The moment he was ambushed by Orochimaru,
causing his Rinnegan to exhaust its power before developing exclusive skills, has remained a profound regret for Chi. This time, he is determined to secure the devil fruit. Chapter 26, A Visit to Gion. The handsome Qianhe. In the ensuing days, Qianhe devoted his mornings to assisting his roommate with training, while afternoons were spent alone in the desolate hills behind the campus, honing his formidable haki. With a single breath, he unleashed 12 successive Shinkong strikes, collapsing onto the ground, gasping for air. Presently, the Shinkong strike was Qianhe's most powerful single-target martial arts attack, and with less than a week until the assessment, he had already achieved the impressive feat of executing 12 strikes. This was sufficient. It was improbable that any of his peers could withstand even a single blow from him. Furthermore, as the Shinkong strike was propelled by haki, even those with nature-type abilities would be unable to endure it.
Reclining on the ground,
Qianhe reflected on his training accomplishments, feeling confident that he was more than prepared for the upcoming evaluation. As he rose to dust himself off and head back to the dormitory, he was interrupted by Bridge, who hurriedly approached, shouting, "Qianhe, a beautiful officer is looking for you."
Taken aback, Qianhe inquired, "A beautiful officer?" "Indeed. She claims her name is Gion." Ah, it was Gion, whom he had not seen in nearly a year. Qianhe had assumed she would wait until his graduation to visit him.
However, since she had arrived, he could not allow her to wait any longer.
Seizing Bridge, he lifted him off the ground before Bridge could register what was happening, eliciting a terrified cry, "Qianhe, you have to hold on tight. I haven't mastered moonwalk yet." After a smooth landing, Qianhe set the exhausted Bridge aside and immediately spotted Gion standing at the entrance of the dormitory area. Gion had seen Qianhe descend from the sky, her eyes sparkling with joy, though her face feigned annoyance as she approached him briskly, her high heels clicking on the ground. Stopping before Qianhe,
she pinched his ear and leaned closer, feigning anger.
"Qianhe, you truly are a busy man. Do you have any idea how long I've been waiting for you?"
Unfazed by her grip on his ear, Qianhe replied nonchalantly, "Gion, I received word of your visit and rushed here as swiftly as I could."
"You are unjustly accusing me."
Gion cast a glance at Bridge, who lay on the ground, rolling his eyes, and could no longer maintain her facade.
Her expression softened as she released Qianhe's ear, gazing intently at his face. "It's been a long time, little brother Qianhe." Qianhe smiled gently, opening his arms.
"It's been too long, Gion."
However,
upon witnessing Qianhe's gesture, Gion recalled their last embrace. Her cheeks flushed, and she shot him an admonishing glance, crossing her arms and remaining rooted in place.
Qianhe,
maintaining his pose, appeared somewhat comical, prompting him to quickly lower his arms and scratch his nose to mask the brief awkwardness.
Gion playfully tapped Qianhe's forehead with her finger, smiling as she said, "Is one embrace from last time not sufficient? Do not forget what I promised you. Once you graduate and achieve your goals, I shall grant you one condition.
Qianha assured her that he had not forgotten and was diligently striving toward that very aim.
Upon witnessing Qianha's resolute demeanor,
Ji Yuan stifled a laugh, playfully pinching Qianha's cheek before broaching a serious topic.
I heard from Sister He that you are to undergo an end-of-year assessment.
The rewards for the top 3 are quite appealing.
Do you feel confident? Qianha shrugged nonchalantly, his ambition unwavering.
Observing his audacity, Ji Yuan increased the pressure of her pinch,
teasingly remarking, quite confident indeed.
I'll be present to witness the event. Do ensure you don't embarrass yourself.
Qianha maintained his composure and replied,
I've already decided on my desired reward. I want a devil fruit.
A devil fruit? What do you need that for? Don't your peculiar abilities suffice?
Consuming one of those means you can no longer swim, Ji Yuan countered, concerned that Qianha was ill-suited for such a fruit, emphasizing its drawbacks.
Rest assured, Sister Ji Yuan. I am well aware of the implications.
Moreover, I don't intend to consume the fruit. My eyes still possess certain flaws. The power of the devil fruit can not only rectify them but also allow for further evolution.
Ji Yuan's expression turned incredulous upon hearing this.
She believed Qianha's eyes were already extraordinary, boasting an array of remarkable abilities, particularly his flight capability, which had garnered envy from many.
Yet, it seemed there were still shortcomings that could evolve. Upon closer inspection of Qianha's Rinnegan, Ji Yuan noticed an additional tomoe in his right eye. Does the pattern in your right eye relate to the evolution you mentioned? Was it caused by the devil fruit? Qianha nodded, unperturbed by the revelation, considering Ji Yuan a trusted confidant. As Ji Yuan processed this astonishing information, the notion of utilizing the power of a devil fruit to enhance one's vision seemed rather extraordinary. Moreover, did this imply that Qianha could wield the abilities of more than one devil fruit?
The fact that he confided in her signified a deep trust, filling Ji Yuan with joy.
Disregarding her other thoughts, Ji Yuan looked at Qianha and inquired, so, you truly require the devil fruit, then?
Indeed, and the abilities of the fruit must not be subpar.
Qianha asserted.
He had never subscribed to the belief that any fruit was without flaws, insisting that only the practitioners were lacking.
Can ordinary Zoan or mythical Zoan fruits even compare?
Take the string fruit in Doflamingo's hands. It appears formidable, but that is due to his strength.
A common person consuming it might only manage to tread a sewing machine.
If Doflamingo had consumed a slightly more powerful fruit, even one of his subordinates' weapon or snow fruits, he wouldn't have fallen from grace so swiftly, becoming a mere king of reading news in prison.
Ji Yuan nodded slightly.
She had refrained from consuming a devil fruit, primarily due to her focus on swordsmanship and the absence of a suitable fruit. However, since Qianha needed assistance, she resolved to help him.
All right, I understand.
Sister, he has several fruits available, all documented in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia.
Once you graduate, you can choose a few for yourself. Qianha was genuinely taken aback. Choose a few? Is this truly what a person would say? So, it seems that Ji Yuan is merely a little heiress. What does that make me then? A kept man?
I never imagined I would find myself in the role of a kept man.
Yet, surprisingly, it is quite delightful. Chapter 27, The Roommate upon returning to Gion.
She hastily sought out Chiha without even greeting Tsuru. It was, of course, a matter she would never divulge to Chiha.
Upon entering the dormitory, Chiha was met with 3 pairs of eager eyes fixated upon him. Welcome back, Chiha. Who was that stunning female officer we just saw? Care to enlighten us? Indeed. It was truly an eye-opener. Those female soldiers simply pale in comparison.
Chiha casually explained Tsuru's identity, igniting a frenzy among the trio.
What? A vice admiral? Good heavens! She looks so youthful. Wow, Chiha actually knows such a beautiful officer. No wonder you're so impressive. Chiha, what is the nature of your relationship? Should we address her as sister-in-law next time we see her? Chiha, have a cigar.
A friend of mine is curious if she has any sisters or younger siblings. Chiha looked speechless at the sycophantic Glyphus, suddenly struck by an amusing thought.
He nodded seriously and said, well, she actually does have an older sister. And not only is she a high-ranking official, but she is also single. Nani?
Gleefus nearly drooled, quickly rummaging under his bed for a large box of cigars. Leaving Bridge wide-eyed. Presenting the box to Uchiha, Gleefus rubbed his hands together and leaned closer, inquiring, Uchiha, I think, well. My friend has been single for many years and is eager to find a soulmate.
Do you think you could introduce them?
Rest assured, if this works out, I'll reward you with a whole box of rare cigars. Uchiha patted his shoulder earnestly, assuring him, don't worry.
It's in my hands. Uchiha.
Gleefus was so moved he was on the brink of calling him father. Seeing this, Bridge approached, saying, Gleefus, I actually have a sister, what do you think?
Scram. You should look in the mirror first.
Gleefus retorted, eyeing Bridge's short stature and large hands with disdain.
Pa.
What taste? Bridge, feeling disheartened, jumped onto his bed in silence,
unable to retaliate.
Benz, on the other hand, was occupied with a pot of cacti, twisting his body in a rather unseemly manner. The scene was quite eye-watering. The cacti in the pot swelled with each of his movements, their spines becoming increasingly sharp. This was Benz's ability, the flourishing fruit, which allowed him to control nearby plants and accelerate their growth. However, it seemed this power had to be activated through bodily movement. The faster he twisted, the more potent his ability became. Uchiha mused whether every user of the flourishing fruit had to activate it in such a manner.
Amusingly, he thought,
if a socially anxious person consumed this fruit, they would probably be too terrified to unleash their powers even if faced with dire circumstances.
Benz,
now drenched in sweat from his exertions, ceased his twisting and settled down to rest.
Uchiha approached him and inquired, Benzi, do you feel confident this time?
I have noticed that you have been particularly diligent lately.
If you achieve a ranking, what reward would you desire?
Benzi pondered for a moment, then replied, to be honest,
I have little confidence.
After all, with you, Uchiha, being present, there are only 2 actual positions available.
However, if by some stroke of luck I secure one,
I would wish for a fine, swift blade.
A fine, swift blade?
Uchiha recalled the scene from that theatrical production where Benzi wielded a knife with a green handle.
Could it be that he acquired it during a previous assessment? Perhaps, this time, Benzi might indeed achieve commendable results.
Uchiha patted Benzi on the shoulder and encouraged. You must believe in yourself, I am certain that you will attain a favorable rank this time.
Taken aback by Uchiha's faith in him, Benzi stood up,
feeling a surge of gratitude, and repeatedly thanked Uchiha.
Uchiha urged him to relax. Among the 3 roommates, Benzi was the most earnest. Fortunately,
the others were decent and did not take advantage of him. Even Gleefus, who resembled a bully, only occasionally reprimanded Bridge, and that was always due to Bridge's own missteps. Having reassured Benzi, Uchiha turned to the other 2 and said, you 2 also need to put in the effort during this period.
After graduation, we might find ourselves on the same ship.
Bridge and Gleefus exchanged bewildered glances.
Since entering the training camp,
one had been solely focused on smoking cigars while the other stealthily indulged in the same, showing little concern for improving their abilities as compared to Uchiha and Benzi. Uchiha suspected that, apart from himself, Benzi might be the strongest among them, albeit typically taciturn.
The seas were no longer as safe.
The number of pirates was on the rise, and the casualties within the Navy had been increasing over the years. If we could end up on the same ship after graduation, we could look out for one another. I do not wish for any of our names to appear on a list of the fallen in the future. His words carried a weight that silenced Bridge and Gleefus, while Benzi contemplated Uchiha's remarks with seriousness. After a long pause, the usually carefree Bridge was the first to speak up. I understand, Uchiha.
Thank you. From now on,
I will strive to train harder and smoke fewer cigars.
Gleefus shot Bridge a glare, thinking, where did you even get those cigars? Aren't they all mine?
After a moment of silent intimidation towards Bridge, Gleefus added, rest assured, Uchiha, while I know it will be challenging to keep pace with your strength,
I do possess skill in firearm handling.
It would suffice for me to serve as a gunner on your ship in the future.
In his heart,
Gleefus had long assumed that Uchiha's future rank would exceed that of a commander, and possessing his own warship was only natural. Benzi remained silent, merely nodding resolutely.
Uchiha felt a sense of gratification at their responses. If they could not comprehend this now,
then they could only blame themselves when the unforgiving sea cast them aside in the future. Xianha firmly believes that he will undoubtedly possess his own battleship in the future. Therefore, the first individuals to board this vessel must undoubtedly be his comrades, and they should not lack in capability, each must possess their unique strengths.
His current roommates are commendable choices, both in terms of camaraderie and skill.
Extending a hand, Xianha addressed the group. Very well, from this moment on, let us strive together and not fall behind. The trio from bridge simultaneously placed their hands atop his, exclaiming, let us work hard together.
We won't let Captain Xianha down.
Xianha was taken aback by their enthusiasm, while the others chuckled and remarked, after all, Captain Xianha is exceptionally formidable. Simply staying abreast with you is enough for us to navigate the training camp with confidence. Amused by their words, Xianha burst into laughter, and soon the others joined in, filling the dormitory with joyful sounds that echoed beyond the walls. As night fell, some dorms were preparing for rest, when a voice boomed, Mater. Are you seriously getting frisky at this hour? Are we not allowed to sleep anymore? Chapter 28, Year-End Assessment. The year-end assessment has arrived. With the venue set at the central square of Marineford, the future battleground of the Paramount War. On the morning of the assessment day, the area is already abuzz with voices, and on the high platform sit the senior commanders from various departments. Prominent figures such as Sengoku, Garp, Tsuru, and Gion are among them. Akainu, Akiji, and Kizaru have also come to the assessment site today. Akainu sits in his place, coldly observing the clamorous crowd below, appearing somewhat out of sync with his surroundings. Under normal circumstances, given his status and temperament, he would never participate in such year-end assessments for recruits. Since being promoted to admiral, he has subtly become a leader of the Navy's hawkish faction, preoccupied with executing his own brand of justice.
His attendance record is exemplary, making him a model for the Navy.
Yet, even he, with his extraordinary strength, feels somewhat overwhelmed, as the sheer number of pirates is staggering. And he knows it is impossible to eradicate them all single-handedly. This cohort of recruits might be the last batch personally trained by Zephyr. Despite his fundamental disagreement with Zephyr's non-lethal form of justice, Akainu unequivocally acknowledges Zephyr's teaching prowess. Thus, he wishes to scout a few outstanding candidates to join his ranks. Particularly, he has heard the name Uchiha Chika more than once, from both subordinates and high-ranking officials. Glancing at Kizaru and Akiji beside him, he slowly remarks, I didn't expect you two to be here. Are you really interested in such a trivial recruit assessment? Kizaru, leisurely crossing his legs, casually trims his nails with a nail clipper, responding languidly, after sitting in the office for so long, one must come out and enjoy the festivities. The only one not lounging is Akiji, who rests his chin on his hand and nonchalantly states, since you both are here, I suppose my presence is not a problem. Akainu snorts disdainfully, falling silent, yet the temperature around him begins to rise steadily. Akiji remains seated quietly to Akainu's right, seemingly oblivious to the shift in heat. From a distance, the space occupied by the two radiates contrasting hues of red and blue. Sengoku, seated in the middle, notices the discord between them and furrows his brow, lightly tapping the armrest of his chair. Only then do the two quiet down, as if nothing had transpired. Sengoku lets out a slight sigh, aware that the animosity between Akainu and Akiji stems from the previous incident involving the buster call on Ohara. While Akiji was not particularly invested in the matter, he was merely following orders. The true issue arose when Akainu commanded the bombardment of a ship laden with civilians. Akiji watched helplessly as the vessel sank, and given his nature, he could not simply stand by. On their return, tensions escalated between them, nearly culminating in a physical confrontation. It was only due to Sengoku's intervention that the situation was temporarily diffused. Following this incident, Akainu's actions garnered favor from the world government, becoming a significant credential in his ascent to the rank of admiral. Subsequently, Akiji ascended to the rank of general. Yet the differing ideals of justice that burdened the two generals fostered a profound rift between them. If this schism remains unhealed, it is bound to incite turmoil in the future. However, mending such a fracture is no simple endeavor, and the mere thought of it gives Sengoku a headache. The friction above did not dampen the exuberance below. Today, not only the candidates participating in the assessment gathered, but numerous officers and soldiers from the headquarters also converged to witness the event. They fervently discussed the assessment, with one exclaiming, "Have you heard? The rewards for this assessment include a formidable sword, and even a devil fruit.
Another responded, indeed, the devil fruit is a treasure of the sea.
Worth over 100 million berries. I can't afford even one in my lifetime as a Navy officer.
Who can argue with that?
Knowing that this year's assessment rewards included devil fruit makes me want to join the training camp just for fun.
Someone remarked. Oh please.
Only geniuses can enter the training camp, and those in the elite training camp are the Sea Army de la Sea Army.
You think you can just waltz in? Alright. Enough of this idle chatter. Do you know who the favorites to win this time are? Another inquired.
It's Uchiha Chika, of course. I've heard that name so often it's become monotonous.
Came the reply. Not necessarily, though.
Given the allure of the rewards, many upperclassmen who have already experienced real combat at sea have returned to participate. Uchiha Chika, no matter how strong, remains a sheltered flower, lacking practical experience.
Are upperclassmen really participating? Isn't that a bit unfair to those who have only been in training for a year? Who knows?
The headquarters approved it. Perhaps the overall caliber of this year's candidates has significantly improved. Regardless of who ultimately claims the rewards, it has little bearing on us.
However,
witnessing these prodigies will surely broaden our horizons.
Indeed, the battles are bound to be spectacular. The groupings have been finalized, the assessment is about to commence. Let us focus on the competition. Chika donned his favorite black robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem.
As the assessment permitted participants to wear whatever attire they deemed most comfortable. He had already received information about his first opponent, glanced at the sheet in his hand, and casually discarded it into the trash. Seeing this, Bridge leaned over curiously and asked, Chika, who is your opponent?
Chika shrugged and replied, I don't know. Just that their name is Kuri's.
Noticing Chika's nonchalance, Bridge immediately showered him with flattery, as expected of you, Chika. You don't even bat an eye at who your opponent is.
Grievous chimed in with a witty retort, indeed. Just moments ago,
someone scrutinized that crumpled sheet at least 10 times, probably knows the color of their opponent's underwear today.
Bridge, incensed,
felt steam rising from his forehead as he glared at Grievous and snapped, You don't understand a thing.
This is called caution, do you comprehend?
Pray that you don't end up in the same group as me. This time, I will make you understand why the flowers bloom so vividly. Ever since being served a hearty bowl of encouragement by Chika in the dormitory, Bridge had been training diligently and was currently in a phase of newfound confidence. Feeling superior to all but Chika himself. Grievous raised an eyebrow, a mocking smile emerging on his rugged visage as he disdainfully remarked, Very well, I shall await your arrival. Let me make it clear from the outset, should you lose, you are to present me with a year's supply of cigars, and when lighting one, you must declare, Boss.
Allow me to light this for you.
Bridge, equally unyielding, asserted that should Grievous face defeat, he too would be obliged to comply. With the cigars to be provided by Grievous himself.
Chapter 29, Swift Elimination. A single gunshot reverberated through the air, abruptly interrupting the fierce rivalry between Bridge and Grievous, signaling the commencement of the year-end assessment.
The host appeared at the center of the arena, and to Chienha's astonishment, it was none other than the long-unseen Kaki. Having finally shed his perennial brown attire, Kaki now donned a sleek black suit, albeit his physique and appearance rendered him somewhat akin to an oversized black pig. Assuming a self-assured pose, Kaki eloquently recited the rules of the competition, casting a glance towards Guion on the elevated platform at the end.
However, the audience below,
lacking in decorum, grew impatient with his prolonged preamble, forgetting that he was a vice-admiral, and began to call for him to vacate the stage.
Kaki, feeling the pressure, hastily declared the competition open before retreating in embarrassment.
The rules of the contest were straightforward, due to the limited number of trainees. The participants were divided into 4 major groups, A, B, C, and D. Each group consisted of pairs who would compete against one another,
with the arena divided into 4 distinct zones.
Ultimately, 4 victors would emerge and draw lots to face off in subsequent matches. The winners from the 2 groups would advance to the finals, while the 2 losers would compete for 3rd place. Chienha, alongside Bridge and 2 others, found themselves evenly distributed across the 4 groups, thus avoiding the awkwardness of eliminating their own comrades at the outset.
Chienha was set to compete in Group A as the first contender to take the stage. Upon the announcement of the match's commencement by the announcer, staff members approached Xianha to signal that it was time for him to compete.
Bridge and the others likewise made their way to their respective competition zones. Exuding calm confidence,
Xianha ascended the arena, taking his position at the center.
His Rinnegan eyes sparkled brilliantly under the sunlight as he glanced towards the elevated platform, offering a reassuring gesture. The naval hierarchy present turned their attention to Zoan, recognizing that Xianha's gaze had been directed at her.
Unfazed by the reactions around her,
Zoan's eyes lit up at the sight of Xianha on stage, her body instinctively leaning forward.
Her brother, Tsuru, observed her with a knowing look,
contemplating that his sister was indeed quite serious. Just days prior, she had approached him, requesting several devil fruits for the extraordinary Uchiha Chika.
Such audacity! Was she treating devil fruits as if they were mere cabbages?
Nonetheless, as he was her brother, he felt compelled to acquiesce, regarding it as a form of dowry.
However,
despite agreeing, Tsuru resolved to closely observe Uchiha Chika, scrutinizing both his abilities and character.
Returning his focus to the arena, Xianha turned to face his opponent.
Curries wore a grim expression. As a fellow trainee alongside Xianha, he was acutely aware of his formidable prowess, vividly recalling the disastrous state of Smoker in the cafeteria.
How had he found himself matched against such a freak of nature? Curries lamented inwardly. Unbeknownst to Xianha, Curries' mind was a tumultuous sea of thoughts. He stood still, awaiting the signal to commence the match.
Finally, the sound of the gunshot rang out, marking the official start of the competition.
At the moment the gunshot rang out,
Chika remained utterly still, his gaze merely lifting slightly.
With a minimal application of power, he unleashed the divine punishment, and in the next instant, Curries was embedded into the wall beneath the spectators' area. The entire match, from its commencement to conclusion, transpired in a mere second.
The competitors in other regions had yet to launch their initial attacks.
The audience, still oblivious to the unfolding events, found themselves bewilderedly searching for Curries' figure as the match concluded.
On the platform, Zoan, witnessing Chika's swift and decisive end to the battle, felt a surge of joy and was the first to break into applause. His enthusiasm soon ignited the crowd, gradually filling the arena with resounding claps.
Although the bout lacked fierce combat, the sheer impact of Chika's overwhelming prowess was undeniable.
His initial strike illuminated the reality of his strength, aligning perfectly with the reputation he held. Chika, however, did not rush to depart the stage. Instead, he utilized the universal attraction to extract Curries from the wall,
allowing him to descend gently to the ground.
Curries, though momentarily dazed by the force, was not gravely harmed and gradually regained his senses. Acknowledging Chika's considerate gesture in lowering him, any lingering grievances dissipated, and he cast a grateful glance towards Chika before departing.
On the platform, Tsuru nodded slightly at Chika's actions.
Regardless of the disparity in strength, there existed a mutual respect among their ranks, a sentiment Tsuru, who leaned towards a more pacifistic ideology, wholeheartedly endorsed.
Meanwhile, others were more focused on Chika's extraordinary abilities.
Sengoku, with a beaming smile, stroked his small tuft of beard, realizing that Chika's impressive display only reaffirmed the correctness of his judgment and insights.
Kizaru paused his nail trimming, exclaiming in a peculiar tone, "How terrifying! This newcomer, Uchiha Chika,
is said to possess multiple abilities without having consumed a devil fruit.
Truly a little monster." Zoan shot a glare at Kizaru,
thinking to herself that he was the real monster, a glimmering yellow monkey who had presumably consumed a rather dubious fruit.
Akainu adjusted his hat,
displaying little interest in Chika's methods of attack. To him, every form of assault was merely a reflection of one's strength, as long as one was powerful enough. The specifics mattered little. He had already formed a preliminary understanding of Chika's capabilities,
while Curries had been defeated in a single move.
This did not imply a lack of skill. Curries was a product of the elite training camp, and Akainu, having spent time there himself,
recognized that even the least proficient among them possessed at least the strength of a colonel.
The fact that someone of Curries' caliber was dispatched so easily by Chika spoke volumes, indicating that Uchiha Chika possessed at least the combat prowess of a major.
And he was not yet 18. Akainu felt compelled to recruit this Uchiha Chika, ensuring he understood his vision of justice.
He could not afford to let him fall under Akiji's influence, as indecisiveness would only perpetuate evil. Akiji, maintaining his seated posture, discreetly cast a glance at Akainu. Aware that Akainu had taken an interest in Uchiha Chika, wishing to bring him under his command. Before the Ohara incident, he was indifferent to the matter, however. After that event transpired, he became profoundly disillusioned with Akainu's sense of justice. Thus, should Akainu truly extend his hand to recruit, he would not remain passive. If someone like Chiharu were to join Akainu's ranks, it would likely give rise to a second Akainu. The Navy's upper echelons, each harboring their own thoughts, fell silent and quietly observed the remainder of the competition. Chapter 30, Ain's resolution. On the other side, Bridge's battle commenced. His opponent was Ain, who at that moment found herself in a precarious situation. Ain possessed the power of the backward fruit, capable of unleashing violet flames that would regress any creature or object touched by them back to a state from several years prior. This ability rendered her an exceptionally formidable adversary for Bridge, who favored close combat. Fortunately, Ain had yet to reach the level of mastery over her powers displayed in later cinematic adaptations. She could not yet project her violet flames at a distance. And even if struck, her target would only revert 5 years. At the onset of the battle, Bridge inadvertently fell victim to her ability, regressing his physical age back to 17, a setback that, while not catastrophic, compelled him to exercise caution in his subsequent attacks. He retreated to a corner of the arena, seeking an opportunity to strike. Ain, positioned opposite him, cradled 2 orbs of violet flame in her hands, bracing herself against Bridge's offense. During their earlier encounter, Bridge had grazed her shoulder. Any lapse in her vigilance could allow him to land a blow. This attrition was decidedly disadvantageous for Ain. In terms of physical prowess and martial skill, she was no match for Bridge. Her only recourse was to capitalize on her devil fruit ability to find a moment to decisively conclude the conflict. Having already experienced a bout of regression, should she suffer another, she would revert to a mere 12-year-old, rendering her formidable physique virtually impotent. Bridge, growing impatient, activated the hook fruit S power, his right hand morphing into a swift, curved claw aimed at Ain. She, fearing the impact, swiftly employed the shave technique to evade. Bridge was adept in the 6 styles, particularly the finger pistol, which suited him perfectly. The incoming hook would carry the additional force of this technique. Should Ain be touched by her own ability at this juncture, the repercussions would be grave, potentially incapacitating her. Ain reappeared at a different point on the stage, Bridge's assault closely trailing her. This time, he resolved to go all in, willing to risk another regression to secure victory. The repeated use of shave was exhausting. Narrowly escaping Bridge's hook, Ain stumbled, nearly collapsing. Gasping for breath as she faced the approaching claw, she appeared to have made a crucial decision. This time, she would not evade. With a sudden thrust, she drove her shoulder forward. A sharp gasp escaped as blood splattered. The curved hook pierced her shoulder, ensnaring her. Grasping the hook embedded in her shoulder with her other hand, she emitted a pained grunt and bowed her head, seemingly losing consciousness. Bridge was taken aback by Ain's audacity. As a woman, her courage to withstand his assault was remarkable. Yet, in the heat of battle, hesitation was not an option on the battlefield. Mercy would not be granted due to the opponent's gender. He assessed Ain, believing her grievous injury rendered her nearly immobile, and that invoking her fruit's power would be exceedingly difficult. Thus, he exerted force with his right hand, dragging her closer with the hook, convinced that once she was within his reach, he could deliver a final, decisive blow. However, the situation was evidently not as smooth as Bridge had anticipated. The intended target, Ain, who was supposed to be dragged over by the hook, found herself immobilized after being pulled only a short distance. Suddenly, nearly fainting, Ain lifted her head with determination, and a burst of purple flames ignited from her hand that rested upon the hook. Activating her reverse fruit ability, the purple flames swiftly engulfed Bridge, transforming his very being. "Damn!" Bridge exclaimed, realizing the flame's ominous intent. He attempted to cancel his ability, but it was too late. His body erupted with a radiant purple light. And after a series of awkward, grotesque cries, he morphed into a chubby, blonde child. Bridge stared at Ain with eyes even smaller than before. Despite regressing to his 12-year-old form, he refused to concede defeat, for Ain's condition was hardly enviable either. Yet, the next scene filled him with despair. Ain discerned Bridge's thoughts and managed a faint smile, her pale face betraying her exhaustion. With a trembling arm, she raised her uninjured hand.
conjuring a smaller orb of light purple flame. She pressed it against her own body, and within moments, the gaping wound in her shoulder vanished, though her overall appearance remained largely unchanged. Although Ain could not extend her age reversal ability, she could diminish it, allowing her to restore her body to an uninjured state. Truly, she was a remarkable wielder of a time-related devil fruit. Seeing Ain restored to her former self while he stood at her waistline, Bridge could only manage a wry smile. He understood he had lost, primarily because he had underestimated Ain's willpower due to his own gender biases and had failed to thoroughly analyze her devil fruit abilities. Ultimately, he accepted his defeat without grievance. In truth, he was not as fixated on the competition's rewards as others. Having already consumed a devil fruit and not being a swordsman, his greatest desire was to confront Grievous during the match, to teach him a stern lesson. To claim the right to a year's worth of cigars, and to relish the sight of Grievous, with a face contorted in discomfort, calling him brother while lighting his cigarette. Now, that dream had turned into a mere regret. Bridge shook his head, raising his hand in surrender. Upon witnessing his concession, Ain released her powers, and Bridge returned to his original form. Back in the lounge, Ain slumped into a chair, thoroughly exhausted from the ordeal. A fellow competitor who had just finished her match entered the lounge and rushed to Ain's side upon seeing her condition. As her friend approached, she noted Ain's pallid complexion, the beads of sweat forming on her forehead, and the blood oozing from the wound on her shoulder, an indication that her stamina had been depleted, causing her devil fruit ability to deactivate. Alarmed, her friend called for medical personnel and turned to Ain, expressing concern. It was merely a match. Was it truly necessary to push yourself to this extent? Summoning her last reserves of strength, Ain conjured an image of a tall figure in her mind. Whispering to herself in a daze, if I cannot endure this much, how can I ever hope to reach his side? Chapter 31, Changes in the Assessment. Qianhe sat idly in the spectator's stand, his eyes half closed, seemingly asleep, as he no longer needed to participate in the forthcoming matches. Do not misunderstand, he was not eliminated. Rather, the assessment rules had been altered. Due to Qianhe's prowess being on an entirely different level from the others, the higher-ups decided to segregate him, exempting him from further competition. The unfortunate opponent, Kuris, who had faced Qianhe in the initial round, was granted another chance to compete. The evaluation pertaining to Qianhe would now transition from sparring with fellow trainees to an assessment conducted by a rear admiral dispatched by the headquarters. Prior to this, the headquarters had consulted Qianhe's opinion, recognizing the inherent unfairness of the situation for him. Nonetheless, the decision was made that regardless of Qianhe's performance against the rear admiral, he would undoubtedly be awarded a devil fruit. Qianhe held no objections to this arrangement. It simplified matters and spared him the awkwardness of eliminating acquaintances. Today marked the third day of the competition, and the final four contestants from Groups A, B, C, and D emerged: Ain, Smoker, Binz, and Grievous. Ultimately, Grievous was eliminated, while Smoker, Binz, and Ain claimed the first, second, and third positions respectively. Smoker chose neither a devil fruit nor a large blade. Instead, he articulated a request for a Tenshaku sword embedded with sea stone. The Navy headquarters acquiesced, acknowledging Smoker as a Logia-type user and the victor of this round. Despite Qianhe's absence from the final match, Binz opted for a large blade with a green hilt, named Green Vine. Curiously, Ain, as a user of abilities, unexpectedly selected a devil fruit. Being in third place, she was limited to choosing an unknown fruit not listed in the catalog. Holding the mysterious fruit, Ain quietly returned to the spectator's stand, where her roommate immediately inquired about her choice. Ain bit her lip. Recalling a conversation with Qianhe prior to the assessment, what reward do you desire from this evaluation? Honestly, aside from you, I cannot think of anyone else who could claim first place. A devil fruit, for it holds special significance for me. Special significance? That's a secret. All I can say is it greatly aids my strength. Are you going to consume it? No, if I do, I'd become a sitting duck. Who are you referring to? Sorry. Forget it, that's your secret. However, I am aware of it. What do you know? It's a secret. Shaking off her musings, Ain turned to her roommate with a smile. I simply have nothing else I desire. The devil fruit might even be exchanged for money in the future. Her roommate pondered this and agreed, opting not to dwell further on the matter. Alright, you little money grubber, let us watch the match. The main event is about to commence, the duel between Uchiha Chika and the Rear Admiral from the headquarters. TSK, this is unprecedented. Uchiha Chika is truly a phenomenon. A being of a caliber entirely beyond our reach. Upon overhearing her roommate refer to Chika as a monster, I cast her a quizzical glance. Suddenly reminded that her companion was essentially an ardent admirer of Uchiha Chika, thus catching herself in an awkward moment. With a sheepish smile, she quickly exclaimed, "Oh dear. Let us focus on the match, it is about to commence." Aine, not genuinely upset, tucked away her devil fruit and settled quietly in her seat, awaiting the forthcoming contest. At that juncture, the arena had been nearly restored and cleared, and Kaki, draped in a coat of justice, ascended the stage. Today, he eschewed the black suit in favor of a comfortable brown ensemble. Grasping the microphone, he cleared his throat and announced to the audience, "Next, we shall witness a battle between Uchiha Chika and the Rear Admiral of the headquarters. Given that Uchiha Chika's strength significantly surpasses that of his peers, this arrangement has been made with his consent." The audience was well aware of this development, resulting in no noteworthy reaction. Observing the calmness of the crowd, Kaki continued. In this trial, regardless of the outcome, Chika will be awarded a devil fruit. Moreover, should he emerge victorious? At this point, Kaki deliberately paused to build suspense, only to be met with indifference from the audience. Within moments, an assortment of banana peels and eggshells rained down upon him, prompting him to wipe the cold sweat from his brow. He hastily concluded, if Chika prevails, he will secure the rank of at least a brigadier general upon graduation. This declaration ignited a fervor in the audience. Previously, even the top contender from the elite training camp could only aspire to the rank of colonel. A position that stood in stark contrast to the chasm that separated it from brigadier general, a rank that signified a near entry into the upper echelons of the Navy headquarters. Chika, at merely 17, attaining the rank of brigadier general? However, upon further reflection, the prerequisite of defeating a rear admiral appeared even more absurd. The prestigious ranks of the Navy headquarters were undeniably significant, and while the anime may portray them as somewhat lacking, their prowess was indisputable. Perhaps this was merely a ploy by the higher-ups to generate excitement, many spectators mused. Not only the audience, but the numerous high-ranking officials present also shared this sentiment, with the exception of Zifa and Sengoku. Upon hearing this news, Crane turned to Sengoku in astonishment, inquiring, "Sengoku, what is the purpose of this? Is it merely to create a spectacle?" The other high-ranking Navy officials cast their gazes toward Garp, as this question resonated with their own curiosities. Sengoku shook his head. His gaze fixed on the arena below, and replied, "I have received confirmation from Zifa that Uchiha Chika currently possesses combat capabilities equivalent to that of a rear admiral." Nani? Sengoku's proclamation detonated like a bombshell, leaving the audience momentarily stunned. They then turned to Zifa, who nodded solemnly. The speed of this young man's growth was truly astonishing. Zifa would never jest about such matters. So, at just 17, Chika had already attained the strength of a rear admiral? Seated beside the crane, Guion kept her legs elegantly together, her hands delicately folded upon her thighs, her enchanting peach blossom eyes fixed intently upon Chika in the viewing area, her expression subtly nuanced. It seemed that Chika, sensing her gaze, lifted his eyes toward the elevated platform, his focus locking onto Guion, who was watching him intently. A gentle smile graced Chika's lips as he formed a few words with his mouth, causing a delicate blush to bloom on Guion's face. With her prowess, she comprehended his message perfectly. "Do not forget our pact, Guion." Of course, Guion would not forget, she recalled it as vividly as anyone could. In response, she conveyed her thoughts through silent words, "I have not forgotten, but do you not think you are a tad overconfident? Are you so certain of that major's allegiance?" Chika refrained from elaborating, simply reiterating with his lips 3 words, "Trust me." Having received Chika's affirmation, Guion ceased further communication. She had acquired the answer she yearned for. Although uncertain of Chika's actual strength, she consistently felt an undeniable sense of security emanating from him, a sensation that ensnared her completely. She whispered softly, "Are you truly going to accomplish this, Chika?" Chapter 32, the final assessment commences across the vast arena. The silent exchange of glances between Chika and Guion did not escape the keen eyes of the host, Kakiji. Observing the emotions flickering in his idol's eyes,
He hastily seized the microphone and declared, "I hereby announce the commencement of the assessment." His interruption caused Chika to withdraw his gaze, and in the next instant, he was on the stage. The abrupt disruption left Zoan with a lingering desire for more. She licked her red lips and shot a fierce glare at Kakiji,
blaming him for the interference.
Sensing Zoan's piercing gaze directed at him, Shibuta shivered but dared not turn around, instead concentrating all his attention on Chika before him.
Noticing that the host was lingering on stage, Chika inquired, "May I ask where my opponent is?"
Kakiji sneered, then with a swift motion, yanked at his collar and flung a justice coat into the audience. However, his force was excessive, and the coat soared towards the spectators,
inciting a commotion followed by a chorus of jeers. "What's the point of throwing a tattered coat?" "Exactly. It nearly hit me. Why not donate it to those in need?" "Just a suggestion." What prompted him to remove his coat? Who knows? Maybe hyperthyroidism.
Kakiji paid no heed to the audience's reactions, his eyes, resembling small melon seeds, fixated on Chika's Rinnegan as he stated, "I am the Rear Admiral dispatched from headquarters to assess you, Uchiha Chika.
Allow me to introduce myself once more. My name is Kakiji."
Upon hearing this, both the higher-ups and the spectators could hardly contain their reactions. Those familiar with Kakiji recognized him as a seemingly unreliable figure, yet one of the most formidable among the rear admirals, a fact acknowledged by many, especially Zoan. She cast a sorrowful glance at her sister, Tsuruheim, feeling that she was deliberately placing obstacles in Chika's path, wishing for her own emotional journey to be less fraught with difficulties.
Tsuruheim, feeling innocent,
also believed the arrangement was rather challenging.
After all, could one truly compare the strength of Mihawk and Moria within the Shichibukai?
Yet, she insisted that this arrangement was not her doing. The elevated officials shared a consensus that the challenge was excessive, except for Zephyr and Sengoku, who remained as composed as ever, arms crossed, seemingly meditating in their seats, indifferent to the murmurs around them. The architect of this arrangement was evident.
Meanwhile,
upon learning that his opponent was the very Kakiji before him, Chika felt an exhilarating rush. Since arriving in the pirate world, he had yet to unleash his full potential, and he himself was uncertain of the extent of his strength. Thus, when the higher-ups approached him with a proposal for an alternative assessment method, he had readily agreed.
In naval ranks, Vice Admiral Chika is often regarded with a degree of disdain. From the portrayal in the anime,
the only vice admirals worthy of his attention are individuals like Mole, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider. As for Garp, he does not quite fit into the category of vice admiral combatants. Initially, one might assume that the opponents would merely consist of the aforementioned few. Yet the higher echelons of the Navy have once again surprised him.
Who is Kaki?
He is a character who emerges later in the narrative of the Pirate King, having already been designated as a candidate for admiral, with power second only to that of an admiral.
Such prowess is certainly worthy of excitement. It seems this will be a most intriguing battle.
Chika brushed a strand of hair from his forehead, allowing his Rinnegan to become fully visible. As the fire of combat ignited within him, ripples began to undulate in his eyes, akin to the waves created by a stone cast into water, expanding outward in concentric circles. Noticing the unusual movement in Chika's eyes, Kaki's expression grew solemn, being a senior officer himself. He was aware of the peculiarities that Chika's eyes possessed. The multitude of abilities associated with them was enough to send shivers down one's spine. And he would not underestimate Chika merely because he was still a trainee.
Chika raised one hand, forming a seal, and inquired, "May we commence?" Kaki nodded. And after a brief silence, the battle erupted.
In an instant, Kaki's entire right arm was enveloped in a layer of pitch-black haki, as he executed a shave,
launching a punch aimed at Chika's abdomen.
Chika, too, immediately unleashed his Shinra Tensei. However, this time it did not propel his opponent away as it usually would, but merely slowed Kaki's movements. It must be noted that for an elite vice admiral like Kaki, Chika's current ocular prowess was insufficient to instantaneously push him aside.
Nonetheless,
it was adequate, and seizing the moment of Kaki's slowed action, Chika's figure vanished from sight. Seeing his attack miss, Kaki remained unfazed and swiftly countered, striking behind him. The sound of impact echoed as Chika appeared, blocking the blow with his palm. A smile curled at Kaki's lips, but Chika's hand trembled slightly, prompting a change in expression. He quickly released his grip, activating his powers and soaring into the sky. Suspended in midair, Chika examined his hand that had just grasped Kaki's fist. Discovering a slight redness and swelling in his palm, with a dull ache radiating through his entire arm. Even with the prowess of the Hashirama cells, he found himself unable to recover in such a short time. Shaking his numb arm slightly, Chika looked down at Kaki and asked, "This effect, it cannot be ordinary haki. Can it?" Kaki chuckled without responding, and with a swift motion, he employed moonwalk to close the distance towards Chika. Boom! 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 The terrifying sound waves reverberated from above. And soon the clouds above the assessment arena were dispersed, leaving only a cerulean sky. The spectators around the venue were left in a state of awe. With a singular thought echoing in their minds, is this Uchiha Chika truly just a trainee? The scene feels markedly different. The aerial clash persisted for nearly 10 minutes, culminating as Chika's figure descended to the ground. At this moment, Chika's appearance was somewhat disheveled, the sleeves on either side had vanished, and the collar of his garment was torn apart, revealing a slight glimpse of his chest. However, the exposed skin indicated that he was not significantly harmed. Kaki followed closely behind, emerging opposite Chika, and in comparison to Chika, his condition appeared considerably better, albeit with slightly wrinkled clothing. Judging by the current contrast between the two, it seemed that Kaki had the upper hand in their recent skirmish. Nevertheless, Kaki did not share this sentiment. He was aware that Chika had not exerted his full strength. Of course, neither had he. Their earlier exchange, though seemingly intense, was merely a warm-up for both. The true battle was only just beginning. Chapter 33, The 12 Gods. Aerial assault. Qianha and Jiajin stood on opposite sides of the arena, both adjusting their states, enveloped in an unusual silence. The spectators beside the ring held their breath, fearful of missing any thrilling moments. After a brief stalemate, Qianha was the first to strike, having entered his sage mode, his speed increasing exponentially. Caught off guard, Jiajin was sent flying by Qianha's blow, barely managing to halt himself at the edge of the arena. Without granting Jiajin a moment to recover, Qianha unleashed another wave of attacks. This time, Jiajin was prepared, sidestepping to evade the strike. However, in the next instant, he was once again sent reeling. Spitting a small amount of blood, Jiajin wiped the corner of his mouth, confusion swirling within him. He had clearly dodged the previous attack. How had he still been struck? Suddenly, as if a realization dawned upon him, he raised his head and fixed his gaze on Qianha, inquiring, "High-level armament haki? You can wield it too?" The high-level armament haki, akin to the flowing cherry haki featured in the One Piece anime's Wano arc, allows one to strike an opponent without direct contact. There exists even more formidable armament haki, capable of internal destruction. And those who master such techniques are invariably the elite of the seas. While Jiajin voiced his question, he was already convinced that Qianha's earlier attack was indeed a manifestation of high-level armament haki. Not only he, but the high-ranking officials in the audience shared the same sentiment. Those seated here were the Navy's top-tier forces, well acquainted with high-level armament haki. Yet, could a Navy recruit truly master such a skill? Kizaru cast a sidelong glance at Zephyr, his voice laced with sarcasm. When did high-level armament haki become part of the training camp curriculum? The new recruits are quite astonishing, wouldn't you agree, Zephyr-sensei? Zephyr fell silent, aware that Kizaru's remark was a veiled jab at his preferential treatment of Qianha. It was true, and there was little to contest, yet regarding Qianha's prior attack, he knew it was not high-level armament haki, for he had not yet taught him that skill. After a moment's contemplation, Zephyr slowly responded, "That was not high-level armament haki. The technique employed by Qianha just now is his own, which he refers to as sage mode. In this state, he can harness the energies of nature and envelop them around his fists and feet, resembling high-level armament haki to some extent." Sangoku chimed in, affirming, "Indeed. There is a distinction. Uchiha Qianha did not utilize haki at all, his arms remained unchanged." Seeing the two counter his claims, Kizaru chose to remain silent, after all. Seeking trouble was not his style, especially when one of them was responsible for his paycheck. Meanwhile, Qianha on the arena did not elaborate on his techniques to Jiajin. Capitalizing on Jiajin's momentary disarray from the previous strike, he raised his hand and unleashed his maximum power, the universal attraction. A tremendous gravitational force emerged. causing the stone slabs of the arena to crack beneath Qianha's palm. Even the spectators behind Jiajin struggled to resist being drawn towards him. And this was still within the confines of Qianha controlling the attack's range. Jiaji had just endured a setback when he was abruptly drawn into the myriad manifestations of the celestial pull.
How infuriating! Do not be overly arrogant, newcomer.
Frustrated by the continuous defeats, Jiaji once again enveloped his right hand in the haki, but this time the color was distinctly different, taking on a reddish hue,
signifying the true high-grade haki.
With a sudden and fierce swing in mid-air, he unleashed a more formidable wave of energy, hurtling directly towards Qianha. Sensing the imminent danger of this strike, Qianha retaliated with a Shinra Tensei, but its effect was negligible. Without hesitation, he swiftly conjured a yin-yang black rod to shield himself. With a resounding crack, the black rod shattered, and this time it was Qianha who was sent flying, forcibly activating his Tendo abilities.
After being propelled several meters away,
he finally regained his footing.
Jiaji had managed to reclaim a point, feeling somewhat relieved, yet his hands remained resolute.
He drew both arms to his waist, gathering energy for a moment before launching them towards Qianha in unison.
The charge of the boar. A transparent shockwave resembling a wild boar materialized in the arena, audibly letting out a ferocious roar before charging directly at Qianha.
Just as Qianha had steadied himself, he found himself on the verge of being struck.
In the stands,
Gion anxiously dug her nails into her thigh, while Ain, seated below, bit her lip in concern.
Everyone understood that the power behind Jiaji's attack was formidable.
Anyone caught in its path would surely suffer.
Boom!
The center of the arena was engulfed in smoke, shattered debris scattering in all directions. Navy officers stationed around the ring sprang into action to prevent any casualties among the spectators.
Qianha!
A shout rang out, but others paid little attention, instead. Gion turned her gaze towards the source of the sound. It was Ain, seated in the audience, who, upon witnessing Qianha vanish into the smoke, found it difficult to contain her emotions. Noticing that it was a naval cadet, and a strikingly beautiful female one at that, Gion couldn't help but smirk, thinking that Qianha had indeed captured the attention of more than just one admirer.
However, unaware of Qianha's current predicament,
she quickly set aside these scattered thoughts and refocused her gaze on the center of the arena.
After a while, the smoke began to dissipate. Qianha's figure emerged into view.
His head bowed, right hand pointed towards the direction of the recent shockwave, wisps of smoke still emanating from it. What drew the most attention was the black circular pattern that appeared on the back of his hand, 5 thick black lines connecting to his fingertips. This black circle pulsated rhythmically, resembling a dark heart.
Gradually, Qianha lifted his head and softly uttered, "Haki sublimation." Haki sublimation? What is that?
Jiaji pondered, perplexed, as this concept had not been taught by their instructor. Lowering his arms and slightly relaxing, Qianha's gaze grew increasingly menacing, a terrifying aura emanating from his right hand.
Jiaji,
not daring to underestimate him, tensed his body in preparation for the impending attack. Sensing the explosive power within his right hand was primed, Qianha swiftly unleashed a flurry of 12 strikes, the 12 divine air strikes.
12 forms of punch-shaped shockwaves coalesce to form an expansive wall of air.
An area so vast that evasion seems utterly futile, and the speed at which it travels distorts the very fabric of space itself. Aware that evasion was impossible, Jiaji planted himself firmly in a horse stance, his expression resolute as he bellowed, "Iron block."
Upon hearing Jiaji call out the name of his technique, Uchiha swiftly retrieved a new outfit from the dimensional space and changed into it.
As the sound of impact echoed, the referee appeared beside Jiaji, who lay unconscious on the arena floor, his eyes rolled back. The referee turned, raised his hand, and proclaimed loudly, "Jiaji has lost consciousness. I hereby announce the victor of this match is." At this moment, the referee swallowed hard, steadied himself, and then, with all his might, shouted, "Uchiha Chika." Chapter 34, The Dust Settles, competing for Chihiro. The referee's voice reverberated across the arena, and after a brief silence, the audience erupted into a cacophony of cheers akin to a tsunami.
Well done. Truly spectacular. This is the kind of battle that is truly exhilarating. I can't believe Uchiha Chihiro has actually defeated the Rear Admiral. Could that Rear Admiral have been an imposter? Nonsense. I know that Rear Admiral, even among that group. He ranks among the elite.
Regardless, we are witnessing the birth of a legend. Chihiro, I wish to see you thrive. In stark contrast to the fervent crowd below, the admirals on stage maintained an air of composure, at least, that was the facade they presented. Akainu slammed his hand against the armrest of his chair, asserting with an undeniable tone, I want Uchiha Chihiro. Kuzan, however, remained unimpressed and rested his chin on his hand, coldly retorting, and what is your justification? Akainu transformed his right arm into magma, with sizzling droplets hitting the ground and emanating billowing clouds of black smoke. He icily replied, simply because I am an admiral of the navy. Kuzan scoffed disdainfully, equally elementalizing his arm, radiating a bone-chilling aura, and without any hint of indulgence towards Akainu, he inquired. And I am an admiral of the navy as well, do you expect me to simply acquiesce to your demands? It seems you are intentionally seeking conflict with me. Aren't you? How could I dare oppose you? After all, you seem to have no qualms about slaughtering an entire ship of innocents, do you? Na ve. Sacrifices are inevitable for the sake of justice. Absurd! What kind of justice condones the massacre of the innocent? As their tempers flared, the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Kizaru, closest to the commotion, appeared unperturbed, even beginning to photonize himself, anticipating that he might be the first to vacate the premises should a confrontation ensue. Sengoku, of course, could not allow such a spectacle to unfold. It would be a disgrace for the trainees below to witness such discord. What would become of the Navy's reputation? His expression darkened as he admonished in a low, furious voice, enough! Do you wish to bring shame upon the Navy? Upon uttering these words, an aura mingled with black lightning erupted from Sengoku, aiming to quell the chaos in the shortest time possible. As the supreme commander of the Navy, Sengoku's conqueror's haki was formidable, and both Akainu and Kuzan, the primary targets of this overwhelming presence, were visibly affected, falling into silence once more. Seeing that the two had quieted, Sengoku retracted his haki and coldly declared, no one shall interfere with Uchiha Chihiro's path after graduation, that decision lies solely with him. Akainu had more to say, but he was met with a cold glance from Tsuru, which compelled him to swallow his words. No matter how defiant he might be, he could not surpass the combined authority of Sengoku and Tsuru. Ultimately, the Navy was dominated by the pacifist faction, and he had no choice but to endure this moment. Clenching his fists in frustration, he thought, how infuriating. If only I were the fleet admiral. The brewing conflict between the two admirals did not disrupt Gion, who was fixated on Chika at the center of the arena. She yearned to rush down and embrace him tightly. Indifferent to any conditions, she had already determined that this younger brother, who was over a decade her junior yet consistently brought her joy and a sense of security, was irreplaceable. After all, age was never truly a barrier. Strictly speaking, Chika was not merely 17. In the audience, Anne covered her mouth with her hands, tears shimmering in her eyes. For her, Chika's ultimate victory represented a miraculous achievement for the Navy, stirring her emotions far more than if she had accomplished it herself. At that moment, her heart swelled with joy solely for the boy she cherished. Chika, still on the stage, sensed the fervent gazes directed at him from opposite directions. He knew precisely who they belonged to. He had heard Aine's voice through the smoke moments ago. Even a piece of wood would grasp her intentions. Yet, the dilemma lay in the fact that he was with Gion, though not yet officially, it seemed inevitable. He held a deep admiration for Aine, the resilient girl who boldly spoke out in the cafeteria, leaving an indelible mark in his heart. Alas! With a soft sigh, Chika raised his thumb towards the high platform. Gion, with a charming smile, parted her red lips to convey through lip reading, the match is over, I'll be waiting for you at the dormitory entrance. Chika internally exclaimed. She must have received the wrong title, she is truly a fox spirit. Nevertheless, he hurried to claim his reward and return to the dormitory, realizing the real prize awaited him. It must be said that the evaluation from a certain orange-haired lowly was indeed accurate, candid, and to the point. Aine observed this exchange and felt her heart constrict as if she had lost something of utmost importance. Her complexion paled instantly, prompting her roommate to inquire, Aine, what's wrong? Is it the old injury from that battle acting up again? Should I help you back to rest? Aine forced a smile, waving her hand weakly, insisting she was fine and that her roommate need not worry.
She fell silent, staring blankly at Chika's back on the stage, tears streaming down her cheeks. No matter how hard she tried, the chasm between her and Chika remained vast. In her eyes, only a powerful and well-connected figure like Rear Admiral Zoan deserved someone like Chika. The year-end assessment concluded successfully after Sengoku delivered a speech. Chika was subsequently escorted to Sengoku's office. The other Navy high-ranking officials had been dismissed, especially Akainu and Akiji. One could only wonder how these two would react upon encountering Chika in person. Setting aside those two troublesome individuals, gazing upon the remarkable Chika, who has brought forth so many delightful surprises in less than a year, Sengoku finds himself increasingly fond of him. It has come to his attention that the girl from Gion harbors a special affection for this young man, hence, why not act swiftly? Surely, someone I have taken a liking to cannot be of lesser quality. Such thoughts Sengoku could only entertain internally, he would never voice them, certainly not because of Tsuru, absolutely not. Noticing Sengoku's prolonged silence, Chika feigned a couple of coughs to prompt him. Regaining his composure, Sengoku mirrored the gesture, coughing twice to alleviate the awkwardness. It must be said, a simple cough can indeed work wonders in diffusing tense situations. Sengoku then restored his customary serious demeanor, retrieving 3 exquisite boxes from the cabinet and presenting them before Chika. These boxes contained the rewards prepared by the Navy headquarters for Chika, 3 powerful devil fruits from which he could choose. Chapter 35, The Selection of Fruits in the Office of the Marine Headquarters. Marshal Sengoku observed Chienha as he gazed at the 3 boxes before him. Pondering that these must be the devil fruits awarded for this assessment, Sengoku, without any pretense, directly introduced the contents of the boxes, stating that these 3 fruits were the rewards for being the top performer in the evaluation. Upon confirmation, Chienha nodded, anticipating the information regarding the 3 fruits. According to prior information, the fruits awarded to the first place were all recorded in the Devil Fruit Encyclopedia, preventing the possibility of receiving a worthless fruit that could ruin a person's future. Noticing Chienha's calm demeanor, Sengoku assumed he was concerned about the quality of the fruits and reassured him, rest assured, these abilities are all documented in the encyclopedia. And I have also made a slight selection for you, they should not disappoint. Chienha glanced at Sengoku in surprise, reflecting on the fact that, as the fleet admiral of the Navy, he had taken the time to make a careful selection. It seemed he was quite cautious about not providing him too easy an advantage. Regardless, Chienha felt indebted to Sengoku, who had already assisted him significantly, along with Sifa. Although their support was largely due to his own talent and strength, the fact remained that they had helped him. A principle of honor dictates that one should not solely receive favors without reciprocating. He also wondered about Corazon's current situation. Chienha was aware of Sengoku's deep feelings for Corazon. Upon learning of Corazon's demise in the anime, Sengoku had wept openly, revealing the depth of his sorrow. Therefore, if the opportunity arose, he would surely intervene to protect Corazon. Unbeknownst to Chienha, Sengoku continued with the introduction of the devil fruits. The fruit on the far right is the scythe fruit of the Paramecia type, which grants the ability to generate air slashes akin to razor-sharp scythes, possessing considerable offensive power. The one in the middle is the ancient species of the Zoan type, the cat fruit, which allows transformation into a saber-toothed tiger. This will enhance your physical capabilities in a balanced manner, although it may slightly affect your temperament. As Sengoku spoke of the final fruit, he deliberately glanced at Chienha, noting his lack of response to the first 2 fruits. He thought to himself, I knew this young man had high standards. These 2 fruits, which would be highly coveted by others, seemed to hold little allure for him. Nevertheless, he remained confident that Chienha would find the last fruit irresistible. After all, compared to the last one, the first 2 could only be seen as mere preludes. With this thought in mind, Sengoku maintained his steady tone as he introduced the final fruit. The last one is also of the Zoan type, yet it is a rarer mythical beast type. Its name is the cat fruit, Nikomata form. Upon hearing this name, Chienha's expression finally shifted, not solely because this fruit was a precious mythical beast type, but more so due to the name itself. Wasn't this akin to the tailed beasts from his previous life? Chienha felt a wave of confusion, but upon reflection, he recalled that in Japanese mythology, there indeed existed a creature known as Nikomata, suggesting they were 2 distinct beings. As Sengoku observed Chihai, he noticed a change in the latter's expression, thinking to himself, he must be awestruck by my prowess. Does he not comprehend the significance of a marine admiral? This fruit was personally retrieved by me. It seems he possesses some discernment. I shall claim this cat demon fruit. Chihai decided without hesitation. Sengoku, witnessing Chihai's choice of the cat demon fruit, felt a sense of satisfaction as he stroked his small tuft of beard and pushed the box containing the fruit toward Chihai. Will you consume this fruit now or prepare yourself first? He inquired. Now. Chihai replied, eager to proceed. As the box was placed before him, he felt a surge of heat in his eyes and an uncontrollable craving welled up within him. Ever since absorbing the Dordor fruit, the allure of the devil fruits had become increasingly irresistible. Sengoku, observing Chihai's impatience, thought to himself, ah, youth. Such eagerness is understandable. Consuming a mythical Zoan devil fruit can certainly secure one's standing upon the seas, provided their body is not too weak. However, he knew well that devil fruits were notoriously unpleasant to consume. Sengoku, having partaken of one himself, could never forget the taste. Often likened to excrement, though he had never tasted feces, he was confident that such a comparison was not exaggerated. Thus, upon hearing that Chihai intended to consume the devil fruit immediately, Sengoku's gaze fixated on him, eager to witness the expression of someone who had just tasted excrement. Yet, the ensuing scene was bound to disappoint Sengoku. Chihai opened the box to reveal a black fruit resembling an apple, then struck it with his hand, activating the Hungry Ghost Path's ability. In an instant, the fruit transformed into an ordinary red apple. To Chihai, the unaltered devil fruit was merely a special energy entity. Needing no assistance from the human path, he could extract its power effortlessly with the Hungry Ghost Path, saving time and effort. Having completed the absorption, Chihai clapped his hands and pushed the box back to Sengoku, indicating that he was finished. Sengoku's eyes nearly bulged out as he gazed at the bright red apple on the table, then turned to Chihai, asking, "Is it done?" "Yes." "Just like that." "Where is the expected expression of disgust?" Sengoku exclaimed, bewildered by Chihai's method of consumption, which starkly contrasted with his own experience. The admiral was on the verge of losing his composure. Chihai, meanwhile, touched his right eye, where a new tomoe had appeared in his Rinnegan. This time, the sensation felt peculiar. He sensed an unsettling vitality emanating from the tomoe. He attempted to activate the fruit's ability, and in the next moment, black flames ignited around his exposed hands. Strangely, they did not burn. Instead, they emanated a chilling aura, and black fur began to sprout from his skin, while his nails sharpened into points. This is a partial beastification of the animal clan, a combat state that Chika cherishes most. In this state, both offensive power and restorative capabilities, as well as physical endurance, witness a significant enhancement, particularly the speed of feline creatures, which improves most noticeably. Yet, even while harnessing this ability, the newly formed tomoe in his right eye pulsates incessantly, as if striving to break free. A sensation that brings him discomfort and leaves him at a loss for resolution, prompting him to temporarily close his right eye. Sengoku, observing his actions, felt a pang of anxiety, fearing that Chika's method of absorbing the devil fruit had encountered an issue, particularly with his eye, which was unacceptable. Chika's eyes were far more precious to the Navy than any mythical Zoan devil fruit. He hastily inquired, "What is it? Is there something wrong with your eye? Should I summon a doctor?" Chika waved his hand, indicating he was fine, yet Sengoku remained uneasy, pressing further, "Is there a problem with your absorption method? Could you elucidate this approach?" To be candid, he had not intended to question Chika about this. Everyone harbors their own secrets, especially concerning their abilities. Nevertheless, his concern for Chika compelled him to ask, as apart from Corazon, Uchiha Chika was currently Sengoku's most cherished junior. Chapter 36, The Nikomata Medusa. In response to Sengoku's inquiries, Chika pondered briefly and devised a succinct reply. Covering his right eye, he addressed Sengoku, "I am fine, Admiral Sengoku, thank you for your concern. You may perceive this absorption method as my eye consuming the devil fruit." Chika was unperturbed by the prospect of his secret being exploited by the world government for inhumane experiments. Currently, he was well protected by Sengoku, Zephyr, and others within the Navy, and his own strength sufficed for self-preservation. Regardless of whether it was the Flying Thunder God technique, the Dordor fruit, or the Yomi Yomi Nomi, Chika felt invincible. Few could impede his escape should he choose to flee.
However, Sengoku was momentarily taken aback by this revelation, his expression resembling that of a bewildered question mark.
He mused, could the eyes truly consume the devil fruit? Did this imply that ears and noses could partake as well? Was it merely a matter of being restricted to consuming with the mouth? Anticipating Sengoku's reaction, Chika added, only my Rinnegan can. At this point, Sengoku could only acquiesce to this peculiar premise. Nevertheless, he couldn't help but reflect on the absurdity of Chika's lineage. He had heard that Chika was the last of his family. Could it be that even the heavens could not bear witness to such a fate? Very well, Admiral Sengoku. My right eye feels rather peculiar. I shall take my leave and rest for a while. The anomaly in his right eye intensified, compelling Chika to depart in search of a secluded spot for further investigation. All right, but if it becomes unbearable, make sure to visit the infirmary, understood? Yes, I understand. With that, Chika vanished, leaving behind his flying thunder god kunai in the desolate terrain of the mountain's rear. Since he had yet to master the fourth generation of the flying thunder god technique, he could not leave a mark on objects at will, however. This fixed-point teleportation remained exceedingly useful. In the training camp's back mountain wasteland, whoosh! Chika's figure materialized beside the flying thunder god kunai. Upon arrival, a voice resonated in his mind, a sultry tone declaring, "Master, let me out." Chika was startled, the sensation was peculiarly disconcerting. He endeavored to communicate with the voice in his mind, "Who are you? How did you come to reside within me?" The sultry voice replied, "As per that human's prior explanation, I am the Nikomata, and you are the one who brought me into existence." Nani? Chika was thoroughly confounded. Was this an aspect of the Zoan-type fruit? Yet, the pressing concern at hand was to release this Nikomata. Having a voice reverberating within his mind was undeniably strange. "How can I release you? I am unsure. I am trapped within your eye, alongside a three-headed dog and a chameleon." Was this not the summoning beast of the animal path associated with the Rinnegan? Since awakening his Rinnegan, Chika had yet to utilize the animal path's abilities, nearly forgetting this aspect altogether. Primarily, he found it unnecessary. The size advantage of animals did not hold significant merit in the world of pirates. And the chameleon's invisibility was easily countered by observation haki. Moreover, he had no desire to find himself within the chameleon's maw. To the astonishment of all, the cat demon was birthed from its own bestial realm. This made matters simpler. Chika promptly bit his finger and struck it against the ground, invoking a summoning spell. With a resounding poof, a thick cloud of smoke enveloped the area, dissipating almost instantly with a piercing feline cry. Before Chika stood a colossal demon cat, entirely black, with flickering dark flames dancing upon its back, none other than the cat demon itself. Upon noticing Chika, the cat demon lowered its head and affectionately rubbed its enormous cranium against him. Its fur was sleek and smooth, emanating a refreshing aura, causing Chika to involuntarily shiver at the unexpected contact. As he reached out to caress the cat demon's head, it displayed a look of pure enjoyment. Observing the magnificent creature before him, Chika confirmed that this cat demon was a being entirely distinct from the tailed beasts in the world of Naruto. After a moment of contemplation, he posed two inquiries that piqued his interest. "Do you possess any special abilities? And if you emerge from my eyes, will I still be able to wield your powers?" The cat demon responded with utmost respect. "The dark flames I conjure possess an extraordinarily low temperature, capable of freezing targets. Furthermore, I can manipulate corpses with these flames. Those ensnared by my dark fire can unleash half of their original strength. Rest assured, Master, even in my external form, you may still utilize all my powers, including beast transformation." Chika nodded in satisfaction upon hearing the cat demon's reply. Setting aside the offensive potential of the dark flames, the ability to control corpses was exceptionally pragmatic, far surpassing the traditional reanimation technique without the body of the white absolute. Although he too could manage corpses with his black rods, the effectiveness paled in comparison to the cat demon's dark flames. Moreover, the cat demon itself served as a formidable spiritual beast to assist him in battle. In summary, Chika rated this reward from the examination with a resounding 5 stars. Feeling buoyant, he found himself increasingly charmed by the cat demon. However, as the hour grew late, he resolved to return to his dormitory, pondering how he could possibly bring such a large creature back with him.
As if reading his thoughts, the cat demoness' sultry voice resonated in Chika's mind. Master,
I can alter my size. May I sleep beside you tonight? The space in your eyes feels rather uncomfortable. Would that be acceptable, master? With that,
the cat demon adorned a pitiful expression, even exuding a hint of allure.
How could anyone bear to refuse such a sight? Without hesitation, Chika acquiesced.
Delighted by her master's consent, the cat demon let out a joyful meow, gradually shrinking in size until she transformed into an ordinary-sized black cat.
Leaping onto Chika's shoulder and affectionately licking his cheek.
As Chika ventured to stroke the cat demoness' head and tail, she bristled slightly but did not resist.
Interestingly,
despite her black fur, a faint blush was discernible upon her face.
Chika found the sensation delightful.
Reminiscent of the exhilarating feeling of extending his hand out of a car window on the highway, grasping at the air. Unbeknownst to him, as this thought crossed his mind, the cat demoness' cheeks flushed even deeper, and she discreetly cast a glance at Chika. The matter regarding the Rinnegan has been resolved,
and Chika is now preparing to return to her dormitory. Before departing, she bestowed upon the cat a name, wondrous. The cat was quite fond of this name, extending its tiny paws to tightly embrace Chika's neck. The silhouette of the duo, a girl and her cat, appeared remarkably harmonious and beautiful beneath the setting sun. Chapter 37. Zoan. Chika did not leave behind a flying thunder god kunai by the dormitory, for after each training session, he relished the solitude of walking back alone. However, today he was not alone.
Perched upon his shoulder was a small black cat, and together they leisurely traversed the path, enveloped in a serene quietude.
Yet,
this tranquility belied the cacophony within Chika's mind, where the sultry voice of Merdis chattered incessantly.
Master, may I remain by your side forever?
Of course.
Hee, I adore you. Master. By the way, I'm actually a girl. I am aware. Not the kind of little female cat you might be imagining. Well, you'll find out soon enough. I noticed earlier, can you hear my thoughts? I can perceive part of them. If what you are thinking pertains to me, I can hear it.
Oh, that's quite agreeable. As Chika engaged in this lively exchange with Merdis, a spherical figure appeared in the distance, swiftly approaching him. Merdis immediately became alert, newly born. She harbored wariness towards all beings except Chika.
Master, someone is coming.
I see him, don't worry, it's fine.
Chika extended a hand to reassure Merdis, signaling that the approaching figure was an ally.
As the figure drew nearer, Chika recognized him as Bridge, who, upon spotting Chika, beamed with delight and called out, "Boss! That beautiful officer has returned, she's waiting for you by the dormitory."
Ah, I almost forgot about Zoan.
Chika exclaimed, giving his head a light smack. Then hoisting Bridge into the air with a swift motion. Having experienced flight once again, Bridge was now utterly resigned to his fate, no longer struggling. There is a saying that life often resembles a roller coaster. If one cannot resist, it is better to enjoy the ride. Upon landing, a figure leaped into Chika's arms,
tightly wrapping around his waist.
The one who had thrown herself into his embrace was none other than Zoan, the enchanting officer Bridge had mentioned. Despite having waited for Chika all day, and even being stood up in the afternoon, her demeanor remained unaffected. Upon hearing from the Sengoku that Chika's eyes seemed troubled, and understanding the significance of those eyes to him, she hurried over, even enlisting a sturdy companion to help find him. Seeing Chika safe before her now allowed her to finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chika gazed at Zoan in his arms, his expression softening. He did not shy away, returning her embrace with equal fervor. Zoan straightened up, yet given that Chika was still slightly shorter, her elevation caused his face to nestle against her soft bosom. Feeling the warmth of Chika's breath against her chest, Zoan's cheeks flushed a deep crimson, resembling ripened apples. Observing this intimate scene, Bridge quickly made his retreat, hastily distancing himself from the pair. However, few remembered that a small black cat was present on the scene, reveling in the luxury of facial cleansing. Suddenly, a voice echoed in Qianhe's mind, "Master, are you going to mate with that human?" Qianhe sputtered, startled, causing Zoan to believe something was amiss with his eyes. Ignoring the dampened fabric on her chest, Zoan hurriedly cupped Qianhe's face in her hands, scrutinizing his reincarnation eyes intently. Aside from the addition of a Magatama, there seemed to be no issue.
I'm fine, just choked a bit, cough, just choked.
Guyon's grip was somewhat firm, causing Qianha's lips to pucker. But he gently patted her hand to reassure her, seizing the opportunity to free his face. At that moment, Guyon also noticed the dark-furred Metis perched on Qianha's shoulder. As the evening had drawn in, she had overlooked the presence of this little black cat. Upon seeing Metis, Guyon clapped her hands in delight, exclaiming, "When did you get a cat? It's rather adorable." As she reached out to embrace Metis, the cat vanished in an instant, only to reappear on Qianha's opposite shoulder. Casting a taunting glance at Guyon. This startled Guyon. Metis' speed had far surpassed that of the swiftest of creatures.
This could not possibly be an ordinary cat. Ignoring Metis' provocation, she turned her curious gaze toward Qianha.
He had no intention of concealing anything from her, after all. Guyon was the person he was closest to within the Navy.
He briefly explained Metis' origin and identity.
After a considerable pause, Guyon struggled to accept the revelations she had just heard. If it had not been Qianha, a man who defied conventional logic,
she would have sent anyone else to meet the Buddha with a slap.
Taking a deep breath, Guyon slowly articulated, "So?
You mean to say this black cat is the embodiment of that mythical beast's devil fruit, the cat fruit?"
"Indeed, I named her Metis."
"Metis? That has quite a lovely name. So, she is indeed a female cat?"
"Ah, yes."
Qianha regarded Guyon with a hint of confusion. Did it truly matter if Metis was male or female? Guyon, however, thought otherwise.
Metis' anthropomorphic expressions and movements had instilled in her a sense of unease. One that transcended mere combat.
Nevertheless, she couldn't possibly engage in a contest of wills with a cat, could she? Shaking her head,
Guyon playfully poked Qianha's chest with her finger, teasingly stating, "All right, Qianha, do you remember the promise I made to you?"
"Of course I do. Here it comes. The final reward is upon us."
Qianha exclaimed, excitement coursing through him as he instinctively tightened his grip on Guyon's arm.
"You're hurting me." Guyon laughed, half amused and half annoyed,
as she patted Qianha's arm. Realizing he had become a bit too eager, Qianha quickly loosened his hold. It was hardly surprising, after all, he had lived 3 lifetimes.
Yet this was undeniably his first experience.
On the blue planet, I found myself an orphan, grappling with the fundamental struggle of survival, while in the realm of the Hokage, I was perpetually faced with the peril of life itself. How could I possibly muster the energy to contemplate such matters?
Guyon, of course,
bore no genuine resentment towards me and continued, "Just remember, you have fulfilled the promise made back then, so feel free to articulate any conditions you may have."
After speaking,
she hesitated to meet Chika's gaze, diverting her eyes elsewhere. Chika, in turn, released his embrace and gently grasped Guyon's chin, guiding her to face him directly. With a serious demeanor, he declared, "My condition is that I desire you to become mine."
"Is this condition acceptable?"
Guyon stared at him in a daze. Undoubtedly. This was the very condition she yearned to hear. In truth, when she initially proposed that goal at the dormitory entrance, it was to ascertain Chika's feelings. For she had already developed affections for him yet remained uncertain about his emotions.
In a moment of impulsiveness, she set forth a goal she deemed somewhat daunting.
To her astonishment, Chika accomplished this goal within just a year and, in turn, expressed the very condition she longed to hear.
At that moment,
Guyon was enveloped in sheer bliss. Shyness was not in her nature. After stating his condition, Chika was abruptly met with a soft kiss. And after a brief moment of surprise, he responded with equal fervor. The only witness to this intimate moment was the little cat, Merdice, perched upon someone's shoulder.
Its tiny paws raised in front as if the slight separation between them hinted at the feline's mischievousness. Chapter 38, The Premature Conclusion of Camp Life on the following day.
Qianha appeared at the training ground, radiating a refreshing aura. Beside him, Bridge whispered to Greyfuss, "Look, our leader Qianha is in high spirits today.
It's like an iron tree has blossomed."
Greyfuss cast a sidelong glance at Bridge, choosing silence. He dared not discuss Qianha's matters, especially since he remembered Qianha's promise to introduce him to the sister of that beautiful officer. My word, considering the stunning appearance of that Guyon lady,
her sister must be equally remarkable.
Just the thought stirred his excitement, prompting him to distance himself from Bridge during such a moment.
Seeing Greyfuss's disinterest, Bridge sulked and turned his attention to Binz, signaling him with his eyes, "Ask me. Inquire about last night." Yet, as expected, Binz remained silent. "Fine, you all are impressive. So aloof that you won't even indulge in gossip, I shall savor my thoughts alone." Zifa, as usual, appeared on the podium, surveying the crowd below before announcing, "Today, I have 2 matters to declare. The first is to congratulate Qianhe for achieving first place in the year-end assessment." This proclamation was met with thunderous applause. Many trainees blushing as if they themselves had secured the top spot. It is important to note that this year's participants included not only their cohort but also many from higher grades, yet the ultimate victor remained from their class. A source of immense pride. At least they wouldn't have to endure the classic remark, "You are the worst group I've ever trained." Once the applause subsided, Zifa continued. "The second matter is that Qianhe will be temporarily leaving our training camp. In light of Qianhe's exceptional abilities, it has been decided by the headquarters that he will be assigned to a different position for the coming year." As he concluded this announcement, Zifa cast a glance at Qianhe amidst the crowd, his eyes reflecting pride, reluctance, and, above all, satisfaction. Qianhe was his most esteemed student. And now this pupil was ready to spread his wings and soar into the vast ocean. As a mentor, all he could offer was encouragement and support. Qianhe's roommates were equally filled with reluctance. Bridge threw his arms around Qianhe, weeping and exclaiming, "Don't go, leader Qianhe." This display provoked a look of disdain from Modis, who, resting on Qianhe's shoulder, pushed against Bridge's chubby face with her tiny paw, hoping to prevent his tears from soiling Qianhe's attire. Greyfuss, unabashed, quietly lit a cigar, while Binz continued to gaze at Qianhe, his eyes conveying his sorrow. Qianhe, somewhat exasperated, pushed Bridge away and raised his hands in a gesture of confusion. "What is this? We will meet again soon, perhaps within a year, you may find yourselves aboard my ship. Do you believe that?" The 3 others paused in contemplation. With Bridge the quickest to respond, "Of course. With your capabilities, leader Qianhe, it's a sure thing to earn some merit. Won't that mean a swift rise in rank for you?" He chuckled, though the phrase "rise like a chicken and dog" seemed slightly off, but the sentiment remained clear. The emotions of the 3 individuals quickly stabilized, with Qianhe gently patting their shoulders. Suddenly, he cast a glance in a particular direction. When Burrage questioned him about it, Qianhe shook his head, signaling that there was nothing amiss. Meanwhile, Ain silently withdrew her gaze, lowering her head to stare at her toes, however, due to her physical development. All that caught her eye were 2 towering peaks. "Will we meet again, Qianhe?" After addressing those matters, Zephyr declared a day of rest to celebrate the commendable performance of the trainees at the training camp. The students erupted in cheers, and the atmosphere of parting was diluted. Following this, Qianhe was once again summoned to Zephyr's office. This time, Zephyr's demeanor was not his usual stern visage. Upon entering, Qianhe was greeted by a smile that radiated warmth and kindness. "Teacher Zephyr, may I inquire what the matter is?" "Nothing of great importance," Zephyr replied. "I merely wish to see you again, as you may be quite busy in the days to come." Observing Zephyr's expression, Qianhe sensed his solitude, which stirred discomfort within him. The wretched pirates, the more Qianhe interacted with Zephyr, the more his disdain for pirates grew. After all, this was a man once known as the non-killer admiral. How could such scum be dealt with so mercilessly? With his emotions stirred, Qianhe suddenly posed a question to Zephyr. "What is your current stance on pirates, Teacher Zephyr?" Taken aback by this inquiry, Zephyr paused for a long moment in silence. Rather than responding directly, he countered, "What is your perspective on kindness?" After a moment of contemplation, Qianhe replied solemnly, "Kindness must possess an edge. A heart without boundaries invites encroachment, mercy devoid of principles merely allows others to act with impunity." Must kindness truly have an edge? "That is an astute observation," Zephyr remarked with self-deprecating amusement, nodding in agreement with Qianhe's words. He recognized that this statement also subtly challenged the righteousness he had previously upheld. Yet, what does it matter if one denies it? Can a non-lethal form of justice restore his wife and child? Can it genuinely lead those pirates to repentance? Qianhe's words served not only as a reflection for him but also as a wake-up call for the Dove faction within the Navy. Many in the Dove faction had become excessively lenient in their sense of justice, while Akainu's brand of justice often leaned towards extremism.
One could not deny that the vast seas require admirals like him. The very articulation of such sentiments indicated that Qianhe had forged his own sense of justice. One cannot easily declare who is right or wrong in matters of righteousness. Nevertheless, Zephyr recognized Qianhe's potential, now convinced that his future transcended the rank of admiral. He was destined to become a naval commander, perhaps even greater. How he longed to witness that day. For this, he resolved to live with purpose. Since stepping down from the position of admiral, Zephyr felt reinvigorated, filled with a renewed vigor to devote his every effort to elevate Qianhe to the heights that awaited him. With this thought in mind, he rose and placed his hand firmly on Qianhe's shoulder. "Fear not, Qianhe, your teacher will always be your steadfast support within the headquarters." Chapter 39, The Headquarters Arrangement. At the Navy headquarters, in the Marshal's office, Sengoku presented a letter of appointment to Chinjo. "Although you have not yet graduated, the headquarters has decided to make an exception and grant you the rank of colonel, assigning you to guard the Sabaody archipelago temporarily." Sengoku handed a document and a set of colonel's uniform to Chinjo, awaiting his response. After glancing through the document, Chinjo looked up at Sengoku and inquired, "Understood, Marshal Sengoku. Shall I depart immediately?" "Indeed," Sengoku replied. "It has been delayed for some time. Your assignment to Sabaody is not only the headquarters' decision but also a directive from the world government. You must exercise caution." Chinjo raised an eyebrow, intrigued by the world government's attention. "The world government? What instructions do they have?" Sengoku shook his head, indicating there were no explicit directives. However, he surmised, "Your potential within the Navy is indeed remarkable. The world government likely perceives a significant future for you and wishes to observe your conduct. Keep in mind, the celestial dragons frequently visit that location to purchase slaves, and your attitude towards them will be of utmost importance to the world government." Having spent many years in the Navy, Sengoku had considerable dealings with the world government and could intuit their sentiments. Nevertheless, this did not diminish his underlying disdain for certain individuals, a sentiment he could not express as a Navy marshal. Chinjo nodded thoughtfully, and Sengoku continued to emphasize, "If you encounter the celestial dragons, do not provoke them. If you wish to avoid them, simply steer clear. They typically have little interest in the Navy." Sengoku was genuinely concerned that Chinjo, as a young man, might react impulsively to the celestial dragon's actions and jeopardize his future. Chinjo, however, understood the wisdom in Sengoku's words and assured him, "During my time in Sabaody, I will certainly avoid causing any trouble." Reassured by Chinjo's promise, Sengoku waved him off, signaling that he could leave. Upon exiting Sengoku's office, Chinjo unexpectedly encountered the long-unseen Garp. Upon recognizing Chinjo, Garp jovially draped an arm over his shoulder and exclaimed, "Is that you, Chinjo? Come, come. Let me treat you to some senbei at Sengoku's." Chinjo chuckled and waved his hand, declining the offer. "I just came from there, so I'll pass on the senbei." Noticing Chinjo holding a document, Garp inquired, "Is that your letter of appointment? Have you graduated early? Where are you being assigned?" Chinjo replied, "I have not graduated early, it is more akin to an internship. I am being assigned to guard Sabaody." "Sabaody? What on earth are you being sent to that wretched place for?" "The celestial dragons frequent it, and they are nothing but trouble," Garp exclaimed, his disdain for those individuals evident. "What nonsensical ramblings are you spouting? Hurry and come here." The tumult in the office has already caught wind of Garp's outrageous remarks, and they swiftly intervene, for if he continues his absurdity, it may very well reach the ears of the world government. Garp, with a dismissive curl of his lips, made a comical face at the office before earnestly advising Chika, "In any case, be cautious once you take up your post. Minimize interactions with the celestial dragons." Although Garp often appeared carefree and unconcerned, it did not imply he was merely a brutish fool. For him, it was essential to be rough when needed and meticulous when required. That was the proper way of conduct. Chika, appreciating Garp's good intentions, bid farewell and departed. Upon exiting the building, Chika summoned the power of the heavens and soared towards the port. Along the way, the ever-still Mortis suddenly inquired, "Master, what are the celestial dragons? Why must you be cautious around them? Are they formidable?" Chika disdainfully shook his head and replied, "Merely a bunch of trash. Sooner or later, I shall carry bags of rice to the Red Soil continent.
Carry bags of rice? What does that mean, master? Are you delivering food to them? No. It means I will utterly defeat them. I see, master.
When the time comes, I shall assist you in carrying more bags of rice. I have faith in you.
Chika smiled gently, scratching Mortis under the chin. Mortis squinted her eyes, reveling in the affection. You indeed have great confidence in me. Of course, master is the most formidable. As Chika reached the port, he followed the instructions on the commission letter to search for the warship that would take him away. After a short while, he finally spotted the vessel, but the bold character emblazoned on its sail made him chuckle in amusement. The word Crane stood prominently on the sail, unmistakably marking it as the flagship of the renowned Vice Admiral Crane. As Chika approached the ship to board, he noticed Guillaume waving at him from the deck.
Since their intense verbal sparring that night, this was their first encounter, and recalling that evening made Chika purse his lips, prompting an exaggerated eye roll from Mortis.
Today, Guillaume donned the Navy's justice cloak, appearing particularly dashing. I am a colonel after all, where is my cloak? This thought left Chika somewhat vexed.
Instead of boarding in a conventional manner, he soared effortlessly onto the ship.
Upon landing on the deck,
Chika surveyed his surroundings and discovered that the area was filled with female soldiers, who were curiously assessing this descending naval officer.
Who is he? Quite handsome. Look at his uniform, he seems to be a colonel. He looks so young, I wonder what brings him here. Could he have a romantic interest here? Who knows? However, didn't Vice Admiral Crane expressly forbid male officers from boarding unless on official business?
Upon spotting Chika, Guillaume's face instantly blossomed into a captivating smile.
She hurriedly approached him, her high heels clicking rhythmically against the floor. Being surrounded by her subordinates, she restrained her impulse to embrace Chika and instead spoke. Well, what do you think? Did you expect that I would be the one to escort you to your new post?
Indeed, I did not foresee this, but I rather enjoy it.
Chika replied with a playful giggle. By the way, is Vice Admiral Tsuru not here?
My sister is at headquarters, as she must remain there.
This vessel is now entirely under my command. Then I shall rely on you, Guillaume. Well, that will depend on your performance, dear Chika.
Chapter 40, Chika. On this splendid day, aboard the Crane's warship, Chika reclined on the deck, his head resting on Guillaume's lap, sipping the juice she held, utterly content. The female Marines standing guard maintained their focus, having transitioned from initial shock to a state of indifference regarding such a scene.
Guillaume gently tapped Chika, who was on the verge of slumber, and inquired, So, what plans do you have for this trip to Sabaody?
Stretching languidly, Chika replied in a lazy tone. No particular plans, perhaps I'll just bide my time for a year. The main goal is to gain some credentials with the world government.
The world government? How did you catch the attention of that group?
From what I gathered from Admiral Sengoku, they intend to evaluate me.
Isn't that precisely where the celestial dragons frequent? They assigned me to stay here for a while.
The celestial dragons.
Chika, do you understand what that name signifies?
Of course. It denotes a group of scum.
I've heard enough about them to last me a lifetime. Rest assured, if they don't provoke me, I won't bother with them.
Seeing this, Guillaume fell silent, hoping that Chika was well aware of the implications. Due to the proximity of the Navy headquarters to the Sabaody archipelago, the warship swiftly reached its destination. Upon disembarking, Chika was greeted by a row of Marines,
led by the highest authority in the area, Rear Admiral Ambuster. Ambuster's visit was not merely to welcome Chika, as he currently held only the rank of colonel.
In an instant, Guillaume appeared behind Chika, prompting Ambuster to lead the naval officers forward for the reception.
Chika chuckled to himself, realizing his rank was still insufficient.
But he remained unconcerned.
Guillaume waved to Ambuster, signaling that she had delivered Chika and was ready to depart.
She then turned to Chika with a slight smile, stating, I can only accompany you this far, I must take my leave now.
Chika nodded and replied warmly, Thank you for your efforts, Guillaume. Feigning annoyance, Guillaume shot back. Why should we be so formal with each other?
After playfully pinching Chika's cheek, she aimed to bolster his spirits, hoping he would feel more at ease here. Ambuster observed their interaction, wiping the sweat from his brow, pondering the significance of Uchiha Chika, especially at such a young age, and resolved to treat him with caution. After giving Chika some final instructions, Zoan departed without lingering, partly due to the evolution of their relationship and partly because her usual duties were in close proximity, allowing her the freedom to return at any time. Once Zoan was gone, Buster hurried to Chika's side, setting aside any pretenses, and warmly introduced himself.
You must be Colonel Uchiha Chika, dispatched from headquarters. I am Rear Admiral Buster, the commanding officer here. Should you require anything, do not hesitate to approach me. Chika responded with a smile, I have no immediate concerns, but I look forward to serving under your command in the days to come. I appreciate your guidance. The demeanor of Chika has significantly reassured Buster. It appears that Uchiha Chika is quite amiable. One cannot help but acknowledge that possessing a formidable background indeed facilitates one's endeavors, as even with a higher rank, Buster dares not exhibit the slightest negligence. After exchanging pleasantries, Buster escorted Chika to Area 66 of the Sabaody archipelago, the location where the Navy is stationed. Upon entering an office, Buster was astonished to find two women already seated within, and he was entirely unfamiliar with their identities. One of the women had short, golden curls and was adorned in an elegant orange gown, sitting gracefully with her hands folded, smiling in their direction. The other woman appeared younger, also with golden hair, but long and flowing. She wore glasses and was dressed in a tailored black suit complemented by a fitted skirt. Her legs clad in fishnet stockings and adorned with black high heels. Who are you? How did you come to be here? Buster, lacking the inclination to admire the striking women, assumed a vigilant posture, scrutinizing the two before him. Chika, however, maintained a calm composure, having deduced their identities from their appearances. The woman in the white hat was Stussy from CP0, while the other was Khalifa, soon to be part of CP9. Observing Buster's wary stance, Stussy rose and handed him a document, then, with a playful chuckle, remarked, Oh dear, Major Buster, there's no need to be so tense. We bear no ill intentions. Allow me to introduce ourselves, we are representatives of the world government. I am Stussy, and this beside me is Khalifa. Representatives of the world government? Buster's pupils constricted as he gazed at the document in his hands, realizing he was in the presence of individuals he could not afford to offend. What manner of identity did this Uchiha Chika possess, that such elusive figures would appear so readily upon his arrival? Regardless of who they were not individuals he, as a mere major, could provoke. Thus, he composed himself and respectfully returned the document to Stussy, inquiring, Miss Stussy, my apologies. May I inquire as to the purpose of your visit? Stussy gracefully resumed her seat, elegantly crossing her legs while lifting a cup of hot tea to her lips, gently blowing on it before taking a sip. Observing this, Merdis quietly confided in Chika, Master, this old woman certainly knows how to put on airs. I would love to give her a claw. Chika soothed her with a thought, let it be, this woman carries significant influence and is likely here for me. It would be prudent to see what her intentions are. After sipping her tea, Stussy set the cup down, no longer regarding Buster but instead focusing her gaze on Chika, still wearing her smile, and spoke, I have come to see our Navy's rising star, Colonel Uchiha Chika. Indeed, it is he. Very well, esteemed individuals, enjoy your time. But please do not involve me. Upon realizing that she was not the one being sought, Buster promptly turned and exited the office, gently closing the door behind her out of consideration. Once Buster departed, Qianhe spoke up, inquiring, I wonder what brings Miss Stussy to seek my presence. Stussy smiled and shook her head, extending a finger towards the side where Khalifa stood. While I, too, am curious to meet this year's naval prodigy, I must clarify that I am not the focal point of this encounter. My role is merely to introduce her to you. This is Khalifa, who will serve as your secretary during your time in Sabaody. Upon hearing her name mentioned, Khalifa promptly rose and approached Qianhe, bowing at a perfect 90 degrees, revealing a deep trench from his perspective. It is a pleasure to meet you for the first time. I look forward to your guidance, Colonel Qianhe. Qianhe remained silent, directing his gaze towards Stussy. Understanding the awkwardness of the moment after all, Qianhe was merely a colonel and having a secretary seemed somewhat ostentatious. Stussy had prepared an explanation. The government has arranged for Khalifa to be your secretary. Her responsibilities will encompass your daily needs and work affairs. Especially considering you have just emerged from the training camp and lack experience.
Sabaody is a rather unique locale, and this is a gesture of goodwill from the government.
Ah.
How sweetly put. In truth, it is merely a means to monitor my actions, to ascertain whether I possess the qualities of a loyal hound.
Nevertheless,
I have no valid grounds to refuse. With this thought, Shenhe assisted Khalifa, who remained bowed, back to her feet, extending his hand toward her. Khalifa looked at him with a hint of confusion, and Shenhe smiled as he said, I shall rely on your care in the days to come, Secretary Khalifa. Chapter 41, The Lawless Zone number 16. Observing Chika's actions, Stussy could not help but nod in satisfaction, thinking to herself that this Chika was quite perceptive.
Which subtly elevated her opinion of him. With the primary task accomplished, Stussy prepared to take her leave.
Before departing, she handed Chika a card, cast him a flirtatious glance, and left him with a suggestion to seek her out whenever he wished to unwind at Joy Street, before she exited.
Once Stussy had gone, only Chika and Khalifa remained in the office.
True to her training as a covert operative, Khalifa swiftly adopted the demeanor of a secretary. She brought Chika a cup of hot tea and respectfully stood by, inquiring if he had any instructions. Chika, experiencing the novelty of a secretary's service for the first time, found it intriguing. Although this secretary was indeed a spy, the experience was nonetheless authentic.
After some contemplation,
Chika requested Khalifa to compile a report on all significant events occurring in the Sabaody archipelago, as he wished to gain a general understanding of the current situation. After all,
he could not simply languish here for a year. Upon receiving the task, Khalifa quietly set about gathering the information. Before long,
she returned with a stack of documents nearly as tall as herself, which she placed on Chika's desk.
He could not help but admire her efficiency.
Had she not been affiliated with the world government, he would have certainly considered her as his genuine secretary. Casting aside his scattered thoughts, Chika began to scrutinize the materials Khalifa had organized, gleaning a wealth of useful information.
For instance,
the areas numbered 1 to 29 in the Sabaody archipelago were primarily hotspots for illicit dealings, such as human trafficking and other criminal activities. And these were the very places the celestial dragons favored for procuring slaves. After perusing the documents for a while, Chika closed the files and stood, addressing Khalifa with a firm directive, prepare yourself, we are heading to zone number 16. Khalifa promptly summoned a squad of Marines to stand by, then fetched a white suit for Chika to wear, following closely behind him as they set off toward zone number 16.
Upon entering the area,
Chika immediately sensed the weight of numerous malevolent gazes upon him. It was evident that the designation of lawless zone was well deserved, as the authority of the Navy held little sway here. As he strolled along the street, almost casually,
faint sounds of weeping and cries of anguish reached his ears, likely emanating from enslaved individuals or pirates embroiled in violent conflicts. Chika resolved not to intervene in the matter of human trafficking, given that such operations had persisted under the watchful eyes of the world government and Navy for so long. It was clear that powerful forces were at play, be they celestial dragons or other officials of the world government, who would never permit such transactions to be disrupted. For now, all Chika could do was fulfill his duties as a Marine, leaving the resolution of these deeper issues for a time when he wielded greater power and held a higher position. Meanwhile, within a nearby building, a group of pirates had been observing Chika and his companions for quite some time. In the center of the room sat a slender, diminutive man, pouring a bucket of beer nearly equal to his size into his mouth. A lackey retreated from the window and respectfully addressed the small man, Captain Jerry. The Navy hasn't made any moves, they're just loitering around.
The small man, known as Captain Jerry, the notorious leader of the Blood Rat Pirates with a bounty of 120 million berries, paused his drinking, wiped his mouth, and in a shrill voice inquired,
"Who's leading them? Ambuster?
I don't recognize him, he seems to be a newcomer," followed by a woman who was quite stunning. At the mention of the beautiful woman, Jerry's alcohol-fogged mind instantly cleared. A beautiful woman here signified potential riches. In recent years, supplies had dwindled, and the quality had declined. Thus, upon hearing of a beautiful lady, he sprang to the window, shoving aside the lackey to gaze outside.
Through the window, he immediately spotted Khalifa behind Chika.
Her exquisite figure and strikingly cold beauty were enough to earn her the label of perfection in his eyes.
Glancing at Chika,
who stood in front of Khalifa, he scoffed, So young yet already a colonel, another rich heir trying to make a name for himself.
Too bad his luck ran out by coming here. I shall gladly take the arms of your brigade and the woman behind you. Consider this a lesson for your next life. With that, he beckoned his crew to rush out and block Chika's party, arrogantly pointing at him. Kid, this isn't a place for someone of your ilk. Hand over the woman and the arms behind you, and I might let you go, otherwise. Don't blame Blood Rat Jerry for being ruthless. Blood Rat Jerry?
Chika frowned, surprised to encounter such an arrogant figure so soon during his patrol. Califa adjusted her glasses and dutifully relayed information about this Jerry to him. Blood Rat Jerry, bounty of 120 million, possesses the animal-type devil fruit, the mouse fruit.
In the form of a giant-toothed rat.
He is known for his penchant for robbery and the torment of women, and in recent years,
he has taken to the slave trade.
Arms crossed, Chika reflected on what he had heard, concluding that Jerry was indeed a despicable scoundrel.
With that realization,
he decided not to grant him an opportunity to enter the depths of the sea prison. With determination, he lowered his arms, ready to deal with this so-called rat. Noticing Chika's movements, Califa's gaze sharpened, wondering if he intended to act. She had been keenly observing his capabilities and strength, but the outcome would disappoint her.
Chika was indeed preparing to strike when he was halted by the gentle intervention of Medes on his shoulder. Master, allow me to handle this rat. Are you confident? His bounty is no small amount.
Rest assured, Master, I shall take care of it, especially since he is but a rat.
Chika considered this, since Medes' inception.
It had yet to engage in battle, making this the perfect opportunity to gauge its prowess.
As Carlifa awaited the anticipated move from Chiho,
she was instead met with the sight of the black cat perched on his shoulder leaping forth, landing before Jerry and his band of pirates.
What could this mean? Not only Carlifa and a certain marine were perplexed, but the pirate crew opposite them was equally in a state of bewilderment. What purpose did releasing a pet serve in this context?
However, Jerry felt a sudden jolt, an inexplicable sensation coursing through him. The instant he laid eyes on the black cat, every hair on his body stood on end, a primal fear welling up from within.
Shaking his head,
he questioned his own reaction. It was merely a pet cat, why should he, a user of the mouse fruit, feel such trepidation towards it?
As the feline landed gracefully, it let out a resounding meow towards the heavens.
In an instant, it was engulfed in a swirling mass of black flames, which rapidly expanded until it reached the size of a small cottage.
As the black flames dissipated, the onlookers gasped, their pupils constricting in shock. The pet cat had vanished, replaced by a sleek, obsidian-hued demon cat, flickering with sporadic black flames.
The demon cat, now transformed, licked its lips, its large eyes fixated intently on Jerry. As Chiho recalled her voice echoing in his mind, "Master, I am ready to commence."
Chapter 42, The initial battle of Meredith. Jerry's unease intensified,
particularly after Meredith assumed her combat stance.
What on earth is wrong with that cat?
The surrounding members of the pirate crew were equally paralyzed by the chilling aura emanating from Meredith, rendering them immobile with fear.
At this rate,
there would be no need for a fight, surrender would be the only option. Jerry, unwilling to underestimate the situation, activated his fruit ability and underwent a semi-beast transformation. His physique ballooned several times in size, his previously diminutive form now matching that of an average person, covered in a layer of gray fur. Most striking were his enlarged incisors, glimmering menacingly.
However, upon witnessing his transformation, Meredith became even more exhilarated.
She dashed towards Jerry, her claws engulfed in black flames. And with a swift motion, her enormous paw, almost the same size as Jerry's beastly form, swung toward him.
Jerry, in response,
hardened his transformed claws and crossed them defensively in front of his chest, hoping to block the impending attack. A horrendous screech of grinding claws filled the air as Jerry was sent flying by Meredith's blow, crashing through several buildings before vanishing amidst the debris.
Nearby, Califa,
with her finger perched on her glasses, regarded the formidable Meredith with trepidation. From the force and speed of the recent attack, it was painfully clear that this cat's combat prowess surpassed even her own, honed through years of specialized training. Where on earth did Uchiha Chika acquire such a creature? Califa pondered, increasingly mystified by Chika's enigmatic presence.
Returning to the fray, an explosion reverberated as Jerry emerged from the rubble, a picture of disarray.
His clothing had been torn to shreds during the transformation, leaving him clad only in tattered trousers that barely clung to him. Most grievous were the deep claw marks etched across his chest, yet strangely, no blood flowed from the wounds, which were encased in a layer of solid ice. This ice was no mere bandage. Jerry knew all too well that an unrelenting chill seeped from the wounds, sapping his strength, slowing his blood flow, and clouding his consciousness. Slapping himself across the face, Jerry fought to regain some clarity, his gaze fixated on Merdis, who was leisurely grooming her claws not far away. He realized that if this battle dragged on, he would surely meet his demise here today, especially with the young naval officer yet to make a move. If the pet cat was so powerful, how formidable must her owner be? He dared not contemplate further. Knowing that his only recourse was to unleash his most potent attack and hasten to conclude this conflict, seeking an opportunity to escape. With renewed fervor, Jerry intensified his fruit ability, his form swelling even larger, his eyes glowing crimson, his nose protruding, his ears elongating, and his incisors becoming grotesquely oversized. He had fully transformed into a colossal gray rodent, complete with monstrous fangs, his posture now resembling that of a beast poised on all fours. A sharp, piercing squeak emanated from his mouth, as his pristine white incisors became shrouded in a formidable layer of obsidian hue, showcasing his most powerful technique, blood mouse, black tooth. With a fierce thrust of his hind legs, he propelled himself towards Meta's neck like an arrow released from its bow, his speed rendering him nearly invisible to all present. Save for Qianhe. Observing Jerry, now fully transformed into a large, gray rodent, Qianhe pondered the remarkable enhancement in physical prowess following complete animalization. Such velocity necessitated his utmost focus to discern. However, Medice remained unfazed in the face of Jerry's newfound strength. Disdainfully mewing twice as the fur around her neck ignited into a denser black flame, surging outward. The instant Jerry's incisors made contact with the black flames, they were encased in ice, the chill swiftly creeping along his teeth and throughout his entire body. This sight horrified him, and as the frost threatened to envelop his face, he made a resolute decision to halt his assault, redirecting his trajectory towards the ground. Crack! Jerry's pride, his formidable incisors, shattered into fragments upon striking the earth. With the loss of his teeth, he landed face first, and had it not been for the remarkable resilience bestowed by his complete animalization, the tremendous impact would have rendered him unconscious, though he remained somewhat cognizant. The absence of his incisors and the injuries he sustained forced him to relinquish the powers of the devil fruit, leaving him pitifully sprawled on the ground, gasping for breath. Witnessing their captain in such a wretched state, the lackeys of the Blood Mouse pirates dropped their weapons and fled. It must be said, pirates are indeed pirates. Loyalty is seldom found among them. With such a leader, such underlings were to be expected. Qianhe would not permit these scoundrels to escape unscathed. A glimmer of purple flashed in his Rinnegan eyes as he raised his hand, executing a devastating combination of universal pull and heavenly severance. The fleeing pirates of the Blood Mouse crew were abruptly jolted, blood streaming from their orifices as they collapsed to the ground like discarded cotton. This method proved highly effective for dispatching such rabble. The combination of heavenly severance and universal pull, one force attracting and the other repelling, invisibly crushed their innards, leaving them no opportunity to scream. Qianhe's intervention occurred in an instant, so swift that Karifa, standing nearby, had not time to react before the pirates had all met their demise. Contemplating that this might only be the tip of the iceberg regarding Qianhe's capabilities, beads of cold sweat adorned Karifa's forehead. Stealing a glance at his violet eyes, she mused, is this truly his power? What a formidable man! It is inconceivable that he is merely 17. Behind her, the Navy soldiers, who had merely been bystanders until now, bore flushed faces. No one had anticipated that this seemingly youthful colonel from headquarters, Qianhe, possessed such terrifying strength. Only a leader of such caliber could earn their respect. Prostrate on the ground, Jerry, witnessing the demise of all his subordinates, wore a smile more grotesque than tears, murmuring nervously, short-sighted indeed, ha ha ha. Suddenly, the sound ceased. Medes had appeared above Jerry, whose half-beast form was only comparable in size to Medes's claws, not to mention Jerry's human state. Medes raised her forepaw and struck down fiercely. The bounty of 120 million berries for the Blood Mouse Jerry was rendered void as he vanished from this world, leaving only blood behind. Glancing disdainfully at the remnants of flesh on her paw pads, Medes summoned black flames to encase the filth in ice. With a gentle exhalation, the impurities transformed into icy shards, swept away by the wind.
Proudly meowing twice, Medes' form shrank back to that of a small black cat.
And she leaped back onto Chika's shoulder, prompting nearby Karifa and several naval soldiers to distance themselves from him. Observing the delightful nuzzle against Chika's cheek from Medes, they found it challenging to connect her to the colossal feline demon that had just dispatched the blood mouse Jerry with a mere swipe. Gently pinching Medes' little rear, eliciting a series of bashful mews, Chika turned to the naval soldiers behind him and issued a command: "The battle is over. Stop dawdling and commence the cleanup of the battlefield." Only then did the soldiers awaken from their stupor, rushing to tally the bodies and spoils. After all, they had not exerted themselves in the fight, and it was imperative not to displease their young commander at this juncture. Chapter 43, The Exemplary Secretary. Once the Marines had attended to the battlefield, Chika issued an order to assemble for departure. On the journey back, Khalifa wore an expression of hesitation, remaining reticent until they arrived at Chika's previous office. As she helped Chika remove his suit and place it on a hanger, Khalifa gradually approached him from behind, instinctively beginning to massage his shoulders. With his eyes closed, savoring the soothing touch, Chika pondered the reason why affluent individuals on Blue Star favored hiring secretaries, particularly young and attractive women, such a decadent lifestyle. As he slightly opened his eyes, Chika caught Khalifa gazing at him intently. Upon meeting his gaze, she quickly averted her eyes, eliciting a quiet amusement from him. He then spoke, urging her to voice her inquiries without delay, for opportunities like these are fleeting. Khalifa hesitated momentarily before asking, "I have heard that you, Lord Chika, triumphed over a vice-admiral in the year-end assessment and obtained a mythical Zoan-type devil fruit. May I inquire if you have consumed this fruit?" Indeed. The world government's information network was remarkably astute. Nevertheless, considering the rarity of such mythical Zoan fruits, especially to bestow one upon a novice like herself, Chika contemplated and fabricated a response, stating, "Well, I did not consume it myself, I fed that fruit to my pet cat. You can see her right here on my shoulder." He gestured towards the cat, Medes, perched on his right shoulder, adding, "By the way, her name is Medes." Khalifa scrutinized Medes with a serious demeanor, nodding inwardly. This explained the cat's unusual combat prowess and abilities, evidently attributed to the mythical Zoan devil fruit. However, she couldn't fathom Chika's reasoning for giving such a precious fruit to his pet cat, understanding the potential chaos it could incite on the seas. How generous of him! She couldn't help but envy Medes. Noticing Khalifa's envious gaze, Chika recalled that she had likely not yet consumed a devil fruit at this juncture. He casually remarked, "You haven't consumed a devil fruit yet, have you? As my esteemed secretary, should I acquire any surplus devil fruits in the future, I shall be inclined to reward you with one." He emphasized the word "my" deliberately. And Khalifa grasped his implication. Their mutual understanding of her covert assignment from the world government to monitor Chika was tacitly acknowledged. However, she didn't take his words to heart. A single devil fruit was hardly sufficient to entice her to betray the world government. Chika recognized that persuading Khalifa to defect for merely one fruit was somewhat implausible. His remark was merely a test, and noting her lack of resistance indicated that, with an adequate incentive, negotiations could indeed be feasible. He had grown quite reluctant to part with such a capable secretary. Touching his right Rinnegan, Xianha mused that he only needed one more devil fruit to awaken the third tomoe of his right eye. He had a strong intuition that this third tomoe would bring about a qualitative change, and time was of the essence. With this thought in mind, Xianha looked up at Khalifa, who was still massaging him, and inquired, "Do you know of any reliable avenues to acquire a devil fruit, preferably one with confirmed abilities?" Khalifa was momentarily taken aback, suddenly recalling that Xianha had previously fed a devil fruit to a cat, which meant he had yet to consume one himself. Was he now seeking a suitable fruit for his own consumption? Nevertheless, adhering to her professional integrity, she promptly offered her suggestion. As for devil fruits, there are occasional auctions in the first area of Sabaody Archipelago, though they predominantly feature slave auctions. An auction? Xianha recalled that when Luffy and his crew first arrived at Sabaody, they had indeed participated in an auction, causing quite a ruckus, even striking a celestial dragon, which had drawn the attention of Kizaru, the Marine Admiral. It seemed that this was the very auction Khalifa referred to. The celestial dragons appeared to frequent such events. While they were not admirable individuals, they often sought after valuable items.
This auction was certainly worth attending.
Nodding, Qianhe found Khalifa's suggestion to be quite astute. He snapped his fingers and said, "All right, make the arrangements.
Let us head to the first area tomorrow and try our luck." Understood.
Khalifa slightly bowed. Ceasing her actions as she prepared to gather more information about the auction and organize their itinerary for the following day.
However,
as she stepped out from behind the chair and passed by Qianhe, he suddenly pulled her into his embrace. Caught off guard, she found herself sitting on Qianhe's lap.
Unable to muster any resistance in that moment.
Being a girl, once she regained her composure, she looked at Qianhe with indignation and exclaimed, "Let go of me.
This is harassment, Colonel Qianhe."
Qianhe regarded her with a bemused expression, and as she came to her senses, he tightened his grip around her waist, causing her discomfort and prompting her to squirm in his hold. Ignoring her struggles, he leaned closer to her ear and softly remarked, "You truly are an invaluable secretary.
I fear I may become quite reliant on you."
The unusual sensation against her ear sent a jolt through Khalifa, leaving her astonished that Qianhe was behaving so unpredictably. She had heard rumors of his close ties with the Marine Major Guillaume. Did he not fear her reporting this behavior?
By the way, Guillaume, aren't you afraid I'll inform the Major Guillaume about this?
Upon hearing Guillaume's name, Qianhe paused briefly before chuckling and shaking his head.
Maintaining his position while continuing to whisper in her ear, "Why should I be afraid? Guillaume is one of my own, what is there to conceal? And you? If I were to consume you, the world government might be rather pleased, wouldn't they? Then I would have leverage over you." What are you saying? That line of thought is perilous.
Khalifa was utterly flustered. She knew that Qianhe spoke the unvarnished truth. If sacrificing her own body could secure someone like Qianhe, who possessed immense potential and was destined to become a top-tier force within the Navy,
the world government would have long since presented her as a gift to the Uchiha Chika.
The reason for their inaction lay in the fact that among the Navy's historical elite, few exhibited an inclination towards such pursuits, each more aloof than the last. The world government had not even considered this avenue. Not only the world government, but the Uchiha clan rarely produced individuals like Qianhe, as his very soul ultimately hailed from Blue Star. Realizing that she could not extricate herself from Qianhe's embrace, Khalifa felt her well-toned legs, clad in fishnet stockings, tense up as she contemplated employing the Gale Foot technique from the Navy's 6 styles. As a high-ranking agent of the world government, Khalifa was intimately familiar with the 6 styles and was confident that, even if her Gale Foot could not harm Qianhe, it would at least enable her to break free from his grasp. However, just as she made a move, Qianhe's shoulder was alerted by the keen senses of Modi's. Letting out a sharp feline cry, Modi's leaped off Qianhe's shoulder, slightly crouching, her cat-like eyes shimmering with dark flames, exuding an aura of extreme danger. Locking onto Khalifa with unwavering intensity. Gulping, Khalifa abandoned her earlier intention and resignedly slumped back onto Qianhe's thigh. She had no doubt that should she dare to unleash the Gale Foot, Qianhe's pet cat would instantly reduce her to an icy sculpture. Her fate no different from that of Jerry. Observing Khalifa's newfound compliance, Qianhe decided to cease his teasing, releasing her and allowing her to rise. It was enjoyable to playfully tease his adorable secretary, but beyond a certain point, it lost its charm. As Khalifa stood up, she quickly tidied her disheveled attire. She attempted to glare at Qianhe but wilted under Modi's threatening gaze. With a hasty declaration of "I'm off to work," she fled, leaving behind Qianhe, who sat in his office chair, a playful smirk gracing his features. Chapter 44. The auction having escaped from Chika's office, Khalifa now leaned against the wall of a room. Her right hand clad in a black leather glove pressed against her chest, where her heart still raced. Taking a deep breath to steady herself, she reached into the crevice of her attire and astonishingly produced a snail phone, dialing a number. After a brief wait, the snail phone responded. Its visage transforming into a feminine form that spoke, "This is Stussy. What do you have to report, Khalifa?" Indeed, Khalifa was reaching out to Stussy, her immediate superior at CP0. The events that transpired today were of utmost significance. As a competent spy, she would not allow her personal emotions to interfere with her duties. Today's surveillance target, Uchiha Chika, had ventured into the lawless region of Zone 16, where he annihilated the Blood Rat Pirates. Oh? Were there any survivors? Not a single one. He crushed the pirates' innards with that peculiar ability of his, and the captain, Jerry, was reduced to mere pulp by his pet cat. It appeared that Uchiha Chika's methods leaned towards a hawkish approach, which was a favorable development.
And what of that pet cat? Elaborate, please.
According to Uchiha Chika himself, the mythical Zoan-type devil fruit, awarded as a test reward, had already been fed to his pet.
This black cat possessed formidable combat prowess, wielding black flames infused with freezing properties.
The notorious blood rat Jerry, with a bounty of 120 million, seemed like a mere plaything before it.
A mythical Zoan-type devil fruit? Given such combat capabilities, that makes sense.
Excellent, your intelligence is quite valuable.
Do you have anything further to add?
Califa hesitated, her lips pursed, before confessing. Uchiha Chika seems to have developed an interest in me.
What do you mean? Are you implying?
He wishes for me to become his, including a relationship of a more intimate nature. Ha, I hadn't anticipated our marine newcomer had such tastes.
However, this is promising news. Do not yield easily. Continue to observe.
Uchiha Chika is bound to become a top-tier asset for the Navy. If we can secure his allegiance to the world government through this means,
it would be a significant achievement for both you and me. Do you understand?
Understood. As she hung up the snail phone, Califa exhaled softly, realizing that her sacrifice to gain Uchiha Chika's favor was a most lucrative transaction at high government levels.
Yet, did she truly wish to become a mere pawn? Although Uchiha Chika was undeniably handsome and powerful, offering a sense of security, perhaps it was futile to dwell on such thoughts.
At this juncture, all she could do was take one step at a time. The machinations of these high-ranking individuals were beyond the influence of a fledgling spy like herself.
For now, her only course of action was to swiftly arrange Chika's itinerary in preparation for the auction the following day. Early the next morning, Shinha set out for Area 1, accompanied solely by Modis and Califa.
He eschewed the naval uniform in favor of his cherished black robe, rendering this outing notably discreet.
Nevertheless, as Qianha and his companions entered the auction, they inevitably attracted considerable attention.
The news of Qianha's annihilation of the Blood Rat pirate crew had rapidly circulated throughout the Sabaody archipelago, and his likeness was memorized by numerous influential figures. Upon his arrival at the auction, he was promptly recognized. The individual in question was the newly appointed naval colonel from headquarters, Uchiha Qianha, undeniably youthful.
Indeed.
I had learned from a friend at headquarters that Uchiha Qianha ranked first in this session of the Naval Elite Training Camp,
even besting a vice admiral during the year-end assessment. His formidable prowess warranted an early assignment to this post.
Just yesterday, he had obliterated the Blood Rat pirates, after all. Being young, he was vigorous, and the pirates in Sabaody were in for a rough time. Rest assured, some prominent figures would ensure he did not wreak too much havoc.
As one might expect.
Taking a seat in a favorable location, Qianha once again praised Califa's professional abilities. This prime position was undoubtedly secured by her in advance. Since her arrival, Qianha felt himself slipping into a state of complacency. Califa, maintaining her composure, adjusted her glasses and settled beside Qianha, only to be promptly pulled closer. Her body pressed against his. This time, after a token resistance, Califa ceased to struggle, merely casting a reproachful glance at Qianha. He chuckled softly, giving her shoulder a gentle pat, and said, "The auction is about to commence, behave yourself."
"You're the one being unruly," Califa retorted,
adjusting her posture as she turned her gaze to the stage below.
Following an opening dance, a host appeared to announce the commencement of the auction. The first item presented was a mermaid girl submerged in a tank of water.
Her appearance was rather unremarkable, yet the rarity of her kind rendered her highly coveted. The fishtail of the merfolk was a significant allure for many nobles with peculiar tastes. As the host declared the bidding open, numerous attendees eagerly raised their offers. And soon the mermaid's price soared beyond 100 million, astonishing even Qianha. These individuals were indeed affluent.
Califa glanced at Qianha and inquired, "Aren't you interested?" After all,
it's a mermaid, and such auctions are not a daily occurrence. Suddenly, Qianha playfully smacked a certain part of Califa's body, prompting her to exclaim. Her face flushed as she looked at him.
In a hushed tone, she remarked, "Colonel Qianha, is this harassment?" "Just a minor reprimand, what do you take me for?"
He replied.
"What do you think?" In Califa's mind, Qianhe's name had become irrevocably linked with lasciviousness. On the stage, after several rounds of slave auctions, a peculiar fruit, entirely enveloped in a deep purple hue adorned with strange patterns, was finally presented on an exquisite tray by the auction staff. It was none other than a devil fruit. At last, it had arrived. The moment the devil fruit made its appearance, Senkage withdrew his arm from around Califa, leaning slightly forward, his Rinnegan eyes narrowing as he scrutinized the fruit on the platform. Judging by its appearance, it appeared to be a Paramecia-type devil fruit. And the fluctuations in his Rinnegan were notably intense this time, indicating that it was indeed a remarkable fruit. As anticipated, the host's subsequent announcement confirmed Senkage's intuition. The auction was about to feature a treasure of the sea, the devil fruit Paramecia-type gravity fruit. Upon hearing the name of this fruit, Senkage couldn't help but smile. It was, after all, the gravity fruit. With opponents growing increasingly formidable, his basic celestial abilities had begun to falter. Should he absorb this fruit? His celestial powers would undoubtedly experience a significant enhancement. With a hand outstretched towards the devil fruit, Senkage murmured softly, "This devil fruit shall belong to me, Uchiha Senkage." Chapter 45, The Dark King. Rayleigh. In comparison to the slaves, the reaction elicited by a devil fruit was rather muted. Perhaps it was simply that Qianhe had been fortunate, as the attendees at today's auction displayed little interest in the fruit. Nevertheless, there were bids placed, albeit they did not reach the exorbitant height seen for the slaves. After several rounds of bidding, Qianhe successfully acquired the fruit for 280 million berries, a fortunate bargain indeed. Given the general market value of a devil fruit, which typically averages around 100 million berries, the final price for this gravitational fruit was considerable, especially as it nearly depleted Qianhe's financial reserves. With a wry smile, he acknowledged his own impoverished state, realizing that wealth was ultimately a transient possession. True value lay in the enhancement of one's abilities. Shortly thereafter, a servant respectfully presented the gravitational fruit to Qianhe. In this auction, there was no cause for concern regarding interference. According to the information at his disposal, the auction was likely connected to Don Quixote da Flamingo, one of the 7 warlords of the sea. Upon receiving the fruit, Qianhe casually placed it into his spatial pocket, fully aware that he would not employ the ability of the hungry ghost path here, as a conspicuous display might attract the attention of the little spy, Califa, nearby. The secret of the Rinnegan was one that only he and a trusted few could know. If it were to fall into the hands of outsiders, he would have no choice but to silence them, even Califa, who currently served as his adept secretary. Indeed, upon witnessing Qianhe's actions, Califa promptly inquired, "Aren't you going to eat it?" "I already possess the ability of gravity. I shall keep this fruit for my collection," he replied. Upon hearing this, Califa ceased her questioning, fearing she might inadvertently provide Qianhe with leverage against her, as she currently lacked the means to resist him. After acquiring the devil fruit, Qianhe found little interest in the subsequent auction items. Leaning back in his chair, he appeared on the verge of slumber. Observing his demeanor, Califa thoughtfully asked if he wished to depart early. After a moment's contemplation, Qianhe agreed, recognizing that remaining any longer would be a waste of time. Just as he was about to rise, another slave was brought forth for auction. In stark contrast to the previous rare specimens, this slave was an unremarkable elderly man with graying hair. The sole aspect that drew attention was the man's expression. Unlike the despair that adorned the faces of the other slaves, he maintained a perpetual smile, as if utterly indifferent to his circumstances. One might mistake him for a tourist in this setting. As the attendees observed the elderly human being, their interest waned. When the auctioneer announced the starting bid of 10 million berries, not a single bid was forthcoming. Just as the atmosphere threatened to grow stale, a youthful voice suddenly rang out, 15 million berries. The host, suddenly relieved, quickly inquired 3 times if there were any bids. Upon receiving no response, fearing that the bidder might change their mind, he promptly confirmed the transaction. The unfortunate soul who had purchased the seemingly useless old man was, of course, Qianhe. Observing that he had spent money on such an apparently worthless elder, Califa curiously asked, "What do you intend to do with him?" "He is merely an ordinary human. Given his age, he can hardly manage even basic cleaning tasks." Qianhe smiled silently. While others may not recognize the old man, he was well aware, having seen the anime. Who would have thought that the seemingly harmless elder on stage was none other than Silver's Rayleigh, the right-hand man of the Pirate King, Gold Roger? Spending 15 million for Rayleigh's appearance could only be deemed a worthwhile investment. With a wave of his hand and no further explanation, Shinha led Khalifa out of the venue. At the back entrance, a servant was already waiting with Rayleigh, who was collared, ready for Shinha to claim him. Upon Shinha's arrival, the servant handed Rayleigh over with a slight bow and then departed. Rayleigh, upon seeing the young man who had purchased him, was somewhat intrigued. He often sold himself at auctions due to financial constraints, only to use his conqueror's haki to incapacitate those who bought him and escape. Previously, he had been acquired by bored nobles, but this time, it was a young man. Due to having sold himself at the auction recently, Rayleigh was unaware that a new young marine colonel had arrived at Sabaody Archipelago, who had also dismantled the Blood Rat pirates. Shinha was also assessing the former first mate of the Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. Compared to his first appearance at Sabaody Archipelago, Rayleigh now appeared significantly younger. Although he still bore signs of aging, Shinha was acutely aware of the immense power contained within this body, belonging to one of the top-tier warriors from a bygone era. Without any intention of beating around the bush, Shinha directly revealed Rayleigh's identity. "How long do you intend to keep pretending?" The Pirate King, Silver's Rayleigh. At these words, both Khalifa and Rayleigh's pupils dilated in shock. Rayleigh had not anticipated that this young man would recognize him. Since Captain Roger's demise, he had maintained a low profile, and his appearance had changed significantly over the years, causing him to fade from public attention. Khalifa was equally astonished. The old man before her was indeed the infamous Silver's Rayleigh? What a character of such high caliber! Coming from the world government, Khalifa had certainly reviewed his dossier. The documents elaborated on Rayleigh's formidable strength, which was beyond her imagination. The fact that Shinha had so easily exposed Rayleigh's identity left Khalifa feeling somewhat vexed. If you recognized his identity, you ought to be more discreet. At the very least, inform me. Does this Uchiha Shinha truly believe he can subdue Silver's Rayleigh with just the two of us and a cat? Shinha, of course, was well aware that, with his current capabilities and those of Merdis, it was utterly impossible to contend with Rayleigh, disregarding Khalifa's combat prowess altogether. However, he was equally aware that the current Rayleigh had adopted an exceedingly tranquil disposition. He would certainly not cause a significant uproar. In a confrontation with him, the most one could expect was defeat, and escaping would likely encounter minimal obstruction, at least not to the extent of losing one's life. Indeed, Shinha yearned to engage in a duel with Rayleigh to ascertain his own capabilities, for the Uchiha clan was inherently combative. Moreover, the Dark King Rayleigh was unlike any adversary Shinha had faced thus far. The disparity was monumental, rendering even Kakashi inconsequential in comparison. Only by clashing with Rayleigh could one truly comprehend their own limits, a rare opportunity that was indeed fortuitous and not easily sought after. Raising an eyebrow, Rayleigh responded with intrigue, "Oh? Young man, you boldly acknowledge my identity. What is your intention?" "Intention? I am a Navy officer, and you are a pirate. Is it not customary for the Navy to engage in battle with pirates rather than sit down for tea?" Upon hearing Shinha's words, Rayleigh was momentarily taken aback, pondering. This young man is, in fact, a member of the Navy? Yet the youth of today seem rather oblivious to their own limitations. Shaking his head, Rayleigh mused that it might be time to stretch his old bones a bit and teach the younger generation a lesson. Chapter 46, The Eye of Reincarnation. Pressure and Conqueror's Haki. Shinha followed Rayleigh until they arrived at a vast open area. Rayleigh halted, turning to Shinha, and said, "Let us pause here. Before the battle, I wish to inquire how the Navy discovered my whereabouts." In Rayleigh's perspective, the fact that even such a young naval officer was aware of him indicated that his information had spread widely within the Navy headquarters. Despite his best efforts to remain concealed, he could not fathom how his location had been exposed. Of course, he could never surmise that Shinha was a time traveler, and moreover, one who had witnessed the narrative of One Piece. Shinha, of course, could not reveal that he had foreseen the script. Instead, he remarked with a hint of sarcasm, "Do not underestimate the Navy, even for a mere pirate." This comment sent chills down Khalifa's spine as she thought to herself, "Oh dear, please refrain from glorifying the Navy. Such intelligence work requires the world government, and if they are unaware of Rayleigh's location, how could the Navy possibly know? Moreover,
She feared provoking Rayleigh further, as it might lead to dire consequences for both herself and the two companions present. Rayleigh smiled faintly, remaining unperturbed, having lived for so long. He had encountered myriad situations and could hardly be incited by Chienha's trivial remark. "It seems I have underestimated the Navy," he mused.
"Since you wish to fight me, let us first test this. Survive this, and you may earn the right to face me in battle."
Upon finishing his words, Rayleigh's eyes suddenly widened. A formless aura erupted from him, manifesting his conqueror's haki.
As the right-hand man of the Pirate King, the intensity of Rayleigh's haki was indisputable.
Califa was immediately overwhelmed by this pressure, her eyes rolling back as she began to slump. Chienha swiftly caught her, gently lifting her eyelid with his finger. His eye of reincarnation gleamed momentarily, and Califa jolted awake. Disoriented, Califa glanced around, only to realize she had somehow ended up in Chienha's embrace.
Instinctively, she wriggled free. Surprisingly, Chienha did not restrain her this time, which felt unusual to her.
However, it also reminded her of the previous incident, where Rayleigh had incapacitated her with an unseen attack. And it was Chienha who had supported and revived her. Blushing at the recollection, Califa shyly said to Chienha, "Thank you, and I apologize for causing you trouble."
This statement momentarily stunned Chienha. He had not anticipated that his aloof little secretary could exhibit such humility.
Yet, he found a certain satisfaction in her submission.
Nevertheless,
he averted his gaze and waved his hand dismissively. "It was merely Rayleigh's conqueror's haki. The upcoming battle is beyond your capacity to intervene, keep your distance." Califa was not one to lack understanding. She recognized that her abilities would be of no assistance in such a confrontation and might even hinder Chienha. Upon hearing Chika's words, she promptly sought a relatively safe corner, crouching on the ground, her eyes fixed intently on Chika and Rayleigh in the arena.
On the other side,
Rayleigh did not intervene in the unfolding events. He paid no mind to Califa, who had succumbed to his conqueror's haki. His interest lay solely in the young Navy officer before him. It was noteworthy that the strength of his conqueror's haki had the potency to incapacitate numerous rear admirals.
And even the vice admirals would feel its effects.
Yet, this young naval officer appeared unfazed, as if merely experiencing a gentle breeze.
Chika, noticing that Califa had reached a safe position, turned to Rayleigh with a smile, saying, "That was Conqueror's haki, right? No wonder you are the Pirate King, Rayleigh. I almost lost consciousness myself."
Rayleigh chuckled lightly in response, "You're deceiving yourself, you seemed perfectly at ease." As his smile faded, Chika's expression grew serious. His eyes, imbued with the power of the Rinnegan, shimmered with a purple light. In his right eye, two black tomoe began to revolve around their intricate patterns.
"Now, how about this?"
A similar aura erupted from Chika, manifesting as his own conqueror's haki. Following the impact of Rayleigh's haki, he too had awakened this formidable power. Rayleigh remained unfazed. His arms crossed before him, casually absorbing the surge of energy while commenting, "Not bad, it seems you possess the qualities of a king, which are quite rare in the Navy." Chika smiled, fully aware that he did not expect his newly awakened conqueror's haki to sway someone as seasoned as Rayleigh. This was merely a release of pent-up energy, and Chika's conqueror's haki was far from its full potential. The fluctuations in Chika's Rinnegan intensified, and suddenly, his aura surged exponentially, radiating outward in a circular wave of razor-like shockwaves. Trees towering 100 meters high were severed effortlessly as if they were mere tofu.
Rayleigh found himself momentarily awed by the terrifying display, instinctively evading the incoming shockwaves, pondering, "Is this also Conqueror's haki? It has manifested actual damage, how is this possible? Wasn't it just recently awakened?" But the intensity is undeniably real. Chika's sudden surge of power and the ensuing shockwaves were not solely a manifestation of Conqueror's haki.
They were a result of the abilities granted by his Rinnegan. This technique, known as Rinnegan pressure, amplifies the strength of his conqueror's haki, generating not only an overwhelming presence but also shockwaves capable of inflicting tangible harm. The release of this ability lasted a full 5 minutes, and when Chika finally ceased, everyone present was momentarily taken aback. As far as the eye could see, the once verdant landscape lay in ruins, with countless trees cleaved in half and the ground marred by an intricate web of ravines. Amongst it all, Modis, who had been quietly perched on Chika's shoulder, gazed at her master with admiration, thinking to herself, "Truly, he is the god I have always envisioned."
In the distance, Califa was utterly stunned. Everything before her transcended her comprehension. Clearly, Senju had not even lifted a finger, yet the surroundings were devastated beyond recognition. Was this truly the extent of Senju's power? Could such strength belong to a mere naval colonel? Rayleigh also withdrew from his previously relaxed demeanor, slowly. He unsheathed his sword from beneath his cloak and regarded Senju with a serious expression. "Young man, your prowess has earned my respect. Please, state your name." Senju gently brushed aside the stray locks of hair that obscured his forehead and replied, "Uchiha Senju." Chapter 47, The Three Tomoe Rinnegan, Single Eye, Uchiha Chika. Upon uttering his name, Chika's eyes were adorned with a violet hue, while the backs of his hands manifested an aura of dominance. Since his battle with Kaji, Chika had mastered the ability to simultaneously elevate his armed color. Undoubtedly, he had entered his most formidable combat state, especially considering his opponent was the formidable king of the underworld, Rayleigh. A moment's inattention could lead to his downfall. Confirming that he had reached his optimal state, Chika initiated the 12 divine airstrikes. 12 fist-shaped shockwaves, enveloped in armed color, instantaneously sealed Rayleigh's trajectory, rendering him unable to evade. Yet, Rayleigh was, after all, Rayleigh. Facing a technique that had once annihilated Kaji, he remained utterly unperturbed. With a sword in one hand, he casually swung it, cleaving through the air wall formed by the 12 divine airstrikes, allowing Chika's attacks to pass harmlessly by him and vanish into the distance. While it appeared that Rayleigh had effortlessly neutralized Chika's assault, the true potency of that technique was known only to Rayleigh himself. Restraining the quivering blade, he pondered for a moment before remarking, "Have you compressed your armed color and infused it with additional power? How intriguing." It was evident that he was a seasoned warrior of the seas, instantly recognizing the extraordinary nature of the divine airstrikes. Noticing Chika's silence, Rayleigh ceased his verbosity and vanished from sight in the blink of an eye, his speed so astounding that even Chika, endowed with the Rinnegan, felt a fleeting sense of confusion. However, the danger perception inherent in Sage Mode, coupled with the foresight of Kenbunchaku Haki, compelled Chika to instinctively evade. With a burst of repulsion and a swift step, he propelled himself 100 meters away. Boom! The ground where Chika had once stood was suddenly marred by an unfathomable fissure, a dark chasm obscuring its depth. Rayleigh maintained his sword-swinging posture, casting a slight smile towards Chika, who, from a distance, regarded the crack with palpable trepidation. It was a close call. Had he been struck, it would have been troublesome, despite the attack appearing merely as a simple strike. For a warrior of Rayleigh's caliber, techniques had transcended to an essence of simplicity. Often, a mere casual swing of the sword wrought terrifying destruction. Particularly for swordsmen, the sheer might of Mihawk's simple strikes is well known to fans of the anime. One need only recall Kaido's seemingly grandiose Thunder Bagua, which, in reality, resembled a mere swing of a spiked club, yet it nearly felled the Pirate King, Luffy. Chika realized that in close combat, he was no match for Rayleigh. He understood that his mastery of armed color was still too nascent, and attempting to exploit his weaknesses against Rayleigh's strengths would be a foolhardy endeavor. With this thought in mind, Chika clapped his hands together with a resounding smack, leaving Rayleigh momentarily taken aback. As Rayleigh pondered the peculiar gesture Chika had just made, he suddenly felt the ground beneath him begin to tremble violently. From a distance, Chika fixed his gaze upon Rayleigh and shouted, "Would release, unravel the pants." In the realm of the tree world, Senju Chika not only possesses the Rinnegan but also harbors the cells of Hashirama within his being. Although he does not yet match Hashirama in the art of wood release, unable to employ techniques such as the Wooden Man technique or the True Thousand Hands, he can still effortlessly wield powers akin to the advent of the tree world. Crack! The ground beneath Rayleigh's feet shattered continuously as immense trees surged forth from the fissures, seemingly imbued with consciousness, charging towards him. The surreal spectacle momentarily bewildered Rayleigh, who found himself ensnared by the creeping vines, and in the instant of contact, he realized that his stamina began to drain away through the tendrils. Seizing the opportunity while Rayleigh was momentarily restrained, Chika formed a series of hand seals, positioning his palms toward Rayleigh, with his index fingers and thumbs aligned. Taking a deep breath, he unleashed Fire Release, Great Fire Annihilation. A torrent of flames erupted from Chika's mouth, transforming upon contact with the air into a cataclysmic inferno that engulfed the entire forest. The flames intensified alarmingly upon making contact with the trees. My goodness!
Chika's relentless barrage of unorthodox techniques elicited an exclamation from the usually composed Rayleigh, who was soon consumed by the raging fire. Not only Rayleigh, but the distant observer, Khalifa, found her reflection in her glasses illuminated by the burning forest, her pupils enlarged with disbelief. Each of Chika's moves appeared utterly irrational to her. The rapid shift in the battle's tone left this poor lady in a state of confusion, with only one thought occupying her mind: who am I? Where am I? Is Uchiha Chika even human? Buzz! A surge of energy erupted from the sea of flames, extinguishing the previously raging fire in an instant. Following this, several fearsome slashes cleaved through the dense forest, carving a wide path. Rayleigh emerged at the end of the passage, stripped of the earlier nonchalance. His upper garments reduced to tattered remnants, clinging to him in tatters, while his shorts remained relatively intact, perhaps a testament to his desire to maintain some semblance of dignity. With a deep exhale, Rayleigh expelled a cloud of black smoke, casting a cold gaze at Chika. It was clear that after such an ordeal, any semblance of goodwill towards him had evaporated. It seems you harbor many secrets. What exactly are you, Navy? Chika shrugged, replying, actually, I am a ninja. A ninja? Are you from Wano? Do you know Kazuki Oden? Here we go again. Whenever the term ninja is mentioned, most people here immediately think of Wano. But can those folks truly be called ninjas? Just because they don some elaborate clothing and proclaim themselves as such? Does spewing a bit of drool make one adept in water release? With a disdainful curl of his lips, Chika retorted, don't conflate me with those trash from Wano. You bastard. And what kind of worthless scum is Oden? Just garbage among garbage. What did you say? Kazuki Oden, having once sailed alongside Rayleigh, felt a surge of anger upon hearing his comrade insulted. Transitioning from wielding a sword with one hand to grasping it with both, Rayleigh ignited with fury. His speed erupted beneath him, surpassing his previous pace by several fold, as he appeared instantaneously above Shinjo, his blade poised menacingly toward Shinjo's head. Shinjo recognized the genuine wrath in Rayleigh's demeanor. Nonetheless, this realization aligned with his intentions, for he required Rayleigh's formidable prowess to test his newfound strength. In his heart, he bellowed, more dis. Understood, master. In perfect synchronicity with Shinjo's will, Mordis, the spiritual beast, comprehended her master's intent without further elaboration. She raised her head and unleashed a torrent of black flames that swiftly enveloped Rayleigh, encasing him in a frigid prison. Although the icy grip of the black flames could not restrain Rayleigh for long, it sufficed for Shinjo's purposes. Suddenly, a door materialized in the air beside Shinjo. He reached in with one hand, pressing it upon the gravity fruit he had acquired from the auction. The actions of that hand remained unseen, as he activated the hungry ghost path, absorbing the power of the devil fruit into his being. As the new energy coursed through him, Shinjo's ocular prowess surged dramatically, prompting him to instinctively shield his right eye from the overwhelming force. With a crack, the ice imprisoning Rayleigh shattered, and he landed a short distance before Shinjo. A serious expression etched on his face. His instincts warned him that during the brief moment he had been encased in ice, Shinjo had undergone a perilous transformation. Ha! Ha 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 ha! Shinjo erupted into a fit of maniacal laughter, the sight of which unsettled Rayleigh, causing him to grip his sword tighter, feeling an inexplicable foreboding. After a prolonged bout of laughter, Shinjo slowly lowered his hand from his right eye, revealing a new black tomoe within his reincarnation eye. A chilling voice escaped his lips. The true spectacle is only just beginning, King of the Underworld, Rayleigh. Chapter 48, The Supreme Divine Punishment and the Celestial Obstruction. Observing the peculiar behavior of Chika, Rayleigh hesitated to act rashly, for Chika's seemingly endless array of techniques had undeniably left an indelible impression on him. Meanwhile, Chika was diligently absorbing the powers of the gravity fruit he had recently acquired. He discovered that the most remarkable effect of this absorption was a substantial enhancement of his ocular prowess, particularly in relation to the abilities of the heavenly path. With his current mastery of the heavenly path, he felt confident that should he unleash a myriad of cosmic pulls or the supreme divine punishment against an opponent of Jackie's caliber, even if he fortified his organs with haki, he would still suffer significant damage at the onset. Furthermore, as Chika gazed skyward, he sensed that the potency of his Rinnegan could now penetrate the atmosphere and reach the cosmos, signifying that he could employ a certain extraordinarily destructive technique. Rayleigh did not have to wait long. Chika raised his hand and once again activated the myriad cosmic pull. This iteration of the myriad cosmic pull was so powerful that even Rayleigh found it challenging to withstand. He abruptly plunged his sword into the ground, leveraging the soil's resistance to prevent being drawn in by the cosmic pull. Yet the massive trees and debris behind him were not afforded such a luxury and swiftly converged towards the source of the gravitational force. During this tumultuous process, Rayleigh endured relentless impacts from various hard objects that struck and shattered against him, compelling him to envelop his back in hockey. After all, he was no longer young. He could not bear such a frequency of assaults without succumbing. Countless fragments of trees and stones gathered before Chika's palm, ultimately condensing into a colossal sphere. Chika's eyes widened fiercely as he unleashed the supreme divine punishment, propelling the massive sphere forward with tremendous force, aiming it squarely at Rayleigh. In response, Rayleigh refrained from underestimating the threat. He withdrew his sword from the earth and executed a horizontal slash, releasing a wave of sword energy to collide with the incoming sphere. In Rayleigh's estimation, cleaving a sphere composed of decayed wood and rubble should be a trivial task. However, was reality truly so? Upon striking the sphere, his sword energy left a deep gash, yet the sphere remained unscathed, hurtling towards him with relentless speed. Damn it, was this extraordinary density a result of the immense compression? Realizing the cause, he braced himself as the enormous sphere approached for an imminent impact. With a stern expression, Rayleigh summoned energy that spiraled down his arm and enveloped his sword. The weapon, now encased in flickering red and black lightning, emanated a terrifying aura. King of the Underworld, Void Severance. A strike infused with black lightning, its power multiplied several times, was unleashed, colliding once more with Chika's assault. Upon contact, the sphere was obliterated into fragments. However, astonishingly, the momentum of the strike did not diminish, and it surged towards Chika. Such power must be imbued with Conqueror's Haki. I, Uchiha Chika, acknowledge you. Among the foes I have encountered, I deem you quite formidable. Initially intending to declare him the strongest, Chika reconsidered. Recognizing that the journey ahead was long, uttering such a claim now would diminish its significance in the future. Without saying much, your words are truly resilient. If possible, take this strike and show me what you can do. Rayleigh believed that even if Chika had enhanced his strength through some means, the slash infused with Conqueror's Haki was beyond his capability to withstand. His gaze had already shifted towards Califa in the distance, contemplating whether to eliminate her as well. In this moment, Rayleigh was still imbued with the ferocity of his pirate days, provoked repeatedly by Chika. He had begun to harbor murderous intent. Califa felt a chill run down her spine. She was acutely aware of Rayleigh's intent to kill. With his gaze fixed upon her, her heart nearly ceased its rhythm. Yet, she possessed an inexplicable confidence in Chika, a belief that she would come to no harm that day, though she could not fathom the source of this assurance. Each time Chika's eyes flashed in her mind, a powerful sense of security enveloped her. Forcing her rigid body to move, Califa retreated several hundred meters. Acutely aware that her sole objective was to avoid becoming a burden to Chika. If Rayleigh were to intervene, she hoped to at least delay him momentarily, granting Chika a few precious seconds. As long as Chika remained alive, there was hope for a turnaround. If Chika were to fail, then she too would inevitably succumb to death. Meanwhile, as Chika faced the incoming slash, he extended his arms in a straight line, a terrifying force brewing in his eyes. At last, just as the strike was about to connect, an immense repulsive force erupted from him. Super Shinto Tenshi. In an instant, time seemed to freeze. The overwhelming repulsion surged forth like waves, engulfing everything within a radius of thousands of meters. Where it passed, not a blade of grass remained, leaving only barren earth in its wake. After a prolonged moment, the attack ceased, and a pile of rubble suddenly erupted as Rayleigh leapt forth. Upon emerging, he coughed up a mouthful of blood. Despite hastily shielding himself with armament Haki, the Super Shinto Tenshi had inflicted significant internal injuries. However, he had no time to concern himself with his wounds. At this moment, his mind was singularly focused on one thought: to kill Chika. If this gifted young marine were to mature, he would become a far more terrifying monster than the current three admirals. Conqueror's Haki surged violently towards the sword in Rayleigh's hand, which hummed ominously as the blade quivered, increasingly dense black lightning crackling across its surface. Rayleigh resolved to deliver a decisive blow to Chika. Yet, this time, Chika would not grant him the opportunity to gather strength.
He glanced skyward and,
using a few instantaneous movements, found himself a kilometer away, pulling the disheveled Khalifa into his embrace.
Khalifa naturally leaned against Chika's chest, feeling the warmth of his heartbeat, and softly asked, "Did you win?"
Chika smiled and shook his head, replying, "You think too highly of me. I am not his match yet. However, I will eventually take him down myself.
The dead king of the underworld is far more valuable than the living one."
"I trust you," he said.
"But will he truly let us go?"
Chika cast a meaningful glance over his shoulder and continued, "He will, for I have bestowed upon him not one, but two formidable gifts." Khalifa tilted her head, adorably puzzled, yet she obediently rested her head against Chika once more, falling silent.
Chika glanced down at the ground. Invoking the yellow springs of Birizaka, a black hole materialized, and he embraced Khalifa as they were engulfed within it. Meanwhile, on the other side, Rayleigh,
upon seeing Chika prepare to depart, instinctively readied himself to strike, his attack possessing sufficient power.
However, just as he was about to act, an alarming signal resonated through his Kenbunshaku haki.
He shot his gaze upward, the sight before him rendering him motionless. Above, a colossal meteorite, measuring 200 meters in diameter, had breached the clouds, hurtling towards the earth.
This catastrophic phenomenon was not only perceived by Rayleigh but also caught the attention of individuals far removed from this location.
"Look!
What is that?" exclaimed one. "My heavens, it's a meteorite! How could there be a meteorite here? It's truly terrifying. In contrast to ordinary folk."
Some powerful beings concealed within various regions sensed the gravity of the situation. Such phenomena were never witnessed in Sabaody, making this event inherently peculiar.
Indeed.
The ensuing scene validated their suspicions.
As the meteorite plummeted, a terrifying slash emerged, cleaving the meteorite in two.
The strike originated from Rayleigh, who had initially intended it for Chika. Once more, he unleashed a strike enveloped in Hashoku, his aged form beginning to breathe more heavily, yet he dared not relent,
for the warning of his haki had yet to cease.
As anticipated, a deafening roar erupted as a second meteorite, twice the size of the first,
descended towards the same location.
With a wry smile, Rayleigh braced himself, once again channeling Hashoku, but this time, due to the larger size of the meteorite, he was compelled to execute two consecutive slashes. As the strikes were unleashed, the second meteorite shattered, crashing to the ground with a thunderous cacophony.
Rayleigh,
propping himself up on his sword, sank to the ground, gazing at the place where Chika had vanished, murmuring, "Captain Roger,
it appears I have left an incredible naval monster for the next generation."
Chapter 49, Shichangbi cells in the region of Area 16, the naval base of the Chambord Islands.
A black hole abruptly materialized in Qianha's office. From it emerged a man and a woman, none other than Qianha and Khalifa.
As they stepped through the portal, Qianha stumbled,
startling Khalifa, who hurriedly supported him and inquired with concern, "Are you all right? Are you injured?" Qianha's complexion was somewhat pale, yet he managed to smile and replied, "I'm fine, just a bit drained.
A short rest will suffice.
Moreover, with your care as my secretary, I feel considerably better already."
Khalifa gently patted Qianha and teased, "Even in such a state, you still have the energy to jest.
You should rest now." With that,
she assisted him into a chair and turned to fetch him a cup of hot tea.
After blowing gently on it to cool it slightly,
she carefully brought the cup to his lips, encouraging him to sip the warm beverage. Qianha complied, taking several sips.
Seeing this,
Khalifa felt a surge of tenderness in her heart. She moved behind his chair and began to massage his shoulders, wishing to help him relax his muscles.
With his eyes closed, Qianha savored Khalifa's delicate touch. After a while, he suddenly spoke, "All right, you still have work to attend to, don't you?
News of my battle with Rayleigh will soon spread. If your tasks are delayed, it could reflect poorly on you."
Pausing her movements, Khalifa gently responded,
"I should prioritize taking care of you first. After all, you saved my life this time, did you not?"
Qianha grasped her hand, turning to her earnestly. "I am already fine.
Please, attend to your duties. Moreover, letting the government know my current strength could be advantageous for me.
But obey." "Very well."
Khalifa relented, preparing to return to her work. As she reached the door, she glanced back at Qianha, who offered her a reassuring smile.
She quickly turned away,
closing the door behind her as she departed.
Once Califa left, Shinha closed his eyes, and when he opened them again,
the three tomoe in his right eye suddenly expanded and then reverted to their original form. Instantly, Shinha's pale complexion transformed to a vibrant hue, his spirit revived, showing no trace of the earlier weakness. This remarkable transformation was due to the ocular technique of his right eye during the kaleidoscope phase, known as Shichangbi cells.
In Japanese mythology, Shichangbi is the daughter of the mountain deity, symbolizing longevity and resilience.
The technique named after her instantaneously eradicates all negative conditions from the body,
restoring one to their peak state. The only drawback is that it can be utilized only once per day. However, this limitation should not be deemed overly significant.
Envision if Akiji possessed such an ability during his 10-day and night battle with Akainu, he could have employed it 10 times. Such a battle need not have lasted so long.
Considering Akainu's stamina is not infinite, and he would have inevitably succumbed to Akiji's prowess halfway through. Thus, this ability is nothing short of extraordinary.
It is often said that the ocular technique produced by the kaleidoscope is significantly intertwined with the intense psychological demands of the user when they awaken their eyes. The reason Chika could awaken such a technique is largely due to his overwhelming sense of insecurity within the world of Naruto.
Indeed.
As a member of the Uchiha clan in Konohagakure, he faced exclusion from the village's higher echelons, was under constant surveillance by the cunning Danzo,
and ultimately confronted the harrowing threat of annihilation from a certain prodigal son.
No matter how he turned, the specter of death loomed ominously over him.
Well versed in the narrative, Chika was perpetually burdened by concerns for his own life.
At last, during a minor skirmish, all his comrades who had fought by his side perished, and the profound psychological shock compelled him to awaken the Meijiki Sharingan, granting him the ocular technique known as Ishibishi Negai. It can be said that the activation of the third tomoe was fundamental. Upon returning to his office and feeling the weakness of his body,
this sensation served as the key.
Together, these elements reawakened the ocular technique, perfectly suited to replenish the immense energy expended in his recent confrontation with Rayleigh.
It is noteworthy that in this battle, aside from utilizing several ordinary Shinra Tensei and universal pull techniques, Chika employed the far more energy-draining Super Shinra Tensei and 2 heavenly obstruction star techniques, resulting in a considerable depletion of his strength. Especially considering that he was not yet 18 years of age in this realm. As for why he did not activate it immediately upon his return, well, it was certainly not because he wished to prolong his enjoyment of Califa's services, absolutely not.
Meanwhile, back in her room, Califa retrieved her Denden Mushi to report to Stussy. Before long, the call was answered, and it could be said that Califa's communications held a priority status with Stussy.
This is Stussy. Califa. Do you have any intelligence regarding Uchiha Chika?
Yes, just moments ago, Uchiha Chika engaged in battle with the Dark King Rayleigh.
Wait, what? The Dark King Rayleigh? The right-hand man of the Pirate King? Indeed.
Incredible, such a figure was hiding there, truly a case of darkness under the lamp.
What was the outcome? Is Uchiha Chika still alive?
Stussy, not being young herself, had a far more tangible understanding of Rayleigh's terrifying prowess than Califa did. She had even witnessed Rayleigh's combat prowess firsthand during a previous mission. The apocalyptic imagery of warships being obliterated and the sea parting at a mere wave of his hand lingered vividly in her mind. The thought that Uchiha Chika had dared to confront him filled her with foreboding. She believed his fate would not be favorable.
Ah, the youth of today, so impulsive.
I fear that Uchiha Chika's journey may have reached its end. As she pondered this, Stussy could not help but shake her head in regret. It was truly a tragedy for such a gifted talent to fall in sobriety, such as the unpredictability of fate.
Hearing Stussy's implication that Chika might be dead,
Califa felt an inexplicable discomfort, her tone becoming somewhat rigid as she replied, Uchiha Chika is unharmed, he merely suffered severe exhaustion and is currently resting in his office.
Moreover,
in this confrontation, the Dark King Rayleigh did not gain significant advantage and even sustained injuries.
Unaware of Karifa's suddenly disrespectful tone,
Stussy remained stunned by the news she had just received, her mind momentarily blank. After a prolonged silence, she finally spoke into the phone, Karifa.
Do you stand by your previous statements? I am willing to take full responsibility. Well, you have been performing admirably of late.
I shall report this to our superiors.
Unless there is anything else, we shall conclude this report for now. Understood. Carifa ended the call and sat in silence for a moment. In truth,
she had not fulfilled her duties during the report, for instance. She had failed to inform Stussy about Chika's acquisition of a gravity fruit and the peculiar techniques Chika had exhibited during battle. She deemed it prudent to withhold such information from the world government for the time being.
Why, you may ask? Perhaps it was a slight way of repaying Chika's life-saving grace.
As for other matters, they remained known only to her. On the other side, after hanging up,
Stussy wrestled with the tumult of emotions swirling within her.
After a considerable time, having regained some composure, she retrieved another snail phone from a concealed cabinet. With a few firm pats on her chest to ensure her emotions were entirely subdued, Stussy dialed the snail phone. With a gurgling sound, the connection was made.
And an elderly yet authoritative voice inquired, "What news do you bring?" Stussy immediately responded with utmost respect, "Esteemed elders. Stussy has crucial intelligence to report regarding Uchiha Chika and the Dark King, Rayleigh."
Chapter 50, Tremors at the Summit on the Red Earth Continent. In the sacred land of Mariewa, the call came to an end.
"Understood, you may leave,"
responded the bald man with a birthmark on his forehead as he hung up the den mushi. He turned to the other 4 elders and remarked,
"I trust you all heard that. It seems our prior assessment of Uchiha Chika was indeed underestimated." The only elder not clad in a suit,
cradling a katana in his arms, nodded slowly and spoke, "Indeed, we are well aware of the strength of the Dark King, Rayleigh. The fact that Uchiha Chika was able to injure him and retreat unscathed speaks volumes about his formidable prowess."
Another elder,
donned in a deep red suit and sporting golden locks, crossed his arms and lowered his gaze, stating, "I have heard that Uchiha Chika's methods lean towards the hawkish faction within the Navy." The elder with long white hair lightly tapped the armrest of his chair and interjected, "Thus far, every pirate crew he has eradicated has left no survivors, they are even unable to preserve complete corpses."
The last elder,
wearing a flat cap and bearing a scar on his left cheek, pondered briefly before concluding, "Currently, the Navy is predominantly led by the dovish faction under Sengoku's command.
Their attitude towards pirates, and even the world government, is frankly not to our liking. If we could see more individuals of Akainu's caliber emerging within the Navy,
it would bode well for us. Indeed, I propose we amplify the news of his battle with the Dark King Rayleigh, to build a favorable public image for him,"
another suggested.
Furthermore, one elder mused, "According to Stussy, Uchiha Chika seems quite fond of collecting devil fruits.
What could his intentions be? That is of little concern. We can present a commendable fruit as a reward for this endeavor. Besides, isn't Uchiha Chika rather intrigued by that rookie agent, Califa? Califa has been under constant surveillance.
I believe Uchiha Chika noticed this from the outset. Yet, his decision to remain silent and allow her presence suggests he possesses considerable discernment."
Very well.
Since Califa has lost her utility, let us instruct Stussy to inform him that from now on, the authority over Califa's fate rests in his hands.
This is indeed a lucrative arrangement, I am in agreement. Seconded. Thus concluded the elder's discourse, sealing Califa's fate as if she were mere cargo. Moreover,
the news of Chika's clash with Rayleigh began to circulate across the seas at the behest of the elders.
As the news spread, the entire ocean erupted in excitement.
On board the Moby Dick, a crew member with a pineapple hairstyle, appearing rather insignificant, rushed towards Whitebeard, clutching a newspaper and exclaiming, "Old man!
The Dark King Rayleigh has resurfaced and has engaged in battle with a new recruit from the Navy."
Whitebeard, taking generous swigs from his drink, raised an eyebrow and accepted the newspaper from the crew member's hands.
A brief glance revealed the shocking headline, stunning.
"Navy rookie Uchiha Chika battles the Dark King Rayleigh,"
resulting in Rayleigh sustaining injuries and fleeing. Accompanying the article was a photograph of Chika. Upon finishing the article, he crumpled the newspaper into a ball and burst into hearty laughter, exclaiming, "Ha ha ha! That Rayleigh fellow is still alive, how splendid! As for Rayleigh's hasty retreat?
Merely the Navy's self-aggrandizement, just a mere child." Pineapple Head, wearing a worried expression, interjected, "However, even if the Navy has exaggerated the facts, the newly minted Marine, Uchiha Chika,
possesses formidable strength that cannot be overlooked.
The fact that he is still alive speaks volumes."
With a vigorous gulp of alcohol, Whitebeard wiped his mouth and boisterously declared, And so what? He is but a fledgling marine, I am Whitebeard.
The other three emperors shared a sentiment similar to that of Whitebeard.
Big Mom exclaimed, Mama, how dull. Quickly, bring me some cake. Kaido scoffed, Rayleigh? Just an old coot.
As for that marine brat, if he crosses paths with me, he shall learn the terror of the sea. Red-haired remarked, Rayleigh, first mate, it has been a long time.
I am eager to see you again and share my newfound hope from the East Blue.
Meanwhile, in the underground world, the newspaper king Don Quixote da Flamingo held the paper aloft, gazing at Chika's photograph, his lips curling into a sinister grin.
The Navy truly enjoys embellishing their own image. Nonetheless, this Uchiha Chika warrants close attention from now on, don't you agree, Corazon?
Doflamingo turned to Corazon, who, shrouded in a black feathered coat, remained silent with his head bowed and a cigarette clenched between his lips. Internally, however, Corazon was far from tranquil. Pondering when the Navy had produced such a newcomer and resolving to seek an opportunity to contact Admiral Sengoku
at Navy headquarters, in the Admiral's office.
Sengoku gazed in disbelief at the document in his hands, repeatedly confirming that his eyes had not betrayed him. Suddenly, the office door swung open violently as Carp barged in,
holding a newspaper and followed by Tsuru and Akiji. Carp rushed to Sengoku's desk, slamming the paper down and, spitting with fervor, shouted, Look! That Chika lad actually encountered the Dark King Rayleigh and even managed to injure him? Who wrote this nonsense?
Sengoku paid him no mind, merely handing Carp the document.
Carp snatched the paper and scanned it swiftly, his expression mirroring Sengoku's earlier disbelief as he murmured, It's true, he truly injured Rayleigh? Tsuru, arms crossed and standing behind, observed Carp's sudden quietude and addressed Sengoku, Sengoku, Chika's prowess has reached such heights, what is your take on this matter? Akiji, standing beside her, also looked to Sengoku, equally taken aback by the news. After a moment of contemplation, Sengoku shared his insight. This information was deliberately leaked by the Gorosei,
indicating their intention for us to promote it widely within the Navy.
They appear quite optimistic about Chika.
Hition nodded slightly and remarked, Chika's two decisive actions in annihilating the pirate crew can be deemed somewhat ruthless, this should resonate well with them.
Moreover, Chika's humility and sense of decorum starkly contrast with the demeanor of most commanders.
At this juncture,
Hition cast a sidelong glance at Carp and the Admiral Akiji beside him.
Carp, seemingly oblivious to Hition's gaze, displayed his characteristic nonchalance, while Akiji, having once been his subordinate, mirrored this indifference. Carp's large fists collided against his chest with enthusiasm as he exclaimed, That young lad, I've always sensed he is exceptional.
Next time we meet, I shall thoroughly assess his prowess.
Sengoku, ignoring Carp's sudden exuberance, addressed Hition, assigned this matter to the Public Relations Department, instructing them to emphasize it within the Navy. This aligns with the will of the world government. Hition nodded, leading Carp and Akiji away from the scene. Once they departed, Sengoku fell into silence once more, his gaze fixated on the newspaper left by Carp, which displayed a photograph of Chika.
In the image,
Chika wore a smile, his striking Rinnegan particularly prominent, as he presented his palm towards the camera, a black vortex swirling within it,
the manner of its capture remaining a mystery. Sengoku murmured softly to Chika's photograph, Is it beneficial or detrimental for you to be exposed to the world so swiftly, Chika? Chapter 51, The Evil Dragon Pirates at the Navy Training Camp. Zephyr received news about Chika.
Initially taken aback, he soon found himself enveloped in a profound sense of pride. Indeed, he felt a swell of pride for Chika.
As he reminisced about their moments together in the training camp,
Zephyr couldn't help but shake his head with a gentle smile, muttering to himself, I never imagined you would reach such heights.
Keep pushing forward. The vast ocean awaits you, Chika.
In the girls' dormitory, a roommate excitedly handed a newspaper to Ain, exclaiming, Ain, look.
Uchiha Chika is making headlines. Upon hearing this, Ain's eyes widened in alarm, misinterpreting the enthusiasm as a sign of danger for Chika.
Snatching the newspaper from her roommate's hands, she trembled as she read its contents, finally releasing a long breath of relief.
Chika was safe. Curiously observing Ain's reaction, her roommate persisted, Chika actually injured Rayleigh. That Rayleigh? The Dark King. Right-hand man to the Pirate King. Ain remained unmoved, simply nodding to acknowledge the information. sensing Ein's indifference.
Her roommate lost interest and retreated to her bed to rest. Once her roommate departed, Ein let out a soft sigh, quietly retrieving the newspaper. As she gazed at Chika's photograph, she unconsciously lifted a hand to caress the image, murmuring, "Are we truly from two different worlds? Could you slow down a bit? It's so hard to catch up to you." On a warship, Guion tenderly stroked the photograph of Chika from the newspaper, pressing it firmly against her chest.
Contemplating, the battles must be perilous.
"I'm so sorry I couldn't be by your side."
In the East Blue, Koko West Village.
The slightly taller Nami hurried home with the newspaper clutched in her hands, shouting to Nojiko, who was tending to the orange trees, "Nojiko, there's news about Chika."
Startled by the news, Nojiko accidentally snipped off an unripe orange.
Normally, she would lament over the loss, but this time, her concern was for Chika. Quickly brushing her hands on her apron, Nojiko eagerly took the newspaper from Nami and began to read it intently. Nami clasped her hands over her chest.
Her expression filled with admiration. "Chika is amazing. He made the Dark King Rayleigh flee in disgrace. The news has even reached us here." Seeing Nami's expression, Nojiko couldn't help but chuckle.
This Nami, when Chika was around, always challenged him with a dismissive attitude. Yet now, in his absence, she fervently expressed her admiration without reservation. Gently raising her hand, she tenderly caressed Nami's little head.
Nami, squinting her eyes,
savored the affection from her sister for a moment before speaking. "Let us go share this news with Belmir, she is still unaware."
Noki nodded enthusiastically, took Nami's small hand, and prepared to venture forth to find Belmir.
Once outside, the two children joyfully raced along the country path. Suddenly, a loud crash echoed,
followed by Nami exclaiming, "Ouch!"
She clutched her little head and sat down with her eyes shut.
Upon opening them, she found herself engulfed in darkness.
Why has it turned so dark? She wondered, her eyes glistening with tears as she looked up to see what loomed before her. To her horror, she was met with a towering creature nearly 3 meters tall, sporting a shark-like face. It stood before her like an imposing wall. Behind it loomed similar fish-faced beings, and the overwhelming stench of fish made Nami feel quite nauseous. Noki, who had followed closely behind, was equally alarmed by the sight of the creature.
Nevertheless,
her sisterly instincts propelled her to muster courage and rush to Nami's side, helping her to her feet.
Once standing,
Nami gazed up at the creature blocking their path and trembled as she stuttered, What are you?" The creature lowered its head, casting a frigid glance at Nami and Noki, causing them to shiver involuntarily.
After a tense pause, the creature bared its jagged teeth in a sinister grin and coldly announced, "Humans? I am a noble fishman.
Quickly gather the villagers, they must come to greet the illustrious Arlong pirate crew.
Otherwise, I shall slay every last human in this village."
Upon hearing Arlong's words,
Noki's pupils dilated in fear.
She seized the still-shocked Nami and turned to flee back to the village.
Arlong, the captain of the Arlong pirate crew,
crossed his arms with a wicked smile, watching the two children scurry away.
With a wave of his hand, he commanded, "Come along, my minions. Let us enter the village and teach those lowly humans a lesson about the might of our kind."
A throng of fishmen followed closely behind Nami and Noki, marching toward the village with overwhelming force.
"Belmir! This is terrible.
A horde of monsters has invaded the village."
"Wah!"
Noki cried as she found Belmir at the village chief's home, alongside the village constable, Kenzu. Upon seeing Belmir, Noki could no longer hold back her tears.
After all,
she was merely a 13-year-old girl. Without any adults around before, she felt she must remain strong for Nami, but now, faced with Belmir, she broke down.
As Belmir held Noki close, gently patting her back, she turned to Nami and asked, "Nami, what exactly happened? What kind of monsters is Noki talking about?" Nami, who had been standing in a daze, finally regained her composure and stammered, "They were so tall, with fish faces."
"Oh.
And they claim to be from the Arlong pirate crew." "Fish faces? Arlong pirate crew?"
Belmir's heart sank. She recognized the dire situation. It was a band of pirates composed entirely of fishmen. Regarding the fishmen, she possessed a certain understanding of them. They are inherently endowed with a physique that surpasses that of humans by several folds. It is said that their grip strength is, on average,
10 times that of a human.
The most troublesome aspect is that the majority of fishmen harbor a deep-seated hatred for humanity. This posed a grave concern.
Belmer's expression grew increasingly grim.
After a moment of silence, she turned to Nojiko and said, "Nojiko, please take Nami and find a concealed place to hide.
Do not emerge under any circumstances."
Nojiko, bewildered, nodded in agreement, but suddenly recollected something and vigorously shook her head, grasping Belmer's clothing tightly with both hands.
In an urgent tone, she implored, "But what about you, Belmer? Why won't you hide with us?"
Belmer endeavored to maintain a facade of ease. Speaking in an exceptionally gentle manner, "I will come to find you shortly. I must first inform the other villagers."
Nojiko clearly harbored doubts,
her instincts warning her that something dreadful was about to unfold. Observing Nojiko's reluctance to depart, Belmer grew anxious and shouted firmly, "Listen to me.
Quickly take Nami and leave. Do not let me down." This marked the first occasion Belmer had expressed such intense anger towards Nojiko. It was well known that Nojiko was always obedient and sensible, never provoking Belmer's ire. Thus, it was evident that Belmer was genuinely frantic. Nojiko understood that Belmer's concern was for their safety and that remaining with Nami would only impede Belmer's efforts.
Wiping away her tears,
Nojiko silently grasped the stunned Nami's hand and ran desperately toward her home.
Behind them, Belmer watched the retreating figures of Nojiko and Nami. A tender smile gracing her face as she murmured, "Nojiko, Nami, my beloved daughters, you must survive."
Chapter 52, Crisis. The arrival of Chihira Norikyo. "Where are you going?" "We're going home." "Home? But didn't Belmer tell us to hide first? Aren't we too conspicuous?"
Norikyo did not respond to Nami's questions but fell silent, hastening her pace while gripping Nami's hand. At last, they returned to their abode. Norikyo dashed into her bedroom and retrieved the kunai that Chihira had entrusted to her, hidden beneath her pillow.
Nami looked at Norikyo in disbelief, exclaiming, "At a time like this, you're still thinking about that kunai Chihira gave you?"
Norikyo shook her head. The words Chihira spoke before his departure echoing in her mind, "If any danger befalls the village while I am away, hold this and call my name in your heart." Clutching the kunai tightly to her chest, she was uncertain of its utility, yet it was the only source of hope she had, embodied in Chihira.
Nami, growing anxious,
tugged at Norikyo's garment, shouting, "We can't waste any more time. We need to find a place to hide and not disappoint Belmer."
Upon hearing Nami's plea, Norikyo snapped back to reality and nodded.
The two turned to leave the house that no longer offered them any sense of safety. Suddenly, the sound of gunfire rang out, causing them to freeze in terror. After a moment, Nami, trembling, said, It's gunfire, coming from the village chief's house.
Belmer is still there."
With a swift motion, Norikyo seized Nami's hand and sprinted towards the chief's residence. At the village chief's home, nearly all the villagers had gathered, their faces filled with dread as they beheld the group of fishmen grinning malevolently like demons.
Arlong, wielding a gun,
aimed it at the villagers while standing over Belmer's head, laughing maniacally, surrounded by the lifeless bodies of villagers.
"Ah, such a feeble race. Before the noble fishmen, you are but a swarm of ants."
He then bent down, pressing the gun's muzzle against Belmer's bloodied forehead, coldly stating, "You wretched human woman.
How dare you lead these people to flee and resist the noble fishmen? What? Are you unwelcoming to the great fishmen?"
With the gun pointed at her head,
Belmer spat out a mouthful of blood, coughing violently, yet unafraid declared, "What noble fishmen? You are merely a band of despicable pirates.
The Navy will eventually capture all of you and imprison you in the deep-sea prison."
At the mention of the deep-sea prison, Arlon's expression darkened considerably.
He had just been released from there. Belmer's words conjured horrifying memories of his time in captivity, where the physical torment was only surpassed by the psychological devastation. Within the confines of that place, he was perpetually engulfed by a sensation of impending doom, as if no one regarded him as a living being. It could be said that his experiences in the depths of the sea prison had morphed into an indelible nightmare that haunted him for a lifetime. How dare this woman once again unearth his wounds and mention the Navy, the very subject he despised most?
The thought ignited a surge of anger within Aaron,
who intensified the pressure of his foot, causing Belmer to emit a piercing scream of agony. Nevertheless, she quickly regained her composure, biting down on her lip so fiercely that blood began to seep from her mouth.
Eren, observing the tenacity of this human woman,
felt a wave of irritation wash over him. In his eyes, her fierce resistance only served to underscore humanity's disdain for the Fishman tribe.
Suddenly, a rather intriguing thought struck him. Had she not just referred to the Navy?
It seemed her hope rested upon them, which he found utterly amusing. A sinister grin spread across his shark-like visage, rendering it even more menacing as he bent lower to scrutinize Belmare. In a tone laced with mockery, he addressed her.
Human woman, it appears you have great confidence in the Navy.
With great difficulty, Belmare managed to open her eyes and cast a defiant glance at Eren, proclaiming resolutely,
"Justice will surely prevail, and that will mark the end for you pirates." Eren burst into raucous laughter,
clutching his face as tears streamed down his cheeks from the sheer amusement.
After a moment, he lifted his gaze to survey the villagers before him, sensing their spirits had been noticeably lifted by Belmare's words. How laughable, he sneered disdainfully at Belmare, deliberately raising his voice. "Do you not realize that my presence here is sanctioned by your Navy? You must be aware of that rat of a colonel responsible for this area. With but a mere box of treasure and a few threats, he eagerly pointed me to a village, this very village." "What did you say?" Belmare's eyes widened in disbelief, struggling to come to terms with the harsh reality.
"How pitiful it is," he mocked.
"The very Navy you placed your hopes in is the mastermind behind your betrayal? How grotesque. Humanity, are you not merely a despicable race that delights in selling out your own kind?" With tears streaming down her cheeks,
Belmare was engulfed by despair as her faith crumbled. Her once taut body slackened, devoid of the fight she had previously possessed. Witnessing her utter hopelessness filled Eren with a sense of satisfaction.
"See, Tiger? I have avenged you. I shall make these humans taste the bitterness of betrayal." For him,
nothing was more gratifying than the psychological destruction of a human being.
With the realization that this human woman had surrendered, Eren resolved to cease his hesitation.
He pressed his finger gently upon the trigger, deliberately savoring the moment as he prepared to inflict one final torment upon this loathsome human. Belmare also sensed the impending arrival of death. She felt no fear towards it. The only thoughts that occupied her mind were of Noki and Nami. Closing her eyes, Belmare silently whispered to herself, "Noki, Nami, I may have reached the end of my journey.
I am so sorry for not being able to accompany you as you grew. I have not been a competent mother, yet I fervently wish for your well-being. I love you both." However, the subsequent cries of innocence shattered Belmare's heart into despair. "No! Let go of Belmare. The voices belong to Noki and Nami?"
Belmare fervently prayed within herself, hoping that she had already succumbed to death, and that the voices she had just heard were mere illusions. Yet, reality was often cruel, and this day was destined to be the most despairing one for Belmare.
"Oh? Aren't those the two little brats from before?
I nearly forgot about them. How unexpected that they would come to me now." Arlong ceased his actions, twirling the gun in his fingers, a playful smirk dancing across his face as he regarded the rushing forms of Noki and Nami.
Just as he was about to speak,
a sudden surge of power erupted from beneath Belmare, allowing her to break free from his feet and charge towards Noki and Nami.
Slap! Slap!
The sharp sound of two resounding slaps echoed as Noki and Nami each received a vivid mark upon their faces.
Belmare, her visage marred by a mix of blood and tears, appeared fearsome as she shouted at Noki and Nami, "Why? Why are you so disobedient? Why have you returned?"
Noki gripped the kunai tightly, covering her slapped face in silence, while Nami declared loudly, "Because you are our mother." Belmare was taken aback, momentarily frozen in place.
"Oh? I didn't realize these two little ones were your daughters. How amusing."
Arlong dismissed Belmare's sudden outburst, his mind racing with newfound intrigue.
He slowly approached the trio,
seizing Nami by the neck and lifting her off the ground.
Let me go. Belmare, help me. I feel terrible." Nami thrashed desperately against Arlong's arm,
her feeble attempts nothing more than a tickle to him. Ignoring her struggles, Arlong flashed a sinister grin at Belmare and said, "Would you like me to spare her? If so, kneel here and scream that the Navy is trash, that humanity is the lowest of creatures, then take your own life before me."
"How does that sound? Your life for these two little ones and those humans should be quite the bargain, wouldn't you agree? No need to thank me for my mercy." "No. Belmare. Don't agree to this.
Upon hearing such cruel words, Nami immediately halted her struggles, urgently pleading with Belmare not to comply. Belmare gazed at Nami, suspended in Arlong-esque grip, then turned to Noki and the villagers, a flicker of resolve igniting in her eyes. Slowly, she rose and began to walk towards Arlong.
No! Belmare, I beg you, don't! Someone, please save us! Nami cried out desperately, while Arlong watched with exhilaration as Belmare approached step by step.
The silent Nojiko fixed her gaze on Belmare's retreating figure, the kunai of flying thunder god deeply embedded in her thigh, the moment unbeknownst to her. As Belmare picked up her pistol and prepared to kneel, Nojiko could no longer contain herself. She yanked the kunai from her leg, blood gushing forth, yet she remained unfazed. Nojiko shut her eyes and summoned every ounce of strength, crying to the heavens, "Shinjo, where are you?" Just as her words faded, a robust blue arm spiraled into the air, accompanied by Arlong's piercing scream. Trembling, Nojiko opened her eyes to behold the fluttering hem of a black cloak in the wind. A gentle voice resonated, "Long time no see, Nojiko, Nami, you've both grown quite a bit." Tears uncontrollably streamed from Nojiko's eyes as she desperately threw herself into the embrace of that familiar figure.
In that long-awaited warmth,
she felt as though all her strength had vanished in an instant. Buried in Shinjo's arms, Nojiko whispered softly, "It's been so long, Shinjo."
Chapter 53, Merfolk? Is that all?
Upon spotting Chienha, Nami, who had fallen to the ground, immediately rushed into his embrace.
Chienha gently cradled the two little ones, patiently waiting for their emotions to settle.
After weeping for a while, Nami, her face resembling a tear-streaked little kitten, uttered her first words, "Chienha.
Why do you always call Nokigo first?"
A bead of cold sweat trickled down Chienha's forehead as he thought to himself, at such a moment,
how could she still focus on this?
Clearly, Nami harbored quite a grievance regarding this matter. Nokigo also lifted her head from Chienha's arms,
gazing at him with a dazed expression.
Noticing Nokigo's gaze, Chienha offered her a reassuring smile before gently placing the two little ones on the ground. He then turned to face the group of merfolk behind him, his Rinnegan eyes exuding a chilling aura. Arlong, pale and clutching the shoulder where his right arm once was,
glared fiercely at Chienha and demanded, "Who are you to dare lay a hand on me?"
Chienha disregarded him completely and turned to Medes perched on his shoulder, asking,
"Medes, do you enjoy eating fish?"
"Meow, meow, master, these fish are far too repulsive for me to consume." Nodding slightly, Chienha mused aloud, "What a shame." Seeing the human before him having severed his arm and now ignoring him, Arlong lost his composure. He opened his mouth wide and, with his remaining arm,
extracted a serrated tooth from within.
Miraculously, after its removal, a new tooth began to grow in its place. Clutching the serrated tooth, Arlong charged violently at Chienha, shouting, "Die!"
Human. Iron tooth technique. Boredom.
In Chienha's eyes, Arlong's speed was no different from that of a snail. Instantly, his arm was enveloped in haki, turning jet black and gleaming with a metallic sheen.
Chienha raised his hand and struck violently at Arlong's serrated tooth-wielding arm. In an instant,
the sounds of bone cracking and flesh exploding resonated as Arlong, who had been charging, found himself crashing to the ground in a most undignified manner.
Ah!
With both arms lost, and the second one shattered by such a brutal blow, the intense pain drove Arlong into a frenzy, rolling wildly on the ground. Swish! Chienha appeared by Arlong's side, a black rod having mysteriously materialized in his hand, which he plunged forcefully into Arlong's shoulder. Arlong let out a series of anguished screams. But before he could lament for long, Chienha produced another black rod and thrust it into Arlong's other shoulder. The two rods pierced through Arlong's scapula and anchored into the ground, emanating a peculiar energy that relentlessly assaulted his mind. Visions of Chienha's Rinnegan flooded Arlong's consciousness, instilling a deepening sense of terror within him. Thud, thud. The sounds of flesh being penetrated echoed once more as each of Arlong's legs was also pierced by a black rod. With a clap of his hands, Chienha gazed down at Arlong, who lay on the ground like a lifeless dog, deliberately feigning astonishment on his face.
He approached Arlong, crouched down,
and gripped his head, lifting it to align his dazed eyes with Chienha's Sharingan. A sinister whisper escaped Chienha's lips, "What's the matter?
Is this the extent of the noble fishman tribe? Did I cause you to faint?"
Upon finishing his words, a flash of purple glimmered in Chienha's eyes, causing Arlong to widen his gaze, as if confronted by a horrifying entity.
As he regained consciousness and beheld Qianha's Sharingan, sheer terror compelled him to scream. Qianha,
somewhat annoyed, covered his ears and then delivered a powerful punch to Along's mouth. The force of the blow was immense. After retracting his fist, a cloud of white fragments erupted from Along's mouth, his shattered teeth. Nevertheless, Along's racial affinity proved remarkable, despite his teeth being pulverized shortly thereafter.
A new set emerged in his mouth. Raising an eyebrow, Qianha noted that the regrowth of teeth seemed to challenge him.
A surge of black flames ignited around his hand, and as he pressed it against Along's mouth, the terrified fishman watched in horror. Upon contact with the black flames, Along's large mouth was sealed by a layer of solid ice, rendering him unable to open it, no matter how hard he tried.
Satisfied,
Qianha resumed his scrutiny of Along's visage. After a moment, he found the lengthy nose rather bothersome. Thus, he again cloaked his hand in a foreboding aura.
Seizing Along's nose,
gradually, he began to apply pressure, twisting it counterclockwise as if throttling a motorcycle. The excruciating agony made Along's veins bulge. He yearned to faint but could not, and though he wished to scream, he found his mouth sealed shut, expressing his torment only through violent tremors.
Meanwhile, the fishman's subordinates,
who had been frozen in fear, finally regained their senses. It must be said, these fishmen exhibited a sense of loyalty. A few mustered the courage to grasp their weapons and cautiously advanced towards Qianha. With his back turned to them, Qianha remained focused on his torment of Along,
while Nami and Nojiko, observing from the sidelines, grew anxious. Believing Qianha was unaware of the impending danger behind him, they hurriedly shouted, "Qianha! Behind you! Danger!"
Upon hearing their alarm, Qianha, not wishing to dismiss their concern, slowly turned his head, casting a dispassionate glance at the approaching fishmen. Under the weight of Qianha's gaze, the armed fishmen froze in place, as if a pause button had been pressed, their weapons clattered to the ground, and one by one, they collapsed. The remaining fishmen rushed forward to check on their fallen comrades, only to be met with the horrifying realization that those lying on the ground had become lifeless corpses. The fishman who came to inspect the scene plopped down on the ground, staring blankly at his companion's lifeless body. Muttering to himself as if he had lost his sanity, "A devil, he is not human, he is a devil." Ignoring the group of fishman lackeys,
Qianha continued his relentless twisting of the throttle.
At that moment, Eren felt an unprecedented loathing for his own nose. He despised its sturdy form.
The agony persisted,
and all present silently observed this brutal spectacle, none daring to intervene.
Eren's earlier actions had thoroughly enraged everyone in attendance, and their collective sentiment was singular, sheer exhilaration. With a sharp crack echoing through the air, Eren's nose was finally wrenched from his face by Qianha. Eren rolled his eyes, trembling violently, while Qianha placed a foot upon his head, nonchalantly toying with Eren's severed nose.
Nearby, Nami sprinted to Qianha's side and, grasping his leg, implored, "Brother Qianha,
may I have that?" Qianha glanced down at Nami, perplexed, and inquired, "What would you want that for?" "It's rather filthy." Nami bit her lip, glancing at the bloodied Belmir, seemingly resolute in her decision. She turned her gaze to the barely conscious Eren and, with gritted teeth, declared, "I will use it as a weapon to slay all pirates, I detest them." Qianha furrowed his brow, pondering whether Nami had succumbed to darkness. However, he quickly reassessed. Harboring hatred for pirates was hardly a negative trait. As someone aligned with the Navy, if he were to entertain any sympathy for pirates, Qianha would not tolerate it. He had a certain individual in mind, namely, Kobe. Should that fellow dare to confront him with grievances in the future, Qianha felt certain he would not hesitate to crush him. As for Shank's reputation, what was that to him? Gently patting Nami's little head, he said, "This thing is covered in blood and far too grimy. How about I arrange for someone to forge you a dagger instead?" Nami nodded vigorously, embracing Qianha in silence. Chapter 54, The Demise of the Evil Dragon Pirates. After soothing Nami, Chika delivered a few kicks to Arlong at his feet, discovering that he still clung to life. Contemplating briefly, Chika gestured to the remaining fishmen subordinates, beckoning them to approach. The group of fishmen, bewildered, pointed at themselves, unsure whom Chika intended to summon. Growing impatient, Chika shot them an exasperated glance, prompting the fishmen to hastily rush forward. With a decisive motion, Chika hurled a pistol onto the ground, proclaiming, "Whoever fires a shot at your captain with this gun shall be spared. Instantly, the fishmen exchanged terrified glances, none daring to move. Without further ado, Chika continued. I will count to 3. 1. 2. Bang! Before he could utter the second number, a slightly shorter fishman snatched the gun from the ground and unhesitatingly fired a shot at the prone Arlong. Arlong convulsed violently but remained alive. The resilience of fishmen was truly remarkable. The shooter looked at Chika with a glimmer of hope after firing, and Chika nodded, granting him leave. The fishman, as if released from a heavy burden, bowed deeply 3 times to Chika before fleeing, vowing never to set foot in human territory again. Witnessing this scene, the other fishmen frantically scrambled for the pistol on the ground. In their frenzy, a fight broke out. And soon the ground was littered with the bodies of fishmen in disarray. Chika observed the chaos with keen interest and kicked Arlong again, taunting, Look! Is there still life in you? Behold how noble your fishmen kin are, they truly fight to the death against one another. Arlong remained silent, engulfed in despair greater than that of Bel-Emri moments before. His faith had crumbled utterly, and redemption seemed a distant dream. All he yearned for was release from existence. Chika clapped his hands, and the once brawling fishmen fell silent. All right, the one resembling an octopus, yes, you, come forth. He referred to Octopus Little 8, who had stood by, mournfully watching his kin turn against each other. Upon hearing Chika's summons, he shuddered and timidly approached. Chika used his gravitational powers to draw the gun from another fishman, handing it to Octopus Little 8. You, fire the final shot. Trembling, Little 8 held the gun, feeling its weight as the heaviest object he had ever wielded. Noticing Little 8's hesitation, Chika raised his hand and unleashed a powerful gravitational force upon the group of fishmen behind him. Having consumed the gravity fruit, his abilities had increased manifold. This ordinary attack scattered the fishmen like debris. In horror at the scene before him, Little 8 collapsed. He aimed the gun at the fallen Arlong and fired repeatedly, ultimately silencing him. Tears that had yet to dry remained on Arlong's face as he succumbed to his fate. Xianha nodded in satisfaction, signaling to Little 8 that he could depart. The octopus, Little 8, turned robotically to leave, but Xianha suddenly called him back. By the way, when you return to Fishman Island, inform Jinbei that it was I who killed Arlong and his crew. Should he have any matters to discuss, he may seek me out. I am Uchiha Chika, currently a colonel in the Navy. Do you understand? Little 8 nodded, and Xianha waved him off, allowing the now somewhat unhinged octopus to leave. At this point, the once formidable dragon pirate crew had been nearly annihilated, and the villagers of Coco Village instinctively shook their heads, confirming they were not dreaming. Xianha turned to the villagers, offering a benevolent smile, which, in turn, caused them to instinctively retreat a step. Although Xianha had lived among them for a decade, they could not reconcile the image of the boy who fished with the man who had just slaughtered fishmen as if they were mere dogs. However, Noki and Nami were unconcerned with such thoughts. The 2 girls supported Belmare, bringing her before Xianha, calling him Brother Xianha with bright voices. Belmare gazed at the somewhat unfamiliar youth before her with a complex expression. It had been less than a year since their last farewell by the sea. Yet this boy had already matured to such an extent. She was already aware of Xianha's battle against the Dark King Rayleigh, and thus understood that the power he had just demonstrated was likely merely the tip of the iceberg. What a terrifying talent! The disparity between individuals could be so vast. Belmare shook her head with a wry smile, while Noki, concerned, inquired, Belmare, what troubles you? Turning to the caring Noki, Belmare smiled, assuring her that she was fine. Meanwhile, Nami, observing Belmare's injuries, felt a flicker of resentment. She looked at Xianha and declared, Brother Xianha, I want to join the Navy. I want to slay pirates. It seemed that Nami had fully committed herself to the pirate cause, and Xianha looked at the resolute orange-haired girl with a hint of exasperation, contemplating that if he were to take her to join the Navy at her age, he would likely be ridiculed by other officers. Suddenly, Belmare, summoning an unexpected strength, grasped Nami's ear tightly. How old are you? What do you know about being in the Navy? Have you forgotten what Arlong just said? Nami shook her head vigorously, replying defiantly, but Brother Xianha is also in the Navy. He saved us this time. Besides, Brother Xianha is a high-ranking officer now. Isn't joining the military merely a matter of his word? Hearing Nami's words, Xianha smiled softly. While he was indeed a colonel, a rank that was not insignificant, it hardly qualified as a high office. Nonetheless, he took note of Belmer's earlier comment and pinched Nami's cheek, asking, "We can discuss your joining the military when you are older. But first, tell me what Arlong said earlier." Upon mentioning this, the animosity on Nami's face intensified. She immediately embellished the tale of Colonel Mouse, recounting it to Chika, while nearby, Nokigo wept, nodding incessantly, for she knew that with Chika around, she would not suffer any indignities. Chika's expression also turned somber as he silently rose, casting a glance in a particular direction before inquiring, "Understood. Do not worry. I shall handle this matter. How is Granny Lisa faring?" Belmel weakly replied, "Granny Lisa is safe. As soon as I received word from the evil dragon pirates, I hid her and some of the village elders in a secret chamber." Nodding, Chika exhaled in relief and bowed to Belmel in gratitude. Belmel hastily struggled to rise, attempting to dissuade Chika, exclaiming, "No, it was you who saved us all, my actions were inconsequential." Upon hearing this, the villagers, who had earlier been frightened, stepped forward in unison, declaring, "Indeed, Chika, you are the hero of our village. We apologize for being startled and not expressing our gratitude sooner. Alas! We are fortunate to have you, Chika." Chika remained silent, gazing at the earnest faces of the villagers, his fury intensifying. Gradually, his body began to levitate. And with closed eyes, he sensed his surroundings before shooting off in a determined direction. Below, Nami, with a hint of concern, tugged at Belmel's sleeve, asking, "Belmel, why did Chika leave so suddenly? Where is he going?" Belmel, her gaze fixed on the direction in which Chika had vanished, spoke with palpable bitterness. "He has gone to confront the naval scoundrels." Chapter 55, Colonel Mouse in the office of the 16th Division of the East Sea Navy. Colonel Mouse gazed at a small chest of treasures on the table, his eyes gleaming with avarice, saliva pooling on the documents before him. Pushing the damp papers aside, he clutched the chest filled with riches tightly to his chest, meticulously counting the gold and jewels within, muttering to himself, "Pirates are indeed generous. I could never amass such wealth in my years with the Navy. Is it pleasing to your eye?" A voice suddenly pierced the silence of the office, startling Colonel Mouse so severely that he dropped the chest, scattering its contents across the floor. Standing at the doorway with arms crossed was Chika, flanked by a group of armed Navy soldiers, though their faces betrayed their trepidation, their legs trembling incessantly. Moments earlier, Chika had descended from the heavens, prompting the surrounding soldiers to rush in, only to find themselves incapacitated by a mere flicker of Chika's conqueror's haki, collapsing one by one in a daze. The remaining soldiers, aware they were no match for the formidable presence before them, hesitated but followed Chika into Colonel Mouse's office, compelled by their military duty. Meanwhile, Colonel Mouse, sprawled on the floor amidst the scattered treasures, frantically attempted to gather the gold, but the more he rushed, the more unruly the coins became, slipping through his fingers. As he struggled, he inadvertently brushed against a pair of shoes, and upon looking up, he locked eyes with Chika's penetrating gaze. Paralyzed by a sense of dread, Colonel Mouse sat back down, staring blankly at Chika, stammering, What are you?" Chika regarded the pitiful Navy officer with a dispassionate look, stating coolly, "I am Colonel Uchiha Chika of the Navy headquarters." "You are Navy?" Upon realizing Chika was also of the Navy, Colonel Mouse sighed in relief. To him, the presence of a fellow officer alleviated the tension. After all, they were comrades, were they not? With this thought, Colonel Mouse composed himself, brushing off his backside and placing his palms together in a sycophantic manner before approaching Chika with a forced smile. "Ah, it's Colonel Chika from headquarters. I wonder what instructions you have for me." It is essential to note that the officers of the Navy headquarters, despite sharing the same rank as those in the divisions, exist on entirely different planes of status and capability. Furthermore, considering Chika's youth, if he remains oblivious to Chika's significance, then his years of service have been in vain. It is well known that his ascension to the rank of commander in the Navy division was achieved through a keen ability to read the room and through sycophancy. Without those skills, he would have languished in obscurity, slowly amassing experience only to emerge as a mere lieutenant. In his eyes, regardless of Chika's elevated status, he was merely a young man. A few flattering words could easily inflate Chika's ego, potentially propelling his own career forward. However, The response he received was a resounding slap from Chika. The sharp sound echoed throughout the modest office,
causing Colonel Mouse to spin around in disbelief before finally coming to a halt, clutching his swollen face in shock.
"What have you done?" "I am Navy," he exclaimed.
The audacity of this man to still declare himself part of the Navy incited a mix of laughter and anger in Chika. From the confines of the doorway, Chika retrieved a serrated piece of a nose, still stained with fresh blood. He waved the severed appendage before Colonel Mouse, who immediately recognized it as belonging to Aaron. At this point, even a shrewd individual like him understood Chika's purpose for confronting him, and he fell silent. With Aaron's nose clutched in his hand, Chika fixed his gaze upon Mouse and remarked, "Navy? How utterly revolting it is to hear that word from your lips. Tell me, when you accepted bribes from pirates, did you ever consider that you were a Navy officer?" The gravity of Chika's words left the officers behind him wide-eyed. They were aware of Colonel Mouse's dubious conduct, but the principle of accepting bribes from pirates struck a deep chord with their sense of justice. A trembling Navy soldier dared to inquire, "Colonel Mouse, is what Commander Chika said true?" Even at this moment, the upright soldier harbored a flicker of hope and showed deference to Mouse by refraining from addressing Chika as Colonel. Colonel Mouse, now frantic, shouted at the soldiers, "Of course it's not true. I am the highest-ranking officer here. I suspect this man is not even part of the Navy. Apprehend him at once." Faced with their superior's command, the soldiers found themselves in a moral quandary. Their sympathies leaned toward Chika, given Mouse's notoriously poor reputation. Chika chose to disregard the soldiers behind him. He had no intention of prolonging his engagement with this naval disgrace any further. In a swift motion, he appeared before Colonel Mouse, seizing him by the neck and lifting him as one would a small chick. Colonel Mouse stands at just over 1.80 meters. Appearing rather diminutive in the presence of the towering Kihara, who exceeds 2 meters. Now, suspended in midair by Kihara, Mouse flails his legs helplessly, incessantly shouting, "Let me go! Let me go! Even if you are from headquarters, you have no authority over me." "Oh? I lack authority?" Kihara scoffed at the wretch in his grasp. With his other hand, he retrieved a communication device from his pocket and dialed it in front of the assembled onlookers. After a few moments, the device was answered, and a voice emerged that left everyone present, save for Kihara, in stunned silence. "I am Marshal Sengoku. Is this Kihara? You've certainly stirred quite a commotion with Rayleigh. What brings you to contact me at this moment?" Chapter 56, The Path to Hell. The voice of Sengoku resonated through the transponder snail. Just as Chika was about to respond, Garp's voice interrupted, "Chika, you've done well, managing to injure the pirate king Rayleigh. Truly, you are someone I brought back. Ha ha." His laughter abruptly ceased as Sengoku reclaimed the transponder snail, casting a disdainful glance at Garp. "You think you brought him back?" "It was my keen eye that recognized his potential, and I merely afforded you this opportunity." "What were you doing all this time?" "You should have kept a closer watch on your grandson." After dismissing Garp with a scornful look, Sengoku fell silent before the transponder snail, anticipating Chika's response. In his eyes, Chika had always been steady and reliable. His sudden call must indicate something of great importance. However, the words that followed from Chika transformed Sengoku's expression, causing Garp, standing behind him, to darken in countenance as well. "Marshal Sengoku, I am currently disillusioned with the Navy." Upon hearing this, Sengoku felt as if he had plunged into an icy abyss. Had anyone else uttered such a phrase, he would have responded with immediate outrage. How could a member of the Navy express disappointment in it? What ulterior motives lay behind such a statement? Yet, when those words came from Chika, it signified something far graver. Chika was increasingly regarded by Sengoku as his successor, and even the Gorosei held him in high esteem. For someone of his caliber to voice discontent with the Navy was indeed a terrifying prospect. This was not merely a blow to the Navy's overall reputation and morale. Losing Chika would be an immeasurable loss for the current Navy. Realizing the gravity of the situation, Sengoku urgently inquired, "What has transpired?" "Calm down, Chika. Where are you right now?" "I am at the 16th Marine Branch in the East Blue." "The East Blue? Were you not in Sabaody? How did you end up there?" Sengoku was taken aback, for the journey from Sabaody to the East Blue by naval ship would take several days.
It had not been long since he received news of Chika battling the Pirate King in Sabaody. How could he have suddenly appeared in the East Blue? Without elaborating on how he arrived in the East Blue, Chika spoke with an icy tone. How I got here is irrelevant. What matters is that I have witnessed the filth within the Navy. The Colonel Rat here has accepted bribes from the dragon pirates, allowing them to assault my village. What did you say? Sengoku's fury ignited, a golden aura emanating from him as Garp clenched his fists, a shadow of darkness flickering upon them. Straining to suppress his emotions, Sengoku spoke in a voice thick with restraint. I see. Where is that Colonel Rat? I have questions for him. Before Chika could respond, the Colonel Rat, whose neck was gripped by Chika, suddenly found hope and shouted towards the transponder snail, Marshal Sengoku. I am here. Save me. This Uchiha Chika attacked me without any evidence. Is this what the Navy should be doing? After all, I am a Marine too. Upon hearing the words of Colonel Mouse, Sengoku furrowed his brow. He had never doubted Shin's words, yet as the highest commander of the Navy, he found that he could not afford to make arbitrary judgments based solely on personal emotions. For instance, while he shared the fury of Akiji regarding Akainu's orders to bombard civilian vessels, from the perspective of the Navy and the world government, Akainu's actions were somewhat justifiable. Contemplating this, Sengoku let out a sigh, feeling somewhat troubled. Next to him, Garp disregarded such considerations entirely, slamming his hand down on the table with such force that it shattered into a pile of debris. Sengoku stared blankly at the wreckage before him, eventually snapping back to reality, casting an angry glare at Garp. Garp, now genuinely incensed, retrieved the transponder snail from the fragments and shouted, Shinj, ignore what this scoundrel says. You may deal with this disgrace as you see fit. If anything occurs, it shall fall on me. Damn it! Sengoku regarded Garp's impassioned demeanor with a complex expression, opening his mouth to say something, but ultimately refrained. He tacitly approved of Garp's actions, however. The notion that Garp would bear the consequences was untenable. This matter would rest upon the shoulders of the fleet admiral, Sengoku himself. After all, what was one mere branch colonel? Regardless of his background, executing him without evidence would yield little consequence. None of that mattered anymore. This time, he chose to unconditionally trust Shinj and support him, remembering that Sengoku had once been a passionate young sailor himself. Listening to the voice emanating from the transponder snail, Shin's gloomy mood lifted significantly. These two lovable old men had so much faith in him, he would not let them down. Rest assured, Fleet Admiral Sengoku and Vice Admiral Garp. I shall make him divulge everything, Shinj declared. With that, he slowly turned his gaze, locking his Rinnegan eyes onto Colonel Mouse, speaking coldly, before these eyes. You possess no secrets. Under the scrutiny of Shin's Rinnegan, Colonel Mouse began to thrash in terror, shouting that this was against regulations, calling for the nearby Navy soldiers to rescue him. Yet, no one responded. The only reply came from Shin's frigid words, Hellpath Yama's judgment. Colonel Mouse, in a state of sheer panic, glanced behind Shinj, where a gaping maw wreathed in purple flames suddenly materialized, revealing a terrifying visage. This face bore eyes identical to Shinj's, which eerily rotated before slowly fixing its gaze upon Colonel Mouse. The bizarre sight caused Colonel Mouse to lose control, wetting himself in fear. The surrounding Navy soldiers looked on in confusion at the now cowardly Colonel Mouse. To them, nothing had transpired. Yet he had been so frightened that he had urinated in his pants. The Yama summoned by the Hellpath's judgment was visible only to the wielder of the Rinnegan and the subject of the technique, leaving the others oblivious to the terrifying spectacle. Shenhe gazed expressionlessly at Colonel Mouse and compassionately elucidated, what you behold is the King of Hell. Should you utter a falsehood, your tongue shall be seized by him, and your existence will come to an end. Do you comprehend? Colonel Mouse trembled in fear, shaking his head vigorously, for even now, a flicker of hope lingered in his heart. Shenhe, undeterred by the cowardice before him, inquired, Tell me, have you accepted bribes from the dragon pirate crew and allowed them to plunder the villages? Colonel Mouse remained silent, merely shaking his head. However, the King of Hell was not one to indulge such wretches. A long, purple tongue uncontrollably extended from Colonel Mouse's mouth, only to be seized by a tentacle-like appendage from the King of Hell, who slowly drew it toward his maw. Colonel Mouse's eyes widened in horror.
Sensing that once his tongue was engulfed by that terrifying visage, his life would be irrevocably extinguished, and even his soul would find no peace.
I confess. It was all my doing. The treasure from Along is right there, what Shenhe Uchiha said is true. I am a disgrace to the Navy, I deserve to die. Please. Spare me.
I do not wish to have my tongue devoured by that thing. Upon hearing Colonel Mouse's desperate pleas, both the soldiers present and those on the other end of the line, Sengoku and Carp, involuntarily exhaled in relief. No one wished for Shenhe's prospects to be jeopardized by this wretch. With his breath spent, Colonel Mouse gazed at Shenhe with a glimmer of hope, ingratiatingly stating, "Lord Shenhe,
I have spoken all that I must, can you release me now?"
A smile graced Shenhe's lips as he replied, "Very well." Ecstasy washed over Colonel Mouse's face. Yet before he could savor his fleeting joy, the King of Hell suddenly tightened his grip. With a sickening snap, Colonel Mouse's tongue severed before his despairing eyes. The King of Hell chewed voraciously before him, each chomp gnawing at his very soul, a torment so profound that he could not even cry out. At last, with a final gulp, the King of Hell swallowed Colonel Mouse's tongue, leaving him lifeless, his eyes rolled back, and a stream of vile drool escaping his lips. Releasing his grip, Colonel Mouse's corpse fell to the ground like refuse. Shenhe regarded the lifeless body with indifference, remarking coolly, "You may be released, but first, you must perish." With that, Shenhe turned and departed the accursed office, leaving behind a cadre of awestruck sailors. Chapter 57, The Human Fruit, Mythical Beast Type. A Jura form. After vanquishing the nefarious elements of the Navy, Chihara returned to Koko Village, preparing to bid farewell. His visit had been rather abrupt, bordering on dereliction of duty. Thus he could not linger in the East Blue for long. As he was about to depart, Nami's eyes were swollen from tears, and Nojiko bowed her head, quietly sobbing. In a moment of helplessness, Chihara promised Nami that she could join the Navy once she turned 18, which seemed to alleviate her distress somewhat. As for Nojiko, the ever-quiet little girl, Chihara found himself even more perplexed, for she exhibited a maturity that surpassed Nami's, making her all the more difficult to console. With a sigh, he approached Nojiko and, reminiscent of their previous farewell, lifted her into his arms, prompting a slight pout from Nami. It must be said that the inhabitants of the pirate world grow rather quickly. In the span of just a year, Nojiko had reached a height of 1.60 meters. Though she still seemed small beside Chihara, who towered over her at over 2 meters. After crying for a while in Chihara's embrace, Nojiko finally lifted her head. Her cheeks flushed with embarrassment as she offered a shy smile, her tears having soaked his clothing. Chihara gently pinched her nose and spoke softly, "All right, no more tears. If you wish to join the Navy as well, you can certainly enlist once you are 18. Surprised, Nojiko pointed at herself, hesitating as she replied, "Me? Can I really? I'm so weak." Chihara waved a hand to interrupt her, "You are not weak. Were you not brave when facing Arlong? And remember, you have me to rely on." Nojiko responded with a bright tone, finally breaking into a smile. Having soothed the two young girls, Chihara gently set Nojiko down and turned to wave goodbye to the villagers, led by Belmare, who had come to see him off. "Well then, farewell, everyone." With that, Chihara's figure vanished from their sight. Watching the spot where he had disappeared, both Nami and Nojiko silently resolved in their hearts to join the Navy when they grew up. For that would mean no more farewells. Area 66 of the Sabaody Archipelago, Navy Base Office. Suddenly, Chihara's figure appeared in the office, startling Khalifa, who had just entered to deliver some documents, causing the papers to scatter across the floor. Casting a reproachful glance at Chihara, Khalifa bent down to pick them up, inadvertently revealing an alluring curve. Chihara felt a twinge of embarrassment, recalling that when he had received the Flying Thunder God signal, Khalifa had been seated on his lap, feeding him oranges. His sudden disappearance must have caused her to tumble. With this thought in mind, Chihara raised his hand and activated a low-power universal attraction technique, causing the documents to effortlessly glide back onto the desk, neatly stacking themselves under his precise control. Once the papers had been returned to the table, Khalifa stood up, adjusted her black skirt, and gracefully approached Chihara from behind, naturally beginning to massage him. Shen had gently squeezed Khalifa's hand, signaling her not to worry, and turned to regard his diligent little secretary with a sense of gratitude. He reflected on his abrupt disappearance, knowing that the tasks he had left behind were likely managed by Khalifa, who must have found it quite taxing.
You've had a tough time, haven't you? Aren't you curious about where I went?
Califa tilted her head and replied, "What you did is of little importance, as long as you returned safely, that is what matters."
Since receiving the news from Stussy that the 5 elders had entrusted her to Chienha, Califa had relaxed.
Although it seemed she had been treated as a mere commodity in a transaction, she harbored no resentment towards this arrangement.
After all, if she belonged to Chienha,
then perhaps it wasn't such a bad situation. Undeniably, Califa's words struck a chord, and Chienha found himself deeply moved. He embraced her tightly and gradually lowered his head. Sensing his intention, Califa naturally closed her eyes, anticipating what was to come. Suddenly, there was a loud bang as the door was violently thrust open.
And 2 men clad in black suits and dark sunglasses entered, carrying a box.
They approached Chienha's desk and placed the box heavily before him, their tone brimming with arrogance. "You must be Uchiha Chika. This is a gift from the esteemed 5 elders, the devil fruit, animal type, mythical beast, human fruit, Azura form."
After speaking,
one of the men with blonde hair glanced at Califa in Chienha's arms, a smirk playing on his lips, which made Califa feel extremely uncomfortable.
The other,
with a crew cut, behaved more respectfully, handing the fruit to Chienha before signaling to his companion to leave.
Throughout their presence, Chienha maintained a stoic expression,
regarding the 2 men with a gaze reminiscent of one looking at corpses.
Just as they were about to exit the office, Chienha suddenly spoke, "What loyal dogs you are! Have you been at it so long that you've forgotten your own worth? What did you say?"
The blonde man spun around,
ready to teach this insolent Navy officer a lesson.
In his eyes, Chienha was merely a puppet thrust into the spotlight by the Navy, while he was a guard of the esteemed elders. How dare he insult him in such a manner? However, as he turned, he was met with an enlarging palm.
Boom! Chienha's hand struck his face, driving him into the wall.
The crewcut man stood frozen, still processing what had transpired, as Chienha's speed had been astonishingly swift. Several Navy soldiers,
alerted by the commotion, rushed in, weapons drawn, aiming at the 2 men.
In their eyes, Chienha, who had battled against the pirate king Rayleigh, had become an idol.
Now,
the individuals from other bases regard their commander, Chika, with a gaze filled with envy. After all, only such a formidable leader can inspire their unwavering loyalty,
providing them with an overwhelming sense of security.
Without paying heed to the soldiers surrounding him, Chika gradually withdrew his hand.
At that moment,
the previously arrogant figure of the blonde-haired, black-clad man had diminished, revealing a pitiful state. The area around his nose had entirely collapsed, and his shattered sunglasses revealed numerous shards embedded in his eyes. Even if he were to miraculously survive, his vision would be irrevocably lost. Witnessing the dire condition of his comrade, the nearby crewcut man in black was paralyzed with fear, his face ashen and his body trembling uncontrollably.
At this juncture, Chika,
whom he had already deemed a demon, slowly turned his gaze towards the remaining black-clad men. Under the weight of Chika's stare, the crewcut man immediately ceased his trembling, his knees buckling as he collapsed to the ground. Chapter 58, Califa. My Califa Chienha approached the kneeling figure clad in black, towering above him with an imposing presence. The man, with his close-cropped hair, was instantly struck with terror, prostrating himself repeatedly and murmuring apologies. "I am so sorry, I should not have disrespected you. Please, spare my life." Observing the man's abject humility and relatively compliant demeanor, Chienha lost interest in reprimanding him. Instead, he crouched down and gently patted the man's shoulder, encouraging him to lift his gaze.
The black-clad figure, bewildered, raised his head, his face reflecting desperation, still fearing that Chienha might strike him. "Tell me, are you one of the 5 Elder Stars Guards?" "No, no, no. We are not worthy of being those esteemed gentlemen's guards. We are from the Logia Palace."
"That fruit was given to you as a reward, instructed by the esteemed 5 Elder Stars through her."
"And how do you explain your earlier behavior?" The man hesitated, realizing Chienha referred to their earlier brazen attitude.
Stammering, he replied, "The Lady of Logia Palace believed that presenting this fruit to you was somewhat inappropriate,
advising us to adjust our demeanor."
At this juncture, Chienha grasped the underlying message. This so-called Logia Palace, a celestial dragon, was displeased that her collection had been offered as a reward to a mere Navy colonel, and she sought to humiliate him through her minions. A cold smile crept across Qianha's face as he stood, signaling the surrounding Navy soldiers to withdraw. He then walked past the kneeling man and returned to his office. Though Qianha had left, the black-clad figure remained frozen in place, terrified of giving Qianha any pretext to act against him, until Qianha's voice echoed from within the office.
You may leave now. Remember to convey a message to your mistress, thank her for the devil fruit. I am quite satisfied.
And I shall visit her tomorrow evening to express my gratitude in person.
Yes. Yes. I will remember, Lord Qianha. Leave.
At the sound of that command, the man felt as if a great weight had been lifted from his shoulders. He hastily hoisted his barely conscious companion and fled the Navy base, scrambling away. Once the black-clad figures had departed, Qianha stood in the center of his office, arms crossed, pondering how to navigate the ensuing confrontation with the celestial dragon known as Logia Palace. He had effectively offended her, and it was highly likely that she would retaliate tomorrow night. Should the situation escalate beyond control, it would hinge on the importance the 5 Elder Stars placed on him. If they favored Logia Palace, there would be little recourse, he would have to prepare himself for the worst. Suddenly, he felt a soft pressure against his back as a pair of delicate arms enveloped his waist. Turning around, he found himself embraced by his secretary, Khalifa.
In that moment, Khalifa experienced a warmth she had never known before.
Having been sent to the world government as a child to be trained as a spy, her upbringing had been devoid of warmth, everyone around her was equally cold-blooded and merciless, and no one had ever offered her assistance. Growing up in such an environment and now being sent to monitor Qianha's every move, she had nearly become a machine-like existence.
Yet, in her interactions with Qianha,
she discovered that the ice within her heart was gradually melting. Then, he rescued her once more from the grasp of Rayleigh, the Dark King. A confrontation so perilous that even a moment's carelessness from Qianha could lead to dire consequences. Nevertheless, he chose to be distracted and took her away with him, leading her to rely on him from that moment forth. Now, fueled by his disdain for that fellow, he directly intervened without a thought for their roles as guards. This seemingly ridiculous reason, merely due to her inconsequential existence, spurred his actions. Khalifa buried her head behind Qianha and let out a laugh, which soon turned to tears streaming down her face. Noticing the dampness on his back, Qianha furrowed his brow and spoke in a deep voice, "What is it? Are you not feeling vindicated enough? Or are you worried about retaliation from the royal palace of Rulia? Rest assured, they cannot harm me." His tone brimmed with unwavering confidence. And this facet of Qianha enchanted Khalifa even further. Lifting her head from his back, Khalifa's eyes glimmered with an ocean of tenderness, causing Qianha's heart to flutter. She rose onto her toes, her delicate face inching closer to his, and pressed her lips against his. Once again witnessing this scene, Modi's rolled her eyes in amusement, squatting on Qianha's shoulder to quietly observe. After a long moment, their lips parted, and Khalifa reached out to caress Qianha's face. Though tears still lingered on her cheeks, she radiated a breathtaking beauty that stirred the heart. Parting her lips, she declared, "Boss, from now on, I am yours." Still lost in the sensations of the previous moment, Qianha finally snapped back to reality at Khalifa's words. However, it seemed his emotional intelligence had been sapped by that kiss, leading him to pose a rather anticlimactic question. "Why do you call me boss?" Khalifa, taken aback by Qianha's sudden dullness, found him endearingly adorable and couldn't help but cover her mouth in laughter, saying, "Because I was sold to you, aren't you my boss?" "Ah. Oh, well, hello, boss." At that moment, Qianha's emotional intelligence finally kicked in, and he realized his earlier demeanor had fallen short. He mumbled vague words to mask the awkwardness that had transpired. Khalifa gazed intently at Qianha, studying him as if she could never get enough, making him feel a bit unnerved. He instinctively touched his face, asking, "What's wrong? Is there something on my face?" Khalifa squinted her eyes and replied earnestly, "Nothing, I just think my boss is incredibly handsome. I can't seem to look away." At this point, Khalifa's intensity was overwhelming, leaving even Qianha, who had just faced the Dark King Rayleigh, somewhat speechless. As Qianha fell silent, Khalifa too ceased her offensive, gently brushing off the dust that had settled on Qianha's clothes. She inquired, "Boss, how do you plan to handle the meeting with that fellow tomorrow night?" At that moment, Qianha felt indifferent to the question. What truly troubled him was the situation with Guion. The mere thought of Guion sent waves of discomfort through him, causing his brow to furrow once more. Noticing Qianhe's expression, Califa assumed he was preoccupied with the same concern. She bit her lip and, with a hint of worry, said,
"What's wrong, boss? Are you anxious about tomorrow?"
"It's all my fault for dragging you into this."
Qianhe cast a surprised glance at Califa, realizing that his little secretary had misinterpreted his thoughts.
He quickly clarified, "No, those people are of no significance to me.
What I'm thinking about, Sai. What I'm thinking about is Guion."
Ah?
Califa was taken aback by Qianhe's words.
She hadn't expected that, even at this juncture, he would still be preoccupied with such matters. This unexpected line of thought brought a smile to her face.
Qianhe looked at her in confusion and asked, "What's so funny?"
After a moment of laughter, Califa composed herself, extending a finger to touch Qianhe's chin.
"What are you worried about? You are my boss. And I am merely your secretary." Qianhe fell silent, understanding that Califa was encouraging him not to worry.
She would not jeopardize his relationship with Guion, in other words, she was humbling herself. Sighing inwardly, Qianhe scolded himself, "Oh, my Califa, how could I be such a cad?"
Indeed. This situation would be a curious anecdote within the Uchiha clan.
After all, amidst a group of pure-hearted warriors, the emergence of a rogue like Qianhe was quite the scandal. A source of both shame and pride. Chapter 59, Shaluya. On the following evening, Chika and Califa appeared before the entrance of a lavish palace.
This night, Chika donned his favored black robe emblazoned with the Uchiha clan emblem, opting not to wear his naval uniform,
allowing for greater ease should he need to make a hasty escape. Califa, clad predominantly in black, anxiously clasped Chika's hand. He gently released her grip, patting her back reassuringly, and offered her a comforting smile before turning to enter the palace, with Califa hastily following suit. At the entrance, two figures clad in black intercepted their path.
"Who are you?" "This is the residence of Lord Shaluya, not a place for lowly peasants. Leave at once." Chika remained silent, continuing his stride towards the interior.
"You seek death." Suddenly, both black-clad figures collapsed to the ground, eyes rolling back in unison. Observing this scene, Califa quietly sighed, realizing her boss was evidently prepared to resort to violence.
What insolence!
The guards, it seemed, lived up to their reputation as protectors of the celestial dragons, their vigilance palpable. Despite the silent fall of the first two guards, countless others emerged around Chika and Califa, their expressions decidedly hostile.
Chika, having lost patience with these loyal sentinels, narrowed his eyes, unleashing an overwhelming aura.
The remaining guards swiftly followed the fate of their fallen comrades, leaving only a bewildered,
slender figure standing in place.
Witnessing the unconscious guards sprawled on the ground, Califa couldn't help but recall her own experience of being rendered unconscious by a similar attack from the Dark King.
Once again.
This was the technique referred to as Conqueror's Haki by Rayleigh, and she was astonished by how adeptly her boss had mastered it.
Chika turned his gaze to the remaining slender guard and coldly instructed, "Go inform Shaluya that Uchiha Chika has arrived." Without a word,
the slender guard promptly turned to relay the message to his master.
After a brief interval, the slender guard returned, his visage marred by blood,
as if he had endured a fierce beating. Upon seeing Chika, he hurriedly announced, "Lord Shaluya requests your presence."
"I shall guide you."
As he spoke, Chika noticed the guard's missing front teeth, evidently a result of an encounter with Shaluya, truly a testament to her notorious arrogance and disdain for others.
Nodding in acknowledgement, Chika followed the slender guard, eager to confront the so-called Shaluya.
They entered a grand hall adorned with a wide crimson carpet leading to the depths of the chamber. Under the guidance of the black-clad figures, they reached the end of the carpet, where a raised platform awaited.
Chika slightly lifted his gaze to behold Shaluya seated at the apex of the platform, flanked by two burly guards and a panting pug.
The woman donned the iconic astronaut suit of the celestial dragon, her vibrant orange hair styled extravagantly atop her head, complemented by brown sunglasses that shielded her eyes.
Beneath the glasses, a translucent purple silk scarf encircled her neck, lending her an air of allure. At this moment, Shaluya lowered her eyelids,
gazing down at Qianhe and his companions with a look that suggested she regarded them as mere ants.
Upon sighting Shaluya,
The gaunt man in black standing before Qianha revealed a flicker of fear on his face, yet he stepped forward, prepared to report respectfully.
Lady Shiluya, I bring news about Uchiha. Bang!
Before he could finish, the gunshot rang out, and the thin man clutched his chest, staring incredulously at Shiluya above him. He opened his mouth to speak but instead coughed up a mouthful of blood, ultimately collapsing to the ground in defiance.
In her hand,
Shiluya held a smoking golden flintlock pistol, casting a disdainful glance at the fallen figure before dismissively uttering, "Useless trash."
With that, she turned her attention to Qianha. Her tone icy as she inquired, "You are Uchiha Qianha? Are you aware that you injured one of my people a few days ago? Have you forgotten your identity simply because you have the backing of the 5 Elder Stars?"
Qianha responded with a dismissive smile, "I merely disciplined a couple of dogs."
Is there an issue with that?
The audacity of Qianha's retort ignited Shiluya's fury once more, and she raised her pistol, aiming it at him, intent on eliminating this disrespectful Navy officer. However, Qianha had no intention of engaging in further banter with this woman. The moment she pointed her weapon at him, he had already materialized beside her, seizing her arm. Shiluya was startled, and the black-clad men flanking her widened their eyes in terror, utterly shaken by Qianha's audacity. In their eyes, his action was a grievous offense deserving of annihilation. Regaining their composure, the 2 men in black hesitated not a moment longer, activating their haki and launching themselves at Qianha from either side. Yet, he barely glanced at their assault, despite their evident superiority over their peers. They were still inadequate in the face of Qianha's prowess. He remained motionless as a surge of force erupted, sending their fists flying before they could even make contact, crashing violently against the walls of the Grand Hall and sliding down like tattered rags, leaving behind 2 streaks of crimson blood. The fate of the 2 men left Shiluya in utter disarray. Having been the center of attention throughout her life, she found herself momentarily speechless, frozen in place. Qianha's grip on her arm slid downwards, seizing the golden flintlock pistol from her hand. With the weapon now in his possession, Shiluya's final vestiges of confidence evaporated, her face betraying a look of sheer terror, perhaps the first genuine fear she had ever experienced in her life. As Qianha tightened his grip, the precious golden flintlock shattered into a heap of fragments in his palm. As she released her hand above Shiluya, fragments of the gun cascaded like snowflakes onto her transparent bubble helmet, adorning it with a shimmering layer of gold dust that sparkled captivatingly. Shiluya stiffly turned her head towards Qianha, forcing a facade of composure as she declared, "You wretched commoner, do you know who I am? Are you not afraid that the Admiral will annihilate you and all those associated with you?" Receiving no response, Qianha swiftly delivered a resounding slap to her helmet, which shattered within a mere second, causing his hand to make intimate contact with Shiluya's face. The sharp sound of the slap echoed throughout the vast hall, and Shiluya fell to the ground, rolling down the stairs until she came to rest at Khalifa's feet, who hastily recoiled as if from a plague. Qianha's strike was not delivered with excessive force. Shiluya's exaggerated reaction stemmed from her exceedingly frail constitution. Nevertheless, her consciousness remained intact, and after a brief moment, she struggled to rise, one hand pressed against her swollen cheek, casting a fearful glance at Qianha on the elevated platform. Observing the now subdued Shiluya below, Qianha let out a cold chuckle and demanded, "Now, tell me, who are you?" Chapter 60, a peculiar conclusion. The atmosphere in the Grand Hall was eerily silent. Khalifa stood quietly in a corner, her gaze sweeping over the 2 individuals on the platform. She mused to herself that her boss had truly crossed a line this time, contemplating whether she should escape with him later. Meanwhile, Shiluya stared blankly at Chika, perplexed by her own feelings, after receiving a slap from him. She found herself oddly savoring the moment, leaving her disoriented and unsure of her own emotions. Unaware of Shiluya's inner turmoil, Chika furrowed his brow at her stillness. He then turned and seated himself in the chair that Shiluya had occupied moments before. Addressing her, he commanded, "You, climb up here." "What did you say?" Shiluya could hardly believe her ears. She had never anticipated that Uchiha Chika would make such a demand. Was he even from this world? Did he truly have no comprehension of the significance of the celestial dragons? Little did Shiluya realize that she had inadvertently stumbled upon the correct answer to her own question. Noticing her continued immobility, Chika's impatience grew, and he raised his voice. "I said climb up here. Are you deaf, or do you wish to die?" Shiluya trembled at the tone of his voice, and to her astonishment, she found herself lowering to the ground and crawling towards him.
As she ascended,
Her heart brimmed with humiliation yet was laced with confusion. She questioned why she was so obedient all of a sudden, feeling an overwhelming inclination to submit to Chika's words. After a considerable time spent crawling, Shaluya finally reached Chika's feet and lifted her gaze to this audacious man, her expression one of utter disgrace. Chika, too, was taken aback by her sudden compliance. He had merely intended to provoke her. In his mind, a celestial dragon, accustomed to a life of luxury, could never truly stoop to such depths. He had even contemplated that, should she dare refuse, he would simply dispose of her. Yet, her reaction left him momentarily at a loss. However, seeing her so compliant, Chika temporarily set aside his murderous thoughts. He reached out a finger to tilt Shaluya's chin upward, teasingly inquiring, "What asked this? The lofty celestial dragon is capable of such actions?" Shaluya remained silent, allowing him to manipulate her chin as she averted her gaze, unwilling to meet his eyes. Observing her demeanor, Chika felt a sense of helplessness. "Have you forgotten that you are a celestial dragon? Show some arrogance, will you?" Yet, a resolution was necessary. Rising from his seat, he aimed his hand at the prostrate Shaluya. At that moment, the previously silent Shaluya spoke up. "Are you going to kill me?" Chika paused, then nodded slightly, coldly responding, "Whether I kill you or not makes no difference now, does it? You are well aware that everything I have done tonight is unforgivable in your eyes. If I were to declare that I would no longer pursue the events of this evening, would you grant me my freedom?" Xianha raised an eyebrow. If this individual spoke the truth, sparing her life would indeed be a possibility. After all, Xianha had initially intended to rise to the pinnacle within the Navy before orchestrating her subsequent plans. Betraying the Navy now would significantly impact her strategies. However, could she place her trust in Shaluolia? The despicable nature of the celestial dragons offered little in the way of persuasion. To use an illusion on her? This woman already appeared somewhat foolish. If she fell victim to an illusion, she would likely become utterly daft, and would the elders fail to notice? With this thought, Xianha shook her head as a transparent energy began to coalesce in her hand. Observing Xianha's actions, Shaluolia hurriedly exclaimed, "What I have said is the truth. As long as you agree that when I come to Sabaody, you will protect me, then I shall consider this evening as though it never transpired. I swear." Upon finishing her sentence, Shaluolia's face flushed slightly as she cast a furtive glance at Xianha. Remarkably, the situation grew increasingly peculiar. Xianha noted that Shaluolia's demeanor indeed resembled sincerity. After careful deliberation, Xianha decided that a more cautious approach was warranted. She extended her hand and seized Shaluolia by the throat, lifting her effortlessly. Shaluolia gazed at Xianha in terror, bewildered by her sincere demeanor, questioning why this man would treat her so harshly. How could he be so callous? As these thoughts swirled, tears welled in Shaluolia's eyes, and she began to cry in distress. Irritated by the tumultuous emotions elicited by her, Xianha snapped, "Silence! Look into my eyes." "Ah! Oh!" Upon being shouted at once more, Shaluolia ceased her tears and obediently focused on Xianha's eyes, muttering, "1, 2, 3. Xianha, puzzled, inquired, "What are you doing?" Shaluolia quickly halted her counting, stammering, "Your eyes are so beautiful, I wanted to count the rings in them." Xianha found herself at a loss for words yet again this evening. She promptly unleashed her ability, declaring, "Hellpath, Judgment of Yen Wang." A terrifying visage emerged from the ominous, purple-flamed portal behind Xianha. Witnessing such a bizarre sight, Shaluolia's eyes widened in shock, and her legs began to flail helplessly. "Behave. All right. But the creature behind you is truly terrifying. Enough chatter. Answer my questions. Should you dare to lie, this beast shall extract your tongue and devour it." I understand. Did you truly mean what you said earlier? Will you genuinely act as though this evening never occurred? Indeed, I swear. Shaluolia was so overwhelmed with excitement that she almost shouted out loud. After a moment of contemplation, she timidly added, "But you must agree to be my bodyguard when I come to Xiangbody." Ignoring her, Xianha noticed that the king of hell behind him remained motionless, leading him to realize that this peculiar individual was indeed speaking the truth. He consequently felt a sense of relief and dispersed his abilities. In Shaluolia's eyes,
The terrifying visage began to gradually blur and then vanished completely. She couldn't help but remark, "Your abilities are truly astonishing. Are they perhaps derived from a devil fruit? Do not inquire about matters that should remain unspoken." Sensing Chinha's impatience, Xiaolilia finally sealed her lips. With a disgruntled expression, Chinha leaped down from the high platform and approached Califa, uttering a simple "let's go," signaling his intent to depart. Observing his departure, Xiaolilia called out once more, "Are you really leaving?" Without turning back, Chinha impatiently replied, "Am I to stay here with you? Such an offer, well, it's not entirely out of the question." Chinha, utterly bewildered by her inexplicable behavior, swiftly seized Califa and vanished in a flash of lightning. Xiaolilia stood in a daze, staring at the spot where Chinha had just been, until a series of gurgling sounds emerged from her pocket. Drawn back to reality by the noise, she hastily retrieved a phone worm from her garment and connected the call. An elderly voice resonated, "Xiaolilia. Has Uchiha Chinha been here? What was his demeanor?" Upon hearing this voice, Xiaolilia adjusted her attire, rose to her feet, and responded with a composed tone. "His performance was exemplary. I am quite pleased with him." Did he not slay your men? Did he threaten you?" "No. They were merely a few disobedient hounds. Colonel Chinha not only expressed his apologies but also promised to serve as my bodyguard and ensure my safety." "Oh? He truly seems to be a commendable fellow. Very well. We shall take note of this." After disconnecting the phone worm, Xiaolilia patted her chest, feeling that this matter was settled, albeit with an odd sensation lingering within her. Chapter 61, The Promotion to Brigadier General in the Naval Base of Area 66, Sabaody Archipelago. A sudden rustle announced the arrival of Chinj and Califa in the office. Upon entering, Chinj erupted with frustration, questioning, "Is that Shirulia deranged? Is this the demeanor of the celestial dragons?" Califa stood silently behind him, her gaze somewhat peculiar, as she sensed something amiss yet refrained from voicing her suspicions. Suddenly, the phone on the desk buzzed. Chinj answered it, and the voice of Sengoku came through. "Is this Chinj? What have you done tonight that even the 5 elders have reached out to me regarding your conduct? They mentioned your diligence lately and suggested your current rank is inadequate." Chinj was momentarily taken aback. "Diligent? Are they referring to the devastation caused by the super goddess descent and the annihilation of a section of Sabaody, or to my recent slap to Shirulia's face?" "I merely had a brief encounter with a celestial dragon named Shirulia, nothing more." "What? Are you speaking of the Shirulia from the Roswald family?" Sengoku inquired. "Indeed," Chinj confirmed. Sengoku fell silent for a moment, aware of the Roswald family's notorious reputation as archetypal celestial dragons, embodying all the vices associated with their kind. As the daughter of the patriarch, Saint Roswald, Shirulia had always looked down upon other races. The fact that Chinj had met such a person and was subsequently recognized by the 5 elders seemed implausible to Sengoku, yet he could not deny the positive outcome. The quicker Chinj advanced, the more authority Sengoku could bestow upon him, signaling that the future of the Navy would undoubtedly belong to young leaders like Chinj. "Very well. Report to the Naval Headquarters tomorrow. I am preparing to promote you to the rank of Brigadier General. You are to attend a brief ceremony." "Understood," Chinj replied. After hanging up, Chinj looked up to find Califa regarding him with an unusual expression. He glanced down at himself, ensuring he appeared normal, and curiously asked, "What's wrong? Why are you looking at me like that?" Califa shook her head in resignation, indicating it was nothing. "Indeed, my boss, you slapped a celestial dragon tonight. And now you're being rewarded. It's utterly preposterous." Chinj rubbed his temples, his gaze drifting to the box on the desk containing the Ashura fruit. Suddenly remembering its presence. He had left such a mythical devil fruit unattended for a day and a night. How careless of him. He opened the box, revealing a golden, mushroom-shaped fruit with 3 peculiar heads. Califa approached him, her curiosity piqued as she examined the fruit. "Boss, do you intend to consume this fruit?" Chinj nodded, recognizing that this was indeed a mythical species, perfectly aligning with his aspirations. This time, there was no hesitation regarding Califa. Chika extended his hand and tapped the mushroom cap at the center of the fruit, channeling the hungry ghost path to absorb its essence. In a short while, the ability was fully absorbed, and a plain mushroom appeared on the table.
Califa, covering her mouth with her delicate hand, gazed at this extraordinary scene. Thinking to herself that the boss was indeed remarkable, as the events surrounding him were always so peculiar. Chika closed his eyes, savoring the newly acquired power. And when he opened them again, a fourth tomoe had appeared in his right eye. Califa noticed the change in Chika's eye and, filled with curiosity, inquired, "Boss, is the symbol in your eye a result of absorbing the devil fruit?" "Indeed, you are my astute secretary, so clever," Chika replied. "Does this mean you have absorbed 4 devil fruits? Including that gravitational fruit?" "Yes, therefore I need more devil fruits. But rest assured, I will find a suitable one for you in the future." Nodding slightly, Califa leaned against Chika without uttering another word. To be honest, the presence of a devil fruit no longer mattered to her. Her only desire now was to serve Chika as a diligent secretary. The next day, aboard the naval warship. Just like the day they traveled to the Sabaody archipelago, Chika reclined with his head resting on Gion's lap, basking in the sunlight. Gion gently stroked Chika's hair, her lovely face adorned with a soft smile as she quietly admired the figure resting on her lap. Suddenly, Chika opened his eyes, and his Rinnegan shimmered with a divine brilliance, rendering Gion momentarily entranced. With a faint smile, Chika playfully tapped on the spider tattoo on Gion's thigh, asking, "What's wrong? Haven't tea you seen enough?" "No, I wish to gaze at you like this forever," she replied. Chuckling, Chika stretched and turned to say, "When I become an admiral, I'll have you assigned to my ship so you can see me every day. Let us see if you ever tire of it." Gion also stood up and approached Chika, adjusting his slightly wrinkled navy uniform, playfully saying, "All right, I'll wait for the day you become an admiral. But don't make me wait too long. Rest assured, that day is not far off." In the office of the fleet admiral, a knock resounded. "Come in." The door swung open, and Chika strolled in with one hand in his pocket. Spotting Sengoku, who was engrossed in paperwork, he greeted with a smile, "Long time no see." Fleet Admiral Sengoku. As Chika spent more time in the Navy, his relationship with Sengoku and others had grown quite close, allowing for a more casual exchange. "Ah, Chika. Come. Come, this is your Rear Admiral insignia and uniform." Sengoku handed Chika a small box containing the insignia along with a coat emblazoned with the word justice. Without giving much thought to the box containing the insignia, Chika was captivated by the coat. Most fans of One Piece probably admire the navy coat worn by the officers. Don't they? Wearing it feels akin to a 4th generation donning the divine robe. Simply put, it exudes an aura of coolness. Chika had long harbored a desire for the coat worn by Zephyr, and now, he could finally wear one himself. Without hesitation, Shenhe grasped the shoulders of the coat and with a swift motion, donned the naval uniform. Standing over 2 meters tall with flowing black hair, Shenhe exuded an air of sacred authority that was palpable. Sengoku was momentarily taken aback, and upon regaining his composure, he shamelessly mused to himself, "Not bad at all. He certainly cuts a dashing figure, surpassing even my youthful self by a considerable margin, perhaps tenfold compared to Carp." Shaking his body vigorously, Shenhe realized the coat was remarkably sturdy, which explained why those naval officers engaged in battle could leap about without their capes being swept away. Having concluded this brief experience, Shenhe recalled that during his return to headquarters, he should pay a visit to teacher Zephyr, who had shown him genuine kindness, a fact Shenhe never questioned. With this thought in mind, he inquired, "Marshal Sengoku, is teacher Zephyr still at the training camp? I would like to see him." Upon hearing this, Sengoku regarded Shenhe with a sense of satisfaction. Such gratitude and respect for one's mentor were among the reasons he held Shenhe in high esteem. However, it seemed Shenhe's goodwill might go unfulfilled this time, as Sengoku waved his hand and replied, "No need. This batch of trainees has been particularly diligent, and Zephyr has decided to take them out to sea for exercises ahead of schedule. They have already departed." What? Chapter 62, An Unchanged History? Zhangguo was perplexed by Qianhe's intense reaction upon hearing the news of Zfa setting sail. Was it merely a training exercise? Yet, out of trust for Qianhe, he inquired, "What is the matter? Is there an issue with this voyage?" "Indeed, there is a significant problem," Qianhe replied gravely. In the theatrical version Z, it was mentioned that Zfa, while taking his final group of students on a training voyage, was ambushed by the second Whitebeard.
Only Ein and Binzi survived, and ZFA even lost an arm.
Although history has shifted with ZFA setting sail earlier,
there is no guarantee he won't encounter the second Whitebeard again. If the outcome is favorable, it would be one thing, but what if it turns dire?
As these thoughts crossed his mind, Shenhe's expression darkened further.
He hurriedly asked, "Where is Teacher ZFA? I am unsure of his exact location."
"I will inquire using the Denden Mushi," Zhang responded.
He dialed ZFA's Denden Mushi, but after a long wait, there was no answer. The unusual silence deepened Zhang Gui's concern, and he looked at Qianhe, asking, "What is happening? Do you know something, Qianhe?" With no time for further explanation. The vague southeastern direction was too broad. However, there was no room for hesitation now.
Qianhe opened the window of Zhang office, activated his powers, and soared into the sky. The documents on Zhang desk were blown to the ground by the force of Qianhe's departure. But he had no time to dwell on that. He summoned Akiji and ordered him to quickly lead a ship of soldiers to assist ZFA. In a vast expanse of ocean, the placid surface suddenly erupted as a colossal serpentine sea king, over 100 meters in length, emerged,
clutching a gigantic whale in its jaws.
With a powerful bite, the whale was severed in two and swallowed whole.
After a hearty feast, the Sea King, with a human-like gesture, smacked its lips and prepared to submerge.
Suddenly, a dark spot in the sky, expanding rapidly, captured its attention. It squinted its enormous eyes to discern the object, but the previously small speck grew in an instant, revealing itself to be a human. This was the creature's last awareness.
"Get away!"
With a resounding crash, Qianhe collided with the Sea King's head, reducing it to a mass of flesh. In an instant, the ocean turned crimson. Having been delayed by this encounter, Qianhe, who had been flying at high speed, came to a halt, his expression dark and foreboding. The vastness of the sea was overwhelming. Despite his perceptive abilities, he had yet to locate ZFA's ship.
Damn it! Are Teacher ZFA and those students fated to meet this calamity?
He cursed himself for not leaving a flying thunder god technique for ZFA.
Had ZFA's strength lulled him into a false sense of security?
In frustration, Qianhe struck the surface of the ocean with a powerful fist, sending hundreds of tons of water soaring into the air, cascading down like a torrential rain. As the seawater splashed onto Qianhe's face, his body shuddered. And a technique he had overlooked suddenly surfaced in his mind, the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. In the world of Naruto, this technique, employed by the Deva Pathpain,
involves the manipulation of chakra to create rain clouds, infusing the rainwater with chakra to sense everything within its falling range.
Now was the perfect moment to invoke it. Qianhe closed his eyes, interlacing his fingers with his middle and index fingers raised, and activated the Rain Tiger Freedom Technique. As the technique took effect, the skies above the surrounding sea, once clear and bright, were instantly shrouded in dark clouds, and a torrential downpour ensued.
Calming himself,
he sensed a small cluster of life energy appearing at a particular location, one of which had become alarmingly faint.
Upon receiving this information,
Qianhe immediately opened his eyes and once again summoned the Deva Path's abilities, his form vanishing from the surface of the sea in an instant.
Meanwhile,
in another part of the ocean, a lifeboat was surrounded by a group of Navy soldiers clad in blue and white vests, among whom were several familiar faces: Bridge, Gryphus,
and Binz. Each bore traces of blood, clearly having just endured a fierce battle.
Yet none seemed to care for their own injuries. Their gazes were fixed sorrowfully upon a blonde female sailor cradling another sailor with ocean blue hair, who was weeping uncontrollably. The two were Ein and her roommate, Alice.
Ein,
cradled in Alice's arms, was in dire condition. Her eyes were half closed, and her long eyelashes trembled incessantly due to the pain.
A horrific wound spanned across her abdomen,
from which blood flowed profusely.
"No, Ein, don't sleep. We will return to headquarters soon,"
Alice cried out desperately, her face awash with rain and tears. One hand frantically attempted to staunch Ein's bleeding, but the wound was far too extensive. No matter how hard Alice tried, blood continued to seep through her fingers. Others among the recruits could scarcely bear to watch, some even turning away to weep silently. It was evident that their survival thus far owed a significant debt to Ein. What had begun as a mere naval exercise, under the leadership of former Admiral Zifa, had taken a catastrophic turn. They had encountered Whitebeard too, Edward Weevil,
and Miss Bakken in a certain maritime zone. Upon sighting the new recruits, Weevil, under Miss Bakken's orders, launched an attack, which Zifa managed to intercept. However,
given Zifa's advanced age and declining health, coupled with the need to protect the recruits behind him, he was momentarily careless and suffered an injury from Weevil.
It was Ain,
utilizing her fruit abilities, who temporarily halted Zifa's bleeding and even reversed his age by 8 years, showcasing her profound development.
It was her intervention that caught Miss Backen's attention, prompting Weevil to endure a blow from Zifa in a desperate attempt to eliminate this uniquely capable female sailor.
In this dire situation, Ain was struck by Weibel's blade at her waist, rendering her gravely injured and unconscious.
Due to her state of unconsciousness, Zephyr's abilities also became ineffective, placing them at a disadvantage against Weibel once more. However, Ain managed to awaken, forcibly invoking her powers to assist Zephyr in retreating 8 years into the past, sustaining her consciousness until she was brought here by the remaining Navy members. Upon hearing Alice's call, Ain opened her mouth and coughed up a large mouthful of blood, which caused Alice to weep even more profusely. Trembling, Ain extended her hand towards a package beside her, retrieving it and handing it to Alice. As Alice wiped her tears, she accepted the package and inquired, "What is this? You even had Bridger fetch it for you when you left the warship. Is it something of great importance?"
Relieved that Alice had taken the package, Ain weakly replied, "This is the devil fruit I obtained during the assessment. After we return, please give it to Chinjo. It was meant for him all along." Just then, a figure descended onto the ship. It was Chinjo, who had arrived.
With his arrival,
the ominous clouds that had shrouded the sky dissipated in an instant, allowing sunlight to break through the clouds and illuminate the faces of everyone present.
Chapter 63, The Second Whitebeard is Uchiha Chika.
The crew aboard the ship found themselves momentarily stunned by the unexpected appearance of Chika.
As recognition dawned upon them,
his fellow students and roommates rushed forward, their faces alight with hope. To them, Chika's arrival was akin to the coming of a savior.
Yet, Chika waved his hands,
gently pushing them aside, and made his way to Ain's side. Taking her already icy hand in his, Chika spoke softly, "I am sorry for my tardiness." Ain forced a faint smile, her eyes filled with Chika, and murmured, "It is not your fault, I am simply too weak, forever unable to catch up to you." Shaking his head, Chika carefully took Ain from Alice's arms, allowing her to lean against him. Ain slightly turned her head, her consciousness fading, and after several labored breaths, she trembled as she raised her hand to caress Chika's face. With the last remnants of strength, she spoke, fearing that some words might remain unuttered.
"It seems my journey ends here, Chika. I have always admired you. Do not say any more, I understand your sentiments. Now, just look into my eyes."
Even as she teetered on the brink of unconsciousness, Ain instinctively obeyed Chika's command, straining to keep her eyes open and focused on him.
In Chika's right eye,
the 4 tomoe of the Sharingan suddenly expanded and contracted, and in an instant, Ain's eyes mirrored the same 4 tomoe, filling her body with a refreshing sensation. The others on the ship stood in awe, gazing at Ain cradled in Chika's arms.
To their astonishment,
the horrific wound on Ain's abdomen began to heal at an observable rate, her pallid complexion gradually taking on a healthy hue. This spectacle was nothing short of miraculous in their eyes. Ain, the subject of this transformation, abruptly sat up in Chika's embrace, incredulously gazing down at her abdomen. While the blood remained, the skin appeared whole and unblemished.
"Now, save your words for when we return to the Navy headquarters, do you understand?"
Ain stared blankly at Chika,
instinctively nodding.
Just as she prepared to speak, a tremendous noise captured the attention of everyone aboard. Chika turned to the source of the sound, and Ain, filled with concern, remarked, "It's Teacher Zephyr, he is still battling that pirate."
"That pirate possesses terrifying strength. I am uncertain about Teacher Zephyr's condition." Upon hearing this, Chika turned back,
placing a reassuring hand on Ain's shoulder, and smiled, "The ensuing battle may encroach upon us, you must leave this place at once."
Before Ain could respond,
the others on the ship interjected, "Chika, that pirate is indeed formidable, even Teacher Zephyr struggles against him. We should seek reinforcements together."
"Indeed, Chika.
You are Teacher Zephyr's favorite student, he would not wish for you to face such peril." With the others voicing their concerns, Ain remained silent, her gaze fixed upon Chika, a glimmer of pleading in her eyes. Having witnessed the fierce battle between Wyber and Zephyr, she, who possessed a certain understanding of Wyber's strength, was the least inclined to see Chika confront such an adversary. However, it was evident that Chika could not acquiesce to their wishes.
Assisting Zephyr in overcoming this peril had been his resolute objective from the very beginning. How could he possibly abandon it simply due to the enemy's formidable power? For the Uchiha clan, which placed the utmost importance on emotions, such a notion was utterly inconceivable. Chika turned his back to the crowd, raising a hand to signal them to cease their remarks. The navy coat he wore billowed in the relentless sea breeze, the word justice emboldened upon it standing out vividly. "I am leaving," he uttered succinctly, and with that, his figure surged into the sky, soaring towards the direction from which the voice had emanated. On the other side, another thunderous roar erupted, the ocean's surface splitting to reveal a deep chasm, from which two figures descended, landing upon the deck of a severely damaged warship. Zephyr, gasping for breath, gazed gravely at the seemingly tireless monstrosity before him, his thoughts lingering on Ein and the others who had departed under his cover. Opposite Zephyr stood Whitebeard II, Edward Wyber, who, in a dazed manner, exclaimed, "Mother, this fellow is extraordinarily powerful, he's rather difficult to handle." On a small boat beside the warship, Miss Bakken, petite and clad in a leopard print coat, scoffed derisively, calling out to Wyber on the warship, "My dear son. He was a former admiral, but fret not, he is certainly no match for you. After all, you are the son of the world's strongest man, Whitebeard." "Indeed. I am the son of Whitebeard. I shall surely slay this man." Upon hearing Miss Bakken's words, Wyber seemed to be invigorated, striking his chest vigorously several times. His slender legs, in stark contrast to his robust frame, suddenly propelled him forward, causing him to vanish from sight. As Wyber launched yet another assault, Zephyr hastily steeled himself, expanding his observation haki to its fullest extent, attempting to anticipate Wyber's forthcoming strike. Nevertheless, after enduring a prolonged battle, Zephyr's body bore the scars from earlier efforts to protect his students. Despite Ein's fruit abilities fortifying him, he found himself somewhat overwhelmed in his confrontation with Wyber. With a sudden thrust, Zephyr failed to predict Wyber's next move, a blade struck his back with tremendous force. Gravely injured, he dared not hesitate and executed shave to swiftly extricate himself from the battlefield. Staggering to a corner of the deck, he nearly collapsed, the severity of his wounds significantly impairing his combat efficacy. Seeing this, Miss Bakken erupted with delight, urging Wyber to capitalize on Zephyr's injury and deliver a fatal blow. Wyber, once again filled with fervor, let out a resounding shout and raised his blade to strike at Zephyr. Reluctantly, Zephyr was compelled to drag his wounded body to narrowly evade this assault. However, Wyber suddenly exhibited a newfound cunning. His previous strike had been delivered with minimal force, resulting in little recoil. He understood that given Zephyr's current condition, evading once was already a challenge, and eluding a second attack was nearly impossible. With a fluid motion, he launched a second attack, his longsword aimed to cleave through Zephyr's right arm. Zephyr's pupils contracted as he realized the gravity of the situation. This time, evasion was futile. A mix of relief and regret surged within him, relief at the thought of finally reuniting with his wife and children, and regret for not witnessing his most esteemed student, Chihiro, ascend to the rank of admiral. Just as Wyber's blade was about to strike Zephyr's arm, a beam of laser light shot in from the distance, striking the sword's edge. This unexpected intervention caused Wyber's blow to veer off course, instead crashing into the nearby railing, which already bore the scars of battle, leaving behind a gaping fissure along the warship's side. Below, Miss Bakken squinted her eyes, pondering the implications of the laser. Could it be the yellow monkey? I must find a way to retreat. Though Wyber was formidable, he would undoubtedly falter against the combined might of Zephyr and the yellow monkey. She was well aware of her foolish son's capabilities. Chapter 64, The Shura Fruit, the Law of Heaven and Earth. As the laser materialized, a sound of slicing air was heard, and Kihara appeared above the deck. Kihara, what brings you here? Zifa, upon seeing Kihara's arrival, felt not joy but rather a surge of terror. He had just exerted himself to protect several students and was now battered and bruised. Could he possibly safeguard Kihara in his current condition? In Zifa's eyes, although Kihara had once wounded Rayleigh, that had been exaggerated, it was merely an injury. The creature before him was undoubtedly inferior to Rayleigh in strength, yet its relentless and impervious nature posed an even greater challenge than Rayleigh himself. Miss Bakken, upon recognizing that it was merely a young naval officer, felt a wave of relief wash over her. With a sarcastic tone, she addressed Kihara in the sky. "Oh? So it's just a young Navy brat? Not very old, but quite the rank, I see." A naval prodigy, are we? You shall remain here with Zifa today. With him by your side, your name shall echo across the seas. Kihara cast a cold glance at Miss Bakine on the small boat, feeling repulsed by her appearance and demeanor. Raising his hand, he activated the technique Universal Attraction, causing Miss Bakine to be drawn towards him. In a state of panic, she exclaimed, "Damn it, is he a power user? Son, come save me. Mommy." Weeble, indeed a dutiful son, disregarded Zifa's presence upon seeing Miss Bakine in peril. He swiftly appeared in mid-air, extending his large hand to catch Bakine. Once he confirmed that she was unharmed, a rare expression of anger appeared on his chubby face as he turned to Kihara, shouting, "How dare you harm my mother? I will twist your limbs off." Ignoring Weeble's threats, Kihara assessed the bizarre duo before him, realizing that they resembled the characters Majin Buu and Babidi from Dragon Ball, with the notable difference being that Weeble was even more foolish, utterly obedient to Bakine. Weeble, unable to fly and with limited time in the air, soon descended. Kihara followed suit, as Zifa still lay injured on the deck. Upon landing, Kihara, exhibiting a lack of chivalry, unleashed Shinra Tensei, sending Weeble flying, before rushing to assist Zifa. "Teacher Zifa, are you alright?" "I'm fine, but my combat capacity is severely diminished. I received a stab wound due to a momentary lapse in attention," Zifa replied. Kihara glanced at the deep gash on Zifa's back, which was grave enough to expose bone. Thankfully, the resilience typical of individuals from the One Piece world was evident. Had they been akin to the fragile mages from Naruto, the outcome would have been uncertain, even survival itself. Kihara had previously activated his Stone Long, but that was in a desperate attempt to save the critically wounded Ein, a decision he did not regret. After pondering, Kihara opened the door to his spatial realm, urging Zifa to enter and rest. Zifa, however, was steadfast. How could he allow his most cherished student to confront such a monster alone while he took refuge? Shinha shook his head, a faint smile gracing his lips as he confidently declared, "Trust me, Teacher Zifa. If I cannot handle an adversary of this caliber, how could I possibly live up to your expectations? Please, go inside and rest. You will be able to observe the situation from within, and should things turn unfavorable, you can simply emerge." Zifa gazed intently at Shinha, feeling a sense of unfamiliarity towards the student before him, not in an emotional sense, but rather in the realization that the former naval cadet had seemingly transformed into a competent naval commander. "Very well, I believe in you. However, should the situation deteriorate, you must flee swiftly. With your abilities, escaping should be a breeze, correct?" Qianha nodded affirmatively. Zifa patted Qianha on the shoulder and turned to enter the spatial doorway. "Damn the Navy, how dare they ambush me!" Just as Zifa departed, Weibel returned, cradling the unconscious Miss Bakine in his arms. Moments prior, he had been carelessly sent flying several miles by Qianha's divine technique, yet his robust physique had mitigated any significant harm. Standing nearly 7 meters tall and possessing a stout build, Weibel resembled a mountain of flesh, towering over Qianha, who barely reached his waist, an effect of Weibel's short legs. With no further concerns, Qianha engaged his Sage Mode in armament hockey, launching a powerful punch at Weibel. Quick to react, Weibel shielded Bakine with one arm while countering with a punch of his own. Upon impact, a tremendous shockwave erupted, causing the warship beneath them to buckle and shatter into fragments that floated upon the sea. After a brief stalemate, both combatants disengaged, with Qianha landing gracefully on the water's surface. He shook his arm, which tingled from the recent clash, reflecting on how it was no wonder that Kizaru had mentioned Weibel possessed a strength akin to that of a young Whitebeard, truly a formidable being. Having experienced it firsthand, Qianha confirmed that Kizaru's words were indeed accurate. Meanwhile, Weibel cautiously placed Bakine on a piece of debris and turned to shout, "You little brat, your strength is quite impressive. But at this level, you might as well prepare for your demise." "Little brat?" Qianha arched an eyebrow, considering that his height of over 2 meters was hardly diminutive, rather. It was Weibel's grotesque stature that skewed perceptions. Nonetheless, the moniker irked Qianha, causing the fourth tomoe of his Rinnegan to quiver intensely. Suddenly, a brilliant golden light erupted from his form, enveloping him entirely. The dazzling radiance caused Weibel discomfort, prompting him to instinctively raise his plump arm to shield his eyes. When he finally lowered it, he was astonished to behold Qianha, who had now surged to a height exceeding 20 meters.
His cloak of justice and trousers expanded in tandem with his formidable physique, the characters for justice emblazoned on his cloak now shimmering with a golden sheen. The garments adorning his upper body were torn asunder by the newly sprouted forearms, revealing the golden inscriptions upon his skin. Each arm was enshrouded in a sublime hue of haki, transformed into a resplendent gold. Exhaling deeply, Uchiha opened his eyes, revealing a pair of Rinnegan that flickered with an interplay of light and shadow. This state marked the manifestation of his abilities acquired from the Azura fruit, which he aptly termed Law of Heaven and Earth, a technique he was employing for the very first time. The Azura fruit possessed a capacity for enlargement akin to that of the Buddha fruit wielded by Sengoku, with a deliberate height exceeding 20 meters. This fruit significantly amplified his strength, albeit within certain limitations. The current stature was ideally suited for his confrontation with Weevil. Weevil, drooling profusely, pointed a finger at his chin in a dazed manner and inquired, "Who are you? What happened to that fellow just now?" No answer came forth to him. Instead, he was met with the impending shadow of a colossal fist descending from above. Boom! The ocean surface beneath the tremendous blow shattered, creating an unfathomable chasm. As the surrounding waters surged inwards, Miss Bakken was reduced to mere fragments in her unconscious state, while Weevil's figure vanished into the depths of the abyss. Chapter 65, The Cataclysmic Star and the Onslaught of the Azura. In his Azura form, Uchiha hovered in the air, gazing down at the unfathomable abyss beneath him. He was far from naive enough to believe that a single punch had vanquished Weevil, who was reputed to possess the strength of a young Whitebeard. Indeed, it was not long before two shadows, one large and one small, leapt from the depths of the black hole, as the surrounding seawater gradually filled the void, restoring its natural state. Weevil had lost his sword somewhere, yet clutched a massive sea creature that writhed with its eyes rolled back. Upon surfacing, he discarded the creature as a stepping stone, anxiously scanning his surroundings and exclaiming, "Where is my mother?" What a devoted son, Uchiha thought, and kindly remarked, "Your mother might have already been swallowed by you." What? No. Weevil's limited intellect faltered as he opened his mouth wide, desperately trying to spit out Miss Bakken upon hearing Uchiha's words. Observing this spectacle, Uchiha felt somewhat speechless and added more bluntly, "No need to vomit, your mother is gone." Weevil froze momentarily, then abruptly lifted his gaze to Uchiha, gritting his teeth as he declared, "It was you. You killed my mother. I will slay you." With that, Weevil's body began to swell, the muscles hidden beneath layers of fat bulging forth. In no time, he transformed from a mound of flesh into a monstrous figure, towering at Uchiha's chest level. As his form altered, it seemed his intellect also rose, his voice deepening as he bellowed, "Die!" With legs slightly bent, Weevil propelled himself like a cannonball towards Uchiha, his foot crushing a sea creature beneath him, creating a massive gaping wound. Boom! Faced with Weevil's wrath, Uchiha dared not underestimate him. Channeling strength through all six arms, he blocked the furious strike. The force that resonated from his palms left Uchiha, in his Azura form, feeling somewhat strained. It was no wonder this brute could reduce Zephyr to such a state, although Zephyr's prowess paled in comparison to the current three admirals. He had once been a formidable general. Yet, Weevil lacked the ability to fly, and this limitation meant his strength would soon dissipate. At that point, regardless of his power, without a point of leverage, he would be at Uchiha's mercy in the air. However, the next scene caused Uchiha's expression to shift. Weevil's short legs began to kick rapidly in the air, producing a series of rhythmic sounds. He was executing the moonwalk. With a peculiar grin, Weevil looked at Uchiha and said, "Surprised, are we? That fellow named Zephyr used this move earlier. Unfortunately for you, I've already mastered it." With that proclamation, leveraging the momentum from the moonwalk, Weevil unleashed a powerful shout, his arms tensing with muscle as he struck, sending Uchiha crashing from the sky into the ocean, creating towering waves. As he watched Uchiha plummet into the sea, Weevil grinned widely and dove in after him. Chika conjured a spherical space using the Shinra Tensei. As Weevil plunged into the ocean, with a powerful punch against the vacuum boundary, the spherical space trembled incessantly. Swiftly, Chika formed several hand seals, invoking the water release, water dragon bullet technique. Instantly, two water dragons emerged from the surrounding sea, intertwining as they surged towards Weevil. What is this? Faced with the formidable water dragons, Weevil was compelled to use one hand to strike at one of them, shattering the first water dragon with a single blow. However, The second water dragon soon collided with him, sending him tumbling through the ocean. Seizing the opportunity, Chika's 6 arms glowed with a golden brilliance, all converging to unleash a barrage upon the rolling Weibel.
Fury of the Azura. The 6 arms concentrated their force at a single point, unleashing a cacophony of explosive water sounds.
The sea within the entire space evaporated under this assault, momentarily creating a vast vacuum area.
As the attack ceased,
white smoke billowed from Chika's 6 fists, the golden glow of his armament dimming. Weibel, whose body had scarcely borne any scars until now, was bleeding profusely, the crimson liquid staining the surrounding waters, rendering him a blood-red sphere from Chika's perspective.
After a brief pause, Weibel, seemingly regaining consciousness,
steadied himself and appeared to have recovered significantly. Observing this, Chika's expression darkened. This creature's regenerative ability was indeed monstrous.
Could he be a modified human? Chika pondered,
noting the stitches adorning Weibel's neck and wrists, particularly the circumferential seam around his neck, reminiscent of having been severed. Weibel shook his head and remarked, "You are quite strong. I was almost done for just now."
Chika remained silent, charging forward once more to engage Weibel in battle.
Suddenly, the tranquil surface of the sea erupted,
launching 2 giants into the air. Chika and Weibel emerged, both bearing the marks of battle, even Weibel gasping for breath.
Their confrontation had escalated into a fierce struggle, and both combatants were beginning to feel the toll of fatigue.
Chika landed upon the water's surface, steadying his breath, his Rinnegan eyes shimmering with a purple hue.
His 6 hands came together in pairs, forming a shape reminiscent of 3 interconnected diamonds from above.
Observing Chika's peculiar posture, Weibel tilted his head in confusion,
unsure of Chika's intent, and shook off the water from his body, preparing to launch another attack.
At that moment, Chika's technique was fully prepared. The 3 pairs of palms slowly parted, revealing 3 black orbs hovering between them.
The 4 arms behind Chika reached toward his chest, merging the 2 black orbs generated by his hands with another pair. A singular, larger, and profoundly dark sphere was then cradled in Chika's hand.
Releasing it,
the black orb ascended into the sky. Weibel stared blankly at the black sphere, which ascended higher and higher,
feeling an unsettling aura emanating from it that made his heart race.
Without a moment's hesitation, he enveloped his right hand with armament haki and, stepping lightly, prepared to shatter the source of his anxiety. However, with a resounding clap, Shenhe pressed his palms together once more and uttered a low command, several cutting antennas.
Earth Explosion Star.
A tremendous gravitational force erupted from the hovering black sphere, and Weibel, in a state of panic, attempted to halt his advance.
Yet his body was uncontrollably drawn toward the diminutive orb.
An increasing number of fragments from warships were extracted from the sea,
adhering to Weibel's form and coalescing into an iron sphere.
Simultaneously, the ocean surged upwards, enveloping the sky, compressing and converging until it formed a colossal water sphere with a diameter of 1,000 meters, casting a shadow over the heavens.
Within the transparent sphere, enormous sea creatures appeared to be suffocated, their bodies rendered desiccated. The ocean beneath Shenhe had sunken dramatically, revealing patches of soil at its center, resembling a marine basin,
while the surrounding environment had transformed into a scene reminiscent of an apocalypse under the influence of the Earth Explosion Star.
Narrowing his eyes, Shenhe sensed a faint tremor at the sphere's core, signifying that Weibel still clung to life.
With this thought, a brilliant golden radiance enveloped Shenhe as he grew in stature,
towering to 50 meters.
His 4 arms, emitting mechanical clicks, transformed into cannons, a manifestation of his Azura path abilities, aiming at the celestial water sphere. The 4 cannon mouths radiated blinding light as they gathered terrifying energy, culminating in 4 azure energy orbs.
Azura S Assault.
The beams of energy were unleashed, converging midair into a robust light beam that pierced through the center of the water sphere. An ear-splitting explosion resonated as the immense water sphere began to collapse,
with torrents of seawater cascading down like a waterfall into the ocean below.
A rotund figure plummeted rapidly from above Weibel, now unrecognizable, his body drenched in blood,
devoid of any semblance of vitality. Chapter 66, The First Pain on the Other Side.
The lifeboat carrying Ain and her companions encountered the arriving Admiral Akiji while making its way back to the headquarters. Upon boarding, Ain hurriedly sought out Akiji.
relaying the news of Senkei's support for Zifa and his engagement with Whitebeard too. Upon hearing this, the seemingly languid Akiji's expression turned grave. He had heard of Whitebeard too, a ruthless individual whose bounty alone amounted to 400 million, with powers that possibly exceeded that figure. Nodding in understanding, Akiji inquired about the general location for mine before summoning his subordinates, commanding the warship to proceed at full speed. After his subordinates departed, Akiji contemplated the situation, deeming the ship's speed insufficient. He then leapt onto the deck, propelling himself into the air. A chilling aura emanated from his hand. Forming a path of ice across the sea, Akiji transformed into a humanoid ice sculpture and melded into it, swiftly vanishing from the sight of those aboard the vessel. For Akiji, both his mentor Zifa and the naval prodigy Senkei were irreplaceable figures. It was often remarked that Akiji possessed the warmest heart yet consumed the coldest fruit. A statement that rings true. Zifa emerged from the dimensional space, momentarily taken aback by the sight of Weibel's lifeless body floating on the sea. Having witnessed Senkei's battle in its entirety within the dimensional realm, he remained somewhat dazed. He recognized Senkei's strength but was astonished by the sheer prowess his student had displayed. Based on Senkei's recent combat abilities, he was more than qualified to be considered a candidate for the rank of admiral. Senkei had reverted from his Ashura form, returning to his normal size, though his upper garment had been shredded by the 4 arms he had wielded earlier, leaving him momentarily bare-chested. Exhaling a breath of relief, he acknowledged that this battle had undoubtedly been his most arduous to date. Previous opponents had either been weak and swiftly defeated or strong but engaged with restraint. This time, he had truly fought for his life against a formidable adversary, making the encounter perilous. In a swift motion, Senkei positioned himself atop the water beside Weibel's corpse, summoning black flames in his right hand and striking them against Weibel's chest. Zifa observed Senkei's actions with a hint of confusion, pondering whether Senkei had a habit of desecrating corpses. However, the next scene startled Zifa profoundly, causing him to once again cover his forearms in haki and enter a combat stance. The source of Zifa's tension was the unsettling sight of the seemingly deceased Weibel suddenly opening his eyes, stiffly turning his neck to gaze at Senkei. Senkei, be cautious. Zifa disregarded his own injuries and charged towards the still-floating Weibel, his haki-covered fist poised to strike the hefty face of his foe. Bang! Senkei crossed his arms to block Zifa's blow. Feeling the pain radiating from his forearms, Senkei managed a wry smile, having just emerged from battle with Weibel. He was still somewhat fatigued, and this strike had been entirely unprovoked. Teacher Zifa, you are mistaken, Weibel is utterly dead. Then what is happening? Qianha sighed, rubbing the slightly reddened skin on his forearm, and said with resignation, one of my abilities is to control corpses. Control corpses? Zifa was once again rendered speechless by Qianha's eclectic powers. What kind of ability was this? As far as he knew, only Moria from the 7 warlords possessed such a power. Did you kill Moria? No. Qianha explained that this ability was derived from the cat-eared fruit obtained during his assessment, and he felt no need to conceal anything from Zifa. Zifa nodded, somewhat understanding. This ability sounded rather sinister, yet in Qianha's hands, it seemed entirely reasonable and just. If anyone dared to speak ill of it in the future, Zifa would surely be the first to deliver a punch to their face. As the two conversed, Weibel's joints on the water's surface began to move more fluidly. Pleased with this progress, Qianha nodded, opened a spatial door, and tossed Weibel's massive form inside. Zifa then inquired, what do you plan to do with him? For now, I'll keep him contained. A corpse controlled in this manner retains only 50% of its original combat power. After returning, I will need to modify him further. So, Weibel will essentially become your human weapon? You could say that. Once my authority expands a bit more, I intend to integrate him into a naval organization. Oh? Qianha observed the aging Zifa before him, feeling a surge of emotion. He patted Zifa's shoulder and said, Teacher Zifa, don't you think the existence of the 7 warlords is somewhat redundant? At Qianha's words, Zifa paused momentarily. Having once served as an admiral, he quickly grasped Qianha's intent. Qianha aimed to establish a powerful armed faction unwaveringly loyal to him and the navy. The thought excited Zifa. He had long found the 7 warlords system displeasing. Yet even during his tenure as an admiral, he had no authority to intervene. Now that Qianhe proposed to replace this system, how could he not feel exhilarated?
As for whether Qianhe's idea would succeed, he had no doubts. It was bound to come to fruition, simply because it was Qianhe who proposed it.
Undeniably. Zifa was now Qianhe's staunchest supporter within the Navy's upper echelons. Ah, has the battle concluded?
It seems I have arrived too late. A languid voice echoed, followed by a path of ice extending toward Qianhe and Zifa, upon which a humanoid ice sculpture rose, slowly solidifying into Akiji. Having hurried to the battlefield,
Akiji found not a scene of fierce combat, but rather the two, Qianhe and Zifa, engaged in leisurely conversation. Spotting Akiji, both Qianhe and Zifa relaxed entirely, with Zifa teasing, "Kuzan, did you slack off again? You only arrive after the battle is over."
"Do not speak in such a manner, Teacher Zephyr. I have been advancing at full throttle. You see, I have even forsaken the use of warships, relying solely on my own capabilities to make my way here."
A hint of grievance laced Kizaru's voice.
For Zephyr had once been his mentor, and a student invariably carries a semblance of vulnerability in the presence of their teacher.
Given Kizaru's admission,
Zephyr refrained from further teasing him, instead placing a reassuring hand on Kizaru's shoulder.
He was well aware of Kizaru's earnest efforts to arrive swiftly. His current good spirits had simply prompted a light-hearted jest.
It is worth noting that had it been Kizaru's fellow admiral, Fujitora, arriving instead,
Zephyr likely would not have extended him such courtesy.
Yet, in all fairness, if Fujitora had indeed come, he might have merely traversed the distance atop a cannonball. Chapter 67, The Girl Next Door, and after exchanging a few words, Akiji expressed his desire to return to the warship. With the battle concluded, his usual lethargy resurfaced, and he yearned to bask in the sun on the ship's deck without a moment's delay.
Zef and Shinjo, well acquainted with Akiji's disposition, felt a sense of helplessness. Zef sighed, reflecting on how his student was not always this way.
When Akiji first joined the Navy, he was fueled by a fervent sense of justice. But following the events of Ohara, his perception of justice became clouded, leading to the development of his current indolent ideals.
As a teacher, Zef wished to counsel him. Yet his own brand of non-lethal justice had not proven to be particularly effective.
After much contemplation, he realized that his hopes now rested on Shinjo. Seeing Akiji's eagerness to return, Shinjo acquiesced to his wishes.
However, since Zef was still nursing wounds, Shinjo utilized his abilities to lift Zef and slowed their pace on the journey back.
This act did not go unnoticed by Akiji, who regarded Shinjo with subtle admiration, although his reserved nature prevented him from expressing it openly. Upon their return to Akiji's warship, a soft figure leaped into Shinjo's embrace. It was Ain. Heaven knows how worried she had been during their absence, and upon witnessing Shinjo's safe return, her pent-up emotions surged forth uncontrollably.
Gently patting Ain's back, Shinjo chose silence,
understanding that it was best for her to regain her composure first.
After a moment,
Ain gradually withdrew from Shinjo's embrace and presented him with a package she had brought from her assessment, a mysterious devil fruit she had acquired.
Shinjo accepted the offering without hesitation, placing it into his dimensional space.
Seeing Shinjo accept the fruit brought a gentle smile to Ain's lips, reminiscent of a charming neighborhood girl, radiating natural beauty. She gazed quietly at Shinjo, but as her eyes fell upon his upper body, Ain's delicate brows furrowed slightly, noticing the faint scars adorning his skin.
After all,
Weevil's haki was no trivial matter. Such power, once honed to a certain degree,
could inflict hidden injuries that might seem superficial at first glance but could cause significant harm underneath.
Shinjo's recovery rate was indeed remarkable, after all. Marco had required extensive bandaging after being struck by carp, and that was with the advantage of the phoenix fruit. Ain hesitated, wanting to touch the scars but ultimately recoiling,
and instead asked, "Don't you possess a rapid recovery ability? Why not use it?"
Shinjo chuckled softly, shaking his head as he leaned closer to Ain's ear and whispered, "Foolish girl, that ability cannot be used continuously. However, if it were to be used for your sake, it would be a different matter altogether." Upon hearing those words, Ain was instantly rendered speechless, realizing that such extraordinary abilities must indeed come with limitations.
However, Chika had chosen to invest this precious opportunity in herself. Was she truly deserving of it?
As these thoughts swirled in her mind, tears began to flow down Ain's cheeks. Yet, she did not wish for Chika to witness her vulnerability, so she turned away, vigorously wiping her tears. Indeed, most girls are rather easily moved. What seemed trivial to Chika wielded a devastating impact on Ain, akin to a nuclear weapon. Rubbing his temples, Chika placed his hands on Ain's shoulders, applying gentle pressure to turn her back towards him, and tenderly wiped away the tears from her face.
Alright, take a deep breath. We're likely to attend the graduation ceremony upon our return. Given our achievements, you should at least be considered a colonel. What do you say, Colonel Ain?
Hearing her title uttered from Chika's lips sparked an unexpected smile within Ain, prompting her to playfully punch his chest with her tiny fist.
Chika feigned an exaggerated injury.
As if Ain's gentle strike had been tremendously forceful, and despite his poor acting, he successfully deceived her. Ain immediately leaned in to check the spot where she had struck, gently blowing on it with her small lips, looking adorably endearing. Seeing Ain in such a state,
Chika could not resist leaning down to place a kiss on her fair forehead. Startled by Chika's sudden affection, Ain sprang up like a frightened rabbit, gazing at him in disbelief. Chika, feeling his face flush, maintained an air of calmness, as if oblivious to the earlier incident. Confronted with Chika's nonchalant demeanor, Ain puffed out her cheeks in annoyance, rendering her even more charming.
Chika realized that if this continued, his composure would surely falter.
With a dramatic flourish, he tossed aside his authoritative coat and walked away, leaving behind a remark, "After graduation, find me, you are mine." Ain wished to retort, questioning whether he could simply claim her like that, but the words stuck in her throat. Ultimately, she managed to say, "You better keep your word." Upon returning to headquarters, Zephyr was immediately surrounded by the waiting stretcher team. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, he reflected on his past as a former admiral. Being carried out on a stretcher was a blow to his pride. Yet, with several young nurses assisting him, he had no choice but to comply, half-heartedly allowing himself to be lifted onto the stretcher. The muscular men standing by swiftly hoisted the stretcher and disappeared in an instant, with Zephyr taken care of. The remaining stretcher team turned their attention to Chika. He merely shrugged, and in an instant, he soared into the air, vanishing from their sight. Chika departed to Sengoku's office, and upon entering, he was met with an urgent inquiry. "How did it go? Is Zephyr and the crew all right? Teacher Zephyr has been injured, and about 1/3 of the trainees are casualties. The attackers were Edward Weevil, the son of Whitebeard." Bang! As Sengoku rose to his feet, he slammed his fist upon the table, veins bulging on his forehead, teeth clenched in fury. "Damn those pirates!" he exclaimed. Chika, too, fell into a contemplative silence. Despite his efforts to mitigate the casualties from the recent incident, perfection remained elusive. This served as a reminder that his presence had altered the timeline of certain events. Sengoku took a few deep breaths, pressing his palms against the table, allowing his anger to subside slightly before he returned to his chair. He pushed a document across the table towards Chika. Chika, however, did not reach for it, instead asking with curiosity, "What is this?" "Your appointment as Rear Admiral," Sengoku replied. "Your contributions are undeniable, you have quite literally salvaged the future of the Navy. Tomorrow, during the graduation ceremony of the training camp, I will bestow upon you the honor you deserve. Prepare yourself." Incredibly, Chika had barely been promoted to Brigadier General for a day before ascending directly to Rear Admiral. Such rapid advancement within the Navy, especially before the era of the Great Upheaval and global conscription, was truly unprecedented. Chapter 68, The Focus of the Masses, Vice Admiral Chika. End of Volume 1. At the Naval Headquarters in Marineford, the central square buzzed with an extraordinary liveliness today. All the senior officers were present, and the area was surrounded by a dense crowd. A videophone camera was aimed at the elevated platform in the center. This graduation ceremony of the training camp could be described as the most grandiose in recent years, especially with the emergence of Chika, whose combat prowess surpassed that of ordinary cadets. Furthermore, the remaining students had endured fewer trials compared to previous years, particularly in light of the Whitebeard 2 incident. Thus, the Navy decided to elevate Chika to the world's attention and to encourage the remaining cadets by broadcasting this graduation ceremony live. Admiral Sengoku, draped in his justice coat, appeared at the pinnacle of the platform. He surveyed the crowd below and cleared his throat into the microphone, requesting silence. The throng fell silent immediately, for they were all military personnel,
their obedience to orders ingrained in their very beings.
Once the atmosphere was under control, Sengoku delivered a few brief remarks before stepping down, delegating the task of conferring ranks to Zephyr.
After all, these were his students, and this cohort had shared life and death experiences alongside him,
making him the most fitting choice for the honor. Subsequently, the cadets, led by Ein, ascended the stage to receive their ranks. Bridge, Grievous,
and Benz were promoted to the rank of lieutenant colonel, while Ein, due to her outstanding performance in the battle against Weibel and at Zephyr's recommendation, was elevated to colonel. Most of the other trainees were granted the ranks of captain or major.
However, as the last cadet received their insignia,
a puzzled expression spread across the faces of all present.
They wondered, where was Uchiha Chika? Everyone knew that he was the true star of today's ceremony.
Considering his achievements, wounding the formidable Rayleigh and slaying Weibel, bestowing the rank of Rear Admiral upon him would hardly be excessive. Since Chika had held the rank of Rear Admiral for less than a day, many were unaware of his new status, yet even if they had known, it would not have seemed unusual. No one regarded Chika as merely a naval cadet any longer.
Meanwhile, the focal point of everyone's thoughts, Chika, was backstage, being fussed over by Guion.
Chika, exasperated, looked at Guion as she meticulously adjusted his attire once more, saying, "All right, please stop, you're going to wear my clothes out."
Guion shot him a glance and firmly patted his uniform. "Do you know how many people are watching you today? Your image represents that of the Navy. There can be no sloppiness." Fine, I understand.
"I need to go out now, otherwise, Admiral Sengoku will be frantic," Chika replied. With that, he vanished in a flash, leaving Guion to sigh in resignation, wishing she could have adjusted his collar a bit more. Suddenly, Chika's figure materialized beside Zephyr, startling everyone present.
Regaining his composure, Zephyr lowered his voice, "Where have you been? Do you not understand the significance of today's ceremony?" My apologies, Teacher Zephyr. I'll be more mindful next time."
Seeing Qianhe's demeanor was relatively sincere, Zifa chose not to comment further and took a specially crafted navy justice coat from a nearby soldier, draping it over Qianhe's shoulders. This coat was unique, while the majority of vice admirals wore coats with deep red cuffs and similar shoulder insignias. Only a select few vice admirals or higher-ranking generals donned such exclusive garments. Qianhe's coat, for instance, featured cuffs in the purple hue of his distinctive Rinnegan,
complemented by shoulder insignias adorned with a purple border and golden tassels.
The onlookers, viewing the coat through the image-transmitting snail, were taken aback, as members of the naval headquarters. They recognized the coat's significance, which was reserved for leaders of vice admiral rank or above, and not just any vice admiral. A sense of speculation arose among them. Yet no one dared to believe it could be true, for it was simply too outrageous. However, Zifa's subsequent proclamation left them utterly astonished. In light of the strength and merits demonstrated by the student Uchiha Chika, the headquarters has decided to bestow upon him the rank of Vice Admiral. The announcement sent shockwaves through the gathering. Not only the audience below but the three admirals present, including Akainu, were equally bewildered, as even they had not been informed of this news. At that moment, Sengoku stepped forward, asserting, "Silence. The military rank of Uchiha Chika has been duly sanctioned by the world government and is entirely legitimate, with the fleet admiral's endorsement." The crowd quelled their curiosity and erupted into applause. After all, the emergence of a talent like Chika within the Navy was undoubtedly a boon. The high-ranking Navy officials quickly acquiesced to the decision, not merely for the sake of protocol but also out of gratitude for Chika's recent rescue of Zifa. It was well known that nearly all the vice admirals and admirals present had once been Zifa's students, and none wished ill upon their mentor. Thus, even those less acquainted with Chika found it hard to harbor any ill will towards him. With no objections raised, Sengoku sighed in relief. Truth be told, Chika's rapid ascent was rather astonishing, and he had harbored concerns about potential dissent. Yet, to his surprise, the proceedings unfolded rather smoothly. Thus, draped in the specially crafted justice coat, Chika turned to face all present as a newly appointed vice admiral, a moment captured and broadcasted worldwide via the image-transmitting snail. As the live event unfolded, viewers across the globe beheld the emergence of this Navy vice admiral named Uchiha Chika for the first time. Aboard the Moby Dick, Whitebeard squinted as he scrutinized the image of Chika, finally acknowledging this nascent figure in the Navy. The perspectives of the other three emperors varied, Big Mom mused. Such curious eyes, this Navy lad must belong to some peculiar race.
Mamama, perhaps I could bear a child with him. Red-haired acknowledged. Is this the Navy newcomer who battled with Vice Admiral Rayleigh?
His growth rate is truly remarkable. Kaido, however, smashed the image-transmitting snail before him, disdainfully muttering, boring.
No Kigo and Nami, Chika is so handsome.
In Mariewa, Shalulia observed the figure of Chika on the screen, her petite feet restlessly tapping against the ground.
Beside her, Charles inquired with a hint of confusion, Sister, what is the matter? Oh, I'm fine, brother. Don't you think this Navy officer, Uchiha Chika, looks rather impressive? Ha? Isn't he just a Navy officer?
Upon hearing Charles's dismissive tone, Shalulia felt a twinge of discomfort, indignantly rising to her feet and departing,
leaving Charles bewildered and seated in silence.
As the dust settled, Chika soared beside a warship, surveying the vessel before him. The warship appeared to be somewhat larger than Crane's.
Its sails adorned with a unique emblem, much like Crane's ship, which bore her name.
Chika's ship displayed the crest of the Uchiha clan, represented by a ping-pong paddle. This was the exclusive warship assigned to Chika following his promotion to Rear Admiral, aptly named the Six Paths of Reincarnation. It would have seemed rather presumptuous to label it the Uchiha ship.
After a moment's contemplation, Chika found the arrangement quite satisfactory,
as it would alleviate the need for him to fly personally to every occasion. Over 1,000 soldiers had already lined up neatly at the boarding area on the shore. Ein stood at the forefront, and upon Chika's arrival, all the soldiers erupted in a resounding cheer, Rear Admiral Chika.
Chapter 69, The Fruit of Surgery 1 year later.
On the deck of the Six Paths of Reincarnation, Shenha reclined on a bench under the sun, donning a pair of dark sunglasses.
Since acquiring his own warship,
he had grown increasingly fond of this leisurely pastime. It was no wonder that Akiji often enjoyed lounging in such a manner, it was indeed quite comfortable.
Ein,
clad in a small-sized justice coat, wore a deep blue short-sleeved shirt, denim shorts, and black long socks, complemented by black high-heeled shoes. She stood beside Shenha with a serious expression, embodying the role of a dutiful guard. Their dynamic resembled that of Smoker and Toshiji from an anime. Although Ein lacked Toshiji's natural naivety, her demeanor was decidedly more pragmatic. As Shenha opened his eyes and glanced at Ein, he couldn't help but smile at her earnestness. He patted the empty space beside him, inviting her to join him for a moment of respite. Ein shook her head. Not out of unwillingness but due to the presence of numerous soldiers standing guard on the deck, she felt it inappropriate to take a break.
Respecting her decision, Shenha closed his eyes once more to bask in the sunlight.
Suddenly, the sound of high heels echoed, and Khalifa approached, carrying a den mushi. After surveying Ein beside Shenha, Khalifa maintained her composure but leaned down to whisper to Shenha, "Boss, Admiral Sengoku is looking for you."
Whom? Shenha raised an eyebrow.
Since acquiring his warship, he had frequently embarked on missions, typically involving patrols or eliminating pirate crews.
However, this direct summons from Sengoku was unprecedented. It seemed something significant had transpired.
Nodding, Shenha accepted the den mushi from Khalifa.
As soon as it connected, Sengoku's urgent voice resonated, "Is this Shenha?
Return to headquarters immediately, a major incident has occurred that requires your attention."
This is Shenha. What has happened, Admiral Sengoku? The surgery fruit has surfaced. This fruit is of utmost importance.
I will explain further upon your return.
Understood.
After ending the call, Shenha rose, and Khalifa promptly retrieved his justice coat, draping it over his shoulders. Ein observed this exchange with a subtle pout.
Shenha smiled at Khalifa, then adopted a serious demeanor,
gesturing for the ship to set sail back home without delay. At the Navy headquarters, in the high-level conference room, the three admirals were absent, each attending to matters outside the base. In Shenha's estimation, Akainu was likely preoccupied with something pressing, while Akiji might be off intimidating young girls again. And Kizaru was probably indulging in idleness. Ji Yuan was also absent. Crane had entrusted her with the warship,
allowing her to lead a group of female sailors for training at sea.
Ji Yuan's desire to board Shenha's ship would have to be postponed, a fact that Shenha had to soothe her about for quite some time. At the head of the conference table sat Sengoku, his expression grave. Noticing that most of the other generals had gathered, he began, "I believe you all know the reason for your summons today."
The surgical fruit is exceptionally unique.
And the world government has issued a directive: the Navy must secure this fruit, which is currently in the possession of the Bearer's pirate crew.
Beside him, Tsuru nodded and inquired, "So, what do you intend to do? Will you deploy troops to eliminate this pirate crew?"
I believe such an approach carries considerable risk.
Perhaps we could employ a more measured strategy. Sengoku concurred with Tsuru's suggestion, as it aligned with his own thoughts.
Indeed, the leader of this pirate crew, Bearer's, was once a member of the Navy and has established contact through underground intermediaries to sell this devil fruit.
Very well. That seems to be the most prudent course of action. What price are we prepared to offer? 5 billion berries. What? Upon hearing this staggering figure from Sengoku's lips,
the assembled generals could hardly contain their astonishment.
5 billion berries. It was unimaginable. Many of them might not even accumulate that amount by the time of their retirement. If Kazara were present, he would likely leap up in disbelief. What use would he have for a job with such a fruit in hand?
He could simply retire and open a kindergarten, dancing to PPAP with the children instead. Even the usually disinterested Garp widened his eyes in shock.
What? 5 billion berries? How many packs of senbei could that buy?
Among those present, the only individuals maintaining a semblance of composure were Tsuru and Shinjo.
Shinjo understood the fruit's true worth.
Not only could a doctor who consumed it become an unparalleled medical expert, but the combat capabilities bestowed by the surgical fruit were also extraordinary.
Moreover, the rumored immortality surgery added to its allure.
In Shinjo's estimation, 5 billion berries seemed insufficient. In truth, the value of this fruit transcended mere monetary measures. The world government was rather stingy, he thought, shaking his head slightly as he sat in his chair. After a moment of contemplation, Tsuru spoke.
This price is not beyond expectations. I find it acceptable.
Garp turned his head in disbelief to stare at Tsuru. His mind was now preoccupied with thoughts of how many senbei could be purchased with 5 billion berries. Tsuru's words seemed to him as if she were offering the senbei for the price of cabbage.
With Tsuru's endorsement, Sengoku solidified his resolve and finalized the plan.
The next step was to assign personnel to ensure the security of this transaction.
As he considered candidates for the mission, Sengoku's gaze swept across the room, ultimately landing on Shinjo.
In his estimation, only Shinjo possessed both the requisite strength and reliable character. It was a rare combination. Much like the rarity of finding someone who was both handsome and wealthy, an occurrence often limited to readers of certain popular novels or an author whose name begins with Bei. Shinha, sensing Sengoku's gaze upon him, instinctively rose to his feet and raised an arm, signifying his commitment to the task at hand.
Observing Shinha's conscientiousness, Sengoku couldn't help but display a paternal smile, reflecting, this is the individual I hold in high regard. And who, pray tell, is this daft fellow beside me, Carp?
Returning to his seat, Shinha began to contemplate the intricacies of the forthcoming event. He had already resolved to partake in this endeavor, for he was determined to rescue Corazon and acquire the surgical fruit. Moreover, he had no intention of being the scapegoat in the end.
Chapter 70, Assembling the Team.
Destination: See Swallow Island. The meeting concluded with the decision for Chika to lead the expedition, accompanied by Crane, Squirrel, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider. As they exited the conference room, Crane called out to Chika.
Feeling slightly apprehensive, Chika wondered if Gion had divulged the presence of his secretary and royal guards to Crane. Nonetheless, he maintained a composed demeanor and inquired, "What is it, Admiral Crane?"
Crane glanced around to ensure that the room was empty before stepping closer to Chika and speaking in a hushed tone.
"I heard from Gion that you have a keen interest in the devil fruits. Do you have any thoughts regarding the surgical fruit for this operation?"
Upon hearing Crane's words,
Chika found himself perplexed. What was the meaning of this? Was Crane testing him or harboring ulterior motives? Noting Chika's silence,
Crane deduced his thoughts and produced a small projection snail from her pocket, assuring Chika, "I understand what you are thinking. Everything I say next will be recorded by this snail, so you need not worry." True to her title as the Navy's Chief of Staff,
Crane perceived Chika's intent and had prepared accordingly.
Chika nodded, eager to hear what Crane had to say.
"Chika, do you know why the celestial dragons are so desperate to obtain this surgical fruit?" Chika shook his head, fully aware of the answer,
but recognizing that this was not the moment to speak.
Firstly, he was not privy to such confidential knowledge, and secondly, the snail was still recording. Seeing Chika's reaction,
Crane silently commended his caution, appreciating his prudence. In a serious tone, she continued, "It is said that the surgical fruit, when developed to its fullest potential, can grant others the gift of eternal youth, at the cost of the user's life." Chika was already aware of this fact, yet he feigned surprise, maintaining the appearance of astonishment.
Anticipating his reaction, Crane elaborated, "I suspect the rumors may indeed hold truth.
For even I do not know how long the 5 elders have existed. If these individuals, including the celestial dragons, continue to persist, they will become an increasingly burdensome weight upon the world."
At this moment, Chika could no longer contain his astonishment. "What have I just heard? Is such a statement permissible? Especially from you, Crane?" Upon finishing this remark, Crane deactivated the projection snail and handed it to Chika. He accepted it silently, then turned to Crane, seeking clarity on her intentions. Observing Chika's acceptance of the snail, Crane's expression softened as she remarked, "Well, I merely wanted to convey that this fruit is of great significance. And you must protect it." She emphasized the word protect, the implication unmistakable. With that, she circled around Chika and departed. Standing there, Chika processed the information he had just acquired, and to be frank, this revelation had far exceeded his expectations. Ultimately, a conclusion has been reached. There are indeed quite a few individuals within the Navy who harbor rebellious sentiments towards the celestial dragons. Garp stands prominently in the open. And now those hidden in the shadows have also emerged. Meanwhile, Sengoku returned to his office, and the phone snail on his desk suddenly rang. Upon answering, he heard the familiar voice, "Great sage, it's me, Corazon." At the sound of this, Sengoku's expression softened. This was their secret signal. Corazon then conveyed to Sengoku that Don Quixote da Flamingo had become aware of the existence of the Ope no Mi and was planning to seize it. Sengoku, in turn, informed Corazon of the location for their transaction. However, before concluding the call, Sengoku cautioned Corazon, stating that it would be Vice Admiral Chinjo who would be responsible for the liaison with the Barrels pirates, urging him to place complete trust in Chinjo and to refrain from taking any independent action. Upon hearing the name Chinjo, Corazon's mind was instantly flooded with memories of the world broadcast from a year prior, where the figure of Chinjo with his piercing eyes left a profound impression on him. Moreover, Chinjo's formidable record of having wounded Rayleigh and slain Weevil was not lost on Corazon. Yet, this knowledge did not bring him comfort, for he needed the fruit to cure Law's terminal illness. It appeared that he would have to act preemptively, obtaining the Ope no Mi well before the transaction between both parties. At that moment, Chinjo was unaware that his mere presence would alter the course of history once again, as he was mobilizing forces to prepare for an early departure to the transaction site. Upon arriving at the naval docking area, Chinjo surveyed the 5 warships involved in this mission, with his stationed prominently in the center. To be candid, such a configuration rivaled that of a demon-slaying decree. Due to temporary assignments, Crane's ship was given to Guion, necessitating the arrangement of another vessel for her. The figures of the Weasel, Fire Mountain, and Ghost Spider awaited there, and upon seeing Chinjo, they approached to exchange greetings before returning to their respective ships. Chinjo narrowed his eyes, scrutinizing the silhouettes of the 3 vice admirals, analyzing them based on information gleaned from the anime. The Weasel was known to be a commendable individual, deeply caring for the lives of his subordinates. In the anime, when he summoned the Empress, his entire fleet was annihilated. Yet he managed to protect his troops for several days before ensuring the Empress's petrification was lifted. The sight of Zifa's demise brought tears to his eyes, clearly marking him as a passionate and loyal soldier. Fire Mountain, on the other hand, always wore a smile, exuding an approachable demeanor. His characterization in the manga depicted him as a man of strong justice, albeit somewhat lecherous, a blemish on his record, especially noted during the encirclement of the Empress when he too was petrified. In summary, both the Weasel and Fire Mountain were relatively easy to work with and would not pose significant obstacles to Chinjo's plans. The true concern lay with Ghost Spider, whose extreme disposition could lead him to harm his own subordinates in battle, making him a staunch supporter of Akainu. Such a mindset could not be analyzed through conventional reasoning. And should he perceive anything amiss, it would undoubtedly lead to considerable complications.
Fortunately, among the other 4 individuals involved in this operation,
there is only one that warrants caution: the Phantom Spider. Should he indeed become an impediment to the execution of their plans?
then Xianha may be compelled to resort to unconventional methods. Of course, eliminating him is out of the question, as the Phantom Spider is a member of the Navy.
However,
it would seem quite plausible for him to sustain an inexplicable injury during the fray, or perhaps to lose consciousness altogether.
After all, in the chaos of battle,
a fist does not discriminate. The identity of the opponent or the rationale behind the conflict remains shrouded in mystery. Chapter 71, The Rescue of Marine Corazon in the North Sea. Aboard the 6 Paths of Reincarnation, Chinga stood at the bow of the ship, arms crossed,
a furrowed brow suggesting deep contemplation. Observing him, Khalifa quietly inquired, "What troubles you, boss? Are you concerned about this matter?"
"Yes. I can't shake the feeling that things are still precarious."
"Well, I shall take my leave first."
"Please inform Vice Admiral Tsuru along with Ein," Chinga replied.
The lessons learned from the Zephyr incident reminded him not to rely too heavily on information from the anime. His very presence had greatly altered the trajectory of this narrative. With that, Chinga soared into the sky, heading towards Sabaody Archipelago.
On a nearby warship, Tsuru squinted as she watched Chinga gradually vanish into the horizon, silently wishing,
"I hope you succeed, Chinga."
On Sabaody Archipelago, Corazon excitedly handed a heart-shaped fruit to Law, his demeanor reflecting the joy of progress. At least he had not been injured during the fruit's theft.
"Law. This is the Opop no Mi. The Navy is on its way, eat it quickly. Consuming it will cure your amber-lead syndrome."
Trafalgar Law, a future bounty of 3 billion berries, renowned for defeating Kaido and Blackbeard, was merely a small boy under 12. His face marred by white patches. Witnessing Corazon's elation, Law felt an undeniable swell of emotion, though his current disposition kept him from expressing it. He merely extended his hands,
ready to grasp the fruit that represented his lifeline.
Just as Law's fingers were about to touch the coveted Opop no Mi, an unseen attack sliced through the air.
Striking a nearby rock and cleaving it in two, the surface as smooth as glass.
The sudden assault startled both Corazon and Law, who quickly turned to see the source of the threat.
A tall figure draped in a pink feather coat approached, hands tucked into pockets. It was none other than Corazon's brother, Don Quixote da Flamingo. Though his stride remained within the bounds of normalcy, he exuded an unsettling aura.
Behind him followed the 9 executives of the Don Quixote family, including the younger versions of Baby 5 and others.
At that moment, the veins on Doflamingo's forehead throbbed ominously.
His usual maniacal grin was replaced by a fearsome scowl, indicating a rage that had long been dormant.
Corazon had just mentioned the Navy's imminent arrival. How could he possibly know they were on their way ahead of schedule?
It dawned on him that, like himself, Doflamingo had an insider, Virgo, who had alerted him to the Navy's early departure. Thus, Corazon's cover had been blown. Indeed, Chinga's oversight lay in forgetting Virgo's presence within the Navy. For much time had elapsed since he last watched the anime, inevitably leading to such omissions.
Virgo had yet to arrive at Sabaody.
Yet he had already conveyed the news of the Navy's advance to Doflamingo.
Doflamingo could dismiss Corazon's act of handing the Opop no Mi to Law.
For if Law were to consume the fruit, he might merely discipline Corazon and subsequently indoctrinate Law as his puppet.
However, if Corazon were indeed an agent of the Navy,
the situation would be entirely different. This would constitute a profound betrayal.
Contemplating this, Doflamingo clenched his hand tightly in his pocket. "Law, consume this fruit at once." Corazon hastily grasped the Opop no Mi, attempting to shove it into Law's mouth.
Yet, in the next moment, Doflamingo materialized and forcefully pressed his foot onto the ground, seizing the fruit in his grasp.
Corazon!
Witnessing Corazon's fall, Law surged forward in fury, delivering relentless punches to Doflamingo's shins.
"Do not disturb the young master, Law."
A mass of sticky substance emerged beneath Law's feet, ensnaring him and creeping up to his mouth, causing him to tumble to the ground. It was Treble employing the powers of his sticky fruit to restrain Law. Ignoring Law's plight, Doflamingo coldly regarded his brother, whom he had pinned down.
"So, you are indeed a spy sent by the Navy, my foolish brother. Do you comprehend the consequences of betraying me?" In the face of Doflamingo's menacing demeanor, Corazon remained undaunted.
"You have utterly lost your humanity. Those who remain by your side will meet a grim fate."
Upon hearing these words, Doflamingo's expression grew increasingly frigid. Rather than allowing his subordinates to torment his brother as depicted in the anime, Doflamingo withdrew a pistol and aimed it at Corazone's head, wishing only to hasten his brother's demise. Witnessing this scene, Law desperately wished to intervene, yet he was rendered helpless. Rolling on the ground ensnared by the sticky substance, Corazon glanced at Law, an expression of reluctance in his eyes. For he had not yet succeeded in having Law consume the Opopnomi, and he could only hope that after his demise, Doflamingo would allow Law to eat it. However, after a long pause, no movement occurred. Corazon noticed Law staring blankly above him and instinctively raised his gaze. What met Corazon's eyes was a navy officer draped in a cloak of justice. Standing behind Doflamingo with a hand pressed against his back, it was the timely arrival of Sengoku. Observing the flamboyant figure before him, Sengoku coolly remarked, "You would do well not to move." Doflamingo sensed the presence behind him, casually responding, "Navy?" Sengoku remained silent, prompting Doflamingo to snicker dismissively as he prepared to pull the trigger. Suddenly, a powerful force erupted from his back, propelling Doflamingo away and out of sight, leaving only the Opopnomi in Sengoku's hand. Examining the fruit, Sengoku muttered to himself, "I told you not to move. Controlling this power can be quite troublesome." The members of the Don Quixote family nearby were momentarily bewildered, unsure of the sudden disappearance of their young master. The closest, Toripole, regained his senses and, pointing at the anxious Chinja, shouted, You are the Vice Admiral Chinja." Chinja turned his head, casting a cold glance at the repugnant figure before him, and in a flash, appeared above Toripole, delivering a powerful downward punch to his head. Under the weight of that blow, Toripole could not even let out a scream. His body was compressed to a mere tenth of its original size, transforming him into a grotesque, trash-can-like shape. Such noise, Chinja muttered disdainfully, observing the disfigured Toripole on the ground. He then delivered a swift kick, causing the torpole-shaped trash can to vanish alongside Doflamingo. In a fleeting moment, yet another member of the Don Quixote family had disappeared, and the remaining cadre could no longer restrain themselves, charging at Chinja in unison. Even the young baby Five transformed an arm into a gun, directing an assault at Chinja. In the face of the myriad of incoming attacks, Chinja remained unmoved, exuding an overwhelming aura of dominance. The charging family members rolled their eyes and collapsed to the ground. In truth, Chinja possessed the capability to annihilate this group with a mere Shinto Tenjin, yet some among them wielded valuable devil fruit powers, which he deemed worthy of preservation for his allies. His dimensional space was always stocked with an abundance of fruits. On the ground, Corazon and Law stared in astonishment. Particularly Corazon. This was his first close encounter with the newly appointed Vice Admiral. Previously, he had only gleaned information from newspaper images, lacking a direct understanding of Chinja's prowess. However, witnessing Chinja effortlessly dispatch Doflamingo and obliterate Toripole in a single blow far exceeded his comprehension of strength. Having dealt with all adversaries, Chinja approached Corazon, crouching to assess his injuries. Finding no significant harm, he felt relieved. Extending a hand, Chinja smiled and said, "A pleasure to meet you, Commander Corazon." Chapter 72, The Arrival of Kaido. "Ah, you may call me Rosinante." Chihei paused for a moment, recalling that Corazon was his alias within the Don Quixote family. And his true name indeed was Rosinante. "Ah, I must admit, that was my oversight, hee. No, it's just that if I were to reclaim my naval identity, I would prefer to be addressed by this name. Please do not take offense." Corazon, flustered, waved his hands in a somewhat frantic manner. For Chihei was his and Law's savior, and his previous behavior was truly disrespectful. In truth, Corazon could be quite the simpleton at times. While writing, I shall continue to refer to him as Corazon for ease of acceptance. After speaking, Corazon grasped Chihei's hand and rose to his feet. Gazing at the surgical fruit in Chihei's possession, desire filled Corazon's eyes, for it was the key to saving Law. Noticing Corazon's gaze, Chihei chuckled softly and placed the surgical fruit into the dimensional space of the door, saying, "Do not look any longer, this fruit is a prioritized item from above. And I would appreciate your understanding." Upon hearing this, Corazon's spirits dampened as he hung his head. It seemed he must seek another way. But did Law truly have time to wait? Chihei reached out and patted Corazon on the shoulder,
moving to clear the viscous substance from Law's body. He turned back to Corazon with a reassuring smile. "Do not lose heart, I possess the means to cure Law's ailment."
"You need not dwell on the surgical fruit any longer." "Nani?"
Corazon exclaimed in astonishment, gazing at Chihei in disbelief that he could resolve such matters.
"Yet."
A phrase from Sengoku echoed in his mind, "You can place your complete trust in Chihei." Indeed, he realized that, as Sengoku had advised, he must relinquish everything to Chihei, who appeared to be a figure of genuine reassurance. Seeing Corazon calm down, Chihei smiled knowingly and prepared to lead Corazon and Law away from this place.
Just then, a furious shout rang out from the distance, "Damn the Navy! What have you done?" Both Corazon and Law felt a tremor in their bodies. To them, it was the voice of a demon, Don Quixote da Flamingo.
Moments later, Doflamingo charged back, but upon seeing him, the fear in Corazon and Law's hearts lessened considerably. The reason was clear: Doflamingo's current state was far from favorable. Most notably, the pink feather coat on his back bore a circular tear, exposing a patch of bruised skin beneath, while one side of his glasses was shattered, and blood trickled from the corner of his mouth. Upon landing, Doflamingo gasped for breath, eyeing Chihei with caution. Just moments ago, he had been propelled thousands of meters away by Chihei's formidable divine departure, and his insides felt as though they were on the verge of rupture. Had he not utilized his fruit's ability to stitch himself from within, he might very well have met his end. However, the surgical fruit and some of his important subordinates remained there, compelling him to wait until his injuries stabilized before hastily returning. Yet, upon his arrival, he was greeted by the sight of his subordinates sprawled on the ground and the vanished surgical fruit. The unfolding events drove Don Quixote da Flamingo to the brink of madness. He fixed his gaze on Chika Uchiha, gritting his teeth as he spoke. "You are the youngest vice admiral of the headquarters, Uchiha Chika. I didn't expect you to arrive so early." Chika remained silent, raising his hand to unleash a powerful gravitational force. "Damn it, not this again. Is it reversed this time?" Doflamingo was swiftly pulled towards Chika by the force, and just as he was about to reach him, another devastating attack struck him. Doflamingo's body plummeted to the ground like a kite severed from its string, spewing several mouthfuls of blood mixed with internal fragments. His injuries this time were far more severe than the last, rendering him incapable of standing. After all, he was not Luffy and could not perform a sit-up. In a swift motion, Chika appeared before Doflamingo, looking down at the barely conscious figure. He remarked coolly, "I merely restrained my strength to protect the surgical fruit. Yet you dare to return. How should I commend you?" Doflamingo, maintaining his bravado, glared at Chika with a fierce gaze, weakly murmuring, "Do you know who I am? Kill me, and you shall not escape unscathed." Chika scoffed at his words, understanding Doflamingo's implication. He had not yet joined the 7 warlords and was hinting at his celestial dragon lineage. "I care not who you are, I only know you are a criminal." With that, Chika ceased the trivial conversation, his arm enveloped in haki as he prepared to strike down at Doflamingo. "Wait, Vice Admiral Chika. His identity is special. It would be best not to execute him on the spot." Chika raised an eyebrow, glancing towards the newcomer. Behind him, Corazon's eyes widened in astonishment, for he recognized the arrival, Don Quixote family's first generation, Virgo. "Virgo, what are you doing here? You have even joined the Navy?" Virgo, rushing towards the scene, paused upon seeing Corazon, realizing the peril of the situation. He tore open his shirt, enveloping himself in a layer of dark haki, ready for battle. Having seen Chika leave the warship, he had stealthily followed, moving with pure physical prowess, thus swimming faster than the ship itself. Upon Virgo's appearance, Chika finally recalled his oversight. He had forgotten about this undercover agent in the Navy. Nevertheless, Chika paid little heed to Virgo, channeling his haki into his fists and confronting Virgo directly. Their fists collided, and Virgo did not last even a second before hurriedly retreating from the fray. Clutching his injured arm in terror, Virgo looked at Chika, his arm hanging limply, clearly rendered useless. "Almost forgot about you, little mouse. You should stay as well." Chanya's indifferent tone resonated, followed by a dull thud as he delivered a kick to Virgo's abdomen, rendering him unconscious. With Virgo dealt with, Chanya returned to Doflamingo's side and remarked, "The troublesome fool is gone, now it's your turn." At that moment, an overwhelming aura suddenly enveloped the entire land.
causing Corazon and Law behind them to faint. What is this? Halting his actions, Chang'e looked up towards the sky.
The heavens had turned pitch black, and a colossal figure loomed within, resembling a serpentine creature.
Chang'e's expression grew grave as he murmured, "The Four Emperors, Beast Kaido." Chapter 73, Susanoo slays the dragon. The clouds in the sky churned violently, revealing a colossal azure dragon's head. "You, Navy brat, are rather audacious, aren't you?" Kaido's massive dragon visage contorted with frustration. His fiery temperament ignited further by Chang'e's taunts. With little hesitation, he unleashed a torrent of dragon breath, deliberately sparing the grounded Doflamingo while enveloping Chang'e and his companion, Corazon, in a searing embrace.
Virgo, however, was not deemed worthy of consideration, and was instantly reduced to charge. Chang'e's pupils constricted, while he could evade such an assault. Extracting the unconscious Corazon and Law within that fleeting moment seemed an impossible feat. Resigned, he sighed softly and swiftly materialized beside Corazon and Law. His Rinnegan fixated on the incoming dragon breath.
Boom! An explosive sound erupted as flames erupted from the ground, engulfing Chang'e and Corazon in an inferno. Humph, overestimating oneself.
Kaido scoffed, nostrils flaring with hot air, the massive form of Doflamingo resting in one claw as he prepared to depart. Suddenly, he paused, bemused by the unfolding scene.
Leaving so abruptly seems rather improper, does it not? He mused.
To his astonishment, a strike cleaved through the flames, extinguishing the fire. As the inferno receded, a towering figure of deep purple armor, standing an impressive 60 meters tall, emerged from the remnants of the blaze.
What in the world is this? Kaido,
despite his extensive experience in the seas, found himself questioning the appearance of this purple giant. Within the confines of this formidable entity stood Chang'e, alongside the now conscious Corazon and Law, both bewildered and examining their surreal surroundings.
This manifestation was none other than Chang'e's Susanoo in its third form. Akin to the one wielded by Itachi and Sasuke during their climactic battle, though Chang'e's was a deeper shade of violet.
During his year of confinement, he had successfully awakened the guardian spirit of the Uchiha clan, marking Susanoo's inaugural appearance in the pirate world.
Unexpectedly, this first use of Susanoo was against Kaido,
a foe truly deserving of such an extraordinary power. Without addressing Kaido's curiosity, Chang'e's expression darkened as he raised a hand to his chest, his index and middle fingers extended. With a sharp command, the purple giant began to swell ominously. Inside the giant, Corazon and Law were utterly bewildered, helplessly watching as their bodies ascended higher from the ground,
clinging together in a comical display of fear. At last, Susanoo sprouted legs, stabilizing its form at approximately 200 meters, reminiscent of Uchiha Madara's stature.
Massive wings unfurled behind it, folding gracefully, while a long string of prayer beads adorned its neck, and a sheathed sword rested at its waist.
All encased within ancient armor that enveloped Susanoo entirely.
With a slight sigh of relief, Chika stood within the diamond-shaped space of Susanoo's head,
feeling immensely satisfied with its current form.
While he dared not compare it to the colossal Susanoo of the Sage of Six Paths, which resembled the 10 Tails, he was confident that its size was not dissimilar to that of Madara's. Suddenly, aboard the approaching warship, everyone beheld the enormous dragon soaring above Haiyan Island, alongside the towering purple giant on the ground, and they cried out in terror. Even the usually composed Tsuru's expression shifted dramatically. She immediately recognized that the dragon above was Kaido, but the identity of the suddenly appeared giant eluded her. After much contemplation, one name surfaced in her mind, Chika. Gazing at the imposing purple giant, which emanated a formidable aura even from such a distance, Tsuru murmured, "Chika.
What manner of existence is the Uchiha clan that you speak of?"
She then commanded her forces to hasten their pace, determined to land on Haiyan Island at the earliest opportunity, even at the cost of their ship. As Susanoo's form continued to swell, Kaido became genuinely serious, scrutinizing Chika,
who stood atop Susanoo's head.
Having previously glanced at the news and broadcasts without much attention, he merely found Chika's appearance somewhat familiar and inquired, "Kid,
I feel like I've seen you somewhere before. What is your name?" With arms crossed, Chika regarded Kaido and replied nonchalantly, "Vice Admiral of the Navy, Uchiha Chika."
So it was the much-discussed Navy newcomer.
"Very well, with that skill, you qualify to be my opponent. Come, let me see what you can do."
With that, Kaido's dragon form soared higher into the sky, and below, Chika scoffed softly.
The wings behind Susanoo unfurled as he crouched slightly, flapping his wings to follow Kaido into the heights. Ah! Corazon and Law clung tightly to one another, tears streaming down their faces. Meanwhile, Chika, standing before them,
felt a sense of obligation to protect these two lively souls.
It must be said that Kaido's dragon form was even more massive than Susanoo's. When Chika's Susanoo flew up to Kaido's head, it appeared merely twice the size of Kaido's dragon head. However, size does not determine everything.
Kaido coldly regarded the Susanoo before him. He should ideally transform into the most battle-apt half-dragon form, yet, akin to Chika's need to protect Corazon and Law.
He still clutched Don Quixote Doflamingo in his grasp.
Although he held Doflamingo in contempt, the man still had some interesting insights to offer. So he could not allow him to perish at the hands of this Navy officer just yet. With that thought in mind, Kaido made the first move. Spinning his entire dragon form in place, conjuring a fierce storm that dispersed the clouds surrounding Susanoo.
Nevertheless, Susanoo remained steadfast in the air.
Seeing that this tactic bore no fruit, Kaido remained unperturbed, twisting his form again, unleashing a powerful cutting wind blade.
In response, Susanoo crossed its arms,
shielding the diamond-shaped space on its forehead, and successfully endured the barrage of slicing wind blades.
Kaido's interest grew increasingly intense as he spoke. Oh? Your defensive capabilities are indeed impressive. But what of your offensive power?
Upon hearing this, Susanoo slowly lowered his arms. His right hand reached towards his left waist, drawing forth a 100-meter-long sword that radiated a blinding aura.
Gripping the blade firmly, Chika fixed his gaze on Kaido and declared, "Today, this sword shall sever your existence, dragon."
With a hum, Susanoo tightened his grip on the long sword and executed a swift arc upward.
In that instant, everything around them seemed to freeze,
and a luminous arc of the sword cleaved through the sky. Wherever the blade passed, the heavens tore apart, delivering a devastating strike upon Kaido, leaving a wound so deep that bone was exposed. The residual force of the slash cascaded into the ocean behind, cleaving the sea surface, where a naval vessel teetered perilously on the brink of the chasm, poised to plunge into the depths. 3 figures emerged alongside the ship: Vice Admirals, Spider Demon, Flying Squirrel,
and Fire Mountain.
At that moment, their faces flushed with exertion as they executed the moonwalk technique, channeling their strength to stabilize the vessel just in time.
Meanwhile,
on another ship, Crane exhaled in relief but quickly turned her anxious gaze toward the skies above Heian Island. She surmised that the terrifying slash had originated from Chika, and her concern for his well-being intensified. For Chika was not merely the hope of the Navy in her eyes, he could potentially become her brother-in-law within the Uchiha clan. Feeling increasingly unsettled, Crane summoned the other 3 vice admirals and, without waiting for the ship to dock, activated her moonwalk to propel herself at full speed towards Heian Island.
Chapter 74, the task concludes. Return to base above Heian Island. Kaido's formidable dragon form writhes violently.
A gruesome wound inflicted by Susanoo's recent strike marring his body, from which copious blood gushed forth, drenching the ground below in a crimson rain. Despite sustaining such grievous injuries, Kaido remained largely unfazed. His primary concern lay with Chika's extraordinary abilities. Casting a glance at his wound, Kaido opened his mouth wide, his voice booming like thunder. "Uchiha Chika.
You cannot be an ordinary human, can you?" Kaido's inquiry stemmed from his own lineage, belonging to a unique race known as the Oni.
Given Kaido's stature, this race was undoubtedly formidable, otherwise, Big Mom would not have held such an interest in him aboard the rock ship.
It remained uncertain whether they had offspring, perhaps Yamato?
Within the diamond-shaped space of Susanoo's head, Corazon and Law, having settled into silence, gazed curiously at Chika's silhouette, clearly sharing Kaido's intrigue. Sensing their inquisitive stares,
Chika subtly rolled his purple eye but proceeded to elucidate his puzzlement to them.
"You likely haven't heard of it. I hail from the Uchiha clan."
The Uchiha clan? Kaido rummaged through his memories of the seas, yet ultimately concluded that this was indeed an unrecognized lineage.
Perhaps they are a reclusive race, seldom venturing outside their domain.
Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that, judging by Chika's recent display of power, the Uchiha clan is indeed formidable. Kaido, a connoisseur of talent, could not resist making an offer to the young powerhouse before him. "You possess great potential, how about joining my ranks? Trust me, your status here will far exceed that within the Navy."
Upon hearing this, Chika scoffed disdainfully, "Do not jest, even if I were to assume your position. It pales in comparison to serving as a soldier in the Navy."
"Well said."
A resonant female voice chimed in, prompting Kaido and Chika to turn towards the source. The newcomer was Tsuru, gracefully alighting with the aid of her moonwalk, accompanied by the likes of the flying squirrel and others. One could not underestimate Tsuru's prowess, as evidenced by her remarkable speed.
Humph! Noticing Tsuru's arrival, Kaido let out a cold grunt, feeling a twinge of retreat.
This was not out of fear, he believed that, given his strength, even the arrival of two admirals would not intimidate him. However, the current circumstances were less than favorable. The most pressing issue lay in the discord among them, particularly concerning Doflamingo, who remained ensnared in Kaido's dragon claw, struggling for breath.
Recognizing that the battle was no longer necessary, Kaido resolved not to squander any more time. He unleashed a torrent of dragon breath and declared menacingly, "Uchiha Chika, I will remember you. When we meet again, I expect you to be stronger than you are now." With that, his colossal form surged, vanishing into the clouds.
Confronted with the formidable attack left by Kaido, Crane and the three other vice-admirals wore solemn expressions. It was impossible to evade such an expansive onslaught in the air. They could only brace themselves for the impact. The most composed among them was Chihiro, situated within the diamond-shaped space alongside Corazon and Law. Chihiro remained unfazed, completely dismissing the dragon breath as a threat, while Corazon and Law were utterly captivated by Chihiro's prowess. Particularly for Corazon. He had come to regard Sengoku's words, "You can trust Chihiro completely," as an undeniable truth. Subsequently, the imposing purple giant, which exuded a sense of overwhelming pressure in the eyes of Crane and the others, gripped its sword with one hand and struck down fiercely at the oncoming dragon breath. Kaido's breath dispersed beneath that single blow, splitting into two streams that vanished in opposite directions. With the crisis abated, Crane and her companions stared in awe at the colossal purple figure that towered above the heavens, their astonishment lingering long after. Especially for Crane. Despite having anticipated that Chihiro was the one who summoned the purple giant, witnessing him standing atop Susanu's head instilled a sense of incredulity. At that moment, Chihiro spoke, "All right. Everyone, the mission is complete, let us descend." Upon finishing his words, Susanu began its descent towards the ground, prompting Crane and the others to suppress their tumultuous emotions and follow suit. Upon landing, Chihiro released his power, and Susanu transformed into a mere illusion, ultimately dissipating without a trace. Chihiro held Corazon in one hand, while Corazon gently cradled Law, as they gradually descended to the earth. Crane approached, casting a glance at Corazon and the child he held, then turned her attention to Chihiro, expressing with a hint of admiration, "I never expected that the purple giant was indeed summoned by you, it is truly astonishing." Even the ever-stoic spider demon nodded in agreement, as in his mind, Chihiro Susanoo had reached the same echelon as the cataclysm wrought by Akainu's magma fruit abilities. He had not forgotten the struggle he and the others endured to protect the warship just moments before. The most alarming aspect, judging by the earlier clash where Susanoo intercepted the dragon breath, was that the devastation they witnessed was merely a remnant of Susanoo's attack. Chihiro smiled, casually remarking, "That is called Susanoo. It can be described as an unequivocal god of destruction, but for us of the Uchiha clan, it serves as our guardian deity." "So, does that mean every member of your family can wield such power?" "Not quite, even among the Uchiha clan. Only a select few can awaken Susanoo and achieve the level of power you just witnessed." "Ah, I see. Then I shall refrain from, wait." Chihiro, slightly exasperated, regarded Vice Admiral Crane, realizing he had already grasped her intent. Crane awkwardly laughed, momentarily bewildering the three weasels behind her. It was indeed a rare sight to see such an expression on her face. Feeling somewhat embarrassed, she shot a glare at the weasels before turning back to Corazon and Law, inquiring, "This must be the Lieutenant Commander Rosinante that Sengoku mentioned, and who is this child?" Upon being summoned by the Crane, Corazon promptly stepped forward and replied, "Yes, General Crane, I am Rosinante. Under the guidance of the warlord of the Warring States, I have been executing an undercover mission for the Don Quixote family. This is Law, the sole survivor of the lead poisoning epidemic in Flevence." The Crane cast a glance at Law cradled in Corazon's arms, her eyes reflecting a hint of compassion. She had heard of the tragic circumstances that Corazon spoke of.
It was yet another tale of sorrow. Noticing the white patches on Law's face, the crane could not help but let out a sigh. In light of this, Shinja did not mention his ability to cure lead poisoning. He had already instructed Corazon and Law to keep this matter strictly confidential, should it be revealed. He would show no mercy. Chapter 75, The Fall Guy. Keenly, Chihiro pointed towards a charge figure, addressing Tsuru, that is Virgo, whose true identity was as an undercover agent planted in the navy by Don Quixote da Flamingo. In the recent skirmish, he was slain by Kaido. Corazon hastily emerged to corroborate Chihiro's assertion. Yet, Tsuru, along with the others, had no doubt about the veracity of Chihiro's words. However, there remained the peculiar presence of the spider demon, whose overly suspicious nature might warrant further clarification. It was not that he was inherently distrustful, but rather that his personality tended to dwell on trivialities, necessitating a clearer explanation. After introducing Virgo, Chihiro gestured towards the cadre of the Don Quixote family, who lay huddled in a designated area. Chihiro had taken measures to shield them during the chaos. As the flames from Kaido's dragon breath engulfed the scene, they had stirred awake, only to be rendered unconscious once more by the half-formed Susanoo. Chihiro's act of saving them was not born from benevolence. Setting aside whether he possessed such empathy, it was clear that they were merely valuable devil fruits to him. These individuals were members of the Don Quixote family, and once the other soldiers disembarked, they would be taken aboard the ship. Tsuru refrained from questioning Chihiro, who was typically disinclined to leave survivors, regarding this rare display of mercy, merely nodding in acknowledgement. Noting Tsuru's lack of inquiries, Chihiro chose to remain silent and attempted to depart, only to falter weakly, nearly collapsing. Tsuru promptly stepped forward to support him, allowing him to lean against her shoulder, while the others hastily gathered around. Observing Chihiro's pallid complexion, Tsuru inquired with concern. "Are you all right? Did you sustain injuries during the battle with Kaido?" Chihiro shook his head, responding feebly, "No, it's merely exhaustion. By the way, this is the mission's objective, the Op no Mi. Given my current condition, I am unable to safeguard it. Please take it for now." With that, Chihiro retrieved a box containing the Op no Mi from his spatial portal and handed it over. At that moment, the spider demon interjected, asserting that he could take responsibility for the fruit. In his view, this was a significant directive from above, and considering Chihiro's diminished state, it would be prudent for him to oversee its protection personally. Tsuru furrowed her brows, reluctant to allow the celestial dragons to acquire this fruit. And she sensed that Chihiro harbored reservations as well. Would entrusting it to the spider demon affect Chihiro? Just as Tsuru opened her mouth to voice her concerns, Chihiro, supported by her, spoke up, "That would be most agreeable. I trust that Vice Admiral Spider will safeguard this fruit diligently." His words were imbued with an unmistakable confidence in the spider demon, causing him to shake his naval cloak in affirmation, thinking to himself, "See? It ultimately falls to me." Tsuru cast a sidelong glance at Chihiro, feeling that his words carried a deeper meaning, but since he had expressed such faith, she chose not to press the matter further. After a while, a large contingent of naval soldiers arrived, subduing the members of the Don Quixote family on the ground. Under the guidance of Crane, they returned to the warship. Crane assisted Shinga into a room, carefully laying him on the bed, and then sat beside him, gazing at the reclining Shinga and inquiring, "Are you feeling better?" "Still a bit fatigued, but it's nothing to worry about. A good nap should suffice. However, I might sleep quite soundly. And I hope nothing transpires during this time." "Very well, you should rest," Crane replied. "I shall take my leave, but do ensure you recuperate well." After exchanging a lingering glance with the frail Chenga, Crane rose and departed. After some time, Chenga sensed that the vicinity had fallen silent. Crane must have intentionally relocated the soldiers. With a swift, agile motion, Chenga sat up from the bed. Who would have imagined that just moments ago he had appeared as a delicate young master? Thus, when he claimed to have exhausted himself on the island, it was merely a fabrication. He was not like Sasuke from Boruto, who seemed perpetually drained. Rising from the bed, Shinga clapped his hands together and declared, "Would style, would clone technique." A wooden figure resembling Shinga slowly emerged from behind him, subsequently being painted to resemble him perfectly. Examining the wooden clone before him, Shinga nodded in satisfaction. In the world of pirates, he seldom employed the clone technique,
as the clones typically lack the strength of the original.
Previously,
using it in battle had proven somewhat redundant, given his relatively average power at the time. However, now was the perfect occasion for its use. This was a wooden clone,
possessing greater strength than the original, appearing more lifelike, and proving resilient against attacks. Chika opened the door space, allowing the wooden clone to step inside, and then commanded it to utilize the Shura fruit's heavenly law capability.
The wooden clone's form began to expand within the door space, though it did not grow arms.
Subsequently,
the wooden clone formed a hand seal, and with a resounding bang, a cloud of smoke enveloped it.
After a moment, the smoke dissipated,
revealing Kaido in the place where the wooden clone had been.
Indeed, Kaido was the scapegoat Chika had designated for this endeavor. Initially,
he had intended for Doflamingo to bear the blame. However, that individual was too cunning and would undoubtedly refuse to accept such a loss without a fight.
Furthermore, in comparison to the top-tier powers, Doflamingo's strength was insufficient, and if confronted, he would likely reveal the truth.
Kaido, on the other hand, was different, not due to a lack of intellect, but rather because as a temperamental powerhouse, he was prone to impulsive reactions.
Even if he denied involvement,
it was likely others would still pursue him. Given his demeanor, he would be disinclined to elaborate, opting instead for brute action. His formidable strength was beyond question. And with the beast pirates at his back, should the surgical fruit fall into his hands, even the world government would have to endure the repercussions for a time. With everything in place, the door space closed, and the Kaido formed from the wooden clone of Chika utilized the door fruit's ability to open a portal leading to the skies above the warship, stepping through with purpose. Emerging from the sky, the figure selected one of the two warships belonging to the Flying Squirrel and the Fiery Mountain as a landing site. For to choose the Ghost Spider's vessel would appear overly coincidental. The wooden clone, transformed into Kaido, descended without employing any hovering abilities, plummeting directly onto the deck of the Flying Squirrel's ship. With a resounding crash, a substantial hole was instantly created on the deck, prompting the Flying Squirrel and a contingent of naval soldiers to hastily approach and assess the situation.
Suddenly, an overwhelming aura emanated from the breach.
The soldiers beside the Flying Squirrel fell to the ground, their eyes rolling back in unconsciousness. The Flying Squirrel's pupils constricted in realization this was Conqueror's Haki. Could it be? Before he could articulate his thoughts, a colossal figure leapt from the hole, bellowing, "Hand over the Ope no Mi."
Chapter 76, A Devastating Blow to My Comrades. What transpired?
Whoosh! Whoosh! Whoosh!
Three figures swiftly arrived aboard the Weasel's warship, namely the other three vice admirals involved in this mission.
Upon witnessing Kaido leap from the depths, both Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider narrowed their eyes,
realizing the predicament they were in.
Only Crane wore a contemplative expression, sensing an underlying plot. She had only just emerged from Chika's quarters, where he had mentioned needing to slumber for a while. How fortuitous that Kaido should appear at such a moment. At that instant, the wooden clone of Kaido, without uttering a word, enveloped his fist in Haki and struck at the Weasel, who stood closest.
Confronted with Kaido's onslaught, the Weasel dared not underestimate the threat.
He swiftly drew his katana and positioned it defensively. However, the power bestowed by the Azura fruit was evidently beyond his capacity to withstand. The moment the blade met Kaido's fist, it shattered, sending the Weasel crashing against the ship's railing.
Witnessing their comrade's swift defeat,
Fire Mountain and Ghost Spider exchanged glances and simultaneously activated their shave technique, charging towards Kaido.
Kaido laughed heartily,
his right arm swelling with muscle as he swung it forcefully to the side. With a resounding crash, Fire Mountain met the same fate as the Weasel.
Seizing the opportunity, Ghost Spider, in a state of life restoration, wielded 6 blades with his hair and 2 more in his hands, striking fiercely at Kaido's back. Clang! A metallic sound echoed as Ghost Spider, drenched in cold sweat, beheld the 8 blades lodged against Kaido's back. Realizing that this assault had inflicted not the slightest damage upon the monstrous figure. In truth, the wooden clone of Kaido had not effortlessly parried Ghost Spider's attack. It was merely a manifestation of half of his true strength. The ease with which he repelled the strike was a consequence of the Azura fruit's formidable attributes combined with the brief mechanization of the Azura path. Narrowing his eyes, Kaido seized Ghost Spider's sword-wielding hand as if it were a mere chick, yanking him closer. Ghost Spider's eyes widened in terror, and in the next instant, Kaido exerted force upon his arm, slamming him down onto the ground. A thunderous crash resounded,
leaving yet another humanoid crater with 8 arms imprinted upon the deck of the weasel's warship.
With a swift motion, Kaido lifted the dazed ghost spider from the floor, scrutinizing him closely.
At that moment, Ghost Spider appeared rather unfortunate. His nose resembled a crushed sour pear, blood trickling from his brow. The arm Kaido had gripped seemed to droop limply, likely fractured, yet he still exhibited a semblance of consciousness.
Have I been too harsh?
The wooden clone of Kaido's lips twitched, a bead of sweat trickling down his forehead. Despite the unsavory nature of this individual, he was still a vice admiral of the Navy. Such a state was indeed somewhat unjustifiable.
However, seizing the opportunity while Ghost Spider's awareness wavered,
Kaido pressed his large hand upon the latter's head, employing the powers of the human path to delve into his memories, uncovering the location of the surgical fruit. On the other side, the flying squirrel and Fire Mountain charged once more after a brief respite. Even Crane crossed her arms over her chest, seemingly poised to unleash her wash fruit abilities. Given the current circumstances, if they did not act soon, Ghost Spider would surely meet his demise.
Kaido,
unwilling to prolong this situation, recognized that even with nearly half of his full power, he could easily inflict significant harm upon both the flying squirrel and Fire Mountain.
Though Crane's true strength remained uncertain, one thing was clear: Chinjo must not lay a hand on her. With this thought in mind, Kaido bellowed, "You are too weak. Get lost."
With that, he swung his arm toward Ghost Spider's warship, sending Ghost Spider soaring into the air as he followed suit. Upon witnessing Kaido's actions, the flying squirrel and Fire Mountain trembled, well aware that the surgery fruit was still aboard Ghost Spider's ship.
However, considering their limited combat capabilities,
intercepting Kaido seemed an insurmountable challenge. Their only option was to head west, to Chinjo's warship, to awaken him. The flying squirrel hastily conveyed this plan to Crane, while Fire Mountain nodded seriously at his side. Crane furrowed her brow, increasingly convinced that this Kaido was likely a trick orchestrated by Chinjo. Although she could not fathom how he had managed to create such a convincing illusion of Kaido, given his diverse abilities, it was not entirely surprising that he could conjure another transformation.
Moreover, did this Kaido harbor a grudge against Ghost Spider?
The flying squirrel and Fire Mountain, despite having sustained some attacks, appeared to be in relatively good shape.
As for herself,
this Kaido showed no inclination to target her. When had Kaido ever learned to respect the elderly and cherish the young?
Or to exhibit gentlemanly manners by refraining from striking a woman?
However, if this Kaido were indeed Chinjo's creation, it would imply that Chinjo was no longer aboard his ship.
Such a revelation could not remain concealed for long. Crane, what is wrong? There is no time for deliberation. We know Chinjo is in poor condition,
but he is the only one capable of stopping this monster Kaido.
Yet, I am fine. Let me handle this. Just as Crane was about to say more,
a voice called out, prompting Crane, the flying squirrel, and Fire Mountain to turn toward Chinjo's warship. Chinjo's vessel lay just to the left of the flying squirrel's ship,
not far apart.
Upon observing Chinjo's current state, the flying squirrel and Fire Mountain couldn't help but feel a twinge of embarrassment, for Chinjo appeared exceedingly feeble. At the bow of Chinjo's ship, Khalifa and Ain supported him from either side, and his complexion seemed even worse, likely affected by his earlier shout. Ain's expression was somewhat ambiguous, as if she were on the verge of laughter. Just moments ago, witnessing Chinjo's frail state had frightened her considerably, causing her to momentarily forget about his ability to recover instantly, her hands enveloped in violet flames as she prepared to press them against Chinjo. Frightened, Jianha hurriedly intervened, genuinely fearing that Ain might experience a violent emotional upheaval, potentially regressing to an infantile state. He then earnestly divulged to Ain the truth of his pretense,
which ultimately calmed her down.
Thus, upon realizing that Jianha was unharmed, she couldn't help but stifle a laugh at his theatrical performance.
Jianha shot her a subtle glare, prompting Ain to pout in compliance.
Ah, how much easier it was with Karifa around. Jianha cast a grateful glance toward her.
Karifa remained impassive, fully aware of her boss's character.
Setting aside her knowledge of the truth, she understood that Jianha possessed a somewhat patriarchal disposition, which meant he would never adopt such a feigned demeanor. He, however, remained silent, merely squinting as he scanned Karifa and Ain, eventually fixing his gaze on Jianha, his expression somewhat unfriendly.
Noticing his scrutiny, Chanha felt perplexed. Was his act not convincing enough? Was he dissatisfied with his performance? This couldn't be. He believed he was performing even better than Kizaru. No matter how Chanha pondered, he would never conceive that he was actually defending her sister. His line of thought was entirely misguided. Nevertheless, since they were already in this situation, he resolved to play out the entire act. He lowered his hands from Karifa and Ain's shoulders, activating his heavenly Dao ability, and began to float unsteadily toward his worship. The sight caused both Squirrel and Fire Mountain to contemplate using Moonwalk to intercept him, fearing that Chanha might plunge into the sea at any moment. Observing Chanha in such a precarious state, Squirrel, with a resigned expression, suggested, "Perhaps we should just hand over the surgical fruit. After all, even Kaido is involved. Which far exceeds the difficulty of our mission." Chapter 77, the conclusion of the Heian Island incident and the four devil fruits. A thunderous sound reverberated through the sky as Kaido descended once more upon the worship of the ghost spider. The ghost spider, having been flung aside by Kaido, had plummeted into the cabin, presumably rendered unconscious. The soldiers aboard the ghost spider's vessel, armed and ready, encircled Kaido. However, he paid them no heed. With a mere display of his conqueror's haki, he incapacitated the entire crew. Surveying his surroundings, Kaido sought the location of the ghost spider's quarters. From the ghost spider's memories, he had discerned that the surgical fruit was concealed within a cabinet in his office. At that moment, Senhen Tsuru, among others, arrived on the ghost spider's ship. Kaido raised an eyebrow, regarding Sen. "Ah, it's you again. Your prowess is commendable. Yet your current state suggests otherwise. Do you still wish to engage me in combat?" Without further ado, Sen stepped forward, activating his advanced armament haki, and charged at Kaido. Kaido responded with a snort, enveloping his own fist in armament haki, and their fists collided. A powerful shockwave emanated from the point of contact, fracturing the deck of the ghost spider's warship in a web-like pattern. Behind them, the flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain had intended to assist, but were repelled by the force of the shockwave, left to watch in awe as Sen faced off against Kaido. The flying Squirrel could not help but remark, "Is this the strength of Vice Admiral Sen? He appears quite feeble at the moment." Fire Mountain nodded in agreement, lamenting, with his current capabilities, "I doubt he will retain the rank of Vice Admiral for long." Upon hearing this, the flying Squirrel fell silent. What lies beyond the rank of Vice Admiral? The answer is Admiral. It represents the pinnacle of naval power, the very backbone of the Navy. The number of Vice Admirals is scarce, yet when compared to Admirals, they are numerous. After all, the Admirals have always been few and far between, each a household name. Given their own talents, even though they were still relatively young, they both recognized that reaching the rank of Admiral was simply unattainable. Reflecting on Sen's youth, they could only exclaim, "Heaven, is this a display of favoritism?" Tsuru stood beside them, arms crossed, observing the fierce battle between Sen and Kaido. Suddenly, she called out, "Sen, take care of yourself." In the heat of battle. Sen paused momentarily, acknowledging the unexpected enjoyment of battling against himself. As the fight intensified, he realized that his clone, only wielding half of his strength, was beginning to falter. With this in mind, he silently commended Tsuru, and then, feigning a vulnerability, he was struck back by Kaido's punch, retreating to join Tsuru and the others. Before Tsuru could act, the flying Squirrel and Fire Mountain rushed to support Sen, admiring his dedication to protecting the mission objectives despite his physical exhaustion. Noticing the concern etched on their faces, Sen felt a flush of warmth spread across his cheeks. One could only find solace in the thought that the surgical fruit should never fall into the hands of those in Mary Geos. My apologies, Mongoose, for the current predicament. Let us consider this a sacrifice for the sake of justice. Observing the scene, Mongoose mistakenly believed that Vice Admiral Chienha was suffering from internal injuries due to a surge of blood and quickly inquired, "Vice Admiral Chienha, are you all right?" Cough, cough. "I am fine, but it seems we are in real trouble this time." Upon saying this, Chienha's expression turned grave as he cast his gaze toward Kaido on the field. Kaido let out a boisterous laugh, his form suddenly appearing where Onasuzum had just fallen, neglecting the unconscious figure and merely surveying his surroundings. Indeed. A cabinet with a crack had come into his view, revealing the box containing the surgical fruit. Seeing the surgical fruit, Kaido breathed a sigh of relief. He had intentionally thrown Ana Suzume toward his office, yet the exact location remained unclear. He had anticipated some difficulty, but to his surprise, matters unfolded rather smoothly. Should he have been unable to locate it?
Kaido would have resorted to threatening the lives of those aboard his ship to compel Chiena and the others to surrender the surgical fruit.
Though such an action would likely implicate everyone present afterward. It could be said that the objective had been successfully accomplished. And Kaido nodded in satisfaction before glancing back at the grim-faced Chiena and his companions.
With a tone of arrogance, he proclaimed, "I have taken the surgical fruit.
If you wish to reclaim it, come to Onigashima and find me."
Upon finishing his words, he discreetly activated his powers, leaping into the clouds and vanishing from sight.
Shinha and the others stood in silence, watching Kaido disappear from view.
After a moment, Crane spoke up, "The situation has changed.
It seems Kaido has also learned of the surgical fruit, likely informed by Doflamingo. Upon returning to headquarters, I will report this situation to Sengoku." Shinha and the others nodded in agreement.
At that moment, a naval soldier rushed up from the ship's interior, panicked as he exclaimed, "Officers! 5 members of the Don Quixote family have lost all vital signs."
"What?" Mongoose and Fire Mountain stared incredulously at the soldier's announcement. Crane, however,
remained relatively composed and remarked nonchalantly, "Well, in the end, they are merely a group of criminals.
They must have been severely injured by Vice Admiral Chienhai's earlier attack. If they are dead, so be it. Who remains alive?" "It's that little girl named Baby 5 and Senor Pink." "Very well, I understand. You go tend to the remaining 2. "Yes." After the soldier departed, Crane cast a sidelong glance at Chiena, suspecting that he was likely involved in this incident. Her intuition proved correct. If she were to open Shinha's dimensional space, she would discover 4 devil fruits lying quietly within, the Tun-Tun, Stone, Boom Boom, and Art fruits. The former owners of these fruits had evidently met their demise, and Shinha had dismissed Diamante's fluttering fruit, choosing not to pursue it after dealing with him. At present, Baby 5 is merely a pitiable little girl, abandoned by her mother and sold into the service of the Don Quixote family. Her crimes do not warrant death, and thus, Chihaya refrained from taking action against her. As for Pika, the user of the Stone fruit, it is worth noting that his abilities are rather mediocre, despite the name. It might as well be dubbed the swimming fruit, for while he can traverse any terrain, he is utterly inept in water, a peculiar trait indeed. Furthermore, he is a paragon of pure love. Chihaya harbored some fondness for this character while watching the anime, which led him to spare Pika for the time being. Nevertheless, he remains a criminal. Though he may escape the death penalty, he cannot evade lesser charges. It is best to confine him to the depths of the underwater prison. For perhaps one day he may find himself granted freedom once more. Chapter 78, The Explosive Fruit. Upon returning to headquarters, Tsuru reported the details of the mission to Sengoku. Hearing that Kaido was involved in this incident sent a chill down Sengoku's spine, for he was acutely aware of Kaido's formidable strength. Encountering Kaido, even on 2 separate occasions, was a perilous ordeal. The mere fact that the Navy personnel managed to return alive was a cause for celebration. Fortunately, Shinjo was present during this mission, otherwise, the repercussions could have been catastrophic. It is important to note that both the Weasel and the Fire Mountain were among the most powerful of the Navy's vice admirals, and their loss would undoubtedly represent a significant blow to the Navy. Tsuru was also a symbol of the Navy, had anything happened to her during this mission. Sengoku feared he might lose his composure, and who knew if Garp would rush to Onigashima for vengeance. As long as they all returned safely, the surgical fruit paled in comparison to the value of their lives. With this thought, Sengoku felt that the failure of the mission was not so grievous after all. After all, Shinjo had fought to the point of exhaustion. However, he still needed to have a few words with the Gorosei. Tsuru, on the other hand, expressed concern and inquired about the reaction from Mariewa. "Do not worry, I will elucidate the reasons for this mission's failure to them. You and Shinjo should focus on resting well," Sengoku reassured her. "Very well, then I shall take my leave. I trust you to handle the negotiations with those individuals," Tsuru replied. With that, Tsuru exited Sengoku's office, and he proceeded to contact the Gorosei. Naturally, the Gorosei were furious upon learning of the mission's failure. Yet the blame could not be placed solely on Sengoku or the Navy.
The mission had encountered an exceptionally difficult adversary, Kaido, and the intelligence regarding the surgical fruit had likely been divulged to Kaido by Don Quixote da Flamingo.
Presumably,
Doflamingo had informed Kaido about the secret of the surgical fruit's immortality technique, otherwise, Kaido would not have intervened personally.
Doflamingo's knowledge of such confidential information was inextricably linked to his former celestial dragon status, so ultimately, it appeared that the root cause lay with them. However,
it was impossible to expect them to acknowledge their errors, thus, the matter was left unresolved without further reprimand.
As for Shinjo,
Sengoku had granted him a week's leave. Everyone recognized that it was Shinjo who had thwarted Kaido's advance. The Weasel and others even hoped to extend Shinjo's vacation further,
allowing him ample time to recuperate.
In response, Shinjo insisted that it was unnecessary.
Returning to his office with Califa and Ain,
Shinjo retrieved 4 devil fruits from his dimensional space and placed them on the table. The simultaneous appearance of the 4 devil fruits left Califa and Ain momentarily stunned, evoking a sensation akin to gazing upon an abundant harvest. In truth, Shinjo still possessed the fruit that Ain had gifted him, which he had yet to examine.
He intended to test it on some pirate underling in due course.
Pointing to the fruits on the table, Shinjo introduced their names and abilities to the 2 women, before turning his gaze to Califa and inquiring if she had any particular interest in any of them. Ain had already consumed a devil fruit, and this time she was summoned primarily to prevent her from feeling alienated.
Califa hesitated for a moment but ultimately shook her head,
admitting that she was not particularly fond of these fruits. Although the 4 fruits offered a significant enhancement to combat prowess, she no longer desired fruits that leaned towards combat. Instead, she yearned for one with unique supportive abilities. After all, with the boss around, she felt like the safest person in the world. Noticing Califa's lack of interest in the fruits, Chika decided not to press the matter further, knowing that there would be ample opportunities to acquire devil fruits in the future. And there was no rush at this moment. However, among these 4 fruits, there was still one that caught Chika's fancy, the bomb fruit. As its name suggests, its ability revolved around explosions, a concept both simple and brutal. Setting aside the self-detonation aspect, the fruit's primary capability was its power to detonate inorganic matter, delivering considerable destructive and lethal force. This was distinct from Mr. 5's explosive fruit that utilized nose-picking bombs. The bomb fruit was a supernatural ability, while Mr. 5's was merely a superhuman trait. Yet, thinking of nose-picking bombs led Chika to a rather morbidly humorous thought of Carp, who had a penchant for picking his nose,
particularly in Sengoku's office.
The mere idea of him consuming this fruit sent a shiver down Chika's spine. The imagery was too grotesque to contemplate.
Shaking off these increasingly errant thoughts, Chika's focus returned to the bomb fruit. Its appearance resembled a plump black watermelon with a vine-like fuse sprouting from it.
Chika placed his hand upon it, closed his eyes, and invoked the power of the hungry ghost path.
Moments later, an ordinary watermelon appeared on the table.
Califa, producing a small knife from seemingly nowhere, sliced the watermelon in half and handed one portion to Chika. She then took a piece for Ain, while she herself indulged in another slice.
Thus, Califa and Ain stood in the office, each cradling a piece of watermelon, eagerly watching Chika as he absorbed the power of the bomb fruit.
Once the absorption was complete, Chika slowly opened his eyes, only to be met with the sight of the 2 onlookers. Blinking in surprise, he was momentarily at a loss for words. Suddenly, Califa approached him, her pretty face drawing near. This unexpected proximity left Chika stunned. What was happening? Ain was right there. Califa examined Chika's right eye, nodded thoughtfully, and remarked, "It appears you have acquired another tomoe. It is truly remarkable."
"Ah, is that all?"
Chika gazed at his secretary, feeling a tinge of disappointment.
"What else were you expecting?"
"Boss?
What are you thinking?"
Califa tilted her head in confusion, seemingly oblivious to Chika's sentiments, while Ain stifled a laugh in the background.
How infuriating. This secretary was becoming increasingly audacious.
Chika mentally complained, before calming himself to attune to the newfound power he had just acquired.
After a while, Chika suddenly extended a finger and pointed at a cup. The moment it was touched, the cup inflated dramatically before shattering into a myriad of fragments, startling Karifa and Ain. Casting a sidelong glance at Karifa and Ain, a smirk involuntarily crept upon Chika's lips.
thinking to herself how they had become increasingly impertinent.
Then,
turning her attention to the remnants of the cups scattered across the table, she nodded in satisfaction. She realized that in terms of both control over her abilities and the explosive force she could wield, she had far surpassed that gladiolus. She could effortlessly compress the blast radius while amplifying its potency, otherwise, the destruction would not have been limited to a mere cup. And the aftermath would have resulted in shards rather than mere debris.
Chapter 79, Surgical Fruit Integration and the Single-Eyed Six Tomoe having fully absorbed the powers of the explosive fruit. Chika retrieved the remaining 3 fruits from the dimensional space and then took out a solitary box. Upon opening the box,
a heart-shaped surgical fruit of a striking red hue was revealed. The sight of this extraordinary fruit halted Califa and Ain in their leisurely pursuit of gossip. Drawing them closer to scrutinize the fruit, which was priced at an astounding 50 billion berries. It must be said that the aesthetic of the surgical fruit is indeed captivating. Resembling a meticulously crafted red heart. Even the usually composed Califa could not resist casting a few extra glances, eventually inquiring, "Boss,
is this the fruit you mentioned that can perform the ageless surgery?"
Chika nodded, extracting the surgical fruit from its box and examining it closely. His mind racing with recollections of the anime's lore surrounding this particular fruit. Firstly, he recalled that utilizing the powers of the surgical fruit demands an immense expenditure of physical stamina, to the extent that it could potentially deplete one's life force. For Chika, this posed little concern. His possession of Hashirama cells endowed him with remarkable regenerative capabilities. Moreover, his right eye, endowed with the eternal Mangeki Sharingan, possessed an unparalleled recovery prowess, allowing him to operate the room for an entire day without issue. Furthermore, it is said that a physician is the most suitable candidate to wield the surgical fruit, not merely due to the incapacity of non-physicians to perform the ageless surgery. This brings to mind Chika's experiences with Orochimaru in the Naruto universe. During his time outside of Konoha, Chika resided within Orochimaru's laboratory, participating in various experiments, including treatments for bloodline diseases. He had witnessed countless dissection scenes. To facilitate the transplantation of Hashirama cells, Chika had learned a great deal from Orochimaru, acquiring skills in surgical procedures. In the original narrative, Law is essentially a surgeon leaning towards Western medicine, which stands in contrast to Chopper's more traditional, Eastern medicinal approach. Regardless, the identity of a doctor posed no obstacle for Chika, especially with Orochimaru, the renowned figure in the ninja world, as his mentor. His medical skills would undoubtedly be exceptional. Chika harbored confidence that he could ultimately unravel the secrets of the ageless surgery. With the Rinnegan at his disposal, he felt no trepidation regarding any potential sacrifices of life. The Rinnegan, known for its mastery over life and death, was not merely a title without merit. However, once he absorbed the surgical fruit, it would be prudent to utilize its abilities discreetly. While he could freely employ his other powers, widely recognized as diverse, utilizing the abilities of the surgical fruit would undoubtedly attract the attention of the world government's spies. Such powers directly threatened the fundamental interests of the celestial dragons and could provoke the Gorosei to act with hostility to reclaim it. In truth, it was not overly complicated. As long as he did not engage in a surprise confrontation, Chika could simply initiate an expansive room before arriving at the battlefield. The fluctuations of the room space would only be pronounced during its activation, and once established, as long as the room was sufficiently large. Those within would find it exceedingly challenging to perceive its presence. Lastly, let us discuss the combat capabilities of the surgery fruit. It can be said that its power in battle is formidable, both in its range and the peculiar nature of its abilities, which are truly exceptional. The surgery fruit can also be understood as a space fruit, as within the created room, everything is under the control of the user, even allowing for the grotesque redistribution of several individuals' bodies and souls. Upon contemplating this, Chika couldn't help but shake his head in amazement, exclaiming that it truly is an extraordinary fruit. Without further hesitation, Chika employed the hungry ghost path to absorb the powers of the surgery fruit. Seconds later, the sixth tomoe manifested in Chika's right eye. The instant the sixth tomoe appeared, a tangible pressure erupted from his right eye, causing the walls and floor of the office to crack. Califa and Ain let out a muffled groan, immediately dropping to one knee. Some senior Navy officials still present at headquarters also sensed this unusual pressure. Sangoku abruptly stood from his chair, gazing towards Chika's office, his brow furrowed as he remarked,
Is this pressure the Conqueror's Haki? After a moment, he shook his head. As a fellow wielder of Conqueror's Haki, he could ascertain that this was not it. Yet he could not articulate what it truly was, ultimately exclaiming, Chika's strength has increased again. Returning to Chika, he noticed that Califa and Ain were struggling to cope, prompting him to quickly close his right eye, allowing the terrifying pressure that engulfed the Marine headquarters to gradually dissipate. Califa and Ain rose from the ground, their expressions not looking particularly well. Ain cast a resentful glance at Chika, making him feel somewhat embarrassed, as it was indeed his oversight in controlling the power of the Rinnegan. However, absorbing 2 fruits at once had brought the right eye to a fully charged 6 tomoe state, leading even Chika to feel a sense of impending loss of control over his power. Clearing his throat lightly, Chika slowly reopened his right eye. Observing his movement, Ain and Califa instinctively took a step back, as if avoiding a plague. Chika looked at the 2 women, bemused, indicating that he could now manage the power of his right eye. Upon reopening his right eye, the same 6 tomoe, shimmering with a strange brilliance, appeared, aligning with Sasuke's Rinnegan. After a brief pause, Chika snapped his fingers, declaring, room. A small vortex materialized at the point where Chika had snapped his fingers, swirling for a moment before abruptly expanding, forming a semicircular transparent space that enveloped Chika, Califa, and Ain. Califa and Ain curiously surveyed their surroundings, with Ain poking at the boundary of the room. Naturally, her finger passed effortlessly through the boundary. Retrieving her finger, Ain examined it in front of her eyes, noting no changes, and then inquired of Chika, Chika, what exactly is the use of this ability? Chika smiled slightly and extended his palm towards Ain and Califa, slowly sliding it to the right in the air. Uncertain of the situation, Ain and Califa suddenly felt a peculiar discomfort as they observed Chika's actions. Unable to restrain herself, Ain inquired once more, Chika, what are you doing? Why do I feel so uneasy? Califa, equally perplexed, nodded in agreement. Chika shrugged his shoulders and replied, Did you not ask me about the abilities of the surgical fruit? Just now, I employed a technique to scan your physical conditions. According to my diagnosis, both of you are in perfect health. Upon hearing Chika's words, both Califa and Ain's cheeks flushed crimson. Califa was on the verge of articulating her thoughts when Chika swiftly interjected, raising his hand in a gesture for silence. I assure you, I merely performed a room scan, akin to having an X-ray at a hospital, entirely above board. Chapter 80, The True Power of the Heavenly Hand. And the year god Chika utilized the powers of the surgery fruit to conduct X-rays for Califa and Ain, then, fixing his gaze upon the 2 women, he softly uttered, exchange. In an instant, Califa and Ain found their positions swapped, staring at each other in bewilderment, still processing this sudden turn of events. Chika's ability, activated through the Rinnegan, required no gestures, merely locking onto the target with his gaze sufficed, proving to be exceedingly convenient. His earlier actions of scanning with room were merely a playful experiment, a whimsical endeavor to amuse both Califa and Ain. As his strength grew, Chika's mischievous nature became increasingly difficult to conceal. After relishing the dazed expressions of the 2 women, he activated the surgery fruit's power once more. And in the blink of an eye, he appeared beside Califa, who, upon regaining her composure, looked at him with an exasperated expression. Boss, have you had your fun? The abilities of the surgery fruit are truly bizarre. Ain and I have already experienced it firsthand. Please refrain from using us as your test subjects. Chika glanced at Ain, who was on the other side, raising his hands in mock innocence. It was Ain's curiosity that had led to this, not his doing. Detecting the teasing glint in Chika's eyes, Ain rolled her eyes and pulled Califa away from Chika's office. Once the 2 women departed, Chika continued to use his powers within room, teleporting and exchanging positions repeatedly, his form flitting about the office like a specter. Eventually, after rearranging all the furnishings, he settled back into his office chair. Observing the transformed office, Chika couldn't help but burst into laughter, his mirth growing louder until even Califa and Ain, in the adjacent room, could hear him. They exchanged glances, and Ain remarked, being Chika's secretary must be quite exhausting, huh? Not really, Califa replied. The boss has mentioned that it is a tradition of the Uchiha clan. The stronger ones tend to laugh like this. Such a tradition exists? Ain pondered thoughtfully, nodding in understanding. That explains Chika's bouts of laughter. It's a testament to strength in their clan. Returning to Chika, he had calmed down, rhythmically tapping his fingers on the desk. His mood evidently buoyant. The ability to manipulate objects freely within room and teleport reminded him of Sasuke's exclusive ocular technique, the Heavenly Hand. The essence of the Heavenly Hand is to forcibly exchange the positions of objects or individuals within his line of sight, however, from the battle with Madara. It was evident that this technique had distance limitations and a cooldown period, the specifics of which remained unclear. Yet, within the room created by the surgery fruit, such limitations ceased to exist. As long as the room was sufficiently expansive, Chika could materialize at any location within it or exchange the positions of all objects contained therein. However, from the perspective of the battle on Ghost Island, it appears that if the replaced entity possesses sufficiently potent haki, it can indeed withstand the compulsory replacement induced by the Op no Mi. Furthermore, regarding the CD issue, as long as Chika maintains adequate stamina, he can manipulate the room at will, demonstrating an extravagant display of power. Consequently, with the acquisition of the Op no Mi, Chika has essentially gained an optimized version of the Heavenly Hand power, which can be regarded as a true manifestation of such power. How could one not be exhilarated? Moreover, when it comes to the exclusive ocular technique of the Rinnegan, Chika is even more pleased. Chika fixated his gaze upon a potted plant within the office, and suddenly, a gray vortex enveloped the entire plant, swirling in a clockwise motion. As the vortex spun, the verdant leaves of the plant began to wither and fall, ultimately leading to the complete desiccation of the plant, which crumbled into a heap of remnants. As the gray vortex dissipated, Chika approached the pot, crouched down, and pinched a piece of residue between his fingers, observing the lifeless remnants that had once been a flourishing plant. A gentle breath from him scattered the remnants into the air. Indeed, this peculiar ability is the exclusive ocular technique activated by Chika's right eye after gathering 6 tomoe, a manifestation of temporal manipulation known as the Year God power. It operates by creating a clockwise rotating time vortex within his line of sight, accelerating the flow of time for objects or beings caught within it, with the speed contingent upon Chika's ocular power and the strength of the subject affected. Given Chika's current ocular prowess, taking Doflamingo as an example, once locked by the Year God power and fully activated, Chika could cause the complete deterioration of Doflamingo's life within just 5 seconds. In truth, Chika's Year God power, much like the techniques of the Sharingan, was awakened. In other words, it was already latent at the moment Chika activated his Rinnegan. Chika speculates that his regression to a 6-year-old state upon entering the pirate world was a consequence of the frantic activation of his Rinnegan's abilities during a crisis, which triggered the Year God power. However, at present, the Year God power can only accelerate the passage of time, not reverse it, likely due to the incomplete filling of the left eye's ocular power. Similar to the Sharingan, the Rinnegan can only unleash its full potential when both eyes are harmonized, as exemplified by Uchiha Madara's Limbo, Border Realm. One Rinnegan can only create a single shadow, but upon reclaiming a second Rinnegan, the number of shadows increased to 4. A significant enhancement. Thus, based on Madara's circumstances, once Chika's left eye's ocular power is fully manifested, the Year God power will likely receive an even greater amplification. Whether this will lead to the birth of a second exclusive ocular technique remains uncertain. Nevertheless, in light of current circumstances, Chika is already exceedingly content. This expedition to Haifeng Island has proven to be immensely rewarding. He absorbed the bomb fruit and the Op no Mi in one fell swoop, elevating his right Rinnegan to a state of 6 tomoe and unlocking his own exclusive ocular technique. What more could one desire from such an acquisition? Feeling the vast ocular power within his right eye, akin to the ocean, Chika clenched his fist tightly. With his current strength, if he were to encounter Kaido again, he would undoubtedly be capable of engaging in a genuine battle, and with his seemingly endless array of abilities, he might even have the opportunity to defeat Kaido directly. This is merely in the state of having a single eye with 6 tomoe. Xianhao pondered whether, upon gathering 6 tomoe in his left eye as well, he could unlock the 6 paths mode and utilize the truth-seeking balls to overpower everything in his path. However, he must remain vigilant, for the saga of the Pirate King has yet to reach its conclusion. The secrets of Mariewa and the true extent of Imu's power remain shrouded in mystery. Therefore, Xianha's next objective is to gather potent devil fruits, awaken the 6 tomoe in his left eye, and subsequently create 6 paths puppets to expand his influence. Regardless of the circumstances, these remain fundamental pursuits.
Chapter 81, with Chihira present, no surprises in the office of the marshal, Sengoku gazed at Corazon with a benevolent expression.
His tone gentle as he spoke, "Welcome back to the Navy, Rosinante."
Corazon was deeply moved. This time, he had truly escaped death. Ever since his father was tragically shot by his brother, he had become a complete orphan, taken in by Sengoku, who became his adoptive father.
In Corazon's heart,
Sengoku had assumed the role of a biological father, teaching him the ways of the world, imparting the essence of justice, and guiding him into the Navy,
endowing him with extraordinary combat abilities. It could be said that Sengoku had helped him rediscover the meaning of existence. Reflecting on this, Corazon struggled to speak.
Trembling as he uttered, "It has been a long time, Marshal Sengoku, I have returned." In truth, he longed to address Sengoku as father. But the weight of that title was overwhelming. Whenever he contemplated it, the haunting image of his father's death resurfaced in his mind, inflicting unbearable pain.
Returning is good. Truly good. This time, we owe much to Chihira. He is your benefactor, as well as mine. At this moment, Corazon could no longer contain his emotions.
Tears streamed down his face, and before long, his countenance was drenched in sorrow.
Sengoku, equally moved, felt his own eyes moisten. Just then, a loud noise interrupted. Bang. Sengoku! Bring me some senbei.
To his surprise, Carp barged into the office, peering in and momentarily frozen at the sight before him, caught mid-motion.
Carp.
It has been quite a while. Corazon quickly wiped his face, attempting to appear nonchalant as he greeted Carp, though a hint of embarrassment lingered on his features.
Sengoku's forehead bore a pronounced frown, veins bulging on his fists. In a flash, he appeared beside Carp's head. You inconsiderate fool! There are no senbei. How many times must I tell you to knock before entering my office?
With that, he delivered a powerful punch to Carp's forehead, producing a dull thud.
Ouch!
It was evident that Sengoku harbored long-standing grievances against Carp. This punch was perhaps the hardest he had thrown without the use of his devil fruit powers or haki. One could only speculate how this punch compared to the one he would later deliver to Luffy during the Marineford War. Carp, having received Sengoku's blow, crouched on the ground. Clutching his head, his features contorted in pain. Sengoku stood before Carp, looking down at his battered form, feeling a sense of satisfaction wash over him. Invigorated as though he had regained 10 years of youth. Perhaps in the future, before engaging in battle, he should deliver a punch to Carp to invigorate himself? Sengoku raised the fist that had struck Carp, wearing a contemplative expression. You scoundrel! Sengoku, how dare you strike me? After all these years? This is the first time you've hit me with such force. Very well. I shall remember this. Kapu abruptly rose from the ground. His face a portrait of indignation as he gazed at Sengoku. His expression bore 3 parts grievance, 2 parts fury, and 5 parts incredulity. Unmistakably reminiscent of an old fan-shaped diagram. Humph. Let this serve as a lesson, Sengoku scoffed, returning to his position. Upon lifting his gaze, he encountered Corazon, who was observing him with a peculiar look. It was troubling. The earlier provocation from Kapu had caused Sengoku to momentarily lose his composure, a demeanor unbecoming of an admiral, tarnishing the dignified image he had maintained for years. Sengoku's face flushed with embarrassment as he cleared his throat and spoke with gravity. In any case, you must forever remember the life-saving grace of Vice Admiral Shinjo. He not only saved you but also that child of immense significance to you. Such a debt of gratitude is one that you will find difficult to repay throughout your life. Hearing this, Corazon responded earnestly, I understand, Admiral Sengoku. Though my abilities are modest, I would not hesitate to give my life should Vice Admiral Shinjo ever require it. Let us refrain from sacrificing your life. Even Shinjo cannot accomplish certain feats, and your demise would avail nothing, Sengoku replied, somewhat awkwardly. Corazon felt uncomfortable. He recognized Sengoku's concern, yet the phrasing struck him as peculiar. Well, your undercover mission has concluded, and you have fulfilled your duties commendably. Following this, I shall promote you to the rank of colonel. You may take your leave now. Yes. After saluting, Corazon turned to exit the office, glancing back at Kapu, who was still cradling his head in existential doubt. Once Corazon departed, Kapu could not contain himself. What has Shinjo done this time? Do tell.
Nothing much, he certainly wasn't drinking tea or eating senbei in the office. Oh, I have no senbei left. Could you spare some of yours? Get lost. I've already told you, I don't have even the packaging left. The following day, in a desolate area. Corazon interlaced his fingers anxiously, watching Shinjo's silhouette in the distance. Before Shinjo stood a visibly anxious Law, unable to raise his gaze. On Hyoko Island, Law had witnessed the effortless manner in which Shinjo dealt with the members of the Don Quixote family, with Virgo arriving too late to make any impact, rendering his efforts futile. Although Law had been momentarily incapacitated by Kaido's Conqueror's haki, he regained consciousness soon after. Witnessing a spectacle that would leave an indelible mark on his memory, the towering violet giant standing against the heavens and the azure dragon coiling through the skies. Everything Shinjo exhibited was beyond Law's wildest dreams. In his eyes, Shinjo had become akin to a deity. Now, standing alone before this figure of reverence, it was impossible for Law to feel anything but trepidation. Shinjo looked down at Law, who had been fidgeting nervously since earlier, and chuckled softly, wondering if he truly appeared so fearsome as to frighten a child. Shaking his head, Shinjo bent down and gently ruffled Law's hair, causing the boy to tremble in surprise. Xianha expressed his helplessness, resorting to the gentlest tone he could muster as he reassured, "Do not fear, trust me, the process of healing will be devoid of any pain. It will be over in an instant." Yes. Room. A small semicircular space enveloped Xianha and Luo, while in the distance, Corazon observed with curiosity. Entirely unaware of the connection between this ability and the surgical fruit. He only knew that the surgical fruit could heal. Yet he was completely oblivious to its specific applications and the manifestations of its powers. After scanning Luo's body, Xianha perceived his diminutive form as a human-like silhouette, albeit marred by irregular patches of white. It appeared these white patches were the source of the disease known as lead poisoning. Having identified the root cause, Xianha hesitated not a moment longer. With a fierce gaze, he extracted the white patches from within Luo's body. He produced a test tube, transferring the excised white substance into it, forming a small mass of white paste. This affliction was indeed quite formidable, warranting utmost caution. After all, one's health is the most invaluable treasure a person can possess. Chapter 82, Journey to the East Sea. As the treatment concluded, Chika released the room space and beckoned to Corazon in the distance, signaling him to approach. Corazon, upon noticing Chika's gesture, hurriedly ran over to Law's side, lifting him up and scrutinizing him intently time and again. When Corazon observed that the white patches on Law's face had vanished, he was overwhelmed with joy and exclaimed loudly to the suspended Law, "Law, you are cured. Your destiny has transformed." At that moment, Law was still in a state of bewilderment. From start to finish, he had witnessed Chika summon a mysterious space to envelop him, cast a fleeting glance his way, and then Corazon rushed over, brimming with excitement, to inform him of his recovery. Without acknowledging Corazon, Law stiffly turned his gaze towards Chika, his eyes reflecting confusion. Chika smiled and nodded affirmatively. Law's expression gradually morphed into one of exaggerated astonishment, bordering on distortion. He felt as if he had been engulfed by an overwhelming wave of elation. Corazon embraced Law tightly, and the two knelt on the ground, weeping uncontrollably. Chika observed the two in silence, recalling how deeply moved he had been while watching their story unfold in the anime. Both characters had been crafted with remarkable depth, leaving a profound impact on the audience. This time, he had irrevocably altered their fates. Corazon had survived, and Law would undoubtedly follow Corazon's guidance to join the Navy, perhaps eventually becoming a skilled combat medic. As they ventured toward the pinnacle, they would rectify the regrets of the pirate world. What joy could be found in that? Not wishing to intrude upon their heartfelt moment, Chika discreetly vanished from sight. With a flash, Chika reappeared in his office. Califa merely cast a fleeting glance at him before returning to her tasks, accustomed as she was to her boss's sudden appearances. Chika observed Califa for a moment and, intrigued, inquired, "Califa, do you find joy in following me?" Taken aback by his question, Califa sensed something unusual about him that day but nonetheless responded earnestly, "Yes." "What brings you joy?" "Because you are here." Alright. Califa's formidable presence against Chika's banter left him momentarily speechless. Just then, the phone bug on the desk rang. The instant it made a sound, Chika answered promptly.
Before he could utter a word, a gruff voice emerged, "Moshi Moshi."
Is this Chika? This is Garp. Are you free lately?
Startled by Garp's call, Chika paused.
Garp typically shared an office with Sengoku and was privy to much information. Was there something of great importance this time?
With that thought, Chika's tone turned serious.
This is Chika. I currently have no pressing matters. What is it, Vice Admiral Garp? Could you make a trip to the East Sea? East Sea? Have powerful pirates emerged?
The first name that flashed through Chinjo's mind was Shanks.
However, Shanks has already ascended to the status of one of the 4 emperors, indicating that he has ventured into the East Blue.
Could it be that history has altered?
And Shanks has returned unexpectedly? No, what I meant was for you to journey to Windmill Village in the East Blue and assist in educating my grandson, Luffy.
Oh.
I refuse to go.
Please, Chinjo, I've heard from Sengoku that you possess a unique understanding of child education. That reclusive boy behaves obediently like a little lamb in your presence.
A reclusive boy? Are you referring to Law?
Chinjo asserted that he had indeed allowed Law to experience the exhilaration of piloting a Gundam.
Does Carp even have a Gundam?
Upon hearing Carp's words, Chinjo was rendered speechless and was about to hang up the transponder snail. Carp, noticing the prolonged silence from Chinjo, hastily exclaimed, "Don't hang up. This kid, Luffy, has been bewitched by that rascal Shanks, constantly proclaiming he wants to become the Pirate King. I've tried to instill some love and discipline in him, but to no avail.
Could you consider this a brief vacation to the East Blue?" Carp's tone was remarkably earnest, almost as if he were bowing to Chinjo.
At that moment, another voice interjected.
"Chinjo, this is Sengoku.
There are reports that the Golden Lion has recently been sighted in the East Blue.
If possible, you should make the trip. The Golden Lion,
having severed his own legs to escape from Impel Down, should be considerably weakened. If you can capture or eliminate him, it would greatly benefit your future endeavors." Sengoku's implication was clear. He intended for Chinjo to take down the Golden Lion, thereby achieving a significant milestone on his path to promotion.
Whether Chinjo could indeed defeat the Golden Lion was a question Sengoku had not contemplated.
Based on Chinjo's previous accomplishments and the overwhelming presence he exhibited days prior, Sengoku firmly believed that Chinjo possessed the strength to handle the current Golden Lion. Of course, whether Sengoku's suggestion to Chinjo was also motivated by a desire to assist his old friend Carp remains uncertain, as Sengoku was quite proud during his tenure as Fleet Admiral.
Sengoku's words prompted Chinjo to seriously contemplate this journey to the East Blue.
He recognized that his advancement within the Navy had been remarkably swift. Yet achieving another promotion in such a short time frame was still a considerable challenge. The paramount issue was Chinjo's youth. He was simply too young. This was not the era of the world conscription following the Marineford War, when sheer strength could propel one to the top ranks of the Navy. Even Fujitora and Green Bull, who had directly ascended to the rank of Admiral, were not particularly young. With Fujitora being in his 50s and Green Bull appearing youthful but not excessively so.
Moreover, the Golden Lion represented more than just a notable achievement for Chinjo.
He was also a remarkable resource.
To elaborate, the Golden Lion possessed the Float fruit, which grants its user the power of flight and the ability to levitate objects.
Based on the portrayal in the films, the objects manipulated by the Golden Lion could be controlled with remarkable agility. The remarkable expressiveness of the Float fruit, as perceived by Chiena, can be attributed to 2 primary factors: its appearance in the theatrical version and the formidable strength of its wielder. The Golden Lion has undoubtedly developed the fruit's powers to an awakened state. In terms of abilities, Chien has Gravity Fruit, combined with the powers of the Way of Heaven,
would surpass that of the Float fruit? Consequently, Chienha has decided against absorbing this fruit. However, he will not let it go to waste. The Golden Lion,
possessing the capabilities of the Float fruit, serves as an exemplary material for creating a puppet of the Way of Heaven.
Should he truly vanquish the Golden Lion?
It would be more prudent to leave the fruit within him and project his own abilities onto the Golden Lion. This method could yield a puppet potentially matching or even surpassing the Golden Lion's strength and life, which would undeniably equate to a formidable power on par with the 4 emperors. One should not be misled by the sight of the Golden Lion being shattered by Luffy in his 3rd gear. It is essential to remember that this occurred in a theatrical setting. In such a scenario, even if Roger were to be resurrected, he would still receive a couple of slaps before dutifully returning to his coffin. Chapter 83, The Mysterious Island, the East Sea, aboard the Six Paths reincarnation ship. Shenhe ultimately resolved to journey to the East Sea, intending to acquire materials for his heavenly Tao puppet, while also taking the opportunity to impart some lessons to Luffy. Of course, Shenhe did not harbor illusions about being able to sway Luffy. The most suitable candidate for that task would undoubtedly be Naruto, another protagonist from a different anime, who possesses a mastery of verbal finesse. Regrettably, bringing Naruto into this realm was impossible, as he was merely a child when Shenhe traversed worlds. And now the current state of the Naruto universe remained uncertain.
The mention of Naruto conjured the image of another figure with a golden,
spiky hairstyle in Shenhe's mind, Konoha's golden flash, Minato Namake's. Shenhe's presence had a negligible impact on the unfolding events in the Naruto world. Minato still perished during the Ninetales crisis. Reflecting on his past experiences in that realm, a shadow of melancholy crossed Shenhe's face. He had altered the fates of many in the pirate world but had been unable to change the destiny of his dear friend.
Though Shenhe possessed knowledge of future events in the Naruto world, he could not divulge everything to Minato.
Setting aside whether Minato would believe him, his character would likely prevent him from revealing such information to the third Hokage and others. It was well known that Minato held the third in high regard.
Moreover, if the third were to learn of it, how long would it be before Danzo caught wind? With his intent to eradicate the Uchiha clan, Danzo would seize any opportunity to accuse Shenhe of harboring ulterior motives and have him apprehended.
In the Naruto world, Shenhe lacked any system or golden finger to rely upon. All he had were fragments of future intelligence.
With his own safety precarious, how could he aid Minato?
The best he could do was to subtly offer hints in certain aspects, yet even that felt like a drop in the ocean.
During the Ninetales crisis, Shenhe had already awakened his Mangekyou Sharingan, but he dared not reveal it.
By the time he reached Minato, the latter and his wife had already met their tragic end. Even with the power of the Stone of Resurrection, Shenhe found himself powerless to alter fate. He would forever remember that night, standing helplessly beside the bodies of Minato and his wife, their demise overshadowed by the haunting cries of Naruto. It was at that moment that he resolutely decided to leave Konoha behind. If only he could possess the ability to traverse worlds and return to the Naruto realm once more. With this thought in mind, Shenhe sighed deeply.
Standing beside him, Califa and Ain turned their heads to look at him upon hearing his sigh. When they noticed the sorrow etched on Shenhe's face, they were momentarily taken aback. This was the first time they had witnessed such a sight of him. In their eyes, Shenhe, with his myriad abilities, seemed capable of achieving anything. What could possibly weigh so heavily on him? Califa and Ain quickly moved closer to Shenhe, each grasping one of his hands,
feeling the warmth emanating from their palms.
Shenhe glanced at Califa and Ain, recognizing the concern and worry reflected in their eyes. Suppressing his sorrow, he offered them a reassuring smile and inquired, "What is it? Have you begun to worry about me? Boss, are you recalling something sorrowful? Is it about your family?"
The only matter that Califa could contemplate was the Chika family. She learned from Chika that he was the last remaining member of the Uchiha clan in this world. She was perplexed as to what could have led such a formidable family to dwindle down to just Chika, and could only speculate about the sorrow that must have befallen him. With a wistful gesture, Chika remarked, "I am fine, I merely recalled a friend."
"Is he no longer here?"
"Well, perhaps there will be another opportunity to meet."
"Can one truly meet again with those who have departed?"
Califa found herself unable to grasp Chika's meaning. Yet considering his diverse array of abilities, she nodded thoughtfully. Suddenly, Ain, who had remained silent, pointed towards a direction and exclaimed, "Chika, look over there."
A small island. Both Chika and Califa turned to gaze at Ain, as if she were a simpleton.
Since departing from the headquarters, they had passed countless small islands.
Ain's declaration felt akin to someone exclaiming on a road, "Look, a car." Upon sensing the scrutinizing gazes of Chika and Califa, Ain's face flushed red.
She recognized the folly of her action, as her intention was merely to distract Chika from his sorrow.
Unlike Califa, who seemed to inherently understand Chika's sentiments,
Ain felt rather foolish in this regard. Thus, she endeavored to alleviate Chika's sadness in her own way, only to unintentionally make a jest of herself. Standing there, Ain murmured,
I just wanted to help you shift your focus. Hearing Ain's soft lament, Chika and Khalifa could not contain their laughter. Khalifa promptly embraced Ain,
speaking to her in a tone reminiscent of a mother comforting her daughter. "Oh, Ain, you are simply adorable."
Standing aside,
Chika observed the tender scene before him, feeling a sense of gloom dissipate. He realized that he had already acquired many things in this pirate world that he had previously deemed unattainable.
The regrets of the past, mitigated by his Rinnegan, were not irretrievable losses.
Thus, he resolved to cherish those present in his life. At that moment, a navigator from the warship rushed over. Pointing towards the small island Ain had just mentioned, his expression frantic.
"Commodore Chika, there are strange currents emerging near that island. The warship has been caught in them, and there is a risk of being swept away at any moment." Upon hearing the navigator's words, Chika furrowed his brow. Had they only now discovered the currents upon reaching the vicinity? This revelation seemed rather tardy. It was not entirely fair to blame the navigator. The crew of Chika's warship had been selected based on rigorous standards by Sengoku, and their professional competence was undoubtedly high. The danger had arisen due to the currents manifesting so unexpectedly. Nevertheless, Chika found himself yearning for a top-tier navigator. Someone who could ensure smoother sailing and mitigate complications at sea.
Chika did not trouble the navigator, merely stating, "Understood, you may leave now.
There is no need for concern.
Shortly, the warship will anchor nearby, and I shall investigate what peculiarities lie upon that island."
Yes. The navigator departed.
And Chika took a moment to scrutinize the island that Ain had pointed out earlier, discovering that it indeed possessed some unusual characteristics. As the warship was drawn closer to the isle by the currents, a multitude of gigantic birds could be seen circling above.
Furthermore,
an increasing number of currents began to manifest around the island, those very currents incessantly tugging at Chika's warship. Feeling the vessel beneath him sway more violently, Chika let out a slight huff, levitating into the air and gliding to the side of the warship, placing one hand upon its surface.
Shinra Tensei. With a resonant hum,
a force erupted from Chika's palm, enveloping the warship and propelling it beyond the reach of the relentless currents.
Chika's mastery over Shinra Tensei had become exceedingly precise. This application caused no harm to the ship's structure. Having extricated the warship from peril, Chika turned in mid-air,
unleashing a burst of repulsive force as he soared toward the nearby island, eager to uncover the secrets that lay hidden upon its shores.
Chapter 84, The Burnt Fruit. Not even dogs would eat it? Upon successfully landing on this peculiar island, Shenhe surveyed his surroundings. Everywhere he looked, remnants of ships lay scattered,
likely swept in by the currents that encircled the isle, merchant vessels or pirate ships from days gone by. The convergence of strong currents, colossal birds, and shipwrecks on this small island stirred a faint recollection within Shenhe. He felt he had heard of this place before, yet the details eluded him.
Shaking his head, he wandered about the island, but ultimately found little of interest.
Returning to the shore, disappointment washed over him. He had anticipated stumbling upon a hidden dungeon, only to discover a rather ordinary island, albeit with a hint of danger.
Nevertheless, since he was already here, Shenhe remained undeterred.
With so many shipwrecks around, it was reasonable to assume treasures might lie within.
In a sense, he did not consider himself particularly wealthy, thus,
he decided to scour the area and claim whatever riches he could find.
With this thought in mind, Shenhe snapped his fingers, and with a hum, his room expanded, enveloping the entire island.
Scanning the area, he soon visualized the contents of every ship in his mind. He was pleasantly surprised by the abundance of treasure. Opening a portal in the air, Shenhe focused his thoughts, and in an instant, all the treasures aboard the ships were transported into the space behind the door. The portal shimmered with golden light, a spectacle of opulence.
Satisfied, Shenhe glanced at the mountain of riches accumulating within.
Pondering how he might soon become the wealthiest among the navy, provided there were no hidden affluent figures lurking within their ranks.
He wondered about Kizaro's wealth.
Perhaps once he ascended to the rank of admiral, he could consider granting him a raise to test the adage that a good salary could indeed tame the four emperors.
Having collected the treasures, Shenhe did not depart just yet.
Instead, he employed room exchange once more. During his scan of the ships, he had detected a living being within one of the vessel's holds, which appeared to be a giant bird.
Sure enough, a colossal bird materialized before Chienha, its size nearly rivaling that of a ship.
How it had managed to squeeze into that hold remained a mystery. The bird stood there, dazed. It had consumed a fair amount of spoiled food and even swallowed some treasure, only to find everything had vanished in an instant, leaving it bewildered.
Moments later,
it inexplicably found itself in this new location, a series of events far exceeding its limited comprehension.
The giant bird shook its massive head vigorously, scanning its surroundings until it finally noticed Chienha standing at its feet. Oh! A new morsel delivered? Indeed, the giant bird was familiar with the existence of humans. To it,
the ships lining the shore represented a form of takeout. Whenever a new vessel appeared, it often brought forth several small morsels like Chienha.
Caw!
The giant bird let out an excited cry, relishing the thought of the taste of these small morsels, which had been absent from its diet for quite some time.
It could hardly contain its eagerness.
Chienha gazed silently at the clumsy bird, dispelling the room space and deftly delivering a simple punch to the giant bird's abdomen. The force akin to a person's casual swat at a mosquito.
Bang!
Chirp! The bird's belly was struck with such intensity that it shed tears, opening its beak to expel a variety of items, among which was a beautifully adorned small box.
After expelling its contents, the giant bird looked fearfully at the small morsel beneath it. Most of the previous morsels were nearly lifeless, consumed as if at an all-you-can-eat buffet.
It had never encountered a small morsel as ferocious as Chienha before.
Well, if it couldn't provoke it, perhaps it could flee instead.
The giant bird spread its wings,
preparing to escape.
Sensing the bird's intention to slip away, Chienha shot at a glare, and upon being locked in Chienha's reincarnation eyes,
beads of sweat immediately formed on the bird's massive head.
It silently retracted its wings and curled its body into an egg-like shape, gazing at Chienha with pleading eyes. Disregarding the foolish bird, Chienha shifted his focus to the small box that had just been ejected from the bird's beak, muttering to himself, "Is this an explosive item?" He raised his hand to draw the box closer, washing it with a water technique, considering it had originated from the bird's mouth. As he picked up the box, Chienha did not use room to scan it first. He was not afraid of any explosive or toxic gas attacks. He primarily sought to indulge in the pleasure of unboxing. With a tinge of excitement, he slowly opened the lid, revealing a fiery red fruit within.
Upon sighting the fruit, a flicker of disappointment crossed Chienha's eyes. He recognized it immediately. It resembled a dragon fruit, adorned with flame-like skin, unmistakably the infamous Paramecia nomi, reputedly inedible even to dogs.
No wonder he felt a sense of familiarity upon arriving on the island. This was indeed the ant nest hell mentioned in Ace's side story. Ace had consumed the Paramecia nomi here, dividing it with another person due to hunger, each taking half, with Ace swallowing his portion first, thereby acquiring the ability. It was evidently a straightforward dungeon, and given the low level of the monsters, the loot could not be overly anticipated. With this thought, Chienha couldn't help but glare at the cowering giant bird, which shrank its head in fright, nearly tucking it into its belly. Having intimidated the bird and vented his frustration,
Chienha turned back to the Paramecia nomi in his hand, somewhat speechless.
It must be said that Chienha was somewhat ignorant of the plight of the hungry man. After all, the Paramecia nomi was a natural-type devil fruit, renowned for its high damage output. Although it bore the reputation of being inedible even to dogs, this was more applicable to high-level scenarios. Later, Doflamingo had offered it as a prize in a competition, attracting numerous powerful individuals, underscoring the fruit's value.
However,
for Chienha at present, the Paramecia nomi was undeniably too superfluous. He certainly would not squander a slot to absorb this fruit.
Moreover,
it is worth noting that this particular fruit is countered by a kainu.
Although the notion that magma overcomes flame is somewhat contentious, since Oda has declared it so,
we must accept it, for ultimately, the final word rests with him. Chika reflected upon the individuals close to him and realized that none were suited for this fruit.
However,
having acquired it himself, he had no intention of bestowing it upon Ace. Their relationship was tenuous at best. And if Ace were to become a pirate in the future and cross paths with him, there would be no need for Blackbeard to intervene.
Suddenly,
a wicked grin spread across Chika's face as a rather sinister thought materialized in his mind.
Pressing his hand to the ground, he uttered a low command, summoning technique.
With a resounding thud, a dog, slightly larger than the colossal bird beside it and possessing 3 heads, emerged.
This creature was none other than the most formidable summoning beast in the animal realm, second only to the Medusa, the splitting hound. Chika tossed the flame fruit towards the center head of the splitting hound, watching as it slid effortlessly into the creature's maw. Moments later, flames ignited from the three heads of the splitting hound, transforming them into three fiery apparitions resembling dog heads. Chika gazed upon his creation with satisfaction. The splitting hound, having consumed the flame fruit, had undeniably become the veritable hellish three-headed dog. Who dares to claim that the flame fruit is inedible by dogs? Chapter 85, The Peculiar Machino retrieving the split hound into the spiritual realm of the beast path. Chika cast a fleeting glance at the trembling giant bird beside him, contemplating how to deal with it. In the beast path, there existed another avian spirit beast, albeit smaller than this one. Judging from the attack it had unleashed upon Chika, its strength was commendable, perhaps bolstered by its consumption of those pirates. The colossal bird seemed to sense that its fate rested in Chika's hands. A sycophantic smile crept across its avian visage as it elongated its neck and lowered its head to the ground, ostensibly submitting in deference. Amused by the bird's unexpected sagacity, Chika stroked his chin, pondering, why not allow it to become my spirit beast? Approaching the giant bird, he scrutinized it and declared, clumsy creature, henceforth you shall be known as Rookie. The rookie squawked twice, as if in agreement with its new appellation. Gazing into the rookie's immense eyes, Chika activated the powers of the beast path, transforming the bird's large orbs into the form of the Rinnegan. From this moment forth, it was officially Chika's spirit beast. After patting Rookie's head, Chika commanded it to ascend into the skies while he remained grounded. Casting a backward glance at the diminutive island, he bent down, placing his hand upon the earth, deciding that such a place ought not to persist. No sooner had he spoken than the island trembled violently, its surface fracturing as blinding white light erupted from the fissures. With a resounding explosion, the island burst like a balloon, vanishing entirely from the maritime expanse. Having obliterated the island, Chika ascended, taking his place upon Rookie as it emitted a piercing cry, soaring towards the direction of the six paths of reincarnation. The naval soldiers on the deck, witnessing the approach of a giant bird, hastily reported to Khalifa and Ain. With Chika absent, the highest authority aboard the warship rested with the two women. By the time Khalifa and Ain reached the deck, the giant bird was alarmingly close. Ain stepped forward, prepared to employ her moonwalk to deal with the creature. However, Khalifa restrained her, shaking her head with a premonition that this bird was somehow connected to their boss. Indeed. As the giant bird hovered above the warship, it dissipated into a cloud of smoke, revealing Chika descending gracefully onto the deck. Upon sighting Chika, Khalifa and Ain breathed a sigh of relief, instinctively turning away to attend to their respective duties, refraining from inquiring about the bizarre bird. For as long as it pertained to Chika, its strangeness seemed inconsequential. In a tavern within Windmill Village, Machino stood behind the counter, absently polishing a wineglass. Recently, Sebo's small vessel had been destroyed by a celestial dragon's orders during his voyage, leaving his whereabouts unknown. This incident had profoundly impacted Luffy and Ace, casting them into a deep despondency, and Machino was exceedingly worried for the two young men. After a while, Machino halted her actions, lowered her head, and sighed, pondering the plight of Sebo. She wondered if Luffy and Ace's spirits had improved. They must still be training in the forest. Suddenly, a gentle voice interrupted her reverie. Boss? A glass of orange juice, please. Ah, my apologies for drifting off. I shall fetch it right away. Regaining her composure, Machino lifted her gaze to the newcomer. However, she was momentarily taken aback upon beholding the stranger before her, captivated by the peculiar eyes that gazed back at her. They were a striking shade of purple, adorned with intricate black patterns, and the right eye bore 6 mysterious symbols. Simply looking into those eyes evoked a sensation of being drawn into their depths. The visitor was Chigetsu, who had anchored his ship at the shore and changed his attire before venturing alone to Windmill Village. Noticing Machino's lingering gaze, Chigetsu offered a polite smile and inquired, "Is something the matter? Do I appear frightening?" Snapped back to reality by his words, Machino realized her previous behavior had been quite impolite. She vigorously shook her head. "I am terribly sorry. It's just that your eyes are truly remarkable. I couldn't help but stare. Once again, I apologize, this glass of orange juice is on the house." Ha, that's quite unnecessary. Just go on and prepare it. He replied with a chuckle. Understood. Machino turned to begin her preparations. After a brief moment, she placed a large glass of orange juice before Chigetsu. Observing the nearly bucket-sized drink, Chigetsu smiled and expressed his gratitude before taking a few sips. To his pleasant surprise, the taste was delightful. Your skills are quite impressive, he complimented. As Machino wiped down the counter, a smile spread across her face upon receiving the praise. Any lingering apprehension towards Chigetsu dissipated, and her voice became more at ease. Thank you for your kind words. You seem a bit unfamiliar. Is this your first visit here? Indeed. I've come at the request of someone to look after his grandson. Oh? May I inquire who it is? I am acquainted with most of the children here. Certainly. His name is Monkey D. Luffy. Luffy? Upon hearing that name, Machino ceased her movements, astonishment etched on her face as she asked, So you know Mr. Garp? Are you with the Navy? Yes. May I ask your name? Of course, Uchiha Chika. Uchiha Chika? At the mention of his name, Machino instinctively covered her mouth. She recognized that name, it had become widely known across the seas. He was the youngest rear admiral in the Navy headquarters, possessing unfathomable strength, with rumors suggesting that his ascension to admiral was merely a matter of time. Other patrons in the bar, upon hearing his name, turned their attention towards Chigetsu, eager to catch a glimpse of this esteemed figure. Chika had not anticipated such a pronounced reaction from Makino upon hearing his name. Given that she was now acquainted with Shanks, who had ascended to the status of one of the four emperors, he could not help but feel somewhat insignificant as merely a vice admiral in the Navy. Contemplating this, Chika tentatively inquired, Are you familiar with Shanks? Has he ever been here? However, Makino's response to Shanks's name once again took him by surprise. Her face contorted with disdain as she exclaimed, Of course I know him. That red-haired fellow is the reason Luffy became obsessed with becoming the Pirate King. What? Chika recalled that in the anime, Makino shared a close relationship with Shanks, even bearing his child. What was happening now? Was history altering yet again? This was troubling. It seemed that his advantage of foreknowledge of the future was diminishing. Rubbing his forehead in exasperation, Chika sighed, Well then, could you please tell me where Luffy is at the moment? I wish to see him. Luffy should still be in the Eastern Forest. He has been quite upset lately. I hope, Mr. Chika, that you can offer him some guidance, and perhaps even dissuade him from his aspirations of becoming the Pirate King. I will do my utmost. Chapter 86, Utter Chaos Before Departing. Shenha still harbored some lingering hope and inquired of Machino, Did Shanks and Luffy come here? Indeed, that day a band of mountain bandits also arrived and they assaulted Luffy. Ah, that's it. What became of those bandits? Of course, they were apprehended by Captain Carp. Carp? Wait, wasn't he that the moment he was supposed to appear? Shenha felt utterly bewildered and continued, How did Vice Admiral Carp return that day? I heard he was coming back to fetch a new recruit for the headquarters. So he stopped by to check on Luffy. Ah. At this, Machino lightly tapped her palm with her fist, suddenly realizing that new recruit must be you, Mr. Chan, huh? What a coincidence, both Luffy and I owe you our gratitude. Without you, Captain Carp might have had a difficult time returning. Could it truly be related to me? Shenha was genuinely perplexed. Doesn't Carp usually go wherever he pleases? Wasn't there a time when Sengoku didn't grant him leave? With a hand pressed to his forehead, he said weakly, and then? Vice Admiral Carp must have done something when he encountered Shanks, right? Captain Carp clashed with Shanks and broke quite a few things here. Was it merely property damage? It seems those two managed to exercise restraint, otherwise, who knows if this village would still remain. What happened in the end? Did Shanks make his escape? Yes, but Vice Admiral Carp mentioned he was in a hurry to fetch you and left quickly. Not long after he departed, Shanks returned and spent some time with Luffy. After Shanks left, Luffy was incessantly shouting about wanting to become the Pirate King. Oh. And Luffy's body has become quite peculiar, like rubber. Upon hearing the unfolding events, Shenha nodded thoughtfully.
He too felt that Shanks becoming one of the four emperors was rather premature, evidently a chain reaction triggered by his arrival. With that thought, Shinha lifted his head, smiled at Machino, and said, "Very well, I understand now. I shall go see Luffy." "Yes, yes. Remember to return for a drink once you're finished. I'll waive your expenses while you're here." "Ha, then I shall not be polite. Farewell." With that, Shinha drained his orange juice in one gulp, his eyes narrowing as he activated the room space. Sensing the general direction of the eastern forest, with a thought, Shinha vanished from his seat. Machino stared blankly at the spot where Shinha had just been seated, bewildered as to how he had disappeared so suddenly. Once she regained her composure, she looked down and saw the belly left on the counter. Frowning, she grabbed the belly and dashed out of the shop, calling out, "Mr. Shinha, I told you not to pay." After shouting, Machino placed her hands on her hips, standing at the entrance with an indignant expression. After a moment, she burst into laughter and shook her head slightly. What a peculiar person. In a forest to the east of Windmill Village, Ace observed the fallen Luffy on the ground, a mocking expression adorning his face. "Is this all you've got, Luffy? Perhaps you should remain in the village and behave yourself." Provoked by Ace's words, Luffy shouted in fury, "I will become stronger. With Sabo's spirit, I shall claim the title of Pirate King." Upon hearing Sabo's name, Ace fell silent. Sabo's death had become an inescapable nightmare for both him and Luffy. In recent days, they had engaged in fervent training together, hoping to channel their emotions through their fists. Yet the mention of Sabo remained unavoidable. "That fool, Luffy." Ace clenched his fists, intending to speak, but was interrupted by another voice, "Kid, did you just say you want to become what king?" Ace's eyes widened in shock as he realized he had been shrouded in a shadow without noticing. A cold sweat broke out on his body as he stiffly turned around, only to be met by the face of Chika. Chika's face was veiled in shadow, with only his pair of Rinnegan eyes emitting a faint purple glow. An overwhelming sense of oppression washed over Ace, rendering him motionless. He opened his mouth to say something, but Luffy, ever stubborn, interrupted again. "I said I want to become the Pirate King." Panic surged through Ace as he sensed impending danger. He raised his hand to strike, but just as his fist was about to collide with Chika's body, an invisible force erupted. Bang! Ace was sent hurtling away, crashing hard against a tree before slowly sliding down to sit on the ground. Yet, he mustered all his strength to shout at Luffy, "I can't move. Luffy, you must run." Casting a glance at Ace, who still had the energy to shout, Chika expressed mild surprise. Although the technique he had just used, Shinra Tensei, was of minimal power, even an adult would need to rest for days after being struck by it. It makes sense, considering he is of Roger's bloodline. Regardless of his thoughts, Chika's face remained devoid of emotion as he coldly stated, "If you dare to strike at me again, you will lose the chance to speak." "Who are you, you bastard?" Ace demanded. "A Navy officer," Chika replied. Upon learning that Chika was a member of the Navy, Ace found himself at a loss for words. It was common knowledge that pirates and the Navy were sworn enemies, so this Navy officer's reaction was somewhat understandable. At that moment, Luffy had also risen to his feet. Seeing Ace immobilized, a look of fury crossed his face as he swung his arm in a circular motion, muttering, "Rubber." Realizing Luffy's intention and recalling Chika's earlier words, Ace disregarded his own predicament and shouted once more, "Stop, Luffy. Doing this will get you killed." "Ha! But Ace, you..." Luffy replied, looking at Ace in confusion, yet his movements did not cease. Seeing that Luffy was still intent on attacking, Ace's heart raced with urgency. He felt an inexplicable force surging within him and shouted, "I command you to stop. Do you hear me?" Buzz! As Ace's emotions surged violently, a domineering aura erupted from his diminutive frame, causing the hem of Chihai's black cloak to flutter wildly. Luffy's rubbery visage was also rendered abstract by the gust, lending him a somewhat comical appearance. This overwhelming force lingered for a moment before dissipating, and Ace promptly lost consciousness. Luffy's expression returned to normal as he looked around in bewilderment, contemplating the extraordinary event that had just transpired. What could it possibly be? Only Chihai stood there, arms crossed, with a twitch at the corner of his mouth. He certainly understood what had just occurred. Ace had inadvertently unleashed his conqueror's haki.
However, among those present, aside from Uchiha,
Luffy also possessed this innate quality, and thus the Conqueror's haki had no effect on the two of them, rendering the incident seemingly inconsequential.
It remained uncertain whether this marked Ace's first awakening of his Conqueror's haki. If so, what did that make him? A renowned master, Uchiha? Yet, according to the conventional narrative, shouldn't he have been the one to confront Luffy, provoking Ace to unleash his Conqueror's haki subsequently? How had it instead manifested when Ace reprimanded Luffy in a fit of excitement? It could only be said that everything had descended into utter chaos. Chapter 87, Ace and Luffy. Where am I? Luffy?
Ace, disoriented, slowly opened his eyes, only to find Luffy's face looming before him. As he took in the scene, a rush of blood surged through him, and his entire body trembled violently.
At that moment, Luffy was reduced to merely his head, eyes tightly shut,
while his limbs and body were bound and placed beside Ace.
Luffy!
Ace's eyes widened with fury as he struggled to rise and move closer.
Suddenly, Luffy's head,
upon hearing Ace's voice, opened its eyes in surprise, exclaiming, "Ace!
You're awake!" "What?" Ace gasped, halting in disbelief as he pointed a trembling finger at Luffy's head. "Luffy, you. Calm down, that guy is fine," came a voice from the Navy.
Ace swiftly turned to see Chinjo sitting by a campfire, roasting a large piece of meat. Noticing Ace had regained consciousness, Chinjo stood, clapped his hands, and addressed Ace. That fellow was far too unruly, so, while he mimicked a slicing motion with his hand, then took a bite out of the meat, commenting that it was quite tasty.
Ace swallowed hard and asked somewhat awkwardly, "So, can Luffy return to his original form?" "Who knows?
Maybe once I finish eating," Chinjo replied.
Hearing this, Ace sighed in relief,
grateful for the possibility of recovery.
However, before he could relax, Chinjo added, though it's also possible he might never return, given that he is quite hyperactive. Luffy, indignant, shouted, "How dare you? Once I recover, I'll show you my." With a sudden thud, Ace landed a punch on Luffy's face, causing it to deflate like a punctured ball. With a pop, Ace withdrew his fist, and Luffy's face sprang back to its original shape. He looked at Ace with a wounded expression, muttering, "Ace, why did you hit me? You fool! Do you want to live like this forever? Don't you wish to set sail again?" Upon hearing this, Luffy's eyes widened in realization. Indeed, having consumed a devil fruit and turned into a landlubber was unfortunate enough. If his body remained like this, how could he ever go to sea again? It must be said that Luffy's thought process often struggled to connect the dots, especially in his current state. Suddenly, he opened his mouth wide, took a deep breath, and then tightly closed it, transforming his head into a round, inflated ball. Ace, covering his face, looked at this fool before him and helplessly asked, "What are you doing?" Luffy attempted to speak. Exhaling forcefully, he looked at Ace in confusion and said, "Ace, are you a fool? I'm not talking or moving at all, am I? Who's the real idiot here?" Ace suppressed the urge to punch Luffy once more and walked over to Chika,
standing silently beside him as he watched Chika savoring the grilled meat.
Ace, having not eaten for an entire day, felt his stomach betray him with a loud growl at the sight of Chika indulging in the food.
Glancing at Ace, who stood beside him, still shorter than himself,
Chika tore off a generous piece of meat and offered it to Ace before continuing to eat.
Accepting the offering with a grateful nod, Ace devoured the meat ravenously.
Luffy,
with his eyes still fixated on the food, swallowed hard and could not restrain himself from exclaiming, "I'm so hungry.
Can I have some too?" Hearing Luffy's voice, Ace paused and turned to Chika.
Before he could speak, Chika waved his hand dismissively and replied nonchalantly, "If you want to share with him, just go ahead."
"Thank you."
Ace felt a wave of relief wash over him, his fear of the enigmatic Navy officer now palpable. He worried that Chika might decide to ignore Luffy if he was displeased. He quickly jogged over to Luffy's side and stuffed a large portion of the grilled meat into Luffy's mouth. Knowing that Luffy's rubbery nature allowed him to stretch his jaw wide, being the very person who invented the art of gorging.
"Yum, this is delicious.
That guy with the circular eyes is really nice," Luffy exclaimed, his mouth full of grease.
Hearing Luffy's comment about Chika sent a chill down Ace's spine, and he dared not look back at Chika.
Without regard for Luffy's messy eating, he instinctively covered Luffy's mouth with his hand.
However, Chika's voice, Like that of a devil, echoed from behind Ace. No need to cover it, I've already heard. Ace swiftly turned around and bowed deeply. I'm terribly sorry. Luffy is just a big fool, please do not take it to heart. Chika walked past Ace and stood before Luffy, gazing intently into his eyes. Luffy, usually fearless and bold, felt a shiver run down his spine, a sensation he had never experienced even in the presence of Garp, his grandfather. This was not to imply that Chika's power surpassed Garp's, rather, the connection of blood and kinship placed a limit on Luffy's trepidation towards Garp. Room. A buzz resonated as the room space unfolded. Ace, believing Chika was about to strike Luffy, shouted in panic, no. Splicing. Ha! Luffy blinked, shook his arms vigorously, and jumped in place a few times. A look of joy spread across his face as he embraced Ace, exclaiming, Ace, I'm back to normal. I've recovered. Ace, taken aback, remained bewildered. The Navy officer had not even moved, yet Luffy's body had reverted to its original state, a phenomenon too strange to comprehend. Unable to contain his curiosity, Ace inquired of Chika, have you eaten a devil fruit as well? No, don't ask so many questions. You two come with me. As Chienha spoke, Ace fell silent, and even Luffy dared not make a spectacle of himself, following Ace back to the campfire in a rather peculiar manner. Chienha settled onto the ground and, upon noticing Ace and Luffy still standing foolishly beside him, couldn't help but chuckle. He extended his hand, patting the space beside him, and said, What's the matter? Weren't you both quite lively during the day? Come, sit down. All right. Ace and Luffy hastily took their seats beside Chienha, letting out a long sigh of relief. The two had been thoroughly worn out by Chienha's antics throughout the day, and the chance to rest was a welcome reprieve. Especially for Ace, who had genuinely endured a strike from the divine retribution. It was only due to his remarkable talent that he had regained consciousness at all, otherwise it would have been uncertain. Not to mention, he had been thoroughly startled by Luffy later that night. If given the choice, he would prefer to lie in bed and enjoy a peaceful slumber. As these thoughts crossed his mind, Ace felt his eyelids growing heavier, a wave of drowsiness washing over him. However, Chienha's next words snapped his nerves taut once more, dispelling any remnants of sleepiness. Do you know who Roger is to you? Chapter 88, The Dream-Destroying Mentor. Chienha, I am uncertain of his significance in my life. All I know is that he is a scoundrel. Upon hearing the name Roger, Ace's reaction was as fierce as that of a startled kitten. Chienha, however, remained unfazed by Ace's display. He merely nodded in agreement and remarked casually, he is indeed a scoundrel. The so-called age of great pirates can be attributed to him, as it seems anyone and everyone aspires to become a pirate. You should consider how many families have suffered at the hands of these maritime ruffians. Chienha's words pierced Ace's heart like a dagger. Already burdened by disdain for the blood of Roger coursing through him, he now felt an inexplicable sense of guilt rising within. Though Luffy could be somewhat oblivious, his heart was kind, and he fell silent for a moment upon hearing Chienha's words. However, it was not long before he began to mutter again, but pirates are the freest people on this ocean. I still want to be a pirate. I will surely become the Pirate King. Yet, scarcely had he finished speaking when he felt his body being uncontrollably propelled toward Chienha by a mysterious force. As he reached Chienha, the latter extended his hand and grasped Luffy's neck, causing Luffy's face to flush crimson. Let me go. Ace rushed forward, eager to rescue Luffy, but was met with a fierce glare from Chienha that rendered him motionless. He realized that intervening in Chienha's actions was utterly beyond his capability. With an icy gaze laden with menace, Chienha stared at Luffy, threateningly stating, if you dare mention the title of Pirate King again, you shall remain here forever. Luffy, taken aback, understood the gravity of Chienha's words through his chilling gaze, prompting an unusual silence from him. Without casting another glance at Luffy, Chienha addressed Ace, and you, who harbors resentment toward Roger, still wish to tread his path and become a pirate? Ace hesitated. To be candid, his desire to become a pirate stemmed partly from the influence of Luffy and Sabo, who viewed pirates as embodiments of freedom, a notion he yearned for. Additionally, he aspired to prove himself by becoming the Pirate King. He did not wish to exist perpetually in Roger's shadow, but rather to surpass him. Yet, after being admonished by Chienha and reflecting on his words, Ace found himself wavering. He understood why many loathed his father. Over the years,
through news and discussions with those around him, he had come to realize that most pirates engaged in heinous acts of pillage and murder, crimes that filled him with indignation.
Noticing Ace's indecision, Shinha subtly nodded, sensing an opportunity. Ace and Luffy were fundamentally different in character. Ace, due to his lineage, had long grappled with a lack of identity and belonging, a truth evident since he joined the Whitebeard pirates. While Ace's resolve to become the Pirate King was not weak, it paled in comparison to Luffy's unwavering conviction. Were it Luffy in Ace's position, he would never consent to joining the Whitebeard pirates, even at the cost of his life. Perhaps there was a chance to sway Ace after all? Shinha pondered for a moment before continuing.
If you seek to prove your superiority over your father and wish to completely usurp everything he represents by becoming a pirate, I must say you are quite childish and rather dull. His words were somewhat harsh, causing Ace's expression to darken. However, Shinha remained indifferent to Ace's emotions, continuing unabated. You are quite displeased, aren't you? Ha! To entertain such a trivial notion, you would transform into the very person you once despised. Do you not find that utterly foolish? Ace, pierced repeatedly by Shinha's words, found tears welling up in his eyes as he could not help but shout. Then what do you suggest I do? I desire a life of freedom. I refuse to exist in that man's shadow. What else can I do besides becoming a pirate? Luffy gazed at his emotionally charged brother, sensing that a significant change was about to unfold within him, yet unable to articulate what that change might entail.
Shinha, on the other hand, wore a calm expression, as if he were not the one provoking Ace in such a manner.
Excellent, this is precisely the reaction I desired.
Shinha reveled internally,
stoking the fire in the hearth while verbally inflaming Ace's turmoil further.
Since when has freedom been synonymous with piracy? The kind of lawless freedom you seek will ultimately lead you to emptiness. What then should I do? Should I join the navy? Shinha simply shook his head, dismissing the idea.
Joining the navy would be the worst choice for you. It is akin to walking into a trap.
With your talents, you would surely not remain unnoticed in the navy. Once you begin to shine, official scrutiny would inevitably follow.
Furthermore, being another grandson of Garp, your affiliation with the navy would not go unnoticed by him. This would only serve to increase your visibility. If Ace were to truly join the navy, he would become a ticking time bomb. Once it detonated, the fallout would not only affect him but also Garp and Shinha, who had led him into the navy. Thus, pursuing a path within the navy was absolutely unfeasible for Ace. It was overly idealistic, though not entirely impossible. Perhaps it could be reconsidered after Chien had dismantled Mariewa.
Observing Shinha's reaction, Ace's gaze dimmed once more. Was it truly the case that this vast ocean could not accommodate him? Was he destined to live his life in the shadow of Roger? Just as Ace's spirits sank to their nadir, Shinha posed a seemingly unrelated inquiry. Do you have a brother named Sabo? The mention of Sabo tightened Ace's chest, and clenching his fists, he declared vehemently, he is dead, killed by the celestial dragons. Is that so? But have you seen his body? No, his ship was destroyed, and he vanished into the sea. Ah, but might there not be a possibility that he is still alive? Upon hearing this, both Ace and Luffy's eyes widened in astonishment. Ace momentarily forgot the terror of Shinha, rushing forward to grasp Shinha's sleeve, his voice tinged with fervor. Why do you say that? Are you aware of the news regarding Sabo? Surely, a person of your caliber would not jest about such matters. I implore you, please share any information you have. I assure you, upon receiving this news, I will relinquish any thoughts of becoming a pirate, even if it means residing in Windmill Village for the rest of my days. I beg you. Luffy rushed over, his eyes pleadingly fixed on Chihara. Torn between his aspirations and his brother, he found himself at a loss. Chihara refrained from further addressing Ace's inquiry, merely shaking his arm to indicate that Ace should release his grip. The fabric of his sleeve emitted a faint tearing sound. If he did not loosen his hold, it would soon transform into a sleeveless vest. Nevertheless, it was evident how fervently Ace was feeling. Ace hastily released his grip, repeatedly murmuring apologies, then stood beside Luffy, both gazing at Chihara with expressions of hope. Chihara offered little in response, simply suggesting, perhaps you might consider seeking out the Revolutionary Army. Chapter 89, Ace, I will seek the dragon. The Revolutionary Army?
Ace gazed at Shinjo with a puzzled expression. As he had yet to familiarize himself with this organization and was unaware of the significance behind Shinjo's mention. Without elucidating what this organization entailed, Shinjo glanced at Luffy and proclaimed, "Sabo has been rescued by the leader of the Revolutionary Army, a man named Monkey D. Dragon, who happens to be this fellow's father." Luffy's father. Ace turned in astonishment to Luffy, only to find Luffy equally bewildered, as he too was ignorant of his father's identity. In the original narrative, it was only after he set sail and encountered Garp that he learned of his lineage. It must be said, Luffy's thought process was indeed peculiar. Having grown up without a hint of curiosity regarding his father was rather extraordinary. At that moment, Ace was too preoccupied to unravel the mystery of Luffy's father. The most crucial piece of information he gleaned from Shinjo's words was that Sabo was alive. He did not doubt the veracity of Shinjo's claim, for in his eyes, a formidable individual like Shinjo had no motive to deceive two children like himself and Luffy. Ace turned and embraced Luffy tightly, tears streaming down his face as he cried out, "Luffy, did you hear? Sabo is alive. He has not perished, he was saved by your father." Luffy, still in a daze, was jolted back to reality by Ace's embrace, and in an instant, tears and snot flowed freely as they both wept together. "Wah! My father is truly an admirable man." The two little ones clung to each other and wept for a while. Once their emotions began to settle, Ace wiped his tears, released Luffy, and approached Shinjo with a tone filled with profound gratitude. "Thank you, Sabo means the world to us. Nothing could bring me more joy than knowing he is alive. Rest assured, I shall no longer entertain the thought of becoming a pirate. I will remain in Windmill Village for the rest of my days." Shinjo waved his hand dismissively. "No need for that, your life is far too precious to be squandered. You might consider what I previously suggested, joining the Revolutionary Army. Perhaps therein you will discover your sense of purpose. However, do not attribute this decision to me, understood?" Ace nodded vigorously, affirming that he understood. Shinjo's encouragement for Ace to join the Revolutionary Army was motivated by his own considerations. In the realm of pirates, the Revolutionary Army stood as the foremost adversary of the world government, explicitly opposing its authority. Thus, this organization posed no conflict with Shinjo. In fact, it could divert the world government's attention during Shinjo's developmental phase. Moreover, should Ace join the Revolutionary Army, his strength combined with Sabo's would provide mutual support, rendering it unlikely for the tragic events of the original narrative to recur. Among those idealistic individuals, it would be easy for Ace to find the sense of belonging and significance he so desperately needed. Shinjo let out a sigh of relief, feeling satisfied that he had resolved Ace's predicament, leaving only Luffy to contemplate. He fixed his gaze upon Luffy, observing him intently until Luffy began to tremble under the scrutiny, prompting Shinjo to finally withdraw his gaze. Shenhe shook his head. Given Luffy's disposition, unless he were to receive a divine intervention, it would be best to let it be. He had already frightened Luffy quite enough that day, even employing extreme measures, yet the boy still managed to fall asleep in such a state. Who could possibly alter his stubborn nature? It would be wiser to allow him to tread his own path, causing a bit of trouble for those in Mariewa. Moreover, the pivotal event of the Marineford War must be allowed to unfold, as it presented a splendid opportunity to harvest powerful devil fruits. As for the prison break from Impel Down, well, it seemed rather reasonable to eliminate a few high-profile prisoners during the process of quelling the uprising, did it not? Stretching lazily, Shenhe found himself feeling somewhat fatigued. It appeared that educating a wayward child was a laborious endeavor for anyone. Ace stood nearby, observing the towering figure of Shenhe, suddenly recalling that he did not yet know the name of this enigmatic Navy officer. In less than a day, Shenhe had indelibly etched a mark upon his young heart. And it simply would not do to remain ignorant of such an important person's name. With this thought, Ace hurriedly inquired, "I do not yet know your name. Might you share it with me?" "Uchiha Chika," came the reply, and with that, Shenhe's figure vanished before Luffy and Ace, as if he had never existed. The surroundings fell silent, save for the crackling sounds of the fire on the ground. Luffy, oblivious to the significance of this name, approached Ace and tugged at his sleeve, asking, "Ace, do you know this person?" Ace did not respond, merely gazing intently at the spot where Shenhe had just disappeared. He was indeed familiar with the name. Uchiha Chika, a rear admiral in the Navy, possessed monstrous strength.
In Ace's mind, these two labels were intrinsically linked to Garp. Yet Qianha appeared to be only slightly older than himself, which left even the proud Ace with a sense of unreality. Suddenly, a ludicrous thought crossed Ace's mind: perhaps joining the Navy under his guidance would not be a bad choice after all? However, this notion dissipated quickly as Ace shook his head. It was best to heed Qianha's advice to explore the Revolutionary Army, for there must be a reason behind it. Especially with Sabo being there as well. Seeing that Ace had remained silent for a while, Luffy tugged at his sleeve once more. Ace, what's wrong? Why are you ignoring me? This gentle pull brought Ace back to reality, as he turned to Luffy with a soft smile that left Luffy feeling somewhat unsettled. I'm fine. But the pursuit of becoming the Pirate King should be left to you, Luffy. I must seek my own path. Eh? Where are you going? To find my father. I wish to see what his organization is truly like. The next morning, Qianha reappeared at Makino's bar, where Makino greeted him with a sweet smile, leaving the other patrons who had come to drink momentarily stunned. With a light jog, Makino approached Chika and halted, her hands clasped behind her back. Cheerfully, she said, "You've arrived. Please, take a seat. What would you like to drink today?" Seeing Makino in such high spirits lifted Chika's mood as well. And he replied with a smile, "I'll have orange juice, please." "All right, just a moment." After a short while, Makino returned with a large cup of orange juice and, resting her chin on one hand, she quietly observed Chika as he sipped the juice. After a while, memories of Luffy and Ace crossed her mind, prompting her to inquire, "How are Luffy and Ace faring?" "They have moved on from that incident, and Ace has changed significantly." "Really? You are truly remarkable. I admire you more and more. Especially at such a young age. You're impressive too. This orange juice is absolutely delightful. Hee, you must come by more often." "Of course. I didn't bring any money today. Here, take this. If you find yourself in danger, don't hesitate to call my name." Chika produced a kunai from his pocket and handed it to Makino, feeling a fondness for the gentle barmaid and wishing to provide her with a means of protection. Makino, initially reluctant to accept money from Chika, was even less inclined to receive his offering. Ultimately, after Chika's persistent insistence, she accepted the kunai, tucking it into her own attire. Seeing Makino accept the kunai, Chika felt a sense of relief, knowing he had taken care of his last matter in Windmill Village and could now attend to his urgent business. Rising from his seat, Makino, noticing his movement, couldn't help but ask, "Are you leaving?" "Yes, I've already spent quite a bit of time here. I have important matters to attend to." "Important matters? Are they dangerous?" "Not at all, just apprehending an old fellow, though it may be mentioned in the newspapers in the coming days." "Oh, I shall keep an eye on the newspapers then." After finishing his orange juice, Chika turned to leave the bar. He gazed up at the clear sky before turning back to Makino, who was still watching his retreating figure, and reminded her, "It's going to rain in the next few days, remember to take an umbrella when you go out." With that, Chika's form shimmered and vanished at the bar's entrance. Chapter 90, The Rain Falls So Earnestly Within the Bar. Some patrons burst into laughter upon hearing Qianha's assertion that it would rain in the coming days. What a jest! The Windmill Village scarcely sees rain throughout the year. How could he be so certain? Indeed, as if rain would simply fall at his command, who did he think he was? Young individuals often indulge in grandiose claims. Listening to their discussions, Makina felt a wave of discomfort. In her eyes, Qianha was a promising young man, not arrogant, who even took the time to care for Luffy and Ace. Her impression of him was exceedingly favorable. Thus, it was rare for the usually gentle Makina to feel anger today. She called out to the patrons in the bar, "He is not boasting. He is Rear Admiral Uchiha Chika." With that, Makina turned and entered the back room, emerging with an umbrella which she placed beside the counter, a gesture to signify her faith in Qianha. The patrons exchanged glances, having never witnessed Makina's ire before. And now they learned the identity of the young man whom they had mocked. The youngest Rear Admiral in the Navy, Uchiha Chika, rumored to possess terrifyingly unique abilities, capable of transforming the mundane into the extraordinary. With this revelation, the patrons who had previously ridiculed Qianha downed their drinks in unison and approached the counter to settle their bills, some even expressing their apologies. Upon returning home, They all coincidentally reminded their families, "It will rain in the next few days, remember to take an umbrella." After a day of rest aboard the warship, Qianha took the opportunity to report his educational endeavors to Carp. "Rear Admiral, I have done my utmost regarding the matters you mentioned. While I could not sway Luffy, I believe Ace will no longer pursue a life of piracy." "Is that so, Qianha? You have performed admirably.
I owe you a tremendous debt of gratitude.
The outcome has exceeded my expectations,"
Carp exclaimed, his excitement palpable over the transponder snail. He understood his grandson's disposition. Once determined, it was nearly impossible for him to relent. Entrusting Qianha with the task of educating Luffy was a gamble, one he approached with a sense of resigned hope. Success would be welcome, yet failure was anticipated. Ace's situation was even more delicate. Carp had never intended for Qianha to educate him, having not mentioned Ace at all from the outset. However, Carp was utterly unprepared for the news that Qianha had indeed managed to sway Ace. It was an unexpected delight. Yet, he could only wonder how he would feel upon learning that Ace had forsaken piracy to join the Revolutionary Army. Would he be compelled to leave a mark of his displeasure upon Ace's face? Once the call ended, Qianha summoned Ain and Khalifa, instructing, "Please inform the soldiers on deck today to bring their raincoats." Without questioning the reason, Khalifa promptly turned and exited the office to relay the message. Ain inquired with curiosity, "Chika, when did you become a navigator? Is it due to dissatisfaction with the current navigators stemming from the previous incident? If so, I would be eager to learn. Yet I understand you have more pressing matters to attend to." Chika smiled gently and rose, taking Ain to the deck. As Ain looked on in confusion, Chika formed several hand seals with one hand and murmured, "Rain Tiger's freedom technique." No sooner had Chika spoken than Ain noticed the sky suddenly darkening. She quickly raised her gaze to the heavens, only to see that the formerly clear sky had been completely shrouded by ominous clouds, and shortly thereafter, a fine drizzle began to fall. With Chika's current chakra level, the Rain Tiger's freedom technique could encompass nearly the entire East Sea. The prowess of the Golden Lion was indeed exceptional in these waters, and after a moment of closed-eye concentration, Chika pinpointed his location. Ain extended her hand to catch the falling raindrops. Reminiscing about the time she had sustained grave injuries during the Weeble incident when the sky had similarly transformed from clear to overcast, followed by rain. Her roommate, Alice, had even uttered a few curses at the time. Reflecting on this, Ain turned to Chika. It was during that rain that Chika had appeared on the lifeboat to rescue her from the brink of death. It was evident that this was yet another of Chika's remarkable abilities, truly dependable. Having discerned the precise location of the Golden Lion, Chika opened his eyes and directed his gaze toward a particular point, declaring, "I found you, Shiki." With that, he formed another hand seal, intending to dispel the Rain Tiger's freedom technique. Suddenly, Ain grasped Chika's hand that was not sealing. His motion paused, and he turned to her, puzzled. Ain beamed and held his hand, saying, "I adore the rain. Could you please let it continue for a while longer, Chika?" Her voice was exceedingly gentle, momentarily startling Chika, who sensed something unusual in her gaze. Was there something amiss with the rain he had summoned? Nevertheless, if Ain cherished it, he reasoned, he could allow the rain to persist, providing some comfort to the soldiers standing guard over the past few days. Especially since he had recently acquired a wealth of treasures from that small island. Ain, touched by Chika's acquiescence to her somewhat capricious request, could not help but rise on her toes and plant a quick kiss on his cheek. After this action, feeling a bit bashful, she turned and dashed to the other side of the deck to enjoy the rain's beauty. Left standing in place, Chika touched the spot on his face where Ain had playfully attacked him, still bewildered by the turn of events. Pondering over it, he could only sigh. Women truly are complex beings. Above a certain area of the East Sea, an island lay concealed within the dark clouds. Damn it, it was just sunny. How did it suddenly start to rain? Shiki, the Golden Lion, muttered as he gazed out at the pattering raindrops, taking a swig of his drink. His expression one of irritation. A nearby lackey chimed in, "Indeed, Captain, the weather at sea is always so unpredictable." Upon hearing the words of the minion, the countenance of the Golden Lion suddenly grew cold. The wine in his cup rose into the air, transforming into the shape of a small lion's head, which faced the very minion that had just spoken. What was the weather like at sea earlier?
Unpredictable?
With widened eyes, the minion gazed incredulously at his chest, where a gaping wound the size of a man's fist had appeared, revealing the scene behind him through the gash. After expelling several mouthfuls of blood, the minion collapsed onto the ground, sending shivers of fear through the surrounding pirates.
Humph. Do we need a wretch like you to state the obvious?
The golden lion regarded the lifeless body of the minion on the ground with indifference, yet his mind drifted back over 20 years to the battle against the Roger pirates. Just as victory was within his grasp, an unforeseen tempest had altered the course of the conflict, resulting in significant losses for his flying pirate crew and leaving him with a ship's helm permanently embedded in his head, his powers severely curtailed.
Curse the rain. Curse the weather. It seems I must find a reliable navigator.